videologger. Come on.
I love to see it.
Yeah, I was one of the unfortunate players who faced off against Psycho back when Glass got reworked with the
Thermal
heat-seeking
vision,
scope. Yeah, and it was hard. Let me tell you, it was unplayable. In fact,
they had to nerf it into the ground.
That was before Maestro, Bulletproof cameras, and Warden were a thing. So you're just kind of fighting with no tools.
It was also back when you just always had the thermal vision. It didn't kind of deplete as you moved.
Ooh, you could just move freely, actually.
Yeah, you just had big glowing bananas.
Yeah, as we say. But the thing is, that Glass playstyle is very specific, right? And there are different tools to deal with. Like I said, Bulletproof cameras, the Maestro Evil Eyes, C-Force in general, trap operators,
smokes,
and Elevator's smart, right? They're not fully investing into one singular way of playing the game. This one, I feel like this could be a cheeky one. Whenever I see a Thatcher, I'm always thinking, you know, since he got reworked, you can now kind of specifically target things flying at you.
We saw a great play yesterday. Furia against Falcons used the Thatcher to execute and deny the C4.
Exactly. And that's what I'm thinking this round could be as well. The big question is for Elevate. Are they going to go for a direct bomb set attack, which I think is unlikely now given the player positions, or go for a bit of a roam clear, and then they can go for a plant and shut down any C4 tossed their way?
Oh. Nikavax in a world of pain. Thankfully, Shaiko will help him out, take down the Ram, so less verticality to worry about. But Falcons, they're still able to rotate through these different positions, through the 90 hallway. Iron watching from the break door. I believe there was someone outside the CC balcony as well. They're just trying to tighten the net a little bit, get a little bit closer. Well, another angle for him to utilize is, yeah, Solotov's just hacked away at another one with the Boss G. 5 versus 3 now for Falcons. They can keep peeling back the layers of this defense.
That's a good mine on the desk. Good follow-up though. Raps walks in, and then the gun behind him of Psycho gets one. Resets, finds one.
Nice.
Traded back immediately. The Bosch T1 tap. A smoke, but this time no Thatcher, but also no C4. This plant might just go down.
Oh, this will be very desperate though.
Got the shield.
Verticality, 3 players up above for Falcons. Down Leakafac will drop, but surely they'll have it in the post plant. Comes down to Psycho in a 1v3 as he finds the first. Raps is down on the floor, can merely scout for information. It all comes down to Elevate's captain, as Solotov claims yet another life. Users and him now put the pieces together, try and figure out where has Psycho run off to. Evading the drone, Solotov will use his gadget, but Psycho, he's playing his position to perfection, sees one, and he finds the first! It all comes down to Solotov now, with the SMG-12 in hand. He cannot get it done! Back-to-back rounds for the king from Brazil. Psycho's hungry for another hammer.
It's what we've all been saying. Elevate, they had a really bad first day up against Daystar. They get completely obliterated. Second game here against Falcons, it's gonna be an impossible task to even get a map, right? They need Psycho to lead them into this battle and come out victorious due to his experience. And now he's showing us exactly how he's going to accomplish it. What a phenomenal post plant. Phenomenal. He knows that if he dies covering the plant going down, the round is cooked anyway. So he plays hide and seek in the bathroom, tucked in the corner, only swings once Falcons drop down the hatch and goes for one. Right here. After that, he plays kind of the hide and seek game. He goes so far away, playing an angle that's not even opened up. So he has to rely on a wallbang spray headshot, which perfectly connects, leaving Solotov, the last player alive, with about 30 HP to his name. That's one bullet. That's a round victory. That's a huge clutch.
Elevator starting to build a little bit of momentum here.
Oh, yeah.
After what happened yesterday, I mean, they weren't just taken down. They were obliterated.
It was not
by Daystar. I mean, they got 3 rounds in 2 maps. It was 7-2 Chalet, 7-1 Lair. Lair is up next. Now, that is actually Elevate's map pick is what I thought. I mean, the overlay says something different. I thought I remember on the map video graphic it said it was Elevate's map pick. I'll have a look at the veto sheet and confirm that in a second.
I think it is right, actually. I think it's Falcon's map pick.
It is Falcon's map pick? Okay. Well, both of these teams lost Lair 7-1 yesterday, so
that is true.
It's hard to pick which one is going to be favored there. But I got to tell you, Elevate are looking pretty good here on Border. Now, Elevate typically not a Border team. It's been at least 2 months since they played it. Last time they did, they lost it to Weibo. Falcons, on the other hand, they're on a 4-map win streak here on Border. So I would have expected that the Europeans would be favored here. So the fact that Elevator looking so strong in the first half is very impressive. That said, keeping poking and prodding with aggression from Falcons is certainly a way to put Elevator on the back foot, especially if you're going to take out a player like Psycho.
It's a very obvious role Shaiko's been playing in this match so far. It's been, I'm going to just disrupt my opponent by running at the issue and going either 1-for-1 or getting a freebie. He's running out, he's spawn peeking, he's always being a thorn in their side, and he does it again. Now Solotov in customs, actually forcing back step, but C4 from Breeder takes down resets, so all of a sudden this run is completely falling apart. It looked like Elevator was going to rush the bomb site, but they're lacking manpower, they're lacking bodies, although Raps is by the chassis.
This is the thing, right? It might be lacking bodies, but they've got the numbers in the bomb site, and that's where it matters.
There's no way he plants here.
Raps is next to some soft walls, though. And there's still so much map control. Good bait, though, and a kill found for Stemp. Ion's claimed one as well, but the Blackbeard in the bomb site has been taken down. Falcons still retain the numbers advantage, but Elevate have pretty solid positions. As I say that, Stemp is still actually outside the building. Maybe he can rotate back into position. Ion needs to go fishing, though. And the other problem is that diffuser is in the bomb site.
Yeah, as the Shaiko still alive, all good for a triple kill. Starting off the round, maybe finishing it as well. He's everywhere. He hears him. He knows. 4K for Shaiko. Easy swing. Does not miss. And this again, his entire game plan is just to be annoying. He's doing all these quote-unquote rat plays with Elevate. They're not respecting it. They're thinking, we're going to execute, we need to hold these angles and go over here. They're completely oblivious to the fact that Shaiko has this playstyle of just getting in their face.
Yeah, and as we close the half, it's a slew of opening kills for Falcons in a row and tying up the score 3 rounds apiece. Elevate now move onto their defense, and I did double check. You are right. It is Falcons.
Well,
it's Falcons map pick number 2.
It's not me who's right.
Well,
it's
the overlay was
right.
My memory is wrong. That's all. It's not about who's right. It's about who's wrong and who we can blame. And I'll cop it. Elevate did pick this map, which is a surprise to me because it's not historically one of their favorite maps.
Definitely.
And Falcons have been so good on it in the last few months when they have played it. So as we move into the second half, you know, Elevate, a lot of expectation here. You've clearly been cooking in the background on border. What can you do about it as we move into the defensive half?
You gotta praise Elevate for how well they're fighting back. They're starting almost every round with 1 or 2 players dead before the round really gets properly started. And it's still close. It's still clutch. This could have easily been a 5-1 for Elevate or a 5-1 for Falcons, but it's these constant back and forths that are turning the tide. It's also the second time in 2 days now where we've had a confusing map / starting side situation, right? I got a quick rehost for you, by the way. That's why we're chatting. Because you're thinking, why would they pick border? It's unlike them. Yesterday, we were watching Enterprise up against SSG.
Oh,
there was a little cafe incident where SSG picked cafe. They're the kings of cafe, makes sense, right? Enterprise opted for attacking start, and they went 1-5.
Yeah.
And we're thinking, well, surely this is Enterprise's map pick because they are on the attack. That's what, you know, SSG chose defense. That makes sense.
And it's funny because the answer when I asked the analyst Nato, like, what was the reasoning before that, he said, oh, well, you know, we know we start slow and we're scared of their attacks, was basically what he said. And so they didn't want to start defense and then go down like 2-4 on the favored side.
So instead they go attack and go 1-5.
Exactly. I just feel like that's a bit of a fallacy.
No, I mean, honestly, sometimes you need to reinvent the wheel. And I feel like that mentality right there is trying to reinvent the wheel. Because it goes against the logic of what most other people are doing. And if it had worked, oh, you're a genius.
Yeah.
It did not work. Yeah. They got absolutely clobbered in that game. And this is the thing. There are some, you said it, players who are known for a certain operator. When I think of SSG, old school, you know, Troy era, I'm thinking Clubhouse, the SSG roam game, basement top floor, right? But nowadays, recently, I mean, SSG Cafe, I feel like that's super iconic. When you're Enterprise and you go there, you pay the price. So, kind of a small antidote here for why I was like, okay, border for Elevate, does that make sense? Well, yes, but no. But they've done pretty good so far. The only worry, if we were to have one, is border historically very attacker favored.
Yeah.
Going even on your attacks while being a bit clutch for Elevate might not be enough.
Well, I do wonder, here's a question for you, about the new operator bans. We're going to say new for years, like, because that's how we work in Siege. Like,
it's still technically new.
When something as big as the way we ban operators in Siege, or the fact that we ban operators back in the day before we had bans, when something comes through, we're going to think about it for a long time. And talking about Border and how it is a small map, there's a lot of exposed zones, a lot of outside the map players, and attacking team does favor that side in a way. But the thing is, like, even an attacking sided map is usually actually defender sided. It's just like 49% attacker favored. Like, that's just the nature of Siege. You've got essentially a sixth player on the defensive team being the clock. How much does the operator veto play into that, right? You know, like, if you have the ability to ban out a bunch of shields and you have a lot of choices on defense, like, okay, well, if they ban Mira, we can play as Army. If they ban both, we can play Warden. If you know, how much is that going to factor into whether it's attacker or defender sided?
So there's like, what, 2 or 3 big things that kind of skew, I think, the favoritism of sides. One is, of course, the new operator ban system. You can target things and tailor it more. The other one is we have attacker repick, which technically isn't that new anymore, but still quote-unquote new mechanic. You can swap all 5 attack and operators in the drone phase, which means you can tailor the perfect lineup for every single defensive setup. But that's the third point here. You can only do these things if you have good drone work in the drone phase. And Border is a map where getting in the building and seeing the setup is really easy compared to, let's say, Skyscraper, Cafe, Consulate, where getting into those top floor bomb sites can be very tricky. So I think for that reason, attack is favored on this map with the operator ban system, with the attacker repick, because droning the setup and seeing the operators is relatively easy.
To play devil's advocate, Border is one of the smallest maps, and there's not necessarily a lot of setup to be done. You've got 5 defenders, right, in prep phase. You could have a whole defense
6 with a timer, for fairness.
Touche. Like, in this round, for example, we've got Pulse and Vigil. Neither really have any setup to do. You could just make one or both of them drone hunters the whole round. You put all of the site setup and reinforcers and making rotates and kill holes onto Stemp and Ion with their shotguns, and Psycho can help with reinforcements. And then realistically, you can actually deny a lot of the prep phase drone intel. They won't be able to scan a lot of people with the Deimos. They won't be able to figure out exactly what setup you've got.
That is partially right. You won't see them and red scan them, but you just heard an FBI shotgun. That's going to be pulsed every single time. You've heard an Ella mine go down. That's going to be Ella. And Denari laser, that's Denari. Go your canisters. They all make unique sounds when they're being deployed. So even leaving the drone out of the east staircase or armory balcony, you can tell maybe half the operators from sound cues. But no, you are correct. There's a shield. It's just standing there.
Don't see a lot these days.
Someone behind it.
Protect. Yeah, well, yeah.
There's nobody here.
No, Users also found a pick on Stemp. I guess he was just caught off guard inside of Archives.
Oh, he's by the window? What?
How does he... Wait, did Users sneak all the way up?
He might have been putting down that last Goyo canister maybe and was caught off guard.
Rough. I mean, talk about setup. Maybe Stemp was a little bit overloaded. He had reinforcements, rotate holes with the TCSG, and 4 canisters to take down.
That's awkward.
Yeah, I mean, well, the problem is he's got no impacts left, so it's going to be very hard to fight the Blackbeard. Ion really needs to find his kill. Here. Oh, all 3 people outside, by the way.
Oh, let's not do that again. That's scary. You know, maybe if only Vigil and Ella wasn't chasing drones and doing reinforcement setup, he would have time.
Maybe if they hadn't used their impact grenades to do setup, they would have something to take down the Blackbeard. Solotov's now just claimed another one. See you later, Ion. 3-3, but this second half has started very poorly for Elevate. They had a few moments looking good, but yeah, you're right. Falcons are just talking up the pressure piece by piece. Shaka's just gotten caught by one of those Denari lasers, and Psycho's found a first kill for Elevate.
Alright, so Falcon's gonna reset the round now. They still got the Blackbeard they can work off of, but no more Dokkaebi alive from Leaky Facts. So they can figure out, okay guys, do we push office or do we push armory? We can cut off the bomb set right here, 90 from the break room door, and cut off the helping hands of Elevate. Looks like it's gonna be armory take, because Brede is the Blackbeard entry and has the case.
Denari lasers are catching a lot.
They're rotating.
Looks like they're changing their minds.
Now they got a red ping the Archives player, so...
Oh, yeah, there's a pivotal fight. Solotov beating resets. No more C4 to worry about down below. It's just up to Psycho, Raps, and their guns. No utility to speak of. Raps wins his fight. Coming up the main stairs, he has a flank opportunity now through Fountain, but Falcons have the superior numbers, and they're getting that plant down behind the Blackbeard. It's up to Psycho and Raps to make a move. Will they wait for the plant to go down? It seems they will. That means now they've got to contend with an extra gun and behind the shield no less. Another big kill for Solotov. Looks for his fourth in the round. Users will steal it, but it doesn't matter because Falcons have taken the lead.
Really smart for Falcons to just reset the round and try and figure out what is the path of least resistance. And they made their call when they saw where all three players were playing from. Brede saw the guy in Armory breach. That's a guy stuck in Armory. And he's stuck in Armory because, remember, there was a player in break room, I think it was Solotov actually, holding that Beaver position. That means you cannot go from Armory to Archives and vice versa. Then Solotov got swung by the main stairs, but downstairs. That means that red ping on the Archives player means now they have the full picture. One Armory, one stuck main stairs, one fountain / Archives. Let's just isolate the Archives guy, and then we just walk in, take it for free, with a player on Archives window, also watching that Beaver's door. They can do nothing against the BB. That was that. It was a simple yet well-rounded execute for Falcons. Like you said, Elevate didn't even have impacts to deal with the Blackbeard. They did nothing for it.
You remember how this game started, right? Two very solid rounds for Elevate. They lost the first, they won the second. They got opening kills both times. The first round was actually the clutch from Brede. True. Every single round since then, Falcons have won the opening engagement. And it's been Shaiko, Leakafak, and Users doing all the heavy lifting. 3 opening kills for Shaiko in the last 5 rounds.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, pretty good. Falcons have really turned the tide here. Built up that momentum a little bit. Now, this is a technical pause, not a tactical timeout, so that's why we're not seeing the players speaking with, well, in this case, Hugzord on the Elevate side, their coach.
Yeah. We are chilling. Something that we have here on the A stream, at least yesterday, is actually listen-ins doing the tactical ones. On B stream,
so excited for that.
We were trying to be very quiet and really listen, and we heard like 4 words here.
Yeah. Oh,
like,
there's some kind of microphone like in the venue that we can kind of listen through, but you know, on the A stream here, we actually get the feed directly from their microphones, which is nice, but so I'm a sucker for that.
Let's get all the tactical timeouts today so that we can all listen in and, you know, really dig into it. And I was watching I think everybody was watching it, but the Shopify Rebellion G2 game last
that was
night.
Phenomenal.
I gotta say, Super had some very good tactical timeouts, being very specific with the counter-stratting and what he was seeing. And I think he called it, I think before overtime, if my memory serves me, it's 7-7. And what he said came into play on 7-7 scoreline in the cinema.
Yeah.
Also, Troy Canadian playing like he was 18 years old again, top frag in Clubhouse. He was the best rated player on Clubhouse, 16 kills or something like that. He was entering, he was clutching, he had a 1v2, like he was literally just popping off.
Yeah.
It was phenomenal to see.
I'm trying to look back and see exactly what his rating was yesterday.
The first map I don't think was not so good, but the second was really good.
Holistically, yeah, he had one good map. Holistically, his rating was only 95, which is pretty low.
But to be fair, the thing is, right, we have this conversation about a couple of teams where you have Fisher Guy on a team like Enterprise where you're not supposed to statistically do very well, your value lies elsewhere.
Yes.
Troy has been that same character for a long time and to very great success.
Yeah.
Troy being one of the only people in Siege history that can go from, you know, CTM/EG and like lift the hammer and then go to SSG and do the same thing.
That's very
and
true.
And then you make Dark Zero, and then all of a sudden they're making every event and making deep runs and stuff like that. And now he's here on Shopify Rebellion. Haven't found that kind of success just yet, but they're definitely aiming for it.
Been a lot of conversations as we head into, you know, the 10th Six Invitational about the Mount Rushmore of.
Hello, everyone. I'm back. Sorry that you had to see that I was not in the beginning. Also, I noticed the sound was not even on as well, so I do really apologize. I'm so sorry. I had to help my mom because there was like stuff with surgery and stuff, upcoming surgery and so much. I haven't even eaten any breakfast, so I do have breakfast here as well. I'm like really late. But hey, it's my birthday. It doesn't matter. I'm super happy. I'm 40 plus. Gosh damn it. Let's just pretend that I'm turning 29, okay? But yeah, I feel like I'm looking pretty darn good, right? I'm looking pretty darn good. But I'm having sweatpants. Like, look at this. I'm like rocking it. I'm feeling confident about this look. Like, I would not have thought that I would actually be rocking this look
that
after
guy?
so many
It's like you
years.
forget he exists because you don't see him every day.
And then you see him every
But,
6 months when he makes an
yeah,
event. And you're like,
so-
oh no, I remember that
To be
guy. He's
fair-
a world champion, isn't he?
When
We
he
are
got
going to
up
be,
and reload with Elevate for
continue
the first
watching this
time,
game.
I was like, am I seeing a ghost? Because he had matured
Ah,
like, might be like
gosh dang
4
it, I'm
years
so
since like
late.
COVID and whatnot, right? And I was like, wait, that's like, looks like an older Psycho. I was like, it is Psycho.
It is.
Because mind you, back when I knew him, so to speak, he had no tattoos. He is
Oh,
decked out
wow.
now. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I was like, it's same guy, I guess. And he
Tweet
got
it
a
out
beard.
as well.
Speaking of Psycho, he was actually the second worst rated player in the tournament yesterday. And Bride was the third.
Oh,
So
they're both kind of popping off right now.
exactly, it just both of them got a fire lit beneath them after their embarrassing losses yesterday. But only one can claim a win today. One of these teams will walk away at the end of day 2, still winless.
If you're looking at the group, right, like the name that we have for this group B was like clear cut. We're gonna
It's
expect.
anything but.
Yeah, it really is anything but. But if Elevate go down out of map against this matchup, just like against Daystar yesterday, they're looking like they might be more or less done for.
Pretty much.
They need this. They need at least a map against Falcons.
Yeah. Still a chance to make it out of the group, but they will need to hang with the big dogs. Shaiko tempted to make his way forward. He's got the ping on stem. He's got a little bit of protection from the light wall of Sens. Bride has deployed that. But Shaiko's worried about the crossfire, and the Sens wall is about to dissipate.
This is awkward. Again, getting in the building can be so challenging in this exact wow. You're stuck between a
Ooh,
crossfire.
fire.
That could be good though.
Forces him back. Out comes the Deimos track again, still onto stem, but
To go, boys.
Shaiko is worried about the player just around the corner from him. It's Psycho. Is he going to check the corner? Hang on a second. They're planning the spray. He's gone down below into Workshop. Amidst all of the smoke and mirrors upstairs, Elevate have stolen the show desperately. Psycho looks for something, doesn't jump over, doesn't go upstairs. Iron now down on the bomb site. And Falcons, they have leapt into the bomb site, ripped it straight out of Elevate's hands. All they need now is to convert in the post, and there's a very good chance of that happening. Psycho, time is ticking. You got to get on your bike. Leakafak covers for Raps. Leakafak a second. See you later, Psycho. It's 3 for the IGL, and Falcons take flight once again.
Ridiculousness of a round. They just steal it. They're out at Armory with their caps on fire. Shaiko's dancing with 2 players, one Armory, one CCTV. All of a sudden, Bride and Leakyfac found
Eu só
themselves
tô falando que a gente
mid-side,
não tá
just
comunicando as brechas
planting.
que tá abrindo, tá
Tech
ligado?
timeout for Elevate.
Beleza, ó, guys, pega a visão. Quando começar os rounds, dá uma lida na folhinha, tá ligado? Pega a visão, porque essa play é aquela play fake deles. Eles vão fazer o mesmo jogo, mano. É o jogo de tentar brincar um bagulho pra cima, que pode ser comida morte, a gente tá calando isso full time, esqueceu do bomb. Mas se dá uma lida na folhinha aí, a gente vai saber quais são as plays que os caras e os baits que os caras vão querer fazer. Outra coisa, próximo round, vamos tirar Demis pro Psycho. Quando a gente voltar pro Bomber Arsenal, fica muito mais forte pra gente jogar pra lá. E se eles tentarem fakear alguma coisa pra plant arquivos, é só a gente ficar full ligado nisso. Se quiser até colocar goleiro na nossa comp, a gente consegue colocar. Pra deixar os galão full pra lá, tá ligado? E não pode atrapalhar a gente, porque eu acho que eles não vão fazer blocada leste de novo. Então a gente não precisa estar tão forte com os bonecão pra trocar tiro ali. Eu acho que eles vão fazer de novo um bait, que é esse jogo que tá dando certo. Tá ligado? Presta atenção nisso, mano. Lê a folhinha, pega a visão, respira e comunica full. Segura a exposição, mano.
Guys, vamos MR, vamos MR.
Now I know what you're thinking. Pingo and James, what did they talk about?
I literally got my phone out and texted Maria straight away.
I was like, need help.
Maria, please translate.
I have no idea. But I did hear what sounded like trap operators, a trap.
Okay.
But that could be anything in Portuguese, so I don't know.
Dude, one day, I swear, I'm going to learn
You
Portuguese.
keep saying this.
I'm gonna do it.
Every event, James.
I'm going to do it. I just need to move to Brazil.
You've learned the phrase. Do you want to share that with us?
No, I can't say that on broadcast.
Yeah, you learned a very interesting phrase, and you told it to JV, and he was like, huh? He's like, oh.
Look, no, I don't trust a Brazilian when they teach you something in Portuguese. That's what I've learned.
I mean, this thing is always the first words you learn in a foreign language are the bad ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I can say. So I went to Portugal a few years ago, and I like tried a little bit there. So I can say pastel de nata, which is like one of those little Portuguese custard tarts.
Okay.
There.
In terms of more Brazilian
I'm done
stuff,
with
I don't
everything.
know. I can say de nada.
Jesus Christ, let's focus on
No
eating.
worries.
Good job.
I think
My
everyone
tea's
can say
cold as
that.
well.
Yeah. Kind of one of the Irish things you learn probably, but you know, it's something.
Bom dia.
Boa, boa.
Boa, boa. I'm afraid that's it. What? All right. Look, if you were Elevate's coach, what would you have said right now?
That's a good question. I think right now. Oh, no,
Oh.
no, hold on. We're planning again, guys. There's no one by the bomb site. Again.
Here's a play and a
It's
half.
free.
Damn.
Again.
Oh, no. Never mind. Wow.
Perfect
What a
putback.
shot from Resets. He had to hit him in the foot underneath the shield.
What?
That is a miracle. Credit to Resets. Look, Elevate are so lucky. That was by the skin of their teeth. They denied that plan. And now Falcons, I mean, the jig is up. The push has been telegraphed. You have to see, has the rest of the round got legs? It's essentially just a full reset, 4v5,
Would have been better if they
and no
had
diffuser.
multi.
That's the Achilles heel right there.
Literally.
Oh boy.
But,
I
Monte's
thought that
down,
was gonna
so.
be no shutdown. Oh,
So this is how you win it, Falcons. Just say Elevate. Can you guys just throw a few bodies, please?
I mean, this is the classic, we call it the Elemsh IGL call, back when Elemsh is the leak effect, right? He goes, Shaco, go kill. That was the BDS's #1 strat that they used for years, and it worked so great for so long.
Still kind of works.
It still kind of
10
works
kills, by the
sometimes.
way. Stop fragging.
Check it, go kill.
But it's again a classic reset.
What is
The
it?
thing is, they spent all their smokes and they lost the blitz, so the glass is going to be very inefficient. The blitz obviously is also dead from Bride. It comes down to pure gun skill and drone work, and there's one singular drone left in pocket for Falcons, so it's just pure gun skill.
Oof. Nice shot from Stem. Solitop pushing solo. It's not quite going to work. I feel like Falcons got a little bit carried away. There's not actually substance to this push. They're kind of just baiting.
It was a one and go.
Yeah, but you have to be like, all right, reset. Let's try something else. No, they're
Bait and a
going to try
hand
the exact same thing again.
This could work.
It's not going to work because Raps is coming from the other side.
Yeah.
Easy freebie. Not a second, but it doesn't really matter. You're happy to go 1-for-1 for Elevate at the moment. And resets. Dude, he finds 3 kills from up on that hatch. There is one man responsible for Elevate winning that round, and you're looking at him just there as resets.
Crazy way to save the round, though. I mean, there are so many instances where a shield is planting in a smoke, and you know he's planting there, but there's nothing you can really do about it. That was one of the really rare instances where you hit every shot perfectly in a row.
Dude,
Also,
if that
another
was
thing
me,
that
I'd
was,
be dropping
really
down the
crazy
hatch,
today,
throwing
guys,
impacts, like trying to get a
is that
different
my
angle,
daughter's
but you
sick
would have
as
died
well,
to the glass if you'd
so-
done that. Like, resets
Exactly.
did the only thing
Happy birthday.
possible. And, I mean, I don't know if he's picked up a 4-leaf clover or something, but he's very lucky today.
You know why that's even possible? The limb damage change got reverted last patch.
Really?
2 patches ago, sorry.
Really?
So shields now take 25% more damage in the limb, and I mean that's the only place you can hit them unless they ADH.
Shield is so well balanced right now. Can I just say, I played a shield the other day, got absolutely destroyed.
I am bad at shields, so when I die, that means it's fair.
Look, they're more well balanced than they used to be. The melee,
Okay, true.
prio change,
That's a
I
big one.
think was the biggest thing.
Definitely the biggest. And then they hip fire, right? That's 2 cheesy
Oh,
mechanics.
obviously, yeah. But I mean,
But,
well, like the rework, when the shield rework happened, that was still, like, that just made them better in every way.
If you want to try and see how strong shields can be, I'm happy to 1v1 you on the shield. I'm very happy to do it. And you're not going to have fun.
All right. Okay, yeah.
Even if I
Fine.
don't win, you're not going to have fun.
No, you're right. Even if I played, like, Ella or Oryx, you're
Yeah.
probably still going to beat me.
Oh, yeah, okay, Oryx might be a hard one, but yeah.
10 seconds left.
Gotta break those angles to make that work.
Yeah.
But no, it is the case of like, I do think, so I'm a big believer that any meta is a good meta. Like, think LMG meta, Shield meta, Lion Dokkaebi meta. It's all great if they don't last too long.
Yeah.
Because a meta will eventually become bad, annoying to deal with, and maybe boring to watch.
People figure it out. Like,
Exactly,
it
everyone's
gets
doing the
broken.
same thing.
Yeah.
But if you have just a rapid meta change, like, okay, for 3 months, shields are insane, and then we nerf them. Now it's not shields being insane. Personally, I'm a big fan of that.
Reloading.
So, not sure what's going to be next meta-wise. I feel like we've gotten to a point where it's the meta of flexibility. The more you can do, the more different versions of yourself you can perform with. That seems to be the best angle.
Yeah, we're really in a variety meta right now. Like, every now and then I feel like we go back to a variety meta where there's
Yeah.
no one-trick pony.
Yeah.
And I think the shields kind of took away from that for a minute, and now we're back into a variety meta again. Psycho might be in a world of pain in a minute if Lukafak pulls the trigger.
He's just waiting for the drone info, I believe, or at least some sort of Dokkaebi call, Grimby, Lion Charge. I mean, all of it, I guess. Doesn't check the first corner, not by the second, and he must be in the third by the box.
Big round here. I mean, either we tie up or Falcons find that point on Elevate's map pick. So whichever way it goes,
He didn't
Gonna
hit
be
a
pretty
single
decisive.
one of those shells. Just beaming him through the floor,
I mean, not
practically.
onto him, but he opened up
Damn.
angles for sure. And did a little damage there with the C8 as well. Psycho, I think, is going to fall back now. Raps isn't too far behind. I mean, he could look for a flank onto Leakafak. I think he's biding his time, doesn't want to overextend. And Leakafak is
Watching the suitcase.
watching, yeah. Is that client side, or is he actually watching the suitcase?
Maybe he's using it to just obscure his own angle for a second there.
Yeah.
This round has all been downstairs and Cousins working the verticality, but mind you, 2 minutes have just
There's
flown
like 1
past
minute
us.
left. I have
And
not
Elevate,
taken
right now, they're the ones
control at
winning this
all.
one.
Yeah, Elevate should be pretty
That is
happy with how this
bad.
has gone.
Definitely.
Falcons are a little bit more, a little bit toothless this round. Second flash goes out. Leakafak is all out. He's about to meet Raps though at the bottom of East Stairs. Raps pops up his head, and now Leakafak knows exactly where he is. Solotov will find a big kill though onto the Denari, and a second one will follow. Shaiko's gone big for 2. Where has he come from? Where did he go? He's on the west balcony still, looks for an entry onto Armory as Resets dies as well. It all comes down to Raps in the 1v5. First kill found, Diffuser going down from Bride, but faked. Falcons don't have to rush it, 30 seconds to go, and Raps needs to duel every single one of them. It's not gonna happen against Shaiko. Big 3K for the King, and map point for Falcons.
Such a puzzling round, and if you're gonna go back far enough, it's a classic BDS round, back when they were with the BDS
again,
organization, where
to-
they try and be strategically perfect, masterminds, and pick apart the pieces. At the end of the day,
Wait, what? What the fuck? Okay, stop doing that. Stop doing that.
every single player is individually so capable
Yeah.
that when that doesn't work, they can just pull a round out of a hat.
Yeah, they can play fast, they can play slow. Any one player on this roster could have a decisive 1v3 or a 4K, a big round where they put the team on their shoulders. That's the thing. And yet they still haven't found that hammer yet. And this,
You know, that was a conversation that was in the Down and Out podcast.
Yes.
Successor of the 6on6 podcast.
yes,
That was
this podcast.
Can you be the GOAT without raising a hammer?
And that's
It's a big conversation.
yes, but it's also like so obvious. Like no, of course.
Okay, so then the counter argument was, what if you won 10 majors in a row?
You're not a world
Could you not
champion.
be
You can't be the GOAT.
So you need to win this side to be the GOAT
Absolutely,
conversation.
absolutely.
So until that happens, Shaiko cannot be in the GOAT.
Shaiko is never the. If Shaiko goes down and never wins a 6 Invitational, he is not the GOAT. And I will argue that till the day I die.
Repulsion device.
But it's an interesting topic, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's definitely a conversation there about like how do you decide
Yeah.
whether someone becomes a GOAT, especially right now. Like we're celebrating 10 years of Siege. I think part about being the GOAT is about legacy. It's about history, you know, and that's why we're not saying Felipox is the GOAT. He's been around for a while. He's won an SI and you know 2 majors and all this, but like he hasn't been around as long as someone like Troy Canadian, for example. But I don't think we can call Troy Canadian the GOAT because he's had a lot of mediocre performances, you know, compared to how many like, championships he's won as well. So that's when the conversation gets more complicated. One thing's for sure is that Falcons are getting absolutely greasied by Laxing talking smack about Canadian.
I mean, I also raised my eyebrows when you said that.
I mean,
I will say, I do think you can argue that there's not maybe a clear-cut GOAT for everyone, one single person,
Totally,
but you can argue for various people.
absolutely. Like my point that I was trying to get to is, look, Falcons are a great team, but they struggle under pressure when it comes down to big games. This isn't the biggest game, but they do seem to have woken up a little bit here. It's map point, and they've just refragged. All right, Resets is going to be able to bring it back a bit of an advantage for Elevate. I like this setup.
I just don't get it. It's just...
This bullshit, man.
Nine punches.
9 punches.
That's it, man.
Yeah. It's always tricky when that changes, right? It was like 12 for the longest time, now it's 9. That's never easy, is it? But Falcons being from behind on match point. You see that 1W. There's a great flash and a breach and a kill.
Yeah, this is what Falcons needed, isn't it? The opening, equalize the numbers, open up a hole into the site. But how do they kill that player inside of Fountain? Resets on the Warden, still got a C4 available as well.
Know exactly where he is. But yeah, I was gonna say, if they can get into archives, maybe. Step is 1 HP, he goes down.
Okay, we need Resets to have a big moment, but he's caught off guard. And Iron now into the 1v2. Leakafak, he can force this plant down. With users to cover, but Iron, he finds the first one down into the 1v1. Just one bullet
Why?
required, and it's straight between the eyes.
Falcon, why?
Not down and out just yet.
That's gotta be a miscom from Falcons because they sprinted past the chassis for that default plant position. And as far as I thought I saw, Falcons had information that the last player was running from 90 in towards Armory. It's a Rooney DMR.
We opened the wall, but
Tag
right now
time
we
out
are
from
teleporting because
Falcons.
it was bandits.
Yeah, that was bad.
You guys wanna, if they're gonna do the setup again, they're gonna waste time CC, for example, if these Stellars, they're gonna fall back, Fountain, Kate. I feel like we should ignore this, no? This full setup, you know? But we just surround side, we just... Yeah, no, it was good, but I feel like we should ignore it because they're really bad at refragging each other, helping each other, no? I feel like if you're going for the setup, you're just doing what they want, you know? Maybe like we take TC, Doka be Lion, we take space, you know? I feel like taking the whole map is better than just opening walls and going together, no?
I think they play like this because we push everywhere. They don't like it.
Yeah. We do this
And it's
again.
easier to.
Wow, this is a good calm. They're having
Damn, I can listen
discussion
to their
and
comms all
good
day.
reading. And
Definitely bit
that's
of a
really
split
good.
talking points there, though, right? Because at the very end, I think I heard
Yeah.
either Breed or League Effect say, I think we just do the same thing. So I see Julie's point 100%. We're playing into their setup, and that's what they want. But I also heard somebody say, but it worked. No,
Yeah.
like it actually did work quite well. Like they kind of saved the round, of course, but still. And that was a 2v1 where on paper you shouldn't really ever lose that.
Yeah.
And had that worked out, it's just map is over.
Yeah, it's funny. I feel like just based on the rounds we've seen so far, both are true. You know,
Yeah.
Falcons could directly counter Elevate setup. Like in that round, you
Yeah.
had the mirror, the castles, clear the
It
mirrors,
could
clear the
actually.
castles, strip away their training wheels, and Elevate will fall over.
Yeah.
Or you can just be like, hey, let's ignore this and go elsewhere, because that works. Remember that workshop rush?
Yeah.
We saw Armory execute
Tell
as
us
well.
what should have worked as well.
Teller's
Theory,
rush
yeah.
almost worked. So it's actually kind of both things, both styles of play work for Falcons. The thing that was really telling for me was Julio highlighting Elevate suck at refragging.
Yeah.
They suck at helping each other. They're a bit slow to react. I think that is where you need to dial in.
100%.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what Falcons will have to go for, because the thing is they're
Wait, what?
expecting...
Do you know what the bomb site is?
Yes, the rent. So this is the genius thing for Elevate, right? They've got customs, by the way. They have gone to, on paper, one of the least played in the whole game's history. Almost never works, and only a handful of teams have played this in the last 10 years.
All right, Elevate got balls. I like it.
And it picks apart the entire tag timeout from Falcons,
Juggle,
right?
juggle. No, he fell away.
Sophia's done over to the top of the wall to deny the juggle right there.
Very nice.
Very beautiful.
That's a classic one from Falcons, but not one you see a lot these days.
And this is where we look at Falcons, we look at League Effect, right? When you have such an experienced IGL who's very good with his head, he can say, okay guys, stop playing customs, they're trolling, it's an easy bump set to attack. Whereas if you have less experience and have less of a strong IGL leadership voice, maybe now you go, we haven't attacked this in like 4 years, what do we do?
Yeah, you do not get a lot of practice attacking this
But
bomb site.
instantly, Sophia, EMPs, breach the wall, Sophia's done above, easy doing.
Yeah.
Problem is what happens above here. This bomb site is very vertical oriented. You can hold Armory and CCTV and see everything downstairs, almost like ventilation. Bomb site next to
I mean,
it.
you can deny every plant spot from upstairs, and now Psycho's got info with a drone
Yeah.
as well. He can see where Falcons are scouting out on the bomb site with their own drones and try and call where this push might be coming from. The win condition tends to be for this bomb site. How do you go at clearing out this top floor? Will Falcons actually hard clear it, or they try and cheese it? Looks like they're going to do the latter. Shaiko's trying to contest the vertical, but against the Uruni, it's a challenge. Bride will help him out and take out Ion. What do Elevate do now that their pivotal vertical player has been eliminated?
Still have more bodies. And often the attackers actually going to Armory, then CCTV, but this moment the limited direct attack for the side of Falcons. Psycho finds Shaiko, fighting for overtime. And Psycho's playing the most
Huge
crucial
pick.
spot on this side. He's playing that CCTV half wall.
Wow, this is desperate from Falcons. They've gone in the building. This is an unconventional way to push the attack. He's still got control of the main stairs, so it's good night to use this. On the verge of pushing OT, Elevate have the advantage, and Leak Effect feeling desperate. He's caught in a crossfire, but it seems to have been an opening for Falcons thanks to Solotov. Look at him. He's deep on the bomb site. Brings out the pistol, needs to reload the primary, needs the rest of Falcons to come and support. And this is where we test Elevate. Can they refrag it out in the 3v3 on the bomb site?
Such a hard read here for Elevate. Almost no information available. The flag is coming again and again and again.
Oh,
no!
Bride!
Bride! What are you doing, Bride? You can't let it slip through your fingers in a moment like this. Solotov will fall.
What the
and Leak Effect
fuck? He
is no
whiffed
longer this
that.
world. Elevate on the least played
Wow.
bomb site in the game have pushed us into overtime. overtime.
Fucking hell.
It's ice cold. This is like Fury at the highest level. We can talk about, you call it, look at Shaiko's head. I mean, he says, what is happening? He's lost against, where's
After your
offside?
tactical timeout.
But it's so good. You call it on match point where if you lose it, you go to overtime for Falcons. If you win it, you go into it for Elevate. This is the perfect moment to go onto the offside because it is not expected. And we saw it, we heard the tag timeout. They never even thought about this as a
They never
possibility.
talked about. They were talking about CC,
Yeah.
but not that
The
kind
guy
of
in the
CC.
fall back towards Fountain, reinforce
Guys,
the
I think
walls.
we can just ignore it and go Armory Workshop. Maybe we can rush Tellers. Nah, mate, you have no idea what you're talking about. Elevate have just outplayed Falcons. And the frustration, the seed was planted yesterday by Furia. 7-1 on Lair to cap off what was a grueling series. Falcons, yeah, they get some points out of that game for winning a map, but it's nowhere near good enough. It's nowhere near SI Championship material. And here in Paris, France, where 3 of the players on this team call their home, what are Falcons doing?
10 seconds left before insertion.
We're all thinking the same thing. I mean, this is going to be Falcons' grand final to go. You know, home turf, home crowd. They've lost so many finals to win this one. But then the other side of the coin, the pressure that comes with that, right? And League Effect said himself in the introduction interview with Milosh, you know, Falcons, we start slow, it's fine. This is day 2. Still technically early, but how slow exactly? They need this.
Look, you lose to Furia in a 3-mapper, and we're like, okay. You start dropping maps to Elevate, who only won 3 rounds against the APAC LCQ team yesterday, and you start asking some very uncomfortable questions. A year ago, when Falcons lost the SI Grand Final in Boston to FaZe, we said, well, next year's their chance. We're going to Paris, we're going to France, we're going to their hometown. Surely that is their moment. If they don't get it done here, I think we're going to have some very uncomfortable conversations about this roster.
It's going to be a long night, that's for sure. A swing, a wide one at that, gets shot down by Shaiko. Again, he's been so formidable outside the east stairs and inside it on defense, locking down this position in particular. Now, Ian, he tries to fight back. He's 10 and 10, so he's done a pretty damn good job. Pretty even numbers on the side of Elevate. Everyone's putting in the effort. We got resets on Pulse Shotgun in overtime, and there's a lot of long angles here to fight.
Look at the confidence here. Psycho takes a bit from Shaiko. This rivalry continues as Psycho falls on back into break. A flashbang might mean the end of him. He can get out with his life as Leakafak makes his way into CCTV. Falcons are tightening the noose, tightening their grip, and the flank from Leakafak finds the second one. The rug has been pulled out from underneath Elevate. A 2v5 for resets and wraps.
Oh, hello? League Effect?
Hands takes down League Effect, but he's much more than that. They got no side control, mind you. They're playing just out of east stairs, and there's Eustace fighting one and a second.
What the fuck
Falcons,
happened?
yes, they go
Literally,
into
what
overtime.
happened?
Yes, they lost the attack on customs, but then they found
That
a
was
round
just
victory
weird.
right after on a more default kind of side.
And now it's map point again for Falcons, but this time they move onto their
Jesus
defensive
Christ.
side. And we have to hark back to the first half. The bands get reset to our first half.
That is
bands.
crazy.
And yeah, it's been a hell of a long time since we saw Elevate attack, but they were pretty
my
damn
mother's
good.
calling.
They had a variety of
Gotta be the
attacks.
glass.
Their shields didn't work that well, but the glass worked like magic. And that Warden ban is certainly going to play into it as well.
Yeah. And we never really addressed this, but that last ban was actually gonna be the Ying in response to the Warden ban. So Falcon's very much aware that there's gonna be some trickery happening, most likely. Yeah.
This is a bit more energy out of Falcons. Julia's trying to keep the team energized, but you can see this has been a grueling map for these guys. Emotionally, this is a lot to deal with. After the 3-mapper that petered out with a 7-1 in the finale yesterday against Furia, like, you are expecting like a 2-0 comfortably against Elevate. And while Lair may find a little bit more fruit for them, because it is their map pick, you certainly can't just put down this disappointing performance on Porter just to whatever. I mean, this is a significant result already.
So deep breaths, Elevate, of course, being on the attacking side, we can talk about Border being attacker favorite, etc. When you get into overtime, you gotta make all the first moves being on the attacking side. I do think that that pressure to perform just elevates a little bit more, right? Because if you go in on the entry and you lose that gunfight, you're playing 4v5 on what could be the final round of the map. When it comes down to clutching, when everything matters the most, And Elevate, they have options, right? They have this OSA Capital Glass. They could go for a straight Archive Store / Window Execute. The issue is we see there are Goyo canisters on the other side of the barrier. 2 of them on that desk. And they're gonna burn them first. This is going to signal to Falcons that, hey guys, we're setting up the possibility of an Archives direct attack. This is so readable because, mind you, no one's opening Archives door, Armory door, CC balcony. No one's going to East stairs. Shaco's East stairs right now. So Falcons will communicate and say, guys, no one is anywhere, but they burnt the Goros and Archives. They're gonna rush it. This is really predictable.
It is, and it's why usually if I go for a push like this, like you want
The
to...
Thatcher rework, gotta catch the C4 the smoke.
Put the shield down.
This could work, James.
Wow, the double Oster shields. The Capital
So you can,
and the Glaz. Oh,
the Thorn. So you can
takes out the first Thorn.
So the Thatcher rework, you can very easily catch every throwable mid-air.
Oh, what?
He jumped in.
The Glaz can't afford to die early. What's going on from Shaiko there? Gets very aggressive. As we restabilize, Elevate still have the advantage, but the problem is we no longer have the Glaz to work with. Now, Solotov has retaken that position. The C4 can still be nullified by the Thatcher. Oh, good shot from Resets.
That's big.
4v2 now for Elevate. And this is looking more doable than ever. We still have the Osa shields to plant behind. The X factor of the C4 can still be countered by the Thatcher.
Thatcher gadget. He's ready for it. When he sees any icon on the scan, he's gonna spam left click and catch the C4 midair.
Out it comes and deactivated, but Users is able to deny the plant. Where was that from? Over all the way in Armory. How is he able to get the angle onto Raps when the shield is still active?
I don't know. But with the shield still being there, you could just walk in and try again. But if the C4 wasn't shot, it's still beeping. That can be, popped
there's no
out
shield.
by Breeder. The shield is gone, actually.
Oh, that's
I
the
swear it was
problem.
there a second ago.
Maybe he died while he was holding it. Also, it didn't get planted. Maybe he picked it up and
Maybe
there was
he picked it
a
up.
shot onto the foot.
So what
Okay,
now?
this is awkward. I mean, Elevate have to recompose. They have to rotate 30 seconds.
That's just kind of reset it now. I mean, Elevate, they've had their plan A completely destroyed,
Oh,
and now they
no.
decided to Thorn trap.
Not like this. Not with the Thorn buff coming in clutch. Ion needs to 1v2. Knows where Brede is, but Brede's the clutch king for a goddamn reason. And Falcons will not let this round go by the wayside. It was a long and tough match for them, but they get it across the line.
Ridiculous final round to send us into a victor in the first map of Falcons. I mean, the Glance jumping in the window to play the distraction game before rushing you just to then die immediately and try and go for a plant attempt instead. And every second was spent just waiting, and the win never came for Elevate.
You may think that Falcons are out of the woods, but there's no time to sniff the flowers because Lair is coming up after this.
Det finns de som aldrig ger upp. Som ger det där lilla extra varje dag. De som är här för det verkligt långa loppet. Att hålla jorden bördig och ställa mat på ditt bord.
I think a lot closer than most would have anticipated. It goes overtime, but ultimately, Falcons, they show their grit and they take the map. And a very important map to take. But Lax, I mean, like, did we expect this caliber of game?
No, absolutely not. I mean, I expected Falcons to come into today based off what happened yesterday, playing exactly how we saw. But for the side of Elevate, I wasn't really expecting this level of play, especially on a map like this where, you know, I was talking about that serving sample. Yep. They definitely made me put my foot in my mouth for sure, given the fight that they were constantly having. I mean, it was really a battle of heroics from both teams. A lot of multi-frags, a lot of triple kills, quads, big moments from these players, but it really just speaks into how well Elevate came into this prepared. And honestly, I couldn't tell you who was the better team here, regardless of Falcons getting the win. It was really about the team who was making the least amount of mistakes, and in that last round in particular, you would see Elevate making those crucial mistakes that then Falcons would punish.
I'm glad you mentioned that, making the decision-making mistakes, because I do agree we do got to give flowers where flowers is due. Elevate did perform very well, but everything was in their grasp. They have a great map for themselves, and they're in a situation where they were able to get comfortable in this event. That's everything that Falcons was able to deliver to Elevate, and that being said, I just feel like the decision-making is really what costed them, and it goes to show that Elevate is not making conscious decisions when the pressure is on their shoulders.
Yeah, just looking at the opening kills engaged, we talked about this going into this matchup. Both teams were in a huge discrepancy in terms of them and their opening deaths. This time around, if we can just quickly go back to that slide of seeing those opening kills, I mean, you can see from the side of Falcons, they came in here with a plan. Shaiko leading that charge 5-0. I mean, only a few of them being that opening death. It really was a big proprietor and put them in the situation in that driver's seat. But again, how close that was, regardless of the opening kills, Pengu said it best. Just because you get the opening kill doesn't mean it's opening round one based off that conversion. So some things definitely need to be tightened up on their end, but the fact of the matter is they got their opponent's map underway.
I'm glad you're being so positive about it because I'm looking at it so much more negatively. If you're Falcons, that should not be a situation where you're getting that advantage early on and losing it. I think a lot of it comes down to a map like Border where you can just do minimal takes and it feels a lot more comfortable for Elevate because when it comes to the structure of how you want to approach maps, on a map like Border, you lose the opening kill, who cares? You just go to plant the diffuser, you're able to play the post plant. On the maps coming up, Labs, and if we make it to a lair, that's not something that you're going to be able to see. You can't just do minimal attacks to be able to win rounds despite losing early advantages.
When I look at it from your perspective, I understand totally what you're saying, but I also have to look at it from Falcons' perspective. We talk about pressure. The fact that they were on the cusp of possibly losing this map where Elevate in some situations, the fact that they were able to get over that hurdle, be able to get the win, to be able to punish them just goes to show that they are mentally here than what we saw yesterday where that exhaustion started to settle in. We saw them go into lair and that's where they crumbled. So the fact of the matter is they were able to get over their own mental state really just shows that they are prepared.
It's a really important note that you leave us on that one because we do head to lair next and we've obviously seen what happened. Falcons, they could not hold the might of Furia. Obviously Elevate, a completely different team. How do you feel like this game's going to unfold on lair now?
In my opinion, I think Falcons blow Elevate out of the water. I think Elevate had everything in their grasp to be able to win it. Good map. It makes it easy for them not to have to IGL. On a map like Lair, it's just a lot more difficult. You have to be a lot more trading. You can't just lose that opening engagement for free. And for that, I just think Falcons are going to run away with it.
I mean, I completely agree with you. I think I said this in the beginning. Elevate needs to win this in a 2-0 fashion. If they were to get the win here, that then puts the pressure back again on Falcons. Their backs are against their wall. If they then are going 0-2 into their entire bracket, it's not setting them up for longevity here in their group. So the fact they're able to get ahead, get this map underway, the pressure on them, similar to what they were saying with Furia, they weren't playing with any pressure. They can do the exact same thing here. They know what the mistakes happened in their last game against Furia. They're going to correct it. They're going to feel better. So it really is all on Elevate here to come together and understand it's these little mistakes that are eating them alive.
That being said, win or lose for Elevate, I think we can be happy with what we saw in map 1. It's a huge improvement for what we saw yesterday. You can get absolutely getting smoked from Daystar. The fact that they're going neck and neck with a team like Falcons means that the rest of the group still is very unpredictable for Elevate's path. That being said, I hope we can see the consistency, at least being able to keep it toe-to-toe on this next map.
I hope we get to see it as well. We don't have to wait too much longer. We've got, I was actually going to combine these two names. I'm not going to anymore because why? Okay, welcome in Devgu. It's lovely to see you.
I feel like you should have kept it. Yeah,
That was
y'all should have let him keep it in his
I
head.
think Pengmata works.
You could have said Pez.
I mean, I told you I didn't want to, and you asked for it. But, gents, it's time for you to take this one away. I hope you enjoy what could be an incredible map too.
Thank you very much. Map 1 was phenomenal. Border was a real treat. Elevate gave us a lot more of a fight than we expected, but has the wind been sucked from their sails? Moving on to Lair, both of these teams lost it devastatingly 7-1 yesterday. They only won a single round of defense. That is where Elevate start. It's time to get into it. Can Falcons get it done in 2? Can they redeem themselves? We're about to find out. If you are a fan of Elevate, they need your power so much right now because there's another game happening later today, which is gonna be Daystar playing up against Wildcard.
Oh,
and
yeah.
If, you know, Wildcard catches the top or even the map, Elevate are in the very, very, very clear bottom. Because mind you, whatever happens here, Falcons took a map off Fury, they got a point on the board.
Yeah.
They lost to Daystar, they got many points on the board. If Wildcard and Daystar keep picking up more points, Elevate are gonna be dead last.
Yeah. And that's why every single map matters. You need as many points as you can. A lot of people, like we said, everyone assumed that it was going to be either Elevate or Daystar that goes home at the end of the group stage.
And they played each other first.
They played each other first, most important game. And not only did Daystar win, Elevate didn't get a point. They, in fact, only got 3 rounds out of it. Pressure is now on for Elevate to pick up points elsewhere in the hopes that they can jump back over Daystar or maybe jump over a team like Wildcard instead. But it's going to be a very tall order, especially after how tough that first map was. Now, credit to Elevate. They had some great moments on Border.
They did.
But it sounds like you and the desk are pretty cynical about whether they're going to be able to say the same on Lair.
It just feels like the weaknesses that they had on Border for Elevate, you know, like Julio said, not trading each other, not playing the refrank game, not really playing close enough together. Assuming that Elevate play the same sort of playstyle here on Lair, it's a bigger map. You're going to be further apart with even less traits now if you're already batted on Border. So that's my big worry here. So when I'm looking at Elevate, especially on defense, it's looking at the layers that they have, because you cannot give up map control fully like on Border at all. You can just play literally on the bomber side. You gotta hold your ground for quite some time, then fall back ideally. And in this opening one, I mean, look at the defending lineup. We are talking utility out the west. Sue, the Clash with the Shanga, crazy map control, good plant denial. Then we're locking down the walls with the Bandit, where they're protecting everybody with both the Wamaitis and the Denari lasers. This, I think, is an excellent defending lineup. The Arbiter Bands, just to mention them, it's going to be Grim and Deimos from Elevate, and then the Kaid and Mira from Falcons.
Yeah, like you say, Falcons have got their work cut out for them on the attack, but they'll waste no time. Leakafax sneaking in, not making much noise at all. Suppressed Pistol to take out the camera and not fully destroying the barricade, just crawling under it so it doesn't make a lot of noise. Now he's going to drone himself in, it seems. Wow, Lurky Leakafax, nothing more iconic than that.
Still one of my favorite things that you've said. Lurky leaky.
I wanted to go back to cafe because one of my favorites was bakery.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm like in the middle of calling it like it was my mom. There's like she got some appointment to some doctor. We don't know why the fuck she got that appointment, for what, or like something. Like I need to find out like where like what the appointment is about, and like it's really annoying that I have to find out why. So I need to make some calls again, and we'll talk more.
The saving grace is mentioned. The Clash, very hard to remove from action. You got the Capital and the Bug and Nomad, of course. They can try and do that.
Full stamp.
And there's a freebie, Lurky Leaky. I mean, they know he's down there. He just blocked the floor.
Yeah.
And they send one player, not 2. And I feel like if you really want to take down that bot, you gotta respect the fact that he's gonna be holding you, send 2 players, really ensure you get a 1-for-1 trade.
I also just think Stem could have played that a lot more cautiously, a lot more baity, but no, he got way too egregious too quickly. Now Falcons numbers advantage, a lot of map control. They've taken the top of the mezzanine now. Once the fire subsides, Shaiko can continue marching forward. And here he is. A few Denari lasers to worry about, but he's still got the control nonetheless.
Doesn't shoot the battery, Shaiko. So we're trolling our teammate in the breach, huh? He's gonna get sapped when he jumps in. He's gonna be
Bro doesn't want to expose his position, hoping for a free kill, but this Clash is still something to worry about. 3 EMPs on the board from Shaiko and Bride might come into play if they decide to overwhelm that Clash. No fire left. Ooh, well, my Magnet's actually going to catch the Selma. Still a bit of util to burn. And kills exchanged both directions, but Shaiko, he finds his opening. 5 opening kills on the first map, looking for a little bit more now as Psycho puts down the shield. He's got 2 to play behind, and he finds 1, looking for a little bit more, but the plan might actually be possible. Won't be necessary at all because Falcons have just stabbed him in the back, and it's a very convincing opening for the European roster.
I mean, it's just a blender. Both teams is fighting 4v4 from their own respective side. You know, of course, Elevate playing from the bomb side, Falcons from the hallway, but it's not a plant attempt, it's not a plant denial attempt, it's not a flank attempt either. It's just a fighting. The funny thing is, it's another round for Falcons. They didn't deal with the deployable shield, and it didn't clear the Clash either. And yet they win. Yeah. They just walk in and go broop, broop, broop. And, you know, they even hacked the bug below, who got the opening pick, by the way, Leaky Fag. And I'm thinking, okay, now go downstairs, you can bog below the shield, bog below the Clash, force them further back, get the air jabs going. It wasn't necessary.
You just don't need to overcomplicate it if you're Falcons right now, especially if Elevate keeps selling opening kills to Falcons at a discounted price.
And that concern, it shows immediately. They're not playing close enough together. Now, for backside opening diff, like you mentioned, I would love to see, I need to see Elevate say, hey guys, let's make this play, let's kill the fog. And if they send 3 people and get it done, I'll be happy.
Or if they're contesting him on the vert at the same
exactly.
time. There's a lot of options. But yeah, even just the way that Stemp went for that
5
flank,
seconds
you know,
left.
he was
Very
making
quick.
so much noise. He didn't shoulder bait or anything like that. He didn't bait for
Objective is to locate a
info.
bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, it was not quite good enough from Elevate. I think they need to give a little bit more respect to Falcons.
I mean, we always talk about how formidable they are in gun skill, and yet Elevate are like, you know what? We'll take him. We'll take him 50-50 gunfights.
I mean, that wasn't even a 50-50.
No, it was not. It was not.
Look, Elevate, they've got some good fraggers themselves. I said this before, but Iron had a phenomenal stage 2. Psycho had a great map 1 today.
Yeah.
But yeah, not a single player on either of these teams went positive yesterday in terms of their rating.
Setting up a sequential breach.
Falcons are, once again, though, showing that they have quite a lot of depth to their strategy. This time it's a shield, and it's a lot of info gathering. It's a lot of drone work. We've got the Brava IQ combo, so they can spot out anything particular and go for the hack.
I don't know about this defender lineup now. I mean, they're playing the 2-brow without wall denial.
Yeah.
And then they're playing the Scopos, loose roaming top floor, but normally people have no top floor.
I think the Scopos is a little bit of a troll.
It feels undercooked, like almost they're picking between 2 different bomb sites, if you will. Because Scope, I mean, you can solo them Scopos, of course, but now you're just a roam gun up against them, you know? Monty, Donka Beat's open as well, not being picked, of course.
Solitos being live droned here, and he wins the fight under resets. That's a very pivotal player to take down. You can see the Brava's already hacked a lot of these Banshees as well to enable these early entries from Falcons. Bomb site down below, but a lot of roamers upstairs, including Stemp, who will at least trade back the first player from Falcons. It's Shaiko. The weakness here from Falcons is they don't actually have any vert capability. So it's really going to be more about the direct attack, and there's still a lot of roamers at large for Elevate.
Going back on the side now to get some crossfires going, but they get shut down immediately. Leak effect, great shot. Now Breeder can walk it in for free, give the information. Fire pop behind you, stuck in this room with the Goyo.
Yeah, right. Okay, never mind. Wow, that was an open and shut case for Falcons. 2 rounds in a row, and the second one looking even more convincing from the first. Elevator in pretty dire straits.
So tell me, James, how many 2-bro canisters did you think was spent that round?
Man, I'm gonna guess 0.
Okay, what do you think they could have been used, if
Escuta,
any?
me escuta,
Well, actually, I
James,
gotta cut you off because
nesse
Elevate
beliche, lembra que são
early
dois
tagged them
planos.
out.
Eles podem fazer a comida pra cima e eles podem fazer aquele bagulho que eu falei pra baixo, que eu acho que é o que vai rolar, tá ligado? Nessa play horizontal que a gente vai fazer. Se a gente precisar fazer outro round, lembra de colocar o Ion lá de Clash. Quando a gente voltar pra cima, vamos fazer a que eu calei. O Pipi começa embaixo, mas qualquer coisa você pode subir, Pipi, tá ligado? Você não precisa se matar embaixo, mas começa ali pra pegar esse drone dele que eu te falei, que entra no TV, tá ligado? E guys, pega a visão. Eles vão fazer os mesmos ataques, mano.
Acho que eu faço bench.
Faz bange. Mas eles vão fazer os mesmos ataques, tá ligado? Aí só precisa ter calma e pegar a visão. Vamos de baixo o quê?
O de armas mesmo? Tá de boa, se passar clash vai ficar
O de armas, tá de boa, exato.
Eu queria fazer o que agora?
Mas, mano, só calma e comunica
Mano,
full.
vamos...
Horizontal, não?
Yeah, I don't know about this, the 2-bar last round.
Yeah.
That's my point.
I mean, I agree with you. I think the entire operator lineup begged a few questions on that basement bomb site. I mean, well, firstly, is really hard breach denial a lot of conversation on the bottom floor bomb site? I feel like it's not
I
really.
think there are things you can't deny, but you need Bandit for that, or Kaid.
I would have liked to see a Fenrir. I think that, to be fair, a lot of the operators that I think Elevate would do well to counter Falcons with are well countered by that Brava pick. So I'm thinking like the Malusi, which we saw being countered, I would have thought maybe a Fenrir would be handy. Both of which get pretty hard countered by that Brava. Yeah, I like the Goyo pick. I don't mind the Denari pick. Everything else, a bit rough. Now, Elevate, they go back to this top floor. This is the first round, and it looked a lot better, but I think if they take a few learnings from what happened last round, then maybe they'll be able to tighten things up. The thing is, Falcons, like we've said, they're just going to change it up. They're not going to send in Leak Effect below with the buck again. No, they're going to bring the shield. I think they're going to keep hammering away at this shield as long as it works.
They go back take this time, probably, if anything, given the months, but we'll see. The thing about Elevate for this top floor defense is that you need a W somewhere on the map. Either you do penetrate the wall, or you kill the guy on the breach, or you hold on to ops room for a lot longer, or you don't get...
when you're lurkified.
Yeah, you don't lose main stairs control, right? You can't lose main stairs, lose the breach, lose ops room, and then also die early.
Yeah.
Like, you need somewhere to win.
Yeah. A lot of micro battles throughout the round, and you need to at least get under control one of them.
seeing right here. This time they're aggro holding upstream. That's the Asami. Ion just posted up in there. And again, yeah, I like this. They're slowing down Falcons. They have the potential for a victory. And even if he doesn't get a kill, he can easily take down 2-3 drones before retreating back towards the bomb site.
I think Falcons are going to find main stairs control pretty easy again this round. I'm not sure if we have any players on it. Maybe Stemp at the moment. I see he's on mezzanine. But yeah, the problem is that they're just going to clear out all the barbed wire, all the Utah with the Flores.
Monte can go where he pleases as well, right? Yeah. But I mean, look how good this is. It's really been 1 minute and 20 seconds almost, and they still have a good canisters. You can pop the canister.
Oh, perfect.
Perfect. He's on the window rappel behind us, and now it gets tricky though. He has one spare Sami in pocket.
Yeah, I think he needs to save himself. They're not actually contesting the keeper
run,
behind him.
And run.
That's exactly what he's going to do. Perfect. Oh, you read it to perfection. I mean, well, that's worth it.
Do you reinforce the wall? Do you go forward for broke?
I mean, a minute 30
There's a
done.
spare.
You could absolutely go for that reinforcement. Now you can't. Time to fall back into sight. And look, that's plenty of time delayed.
This is great. Man, if they have one canister on the bomb side, that's minus 20 seconds. I mean, just don't. Okay, don't throw your life away now.
I wouldn't have minded a smoke with the Chunky here, really, just to lean into that. We've got the Goyo, thankfully, and there'll likely be a few of those on site. But here comes the breach.
Where's the Bandit?
Bandit is not juggling today. Bandit's back in server. It's all about the pre-plays, but the EMPs will make short work of that. Iron actually eventually wins his aggro contest. Low HP, so maybe don't keep over peeking, but Solotov is down. At least Solotov had breached the wall beforehand.
So, no, I know people are going to say it, but it's hard to Bandit because you can get cut off, but they still have hallway control for the defender, so Bandit could definitely have tricked the wall there. Iron getting the kill makes a big difference. They're fighting on the windows.
Really fighting aggressively here, Elevate. Guys, you're in the advantage. Don't give it up now. The fire comes out from Shaika to try and dislodge some of these anchors. And Falcons are pushing up the pressure. You're right, though. They are worrying about if Util and Raps can peek the hallway. An EMP, or rather a Grismont mine, might keep the Monty at bay as well. He doesn't have any more left in pocket. And as Falcons try and execute onto the side one by one, they will fall down by the wayside. A flawless round from Elevate. They have conjured up a bit of strength on Lair.
I mean, you can see the tech talent effect, right? I don't speak Portuguese, but I'm pretty sure you said fight them. Because they were fighting them everywhere. On the windows, outside, inside, on the breach. And while at a certain point, it looked like Iron was just giving up a free kill, he got the kill himself instead. And they kept up that pressure. And like I said, you cannot give up upstream, main stairs, and all the breaches. They kept main stairs control the entirety of that round, where Falcons, they had a bigger pressure point on the back portion going for a backstab, which just wasn't successful.
And for the most part, they were fighting them in 2v1s as well, which is something that we even heard Julio be critical of Elevate during his tactical timeout last night. He told Falcons, guys, they really suck at refragging. I like the way that wasn't just a lot of individual players ego challenging windows, because if you do that against Falcons and they know you're going to do it, you're just going to die. But a lot of 2v1s, a lot of just keeping up that pressure, it's making Falcons keep on guessing. Now, Falcons, they've thrown a little bit of a curveball in here, Nick, and they've done away with that Bandit. So with no Bandit and no Kaid, I mean, wall denial is pretty much gone.
The funny thing is, if you look at the first 3 rounds, not once was the Bandit actually effective.
It's true.
First round, they got every wall they wanted. In the second round, well, there was no Bandit. And then the third one that we just witnessed, they had 1 EMP, and Bandit wasn't tricking.
I don't know why you get banned the Bandit when you're running Capitao anyway.
It does remove 1 layer for Falcons, right? They don't gotta worry about, oh, do we go Buck below? Do we go EMPs? Do we go Maverick? Maybe they were fearing a Maverick third ban, and then they're gonna bonk on the bomb side with 2 raw Bandit. I don't know. But in response, the Monty's also removed from action. And this is gonna do one of 2 things. Either Breedy will just go to any other shield operator, or he's gonna get on a gun. The thing is, Breedy has gone 0-2 and playing very supportive roles so far. He's now forced into a proper half-breach gadget and weapon. He can now start getting some kills. You're actually enabling Falcons with more firepower, but less map control. So it's a bit of a trade-off.
Yeah, and don't underestimate what Breedy can do. He's maybe not one of the top values on this team, and yesterday he was the 3rd lowest rated player in the tournament, but we saw him have a few big clutch moments on border. Put a gun in his hands and he'll certainly help out. Elevate go down to the basement though, and Nick, the one operator I'm really loving here, and maybe call me a bit sentimental and nostalgic and old school, but the smoke. I just want to see the smoke combo with the Goyo. I think it really is going to help. If you can slow down Falcons in the early round, you're going to have such a massive advantage in the late round.
Slow down is one thing, but what Smoke is also very good at is just picking your fights. If there's 2 doorways you're worried about, smoke off one, fight the other, right? You can simplify
I'm
the angles.
done.
So I'm right there with you.
Fucking hell, I'm
I was gonna
so
say this,
pissed
Jackal
right
is like
now.
one of the worst attackers in the game.
Dokkaebi is up,
okay.
man. Like, Dokkaebi is just like better Jackal, more or less. Unusual to see that pick. I guess the Deimos ban has kind of forced out this Jackal. They really want to hunt specific operators.
I am a Jackal.
And it's exactly what they're doing right now. It's roam clear time. Ion has made his presence known. He will eventually fall to Leakafac, but there's another roamer, and it is Stemp, who's actually struggled today, and he will fall as well. So unfortunately for Elevate, even though I think they have a better operator lineup this round, they've just gifted away 2 picks on the roam.
I'm gonna be a hater again, but what's the 2-brow doing? Not swinging the doorway.
Weibo Gaming won against Virax with 2-0.
Right?
So, well, that
see the vision
prediction
still. I have to be
fell out
critical,
for me, so
and the
Weibo
Clash
Gaming
has
is
been
on to
completely ineffective at
good,
helping the
group
Romans either
stages.
playing by the staircase, but when you're going down 2
in my
players,
opinion,
I don't think the Clash
that
have
is...
that much success.
Honestly, give me a Fenrir, roam with your Fenrir gadgets. Like, just force them to push into you a little bit more. Force them to drone you a little bit more. We're seeing Elevate, both Ion and Stemp actually peeked into Falcons when they died, rather than forcing Falcons to do the hard work of peeking. Now, the one good thing is there's not a lot of time left, but Falcons with a 2-player advantage. About to be a 3-player advantage. No! It seems like it's just going to get evened up again. Leakafac will be hunted down, but they did manage to take one with them. 30 seconds to play, 4v2. Falcons should have this in the bag as Bride starts to force the plant down. Psycho puts his shield up, and Solotov needs to cover. Resets has found his second of the round, looking for a little bit more, and Psycho supported as well. The verticality up above from users might be able to hold it in the post plant. If Psycho and Resets cannot find him, it's all up to the Clash now. Shield back in his hands. Psycho has to get the job done. A little rotate, and maybe this is possible, but the Vulcan fire still burning away will block him from getting to that diffuser. He can put the shield down, but he won't be fully protected, and Usus knows exactly what's going on. Bride from the other angle.
Nicely done, nicely done.
To win the rounds.
Great post plant, and honestly, I think both teams did a really good job in the late round. So Elevate, they recognize, hey, Leakafac is solo and Garrett. They sent the Clash plus a gun and just chase him down. That is an excellent play on what they should have done in the very opening round when they sent only 1 player for him when he was playing Buck. But the issue is they lost 2 players early.
Okay,
When you
I
send
will go
2
and grab a
people,
drink
that's all
because
your
I
manpower.
it
The
sounds
third
really
guy who
wrong,
sold
but
the
I'm
bomb site,
thirsty,
he
so...
got shot the same second, so they traded 1 for 1. Side is completely free. Their plant is completely free. And we all know post-plant with verticality, that's in attacker's heaven.
I mean, the fact that it was Falcons who were popping the Vulcan fires in the post plant, I think tells you that Elevate ran out of bodies in the late round to properly play their setup. Also, I don't know how Resets, I think it was Resets, whoever it was playing the smoke died so early, but like the smoke should be one of the last players alive. In that case, it was the Ella and the Clash, and that to me is also a bit of a red flag. That said, there was still some good moments in that round, and if Elevate hadn't lost the roam so devastatingly, I think they could have won it.
Definitely.
Attackers have located a bomb.
So I think it goes back to what the very first point kind of was from both us, from the analyst desk, is the opening kill and opening depths has been the big issue for Elevate. Yesterday and today, where they will fall early in the round, play 4v5, and then maybe get a bit desperate and try for more, and then go 3 versus 5, 2 versus 5. You know, it keeps falling apart. So if Elevate can stabilize in the first half of the round, like they did on their only round victory, that can make all the difference to me.
On map 1, Elevate won 4 out of 14 opening engagements, and so far on map 2, it's only 1 out of 4. That is just nowhere near good enough.
And the one time they got it was they ramped up.
Yeah. Well, high conversion rate every single round so far we've seen this map.
So all they need to do, James, is get the opening kill over.
And then just hang off the mouse and keyboard and say, job done.
The thing is, when you're talking about like a regular FPS game without gadgets and, you know, the hero shooter, if you will, taking down a player is just a player. But in Siege, if you spawn pick the Thermite before it gets to breach as the only half breacher, they can't reach the wall.
Yeah.
Getting specific kills on opening kill engagements can literally alter everything in a round. So for example here, if Raps dies on Clash in a really silly way, they lose so much pressure and defense because they've tailored this setup around the Clash playing a specific location and stopping the push.
Yeah, whereas if you take down the Valkyrie early, I mean, her util's already pretty much been dispensed, so it's not the end of the world. I like the Capital play here from Usus. Really burns up a lot of Raps' HP. He does get away with his life, and he might be able to retake, but you can hit sight. Hang on a second, Leakafac is snuck into sight. Sneaky beaky like. He comes straight back out again though, before he's able to be taken down. The Clash tries to retake, but Falcons, they've got so much going on in different places at once. They have ripped apart this bomb site. And the gaping holes that Elevate have now created are being used against them. We need to see an Elevate player lash out, retake a little bit of this control, but it's such a risk. Step needs to win his fight, but Shaiko puts a bullet straight between his eyes. Dead onto the bomb side now. Shaiko is hungry for more. Resets is all that remains for Elevate as Falcons continue their reign of terror on Lair.
They're planting 5v1 Beast against Smoke last alive, James. That's what you wanted.
Yeah, just
Stay alive for as long as possible, buddy.
ideally on the bomb site in a position where he can use some of these gas babes that
wasn't
are
mentioned,
still
actually.
available. Well, the problem is Falcons said, look, we don't really need to clear everyone on the top floor. We see the bomb site and we can take it ourselves.
Gap finding, split theory, I hate that term. And it was said so much in the past and it keeps coming back to the back of our mind here. But that is essentially what that was. League effect on the Thermite just sees, you know what? There's so many people fighting bottom green because the Clash had 2 people escorted back towards the bomb side. I can walk into sight. There was no pre-made vertical holes. There was no line of sight in the soft wall on the bomb side.
Even
itself.
Hatch was reinforced, by the way.
Oh, yeah, okay, fair enough. There's no pressure.
So the idea there from Elevate was they're going to push us so hard on the top floor, we're going to burn all of our smokes up there.
And fall back.
We're going to fall back, and the hatch is still going to be closed. So we're going to win the late round. Great idea, until Falcons are like, why don't we just not push the top floor? And all these players on the top floor have like the worst hold imaginable. It's funny because we've seen teams have nobody on site and win that round.
Yeah.
Because they have verticality from the top floor. Elevate just, they got too tunnel vision on one idea and they forgot the point of that top floor hold.
And it's funny because it also goes back to the map 1 off border attack timeout from Julio from Falcon saying, guys, we're playing into their setup when they're reinforcing, kiting, and two-brying. What if we just split out and go for the kills kind of vibe? Yeah. That's kind
Let's
of
hope
what
I
that
can
is. They
sit
didn't play
now
into
and
the
take
setup,
it
they played
easy.
around it. To great success.
I need
And
a
it just
chair,
feels like
guys.
Elevate might just not have the best grasp on layers and map. Looking at yesterday's result and today's, you know, losing to Daystar versus Falcons losing to Furia, it's not quite the same story.
And around like that, getting absolutely hard countered, that is a gut-wrenching one for the mental. And Elevate are going to need all the mental they have. If they get no points out of this game, then their next big ticket is going to be wildcard. Because you're not likely to get any points against Furia, and their only 2 remaining games after this are wildcard and
I'm
Furia.
going
so they
big
will
or
need to
going
ideally
home
2-0
today.
wildcard,
We have a
and then
big
hope that Daystar
Red
do
Bull
really
going
badly
on.
against everyone else. And then even then, Elevate will still likely need
And-
to get a map off of Furia in
Well,
order
some,
to
Swedish
stay alive
candy.
out of groups. And that would be wildcard or they start going home. So, look, it's not easy, especially with how close they got on border. You'd expect more here. Ion, this time around, he's really struggling on his operations hold as the Azami. He might just get out
Damn.
alive. No, he will not. Solitude says, not today, son. And another opening kill for Falcons.
Very small detail here. Last time he attacked this Potion, it didn't have a DMR to break the Asamis. It's a Thatcher with a new DMR popping the keypad so quickly, and that's the only reason why that Asami did not live to go back towards the bomb side. Very small detail, massive in terms of impact.
And finally, the Fenrir gets picked. This is something I've been wanting to see
you've
this
been
whole
saying this.
time, but I just don't think it's being utilized well enough. I mean, if the Fenrir is only activated after your defender has died, and the defender isn't playing around that Fenrir correctly,
A bit of panic from Ion. There was so much pressure, right? There was a boss below that could go for him, like out the window, repelling for him already. Double cross, full fire.
so good for Falcons here.
And then that's 13 seconds now. They got
That
bumped the
is a
race by
good
3
push.
seconds.
Really nicely
I'm
played.
banning the Monty, wishing I'd banned that Capitao instead. It is dominating. Shaiko has been unreal with this gadget, and Falcons just continue marching forward, lapping up the map control. Next step is
No
breach on the
Chachanka
site, and
for,
then pause for a plant.
Yeah, I mean, they have
Deny the plant.
2 crystal mines that can, of course, stop the plant for a second. They got a single toxic babe. That's it. That's been pre-placed in the hallway.
I like this though. Elevate have realized the win condition. They need to dominate control of the mezzanine. They need to keep holding onto main stairs. So Psycho is supporting resets, enabling him to hold this position. But Stemp will fall on the bomb side. Psycho needs to make a play. He gets aggressive. Low HP, but I'm not sure if Psycho's going to expect this position. And that's going to give Psycho yet another kill. He's farming again. He's hungry to bounce back after yesterday. And a 5v1 sets up Falcons very nicely for a 5-1 attack.
They're playing that so good.
Easy does it. easy does it. And I feel like Falcons, very simple game plan. Guys, let's just get early advantage, get that opening pick. Okay, we can 5v1 the guy upstream and take it from there. It's very simple, it's very precise, it's very good. But they also have those mini plays. The 2 carrots of fires weren't spent to take main stairs control. They were spent to stop the guy on the main stairs from swinging the hallway so that they could exothermic charge the bombs at wall itself. So they're using a very high cost utility of carrots of fire just to get the hard breaching done. It's really well done, and it works even better when you already have an early man advantage lead, because normally you want to spend the fire to get that sort of lead. So I feel like they're really good at pivoting on understanding when to use their utilities and where.
Elevate only won one defense round on Lair yesterday against Daystar. They ended up giving 7-1. Falcons only won one defense round against Furia, but now they start with 5 attacks already under their belts. And you know what else? Yesterday, we talked so much about opening kills today. I mean, Falcons, they've just, since the last time we talked about it, they've won every single opening engagement since. Yeah. But yesterday against Furia, Falcons only won 2 out of the 8 rounds of opening engagements against Furia. So Falcons, I mean, they've really flipped the script today. They're controlling this early game. They're knowing exactly when to rotate back and forth. And there's so much confidence oozing out of players like Solotov and Shaiko right now.
In a criminal gunfight, Shaiko wins in the hallway. He's 1 HP with the para in hand. Just goes, boop, easy kill.
Bride's planted the last 3 rounds in a row as well.
Yep. And let's be honest, probably could have planted 1 or 2 more if the round didn't end so quickly.
Yeah. Dude, I mean, just look at the scoreboard, right? Like, Bride has only died twice. Bride, Solotov, and Users, only 2 deaths in 6 rounds.
Yep. That does tell the story. The thing is, you have all these different strong operators on top of the bombs, right? We saw it a bit. Used the Tashanka clash exactly like Falcon's probably going to as well. And that's the issue with the operator bans, is that you kind of want more sometimes, because there's so many things that bothers you, that annoys you in the server. I really appreciate Falcon's target banning the glass here, paying some respect to what's happened on Border and Psycho and how capable glass can be. And Elevate, they go for default bans, right? Kaid Mirror. But there are so many other issues now. How do you deal with the ban? What if they play Bandit 2 Brow? What if they play the Clash? Right now, all of it they have kill potential, right? They have Rim Beats for information and Dogebi Call for information. Then they have Heartbreach and Ying. That's all they have to work with. No verticality, no buck, for example.
What are they planning with the Ying here? There's 2 Candelas used very early, and a 3rd smoke, and then last Candela as well. Wow, it's a set play. Elevator throwing everything they've got at Falcons, and they're coming up with nothing in return. 3v3 resets has just snuck in and found 2 kills, but a big flick from Bride.
Come on.
The Falcons, a trade back again. Elevate have set the pace, and in the first minute, we're down into a 2 versus 2. Hungry for more, but getting flanked. Raps doesn't know what to do about it. He's got no EMPs, no gadgets to speak of, and Shaiko is coming to support. All up to recess now. He started this round off with 2 kills, but he will
Nicely
be the final
done.
one to fall for Elevate. Big Deagle kill for Shaiko to finish it off, and match point Falcons.
Absolute chaos in the server, and for a second it looked really bad for Elevate, but then Raps and Resets pick up 2 kills apiece, and then it looks winnable. Or 1 and 2 kills apiece, rather. And it was so close, but again, you know, having the balls to go for that play when you're down 1 and 5, I gotta say, that's respectful, but also, you get a 1 and 6 now.
I've gotten a lot of message.
I
know the cat wants to go out.
You know, brain power play. We got the IGL versus IGL trying to counter-strat each other. Elevate right now just being out-challenged on the fundamentals. The communication, the crossfires, the trading game, the counter-strategy. This was kind of what I think it was Fox actually. They're saying, I think it's going to be a landslide sweep for Falcons here and Lair.
By the way, guys, we have this sub goal going on.
Fox is right. Because
we have this.
Every single statistical area, Elevate has been the worst.
We have this going on, so if you want to support the birthday stream, then you have this.
Not their map.
And I think that they're really going to get targeted now. This is the second 7-1 in 2 days.
We'll see here.
I think people are going to say, guys, I think we might take Elevate to Lair.
They're not going to play Lair ever again, at this event at least. They're going to ban it. First rotation. It's gotta be done.
And it's a very tight turnaround, very vicious format we've got here. Every day you play another best of 3. What can realistically Elevate do between today and tomorrow to prepare for their next game? Well, it's not time for that yet. The This game is not done, even though it starts to feel like it. It started to feel like it a long time ago. I think the end of Border really kind of sold the story. Falcons up 6-1, 5 match points to lock in their first big 4-point game out of 6 Invitational.
It's gonna give them a bit more space to exist as well, because mind you, Falcons, when they got everything to lose, can of course have a bit of a mental boom. That's been the story for quite some time in grand finals. But give them a big lead in the groups, a guaranteed spot to go further. They can play a bit more free, knowing that they've secured their spot to keep existing at this event. Falcons right now, they're playing Echo, the first one of this series, and I was expecting a bit more Echo than what we've cast so far, but I will say this, the games we haven't been casting, they've had more Echo than what the ones we'll have, so getting a third Yokai drone, of course, very, very powerful. You can now do the exact same Yokai drones as before the buff, plus a third one, and just go anywhere you would like for the roam assistance, and the plant them out option, whatever. You're essentially Valkyrie with wheels.
Yeah, it's crazy how many you get now. Such a good buff for Echo. I think especially at the top level, the better players are going to be able to abuse that extra gadget.
Oh, damn.
Verticality. We love that from the Ram.
Got a freebie there.
Surprised we're not seeing any contest on the roam for Falcons, but it's because they're baiting them in. They're waiting, biding their time. He is one of those Yokais knowing exactly where Raps is making his move on the Monty. It's going to be a bloodbath whenever Elevate eventually go for this execute. Meanwhile, Solotov is tempted to go for a retake upstairs. Ion seemingly aware of it.
He's got the Yokai supporting him as well for intel. The thing is, Monty can't really overextend right now because you got 3 Echo drones and a Clash waiting for you, so he has to play very passive. So getting information is hard for Elevate.
Wow, here comes the big retake.
Everything.
Yeah, and this is all about that Echo buff. Spots out Solotov, looks for him.
Why would he swing?
Kill eventually. Now can turn his attention back to side. There's no one on the flank for Falcons anymore, and they're 2 players behind. Rap's gonna get active, trying to take the fight to the Clash, but he decides maybe it's time to go for a plant instead.
My question is, why would Solotov take that? Ooh. Nicely done. That was really nice. Way better game quality today than it was yesterday. Yesterday was horrendous for Team Falcons, but they really played. So we have 1 prediction on out of 2. So I didn't think Weibo would win against BRX, to be honest.
And the way that Border ended was kind of how the entirety of Lair continued.
Yeah,
we have
there
some
was a
candy going
just
on.
a brief moment there where we thought Elevate finally had their number. An attack that bore some promise, but Bride said absolutely not today. A big game from him, both maps through. Yeah. Bride had a lot of big clutch moments.
Yeah, nicely done.
For Falcons, a very sweet taste of victory after yesterday's terrible devastation. It's time to hear from the analyst desk, but first, a quick break. We'll see you in a few.
Damn. Almost, okay, let's go in to...
Dating all the way back to that Beast Coast roster that won
Let's
the major
go
in Manchester, then
this
succeeded
game,
in Munich.
M80.
Seemingly doing well in cities that start with M, so maybe in Paris they don't really
It's going
have
to be
that same
M80
buff.
versus...
But they were off yesterday, and they were
Nip.
practicing.
And to be honest, I said that M80 should be winning against Nip because Nip played horrendous yesterday. They did not play it.
Will be the single hardest game, the most losable game for M80 at this event, because, or at least in the group stage. Because let's be honest, M80 are the heavy favorites in this group. They are expected to finish first place, and maybe Weibo will be expected to finish second after the result yesterday, but this is not just an NIP team that M80 are going up against. It's an NIP team who have already played a game, who have gotten warmed up, whilst M80 are cold. We see this from great teams to poor teams. Every time a squad comes in, plays their first match of a tournament, they are more likely to struggle. They are more likely to have problems because they haven't had that time to adjust to the environment to play a real match, and often practice isn't enough. So while I think M80 will be the odds-on favorites for this game, this could be a riskier game than some fans are expecting.
I mean, if you've ever followed Ninjas in Pajamas since their debut back in 2018 in this esport, unpredictability is the name of the game. The two players that they live and die off of the most had a very bad day yesterday. That's Hates and Fantasy. These will be your two entry fraggers on roam. On defense, they will be the most formidable to deal with. Both of them, their stats underwater. Hates 9 and 17, Fantasy 13 and 20. Fantasy with an incredible amount of deaths through just the two maps that they played. Obviously quite devastating for them. And this does kind of tie back to what we saw in Munich as well. If Fantasy did not perform well, if he was dying on entry often, or more importantly, if he was going negative in his games, the likelihood that Nip would win their match bottomed out. So goes Fantasy, so goes Nip. So you need a good game for him. The only positive player on this team yesterday with a very paltry +2 was Pino. That's not the player that you want to see going positive on the squad.
Yeah, and to empower your players, you've got to be going to the right maps. You can kind of guess where we might be headed based on what's on Gunner's desk. Starting things off in the series, we'll see the bans come through and the picks from M80 and NIP. The first map will be Consulate in this best-of-3, chosen by our major champions, and they're going back to familiar ground. This is the map where they became champions at the Munich Major. It was the final map in that series. Then we're going to see Bank right after, picked by NIP, a very common map from them as well. And we'll finish on the snowy slopes of Chalet.
I mean, we are very patiently awaiting a fortress. There is a new map that has been added to the map pool. If you have not been following along, Skyscraper jettisoned from the 9 maps that we see played professionally. Fortress, that in Operation Tenfold Pursuit just a couple months ago, got a bit of some new paint, some new polish. They took some rooms away, they condensed it, they shortened some hallways. If you've played the game over the last couple months, you have likely stumbled into a fortress. We will not see it here, but we want it at some point. Instead, we go to Old Familiar, Old Reliable. M80, far and away, your presumptive favorites, and they start off on their own map of Consulate.
This is going to be a scary game for the Ninjas, obviously coming into their opponent's pick, and they've chosen to start on the attack. Maybe a risky bet, but one that could help them warm up in this series. Quote was, "Today we're the best team in the world, tomorrow we're not." That was Fabian in the M80 documentary after their win in Munich, and I think it really speaks to the mindset of this team, Parker. M80 know that there is more work to be done. You don't just win a major and then sit on your hands. SI is the real trophy that everybody is hunting for, and for M80, that journey starts today.
And they've got a trophy winner on their squad. Yes, he might not be competing, but he is behind the bench. Fabian, as their coach, one of the most decorated players in this entire esport, will be the proverbial
Consulate
steady hand
first, let's go.
on the tiller for a team of guys who are at times a little bit crazy.
Oh, I think that's one way to put it, Parker. They're a fun squad. We can say that for sure. This M80 team, they've got a lot of fans for good reasons. And it's going to be exciting to see what they can bring out here as we load into the operator ban phase. I'm really looking at a zombie ban, I think, to start off on Consulate from NIP.
I think it's going to be a Ying ban or a Monte ban.
Loves that Azami. I want to see it taken out. There
Knew
it goes
that.
to start off strong from NIP, so good to see that. It's the Ying immediately taken off the board from M80, and they got a few different directions. Grim could come through. Dokubi could come through.
Grim,
bring out the Grim for the second.
I think it would be a Monte ban when it goes into defense instead, because M80 likes playing a little bit of Montes from time to time.
It's not an opera that we've seen a ton of from M80 on this map, so really interested to see what they want to do with that. Might imply some lurks coming up from different areas, might imply some sneaky plays from the Ninjas, but only time will tell.
You might be wondering, why a Grim ban? Grim is one of those inoffensive operators that you just look at him and you think, He's kind of a jack of all trades. He does an awful lot, but he doesn't do anything particularly exceptional the way that we see some of the other target bans. Well, I don't know if you wandered over to the Rainbow Six Pro League subreddit after yesterday's matches, but there is a win delta for operators that were played at our very first set of matches. And would you believe it, but Grim had the highest presence of any of the attackers and was considered too strong. He had a positive win delta, and there are a lot of operators that are in there. The strongest operators, you had people like Rory, you had Zero, you had Dokkaebi, but again, very small sample size for some of them. Dokkaebi is an incredible nuisance operator and will be available. So that Grim ban is eating up a space that is usually used for those enabling operators that can be so frustrating to deal with.
Yeah, 75% banned through the first phase so far at this event on Consulate. Grim is the most banned attacker on this map. It's also a map that Pino loves to play. If he can't play it, he'll often jump on the Capitao instead, and that's where we see him on this first round of the top floor attack. Love Hot and Cold on that Tachanka and Kino on the smoke. This is a really standard operator lineup from M80. This is how they like to play, with a lot of denial on the top floor. They don't want to let that plant go down CEO side. For NIP, it looks like they're going to be starting admin instead, so they might not be going for that similar strategy, but it's still really nice to do some of that plant denial. And then the Denari setups as well, looking fierce as the first Denari shots come through from Gunnar.
They've got M80 on the run for the time being, and Gunnar is fed into the open arms of Pino, the Blackbeard, looking for follow-up as Cons hoping to add a second to the tally for Ninjas in Pajamas. First blood drawn by Nip with about a minute to go, or a minute off of the clock. So far, good timing on their end.
Yeah, really important to get those opening picks from NIP. Only a 9% win rate without the opening pick in yesterday's match against Weibo, so it's very critical that NIP can secure those frags early, gives them a chance in this round.
It's hard to attack a map like Consulate as well, so if a team like Nip that has struggles doing more, if they surrender that first pick, ends up running up against a defensive-sided map like this, well, you are going to be in some serious trouble. So great start by Ninjas in Pajamas as we just move past the halfway point in this first round.
The vending hallway, often the most difficult part of the map to take on this bomb site, Parker. It's so awkward, and with the Denari setup as well, it's only going to be even tougher. Despite the man advantage, I kind of prefer M80's positioning right now.
And you've got a great smoke, and Kino sitting in this position, being watched from the stairs. They need secondary follow-up. 3 bodies now for Kino. An embarrassment of riches for him as he makes his way back to vending. A scramble from M80 as Nip has them on the ropes with just a little under a minute to go.
Yeah, they concede the hallway, but it doesn't matter, Parker. They've kept still 4 players alive. They're in a good position to hold down this site. NIP not 100% sure what's clear, what's not. Wizard may be moving over to reposition on the CEO side, but he does not have a lot of time. NIP have to get a push together.
It's about a minute and 30 seconds that Nip have kind of stalled out inside of admin here, so you've got to hurry. Now you run into those goo mines. You've still got to deal with the guns to the side of M80, but the guns so far good on Nip. Hates will find 2 kills. M80 has been reduced to just Diffuser, who will look to save the day. Marching into the bomb site, now ringing around the Rosie. All you can do is use Gavin for intel. Diffuser needs to play keep away. Pino and him in a 1v1. Wizard likely unretrievable at this point. There's no way that M80 plays the run again. No, they decide to go for the throat, and Diffuser wins the round to give M80 a 1-0 lead.
Oh, it's not the cleanest round, but Diffuser locks it down.
I'm getting pissed.
The 2024 Rookie of the Year. A big play coming out from Diffuser. Was just nominated by his peers in North America League as the MVP for 2025 of all NA players. That was player voted. So huge congratulations to Diffuser for that. And I think showing exactly why he's considered to be so deadly by players in North America. Still a young guy, 21 on this team. One of the newest players that we have still in the scene at this event, but so dangerous in that position. Knows exactly where to position himself in that clutch. If you include the down players, I believe a technical 1v3, and was always putting himself in the position where he really couldn't lose.
You get a team like M80, you have to ask the question, who do you want to go up against? There really isn't a good answer. When all 5 of these players are locked in, Jesse, they are oh so formidable. You would think after that early pick, and then Hates getting 2 right as the cut and thrust of the round was occurring, that Nip would be in excellent position. But they did really stall out a little bit in admin, and they had to pivot. And when Wizard repositioned himself, you went from a more cohesive unit, where you saw them maybe stuck in the mud on that admin side of the map, to a bunch of individuals all pushing kind of offbeat from one another.
Sure.
That's really tough to deal with because there isn't a lot of trade potential. If Nip cannot trade back and you
I really
lose
don't
your
like that I
star
don't
players
hear
quickly,
the game sound.
you're going to end up running against the clock, running up against good opposition, and M80 took great advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, they had the downs. That was such a winnable round for NIP, but you can't linger on it, right? You've got to get back into the game. Make sure you can win this second attack as you get the opportunity to. It does go down to Piano. A lot of teams would go Garage here, but Piano's become more and more popular for a lot of pro teams as that secondary bomb site to play rather than trying the split site, rather than going down into the basements. I like the setup as well with both the Solus and the Pulse. It should give M80 a lot of information.
One thing you might note on the side of M80 is how all of these guns thrive in close quarter situations.
True.
You've got the Scorpion, you've got the Vector, you've got shotguns in the hands of the Pulse and in Mute. I mean, this is a lineup that can do some serious damage. Some of these operators
That is a
will have
really good
secondary weapons
hold,
that
actually.
work as primaries, as you saw Hot and Cold as the Reaper, and then you got the SMGs in the hands of Kino and Diffuser. But M80 might be expecting early action and might be expecting it to be very close to where they're going to play. This suggests to me an aggressively held defense by M80.
Yeah, certainly this top floor is a big focus. 4 defenders still up here for M80, and it's very similar to the last round. We're stuck on this vending hall. The Janari setups continue to be a problem for NIP. We're not holding it as aggressively for M80, of course, with the bomb site a bit farther away, but these close range angles.
Come on, M80.
Close with the shotgun, close with the SMGs. That's going to be the danger for NIP.
And they've surrendered the first pick, but look at that, another two-piece for Hates. Back-to-back rounds where he can draw more than a single kill from the end of his gun. Hot and Gunner now outnumbered 2-1 as they sit and wait again, playing this close quarters position. There's a deployable shield that will give Gunner some information as you can hear those trip mines scattered about, getting activated. Houghton has some information from below and is looking to maybe gain some attention from Nip. They're not giving it to him, though. With only 40 seconds left, Nip have some time to do a bit more discovery before they close.
The 7 is here,
NIP are a traditionally slow team. M80 know that, so they have to win on the time, but instead they're taking gunfights. Gunner goes down to Pino and puts it all in the hands of his captain.
Yeah.
And win or lose here, this is the second round in a row that M80 will fight from behind. Will Houghton have the same success that we saw from Diffuser? Gives his position away. No, Fantasy holds that position. Pretty light work in the final minute for Ninjas in Pajamas.
Damn.
As all seem to fall down from M80 at the halfway point of the round.
Yeah, and I think you really got to put a focus on Hates. Did not show up in yesterday's game against Weibo. Was one of the lowest performing players on NIP, but today has really come out in full force. 9-17 was his previous stat line, and already rocketing up to very close to that 9-kill total in just 2 rounds versus M80. So I'm glad we're seeing Hates come more alive. A lot of the focus on this NIP team gets put on guys like Pino, gets put on guys like Fantasy. Hates can very quietly be the best player on this team, and I think today he has been.
I mean, there was a reason why they picked him up from that Vivo Keat Stars roster, right? For a long time, Hates looked like a terrific player that was just kind of on an island. And this happens in every region of the world. It's not unique to Brazil by any stretch of the imagination. But you get these players that just go on these heater runs.
Yeah.
And they stand out. Hot and Cold was that exact same position on the Mirage roster, if you will recall.
Yeah.
He got dropped from Dark Zero, ended up going over to Mirage, had a bit of a renaissance in his career, playing on support previously, going to Mirage, taking more of that buck secondary entry role, and he flourished. All of a sudden, he ends up on Space Station. Now he's here on this M80.
No, this is interesting. Open up the hatch. Like, if we were playing ranked games,
he's somebody whose
that
stock
hatch
as
would be
IGL has
closed.
continued to increase, but
no one would like
going
to
back
have
to a
that
player
open.
like Hates, you know,
At all.
He's magnetic. He's incredibly good when he's given opportunities to thrive. Though I will say, it shows that he only has 2 kills, Jesse. So I'm guessing he picked up some downed players, which will show on the kill feed as a kill. But you're not actually the one.
I want to try like a
Fantasy was
castle
big part of a
hold
lot of those
upstairs
early
there
players.
with
You can see him
opening up
actually
the
top
hatch.
fragging for NIP, so it's that
I
entry
really
want to
try that
that have been
sometimes.
really working together to give them the early advantage. Now 2 rounds in a row, only 1 converted. This is a very roam-focused defense from M80. Obviously, bomb sites in the basement, but none of their 5 players are technically on that bottom floor. You got 2 roamers top and then 3 in the mid floor. The Dokkaebi calls come out from Wizard. Usually, it's actually Hates that does bring that Dokkaebi, but today he's on the buck. And this clear will begin on the top floor.
And Dokkaebi is available. So, I mean, somebody's got a player. If you've got Dokkaebi as an option, a Deimos as an option, kind of foolish in a lot of compositions to not bring these operators, referred to as nuisance ops, enablers as well. They're just different words, but meaning very similar things. Nuisance ops, Can be a little bit hard to deal with. Gavin taking down Cons, but it's immediately traded off elsewhere on the map with Wizard getting Diffuser, and then Pino will jump in as well, traded by Gunner. All of these players getting singular kills so far. And there goes Wizard at the hands of Gunner, who continues to run over towards Yellow. Hates is in pursuit. It's not looking good for Nip as the advantage goes to M80 by one
that
player.
That is good play by M80.
Saving grace for Nip. It's Hates and Pino as the last two remaining, and both of them doing mighty well from a kill perspective.
That's true, but it feels like mission accomplished from the roamers of M80. They got in, they got their kills. You lost a couple of bodies, but you should be fine altogether.
Yeah, 1 minute left. Like, there was a good amount of time.
Batteries, but no actual hard breach, as Buck has brought those flashbangs, so they can just work from up above. The hatch has been opened for them by M80 as an escape route, and they might be able to use it for some picks, but M80 have been smart here, Parker. They're playing really far back in the bomb site. They're allowing NIP to play up above because they can't stop them, but it's this time that's going to keep ticking down for the Ninjas.
You've got two things for M80 that you need to keep track of. The gas canisters for hot and cold, and Gunner's ability to spot you if that diffuse kick goes down.
Gunner.
So you have options to deny the plan. Nip of 30 seconds to get that case into the bomb site. Hates is looking for clear entry. Pino's holding on to the diffuse kit. Softened up by M80, and now Hates will drop right into the thick of it, shoulder to shoulder. They thought they had something inside the garage. They had nothing, and they'll come up empty-handed as 2 kills go away of M80, and they regain the lead.
Yeah, beautiful round from Sean. Gunner having a big moment here on Consulate, as he has in the past. Nice to see him popping off on the roam, also closing things down on the bottom floor as well.
Oh, Fabian having a fresh trim.
Maybe a Denari band to come out from NIP, just because it's been so effective
They cut
at
it
locking
differently
down that
this time.
vending hall. I'm curious if M80 want to focus the shields. Cons has played a shield every single time so far through this game, but he hasn't had the most amount of success. So we'll see what this does come through.
Yeah, Dokkaebi a smoke.
Counts, Parker. It's Dokkaebi smoke to close things out. So a big focus on hot and cold for that smoke ban, and then Dokkaebi targeting, of course.
I'm not surprised at Dokkaebi. I was actually thinking more Davis than Dokkaebi, but
Kino as well.
Yeah.
Kino is widely considered to be one of the premier smokes in North America, maybe even stretching that out to the rest of the regions here. A great operator from just a loadout perspective. You've got that SMG, which is better than a lot of primary guns if you can hit your shots.
Yeah.
You've got a very strong shotgun. And then, of course, you've got the denial. Denial not just when it comes to the kit, Jesse, but also denial into doorways, denial for early entries. Go back to round number 1 on that top floor hold. The smoke was used to deny an advance from admin to the corridor between the bomb site.
Yeah.
It wasn't used for denial. It was used to slow down Nip. So you've got versatility when it comes to an operator like Smoke. And, of course, Dokkaebi's Dokkaebi. One of the highest played operators yesterday. It is no surprise that she has been taken out. So it does give a little bit more freedom to Nip as to what they want to bring from an attacking perspective. They will lock in a Sens, but I imagine we will see the Deimos every round moving forward. I guess you've also got Lion, if need be. Lion did just receive a buff.
Yes.
Now his Lion scan, instead of lasting for 2 seconds, lasts for 3 seconds. So a small buff to the French operator in time for us to land in France for SI.
You love to see it. You don't love to see Gavin taking an early shot, but he does survive. Takes 1 bullet to the chest on that DMR, and Fantasy not able to do any more than that. We are again going admin side, Parker, so we're not looking to change up the position of the attack from NIP, despite a lot of these operators getting switched out on their lineup.
I hate sometimes watching the games because, like, I want to play as well.
They're not playing that Denari either.
I really want to play
Bandit this time around after some really successful plays on one of Siege's newest operators, so going to be interesting to see how they try to lock down this site instead. I like Kate's going down below here. Of course, we've seen him on the Bucks so far today. Now playing that verticality with the Deimos can be really deadly, but only has tracks on the Tachanka and the Mute right now.
It's nice to see Denari's pick rate steadily tick upwards. Another reason why you'd bring an operator like Sens or even Lion, the operator we were talking about previously, the 417 by many. One of the strongest guns.
By the way, have you guys noticed something
right now
during the matches that has been
Twitch or
since
Sens
yesterday?
Or Aurora or any of these players or any of these operators that have
especially
the
on the attacking side,
and you are not running it, you load up the game right now and you change that.
Yeah, it's a pretty ridiculous gun, Parker. It hits like a truck, but we're in the site now, and Cons gets forced back by the Tachanka. Doesn't find anything, goes fishing, but comes up blank.
Active denial. Why bring it to Charco over the Goyo? Because you can use it.
But yeah, so if you have not noticed, is that a lot of players
Kino,
will
a sitting
not play
duck. Diffuser goes down as well, but hold on.
It's like
Gavin
50%.
finds a two-piece of his own. Gunner blows himself up. What? We're going to need an instant replay on that. And here comes the default plant. Fire will go down. Pino manages to get away with it. A swing on in. Gavin is last alive, and he tears through them all. It's Gavin on 4K looking for the ace. He will hunt down Hates. He's got a good read on him, but Hates will shut him down.
Damn.
Tie game.
He does the most, but it's not enough, Parker. Good try from Gavin on that top floor, but in the end, it's just the collapse coming through. Really got to focus on that entry game from Fantasy once again. Undefeated on his attacking opening engagements in yesterday's game against Weibo. He really found that gap this time around. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact they didn't have as much denial for that vending hallway. Weren't able to stall things out without the smoke, without the Denari. So that gap was found then coming through from that player on NIP. Fantasy was able to get in, get deep, and get those couple of kills. Really not sure what was going on with Gunner in the midst of that. Probably not the focus here. He was just in he was CEO side. Must have seen somebody on a window or something and just got caught up in the midst of it.
Where did he blow himself up with the nitro cell? There
so
it
this
was.
Must be it, yeah.
It happens. It happens. I guess we need some
It happened yesterday as well.
From the G2 debacle yesterday.
Yeah.
If you didn't tune into the matchup against the Shopify Rebellion on Nighthaven Labs, there was some tomfoolery afoot from the G2 lads. One of the most viewed clips on socials for this game yesterday, second only to our good Australian friend Xenox, trying to say the word successful and having a bit of problems with it.
He was not successful in his attempts to say
He was not successful at all. No, that is correct. What's at stake for this matchup, by the way? For those of you that haven't followed along yesterday, all of the teams in this group, save M80, were in action. The team that has the day off today is Team Heretics. They were known as Project Zero. That's definitely a play by Wizard. Diffuser is there, and I'm going to be honest with you, Jesse. I would be steaming mad if I was Wizard.
Slammed him.
Why are you there is the question that needs to be asked. What's at stake? Well, one team in each of these groups will go home. From 20, we will go down to 16 teams. Ninjas in Pajamas are tied with M80 in dead last. The only reason why they're tied is because M80 didn't play yesterday. If NIP loses this without picking up a point, they will be in very serious danger of being the first team and the only team to go home from Group A. Though, if you watch the Weibo FearX game, FearX is also on the bubble. They have just a single point so far, so not that much farther ahead.
Lots of Siege still to be played in these groups, but yeah, you're not liking your spot for NIP despite the opponents they've gone up against. We're running back the same bomb site, by the way, back to the top floor. M80 keeping everything the same with the sole exception of Gunner moving back onto that Denari. I like this move a lot coming through from Gunner. I was missing the Denari in the last round. He's decided to bring it on back. You've got double Scorpion play now, too, with Gavin still rocking on that Ella. So we've seen the slowness from NIP, losing their first player and trying once again for a third time on this admin clear. A little awkward for Kino, but
he's a premonition from Hates there. Fantasy and Wizard have now both died, as there goes Fantasy Diffuser, having a pretty good game so far. He and Gavin combining for 12 kills, 6 apiece. And Nip, who were very strong on this side of the map twice before, have once again stalled out. It's allowed M80 to reposition with just below a minute to go. Hates is on the board. He's having a great game. He and Pino now tied for 4 kills, sitting just below Fantasy. There goes Cons. Diffuser follows shortly thereafter. We have a Glaz kill on the board. M80 with a numbers advantage of 1 with 30 seconds to go. They will stretch that to 2 as down goes Pino. And now Hates, who's been terrific, will need to be even better. I don't know what he'll be able to accomplish. Not much. Gavin takes him out, and this seesaw match will now tilt back in favor of the defending major champs as M80 goes back up by a single round, but that's all they've been able to lead by.
Pino, a bit of a madman in that round. I think he saw the writing on the wall in the 3v5, said, I got to try something. Smoke repels into the hallway and does manage to get a kill. It catches M80 off guard, gets deep into the bomb site, but that's really not where you expect a Glaz to be, and it's not where he thrives. Nice attempt from Hates as well, who I think has been playing well all game. But just not
like
able
focusing,
to get
I
any
need.
of that value
I
for
got
his
the
team,
message
not
from my
enough
doctor
after
right now,
losing
so
both Fantasy and
I
Wizard
need to
early.
live.
I gotta talk quickly about Cons.
Blood
I know he
test
gets to find
again?
a kill. He's obviously the IGL and the main shield player.
So
on
I need to
NIP,
make an
but
appointment
it's been the
for
early depths
doing those
for me,
tests.
Parker.
Why
Before
can't I
he's
get
really
the
able
moment's
to take
peace
space,
right now?
before his team are able to work
This
some picks
birthday
one
is
way
not
or another.
going as
Feels like
expected.
Cons has been going down a lot very quickly in a lot of
Starting
these
to feel
attacks.
a little
I
bit
want to see him
downed,
locking in a
to
little
be
bit
honest.
for this game. Playing on that Blackbeard. Now, one of my favorite quotes from Cons from back in the day was, "I hate playing shields, but they are the meta, and so I have to play them." We're seeing it now from him, and I just don't think it's found that enough success on it so far.
I mean, I'm by far and away not a pro player.
Yeah, that's for sure.
I don't think I need to say the obvious. But you don't got to be a pro player to know that if you play Blackbeard for 3 rounds, you probably should pick up at least 1 kill.
Sure.
Cons will go off of the shield. Fantasy will play the blitz for the very final round of this first half. Shield operators played so far are Blackbeard and Monty, all of them played by Cons. Cons has been freed from this position on this cafeteria garage take now from Ninjas in Pajamas. All of the Hard Breachers receiving some very serious changes, and this will be the first LAN event that we have outside of the regional finals with those Hard Breach changes live. Technically, they were live for the LAN finals, but because the season before was played on a previous build, none of those Hard Breach changes were live, so the changes to Thermite, who now has 3 exothermic charges, Hibana, who no longer needs to reload her X-Kairos, yada, yada, yada. We will now actually get to see them in action. Jesse, what did you say about entry stats for NIP as they've now surrendered 2 players, putting themselves in a 3v5 with 2 minutes still to go?
Yeah, the recovery rate was brutal for NIP. They didn't win a single attack yesterday where they didn't get the opening pick, so losing too early is not a good sign for them. They do get 1 back with Gavin going down, but again, just like in round 3, M80 are happy with how their roam game has gone. They've cleared out 2 of the threats, they've left themselves in a man advantage, and they've retreated back towards the basement. Now this time, NIP actually have Hard Breach, both Cons and Hates bringing that utility. I know Hates last time was on the Buck, of course, no longer has access to those can openers, so is bringing the flashes, it's all that he had access to. But still, with this utility in hand for NIP, the question is going to be, how do they manage the clock? You've got all the
It feels like NIP is like not getting, like they are going down to the wire, and when they do that, they're just going to be losing the round because like they're forcing everything in the last second, and M80 is in good position just to hold it and frag out. Like they just need to hold a cross angle right
in
now.
this exact position the last time they had to attack this bottom floor bomb site. Difference was, at the time, they had completely separate tools. They've still got those boogie drones, which will give them a bit of an advantage against M80, at least when it comes to lines of sight. But the dangerous task will be, do you go for yellow stairs or do you go for a dead drop through that hatch? Why is it called a dead drop? Because most of the time when you drop, you end up dead shortly thereafter. If you recall, NIP had 2 separate players drop the hatch, huddle together near that cafeteria wall, and get picked off quite effectively by M80. M80 does have an advantage of 1, and they just need to wait. 20 seconds left on the clock. M80 have yet to lead by more than a single round. They have an opportunity to put the first half in the books up 4-2. There goes Diffuser as Hates marches in.
That was a free pick.
Pino on the board as down goes Pino. Hates has found quite the opening. 3 for him, looking for a 5th. It's Gunner who's now retaken from above, searching for an angle. And an ace from Hates. 6 rounds in, 3 for M80, 3 for NIP. My goodness, no closer to a conclusion as we change sides.
How's that for a bounce back? Gabriel Eduardo, an ace coming in through this game to finish off the first half after being the lowest fragging player on NIP in yesterday's game against Weibo. He has completely turned his game around and has kept NIP competitive in this match through the first half.
Nicely done by
him. I was a little concerned because despite having all that hard breach, Parker, they didn't open the main breach. They had 1 guy playing above, and then they funneled everybody else through the yellow door. That's a risky play, but because they had good information information. They had pings on where those players were at. They saw that it was free. They saw how far back M80 were playing. They made
Don't
that
forget,
call.
guys, if you
They had the
watch
right
on
decision.
Twitch, you will
Not
be
sure
able
if
to
it was
get
Cons or
some
someone else who
skin.
made that call, but it
This
was
is between
really
the
smart from
2nd
NIP.
and
You do
6th
a great job
of February.
capitalizing
If
on
you
the
watch
issues that
15
M80
hours
maybe
in
had on that
total
defense
between
being a
those
little bit too
days,
passive.
you're going to get the entire Dokkaebi skin.
We have a
Then
very
in the
brief
8th
tech
to
pause
10, you would be
here,
able to get Dog's entire skin,
sure what
and
the
then on the
culprit
last
is.
day you
Usually can
have
tell by
Ballot.
the admin being somewhere nearby. We are being told that Fabian has broken his headset.
Classic.
Classic Fabian. Just goes to show you that 3 hammers and you still don't know how to handle a headset.
Damn.
Well, hopefully it'll be a fast fix. I'm sure it will. These
It
teams
broke.
are more than used to situations like this, so Fabian working through it with his team. I honestly don't think M80 should be in so high of spirits right now, Parker. I know there's not a lot of data out there, but just because of the current patch we're on, but Consulate is thought to be probably the most defender-sided map in Professional Siege with Skyscraper's removal. That's been one of the big talking points. We swapped Skyscraper, a very defender-sided map, for Fortress, which many are expecting to be an extremely attacker-sided map. It's going to shift all the statistics a little bit more offensively sided. Consulate now kind of the lone holdout where defenders, in theory, should be dominant. A 3-3 split for M80, while it might look even on paper, I would argue actually favors the Ninja on the opponent's map pick.
I agree with you. I absolutely do. We're back in it now. I guess the headset is working once more. That first half was quite the back and forth, and it was individual performances by some of those Ninjas in Pajamas players that really stuck things together. Round number 1, won by Diffuser, clutching in that 1v4, 1v3, technically, if you want to count it that, when the bodies hit the floor.
Yep.
And then ends with Hates clutching out by sweeping his way through the back hall, through that small office, and taking no prisoners en route to what might be the first ace of SI. I didn't see one yesterday.
Yeah,
You might wanna
it's the
fact
first
check me
ace.
on
It is.
that.
There was a
With the
4K
conclusion of
yesterday,
M80
but
versus
not
Ninjas
an
in
ace.
Pajamas, Group A will be finished their matches for the day.
That
Tomorrow,
is
the team
correct.
that has the day off.
And also,
is
there
for
was
fans of the
also
team.
today
Fear
was the
X.
first time we had
Team
someone
Heretics and
winning
Ninjas
a
in
match
Pajamas
with
will do battle
7-0,
first before M80
which
plays
was
up against
by
the red-hot
Weibo Gaming versus
Then it
Fearex
goes
on
Fearex versus Nip in
Cafe.
a match that could honestly determine which team
So,
finishes
yeah,
last in this group,
that
depending
is,
on, of course, what happens in this game
how bad
today.
it looked.
Heretics and M80 will then play in
Well,
the
my
final
prediction
matchup
for
in their
Weibo
last
to
set
be
of games in this
eliminated
group.
is
Heretics and Weibo
busted.
Gaming and Fearex and M80. If you are Nip and you do not manage to put up enough points by round 4, you have the final day of groups off. That is devastating. That means that your fate will very likely be in the hands of somebody else. No team, no player ever wants to be in that situation. That's just the lay of the land for Group A, as we've got quite a long set of groups here in Phase 1 of SI.
Plenty still to be played for, but a scary spot for NIP nonetheless. I did do a fact check on you, Parker. There were no aces on the first day of the 6th Invitational, so unless there were some aces in our first set of games, I didn't see any, but unless there was 1 or 2 earlier today, that will be the first ace of the event from Hate, so congratulations to him. We've gone through operator bans. I like the Glaz ban coming out from NIP. A lot of respect being shown to Kino, in my opinion, the best sniper player in the world, so removing that tool from him. Yazami also being removed from M80. That was the primary operator played by Hates on the defense in yesterday's game versus Weibo. So I think showing some respect to what has been the best ninja in the server today.
Confirmation from
what is this?
wonderful
What is
analyst
this?
Fresh.
Okay.
There were no aces, so this should be the very first one, other than the operator ace and the caster ace. So
I kind of
both of
don't
whom
like
are
this
in
position.
action. This is a quick one. Hot and Cold surviving. They try to sweep on over. Where is the coverage? Hot and Cold manages to get Diffuser down, and all hell will break loose with 9 players still
How
alive.
was he?
Candela's tossed
How
up
was
by
he
Kino.
allowed to do that?
A
What the
shotgun
fuck?
in hand. As Gavin plays from down below, very leisurely picks off Hates. Pino eliminating Kino means that the disruption from the Candelas are no more. Cons will drop, still searching for his very first kill. Through 6 rounds, he escaped that first half without being able to draw blood against his opponents. Diffuser on double duty, watching the defuse kit, but they are very quickly running out of time on the side of Nip.
Damn.
Wizards last alive. Diffuser gets 2.
I can't believe they
Gavin
let
Gunner
him
1
plant.
apiece. And
I can't
what
believe they
a
let him
quick tempo
plant.
for
Oh
the
my
very
God.
first round of this second half. M80 will regain
Nicely
the lead.
done.
Something we've said now 3 times.
And a very M80 attack to start their offensive side here in Paris. I love that play coming out from them. I think a really important piece of that push was Gavin playing down below, because often what you're afraid of in that plant is being denied from that verticality, being denied from down below. Gavin had secured piano, so they knew they couldn't get denied horizontally.
Yeah, that was really nicely done.
The smoke was playing over towards admin side, so the smoke was not going to have any opportunity to stop that plant. All they really had was the nitro cell from Cons, and that's great, but when you've got a Monty planting, he can block the vast majority of that explosive damage. Hot and Cold does go down, but he does his job before he does, so he managed to get the kit onto the floor. M80 really successful on that plant-focused push, and it shouldn't be a surprise to any of the fans of this North American team, because coming into this event, M80 had the highest plant percentage of any other team through the regular season of 2025. So we expect M80 to be very objective focused. We expect M80 to be very shield focused, and that's coming through in their first attack.
I think, by the way, I think Nip and M80 have
Monty blitz one of those operators through and through. No shield
faced each other before?
as we see on the side of Ninjas in Pajamas. No shields were banned out by M80 on attack either. This is something that is a bit of a change. We saw an awful lot of
they
shield
haven't faced each other for
leading
like
up to the LCQs
long
for
time.
this SI, and through those qualifiers, lots of shield bans. But at this point in time, I think there's just too much
when
utility.
did they
Operators
face
getting
each
a
other?
lot of
I don't think
buffs.
they have
Maybe
faced
shields
each other.
aren't the big focus for teams.
They haven't faced
I think
each
a lot
other
of it's
almost a
tenacity, right,
year,
Parker? Often
so
constantly
that
you're
is a
struggling to get
long
into the
time.
building, and shields aren't really what's going to help you do that. Normally, that's going to be more things like a Grim, like a Capitao, like a Ying, these displacement operators to actually get you through some of these really annoying windows.
That is
M80,
interesting.
no problems getting through the window in round 7, but still, that will continue to be an issue for them. And I'd be go to the basement for round number 8, and this is going to be a bit of a separation from what M80 wanted to do on their bomb site rotation. Already deep in through electrical. They're going to be hitting the server side very quickly.
Interesting.
And with the wall
Yeah,
being
at least
shot
I
the way
haven't.
it is,
I
and
don't
the
remember
store being
them
barricaded,
facing
there's
each
no
other
way
in
that
a
M80 makes
tournament
it without Nip
in a
clearing
long
first.
time.
Nip is prepared and ready for this.
So
There they are, for the time being, standing pat.
should
By
be
the
easy
Monty. At this point in time, now M80 knows that Nip
for
knows.
M80.
They both know. Now you know. But what we don't know is what will happen next.
Do they know about Fantasy? No, they obviously know Wizard's
Yeah.
position, but Fantasy's been behind this pillar, I believe, the entire time. I don't think they know he's here, Parker.
When he kind of bottles the recoil on the SMG-11, so the element of surprise can only get you so far. Down goes Wizard at the hands of Kino. A flash goes in. Fantasy hits the shot onto the Monty. That might have defanged the entry from M80. A brawl will break out. Gavin coming out ahead as he breaks double digits. 11 kills.
Damn.
Just 2 remaining for Nip. Pino sitting at 7
That was
kills.
crazy.
Second on the team. Cons still searching for kill number 1.
That is
Against
crazy.
Gavin and Gunner, you're going to need some real heat on the side of Cons here. Gunner's assault going down spiral stairs as Gavin is waiting near the bomb site. He's just got to hope that Gunner can get there quick enough.
Yeah, at this point, the push from M80, I think, has done pretty much what it wanted to do, but now you've got 30 seconds to get a plant down. Really strong mirror windows still going to be in the site here. If they haven't cleared those out, the drop coming through from Gunner, hoping to find a pick.
And Gunner's got one of those death marks remaining. Gavin needs some help. Cons getting on the board. Gunner, in hopes of keeping this one close, will need to pull off a 1v2. Shotgun out, and he runs a little bit too quickly. 2 kills for Cons. Both statement kills. High impact, high value. It's one thing to break
there was no reason for you to run there. You had time.
Around. Yet again, a tie game. M80
Oh my god, that was very...
He might not be at the top of the scoreboard, Cons, but he gets the kills when he needs to. Great anchor
that was
play
unnecessary
coming through from him. I think
Should not
M80
have
just
run.
a little bit low on time for that push. I thought their server clear was relatively successful, even given the misdrone of Fantasy. Of course, the whiff helped them a little bit in the midst of that, but regardless, they full focused on that server side push, ended up in the 2v2, couldn't really get the coordination that they wanted, pinching from 2 different angles. We see the shots coming through once again. Really nicely played, I think, by both teams on that server side, but the anchor play a bit better by Cons. And Gunner, you know, sometimes you're sprinting, you get a wrong call on where someone is. The time was pretty low there. It looks a little goofy maybe in the 1v1, but it happens.
I am impressed with this Nip team. This is M80's map. Nip kind of defied the odds in that first half and have now kept pace through 2 rounds. I'm going to say that round 1 of the second half was a bit of an aberration. M80 rushing in, getting a plant down very quickly. That's not the kind of thing that you can look at and say, I know how this team is going to play moving forward. What you do is you look at it and you say, that's a bit of a cheese play. M80 does cheese plays from time to time, and Consulate is a map where you can get that very quick cheese plant down. So I get it. But that round we just saw was much more traditional Consulate, and both teams came as close as you could get. A 1v1, about as close as the scoreline has been through the entire match. So Nip obviously learning from their matchup yesterday and bringing a little bit more fire up against a team that absolutely warrants it. If you showed up off your game, M80 would be making mincemeat out of you.
Hate's going to be playing on this boss team.
Yeah.
We saw this from him on the piano bomb site back at the Munich Major, so this is not going to be brand new, but obviously Visual Boss G is not what it was a couple of years ago, so it isn't always as effective as sometimes you want it to be.
Well, hold on a second, but the people I play with in ranked, they make it seem like nothing's changed.
Listen, King Stompin was putting some crazy work with that gun yesterday, so it can still have a lot of impact, but you got to know how to use it correctly. Early entry once again from Hot and Cold, sticking on this Montaigne, yet to find the space up against Pino on the stairs.
And this would be 2 rounds in a row where Nip were very successful at rebuffing that Monty.
True.
That is hard to do.
Ooh, a nice pick.
Not so hard to clear out the Vigil if you're Gunner. He does find him on the window, so not as successful with that gun, but you are okay losing the Vigil. He wasn't going to be a critical part of this defense anyways.
It's not true. He had the boss G.
You were just hoping to work a pick with him. It didn't happen. You've got your
I would say if you get the cons off the board, that would be a good pick.
On the Mozzie with that Nitro Cell could be a really important operator. They have conceded top floor with that Vigil's death, so that offers a lot of space to M80, but that doesn't mean it's going to be easy to get into the bomb site. It doesn't mean it's going to be simple to take this, especially if these Nitros can land.
I mean, Hates has been their best player from the mid-round on.
Yeah.
Losing him so early in the round means that that parachute that you have is significantly weaker, if even there at all. That relies on your player like Fantasy to step up huge, or your support/anchor players, which Nip has some. And there goes Kino, not expecting Pino to work his way up those yellow stairs, evading the gridlock.
That is very
spread out.
ignorant.
Diffuser has no more track stingers available. Hot and Cold has found safe shelter inside the bomb site, and he has Diffuse Kit in hand. Nobody from Nip seems to be any the wiser. Great coverage. Nitro Cell comes out, but it's a bit belated. Khan's starting to heat up at this point. 3 kills through 2 rounds, Jesse, and an advantage for Nip. But in the post plant, usually you have to wonder, what can the defenders do to regain this position? Fantasy hops on the Diffuse Kit, a rush in.
Fuck?
Easy picks for Diffuser and Gavin. Diffuser shrugging off some damage above. Gunner side by side. There goes Pino. And now it's up to Fantasy to clutch this one out. Trying to long arm through the wall, avoiding the fire of the Capital, being tracked by the death mark. And Gavin gets the job done. So much gadgetry saved by M80 for the post plant.
Like literally damn.
I feel like a broken record here, Jesse, but M80 will take the lead again.
A bit tragic
Again,
that Reinforce and Disable are on the same button. But it happens. I don't think it would have changed the results of that round. Strongly held in M80's favor. I have to imagine this is going to be a Monty ban coming through from NIP. Hot and Cold has been way too good with this operator. If it doesn't get removed, I will be shocked. It's Deimos instead. All right.
Yeah,
they
that
have
is
a game plan. They
interesting.
think they can counter the Monty. Let's hear how they're going to do it.
Okay, that's an interesting ban. That is an interesting ban.
Do we do
Is it
listen-ins on the B
tactical
stream?
We might not be
timeout?
doing listen-ins on the B stream, Parker. That's my mistake. So
We do as much as we can, Jesse.
my apologies. Well, we will not hear how they're going
Sorry,
to deal
chat.
with it.
Jesse is too much of an A-stream gal today.
My apologies. You know what? We wouldn't have even understood them because they're in Portuguese, of course. Anyways.
I'm letting you steer the ship. You wanted to do a non-existent listen in a language you don't speak, and I admire you for that. I really got to say, that's some A+ planning there.
I shoot for the stars, Parker, and sometimes I miss, but at least I'm shooting high. I go back to this Monty point with Hot and Cold, right? Coming into this event for the 2025 season, Hot and Cold had more plants than any other human being on the planet in Professional Rainbow Six. Entered the game with 69 plants. With the 2 plants so far through the 3rd quarter, he'll be up to 71 on the season, which continues to be the highest of anybody in the world. It's something that NIP really need to focus on, I think, through these last 3 rounds, because twice now, Hot and Cold has just snuck a plant down under their nose. That time, he goes in through Closet to very default plants, just through the closest window available to him to the bomb site, and the players on NIP were really scattered. You saw the flank going up yellow stairs. Fantasy was all the way over towards Spiral when that plant was going down. You had a couple other players kind of towards benches and over on the east side of the map. Nobody was really near the site there for NIP. So I hope that tack timeout was something about reining things in, not letting those defuse kits get down so consistently, and finding some way to stop hot and cold on this Montaigne.
I don't know if Maria is able to hear the timeouts. I don't know if she's in the pit, but I know that she did some translating for the A stream yesterday. It is quite advantageous to have a multilingual translator. Maria is here to do interviews and hilarious content, like when she gave Psycho his birthday cake. She is now 2 for 2 on delivering birthday cakes to players who have just lost.
Yes.
The cake was very good, by the way. I had a little bit of it yesterday. It was, look, defeat is a bitter taste, but the cake was delicious. So, some good, some bad.
Yeah, Psycho turning 27 yesterday, of course, and was on that NIP roster when they won the 6 Invitational.
Why did you go up
years
there?
ago?
Here
in Paris.
In Paris.
That's true. Ninjas have been doing very well in Paris historically. So
Ninjas in Paris.
Ninjas in Paris. With things coming back here, you expect them to maybe rekindle some of that old magic, but it's a very different team. Only Pino, of course, sticking along with that roster. So time will tell if they can bounce back. This last quarter is going to be absolutely critical. With us returning to the top floor, I really want to see them adapting a bit to that window play. I don't think it's going to happen from M80, but you are seeing that Tachanka playing a little bit closer towards the west side of the map. That should do them some good.
It's been so long since we've been in the saddle together that I forgot you were doing the quarters thing.
What do you mean doing the quarters thing? We're in the 4th quarter. With the op bans, the game's separated very nicely into quarters.
What are they doing?
But quarters too. I believe in our viewers' ability to divide 12 by 4.
I don't. The reason why... never mind. You know what? Let's just focus on the game here, because this round has gone by very, very quickly. We are already past the halfway point. Cons has taken a bit of damage.
Yeah. Damn.
At this point in time, if you're Tachanka,
they are
you can
good
play more
casters, those
sheltered
two.
and get the remaining 16 of those Molotovs shot out of your Shumika launcher. Maybe not. Gunnar will use his flames, which happen to be a little bit more damaging, to take down that Tachanka. Cons is gone. Diffuser is gone. Now Kino looking for follow-up. Kino just 2 kills so far, but he hasn't been in a position where he's been relied upon, especially with Gavin and Diffuser gobbling up all the kills, and now Gunnar heating up here in the 3rd and 4th.
He's holding.
You don't think of Gunnar as a Capital player, but he gets great value out of that Firebolt, and now we can see M80 starting to get things a little bit more opened up. Hot and Cold Yellow is still going to be the brunt of this push. That's where he wants to take this, but he's actually exited the building and is going to rotate over to the CEO window.
Wait, they're going for a
regrouping with Gunnar,
B-bomb plant now?
plan
Because
to what
it's
they did
like
last
20
time.
seconds
But the
left.
difference,
They
Parker,
need
is
to go
have
somewhere.
very little time, and Hot and Cold is on a sliver of HP.
Capital receiving a buff like many other
they knew.
operators just a couple weeks ago. It's nice to see him here. Gunnar will find yet another. Using the parents of the DMR is a bit of a choice. Nip finding a succession of kills very, very quickly. Now Houghton just has Gunnar for that coverage. Down goes Houghton, and Gunnar is outside. No team has won consecutive rounds. And it will happen yet again. Nip clawing back. Nip has tied or trailed through this
It
entire
seems like they
match.
didn't know where to go.
Through 10 rounds. 5 for M80,
That is
5
interesting.
for Nip, and we are guaranteed all 12.
Tough push coming through from M80. Obviously, the adaptations were there for
Oh,
NIP,
it's
and we got to see how M80 tried
shaking.
to adapt
Gunner's
to that. We did see the
shaking.
C4 coming in from down below. Previously, it was Gavin that controlled that portion of the map for M80, didn't stop any vertical denial from coming through. This time, he was pushing up the yellow stairs. He gets caught off guard midway through that push. Kino is well on the Ying, not having a lot of impact in the midst of that. So despite some good kills from Gunnar, the game plan wasn't quite enough. That's the death from Kino that you saw, not a lot of impact. And then there goes the Nitro to finish off the planter. So good adaptations from NIP. You can see some of that tack timeout coming through, how they're addressing that CEO window plant. A little surprised that M80 chose to go for it again, but it did feel like more of a backup plan given they didn't have the buck. and given
Spoiler
they
alert
started
from
towards
the
yellow
A stream. It's going to be Wildcard against Daystar, and this is Wildcard's first game in this
Look at the
tournament,
lineup
and
for
it's
M80 now as they
2-2 in the
load in
map
here for
of
what should be
Night
an M80
Haven.
win, at least based on the precedent that's been set. No team has won back-to-back rounds, but the color that they use, both of them using this like yellow-green color.
Okay.
So far, 100% success rate. That color green has won all 10 rounds. It's really good stuff.
My stats shows that they lost all 10 rounds, that color.
That is also true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure.
The color has won all 10 rounds, but also lost all 10 rounds.
Well, not a bad day to be the color of...
I don't know what color it is. I have no idea.
Green?
Like, yeah, like a snot green. I don't...
Sorry,
it's a little bit more yellow present.
Wow.
I'd love for if anybody here from Ninjas in Pajamas or M80 have like the Pantone that you want to just tell me. Is there like a hex code that we can use for your color? I was actually kind of taken aback by that because also like the BNK FearX logo is more yellow.
Sure.
But when I was looking at
I'm
the
not
groups and
having
I was
this
doing
week
notes, I was
off,
like,
am I?
oh, all these teams share that, and then it's like you've got like the kind of like.
On Thursday, I need to
Way
drive my
as
mom
well.
to hospital because she's
Yeah.
going to
Heretics
have
is in
a
there.
very
Kino
important
now sprinting in.
appointment,
He's on
which
shield
I
duty
can't
this time. Hot and cold, freed from Montagne.
say no to helping
That'll be a
her
very
with,
typical hard
so
breach.
so we'll be
Gunnar
late on
staring
Thursday.
at a position
Then
where
Friday, I
the
need to
funniest
go to
puts
my
come
doctor
out of the
and
Munich Major where he played keep away
leave
occur.
a lot of blood
Down to the stairs now, patrolled by Khan.
as well. So
Halfway
I'm going
point
to
of
be
this
dead.
round. As we have gotten deeper into this matchup, Jesse, things have slowed down quite a lot.
Yeah,
they
this
certainly
week
have,
is going
partner,
to
with this
be
heavy roam game that was being
this week
played
is
by
hard for
NIP.
me.
It wasn't an easy thing to clear. They've mostly cleared it now. Hate's still going to be playing a position on the east side of the map over towards Visa Stairs, but broadly these players have all retreated back to the bottom floor without any casualties. Now Fantasy flanks up Spiral. This might not be known by M80, and if the young player on NIP could get away with something, it could be big. They pop a logic bomb and he runs right back to sight.
First Bloods really have not been a huge factor in this series, only impacted 4 of the 10 rounds so far. And M80 have been exceptional at drawing First Blood, and it just continues to get better and better and better.
Damn.
The first flawless round of this series will come in round 11, and M80 regains the lead again. M80 has never led by more than a single round. That still holds true. NIP yet to have a lead in this map. And now they find themselves on the ropes. M80 will look to do something they have
That
not
is
been able to
so
do, and that's
good.
win 2 rounds back-to-back. If they pull it off, they put Consulate, their own map, in the win column with a 7-5 score line. If they falter, we go to overtime.
Still attack timeout in M80's pocket as well, so if things start to fall apart for them, they have that coach to fall back on in terms of Fabian. It was a great push from M80, I have to say, Parker. They were really pulling the attention away from NIP by forcing that plant. You saw Kino over towards Radio by Pillar, getting that plant on the ground, but that didn't mean that they were ignoring the top floor. The flank from Fantasy eventually got shut down on his retreat down the spiral stairs. Then you saw Gunnar front door finding 2 players who were trying to get re-aggressed up onto that mid floor, so it really did feel like M80 had all the bases covered, forcing the plant on the bottom floor while still watching for the aggression on the mid floor. It feels like they're in total control of that push.
No.
They won't get to attack that bomb site again, at least
NIP
not
is
until
going
we
to
head
be
into
playing
overtime. It is Piano
top
for our
hold,
final bomb site here on the map. Last time we went to
for
Piano, Parker,
piano
that was round
sites,
number 9. It was
they're
a
expecting a
successful
push.
M80 attack. It
Ooh,
was that
Fantasy
hot and
is
cold
doing a
Monty
cheeky
plant,
run
but
out.
he gives the operator over to
I
Kino,
wouldn't
which to me
necessarily
signals
do
they
that
might
with
be going for something
SMG,
a bit
but
different.
Teams are 50-50 on
just-
this bomb site, but
that's
the
just me.
attackers are at a 100% victory. NIP played this bomb site back in round number 2, and it was their very first successful attack.
Yeah,
As
I
you
did not
pointed
see
out,
anyone.
round number 9, M80 successful on attack as well. So something's got to break at this point. Either the defenders have to win, or that back-to-back round stat for M80 has to be broken.
Oh, damn.
All we know is we've got just a little over 2 minutes to go, and if you're NIP, you got to be happy with where you're at, but there's still a little bit more work to be done
Yeah.
before you set yourself up for your own map.
I want to see a big round out of Hates. He's roaming top floor and CEO, playing on that mute this time around. And don't forget, he ended the first half with 9 kills.
Yep.
Now almost concluding the second half, he is at
Why
10.
didn't you even go in
The
there?
best player on attack for NIP today hasn't really been impactful, but here on the site, he's the first to fall.
I believe Fantasy had 7 kills in the first half as well.
Yeah.
The fraggers on the side of NIP have completely fallen off. Cons has picked up 5 kills now. Just through this second half, he's gone hot and cold, and Diffuser taking no prisoners inside the
fuck?
site. Diffuser
How did the
lucky number 13, Gavin on 13,
and
Gunner on
Kino
12.
die? That's
The kills
stupid.
are certainly there for M80. But what about the map control? Halfway point of a very pivotal 12th round. Nip still holding
Yeah,
on that
that is
top
a
floor.
little
So
bit of
plenty
a
of time for
concern.
M80 to try to flush them out, but you have to go quickly. You cannot fall behind on this clock.
Yeah, we've fallen back to a plan B, not dissimilar to round 10, where M80 initially tried to rush the bomb site, get something very quick down on the ground like they did in round 9, but this time it doesn't go so well. They're not as confident with their Monty dying, so they pull things back. Hot and Cold jumps
Pina
back
might
out the
actually
closet
get
window,
something
and they're
here.
going to try to reposition. They're still there
Get
on
off
the
the
west side of the map, so
drone,
I still
diffuser,
think they're
get
going
off
to try
the
to play around
drone.
those windows, maybe yellow stairs, but it's just going to be awkward with all of these defenders around this spot.
Trying to bait out
mom
Diffuser,
again.
and they'll do so successfully, but immediately shut back down in response. Hot and Cold and Gunner now will have to sweep the leg as Fantasy and Hate still remain. What a duo for Nip to have remaining. Hot and Cold thinks he has the idea. He had a good read on Hates' position. Hates just looking for it, and he'll pull trigger. Pino still down. Gunner with 30 seconds left will take matters into his own hands. M80 going for a very linear execute. Up gets Pino. Control over towards Yellow. A scamper towards the bomb site. In the post plant. Gunner will now have his hands full in a 1v3 to try and win this map outright without needing overtime. It might be a Herculean task, but Gunner has pulled this off. He's a major winning MVP for good reason. He hears the herd of elephants from above. Waiting patiently. Nip biding their time. They'll double up, looking for the push into the bomb sites. There goes one. Pino down for the count. Gunner repositioning. Tearing strips off of Fantasy, but where is Hates? All the while just killing time. Can they hop on the diffuser? They'll get it by a second. Nip hangs on, and we'll go to overtime in map 1 of this series.
It does not get much closer than that. Gunner nearly does the impossible again on the piano bomb site, but this time it just is a little bit better for NIP. Coordination is good. Timing is close, but it's good enough for the Ninjas. They get down for the disable. Really nicely played by them. They never conceded that top floor. Big difference between that round and the previous time they played that bomb site, Parker. They continued to play up above. Hot and Cold with that plant spot really was optimistic, trying to get it down. It's difficult to deny from the verticality, but it's not impossible, and NIP were very ready for it.
And he knew they were there. He knew Hates was there. He looked right at him, but because of the way that the floor goes, there are those metal beams. He couldn't see Hates' head because of his vantage point.
Yeah.
If he had stayed ADS and just stepped maybe 1 or 2 times to the right, he very likely would have had a read on the on the mute.
Yeah.
But he did not, and because of that, they were able to hold that top floor. M80 had 90 seconds to put one person up on the top floor. We knew they had top floor control. M80 knew they had top floor control, but they decided to gamble on it. It's not a bad gamble, but it's still a gamble, and you often want to go for the sure bet. M80 figured that with the clock being what it was, a linear take was all they could get, and they almost pulled it off.
Yeah.
But 1 second difference is all that matters, and now we have at least 2 more rounds.
Just didn't have time to, I think, go for anything a little bit more thorough, but sometimes that is the game that we play. I want to credit Hates as well. He got that vertical denial onto Hot and Cold, and I was just talking about how we went a little quiet in that second half. Well, he gets the kills when it matters and forces this game into overtime. Keep in mind, this is M80's map pick. They are expected to win this as the reigning major champions, but NIP are no easy opponent despite their result from yesterday, so they're giving them a run for their money. M80 do get a start on defense, and on the most defender side of map that we have in the competitive pool, that should be a boon for them. Gunnar bringing out the Thorn, which ranked players will know has been devastating the lobbies recently, and of course with those new buffs to her traps, it can be really awkward running into a doorway if you don't know they're there.
Almost every part of Thorn was buffed.
Yeah.
It was an incredible amount of changes that Ubisoft doled out just a couple weeks ago. My goodness, and Gunnar almost losing his life before we could even see the Irish operator do all that much. Thorn having about the same presence in pro play as I do, so it's nice to see her active. And now, this is also a map where Thorn works really well for plant denial. Because of the changes to the timer on those Razor Blooms, you can throw a Razor Bloom while the diffuse is going down, and it will activate quickly enough that it will kill the planter, almost like a nitro cell. The hero of the previous round, Hates, is given a pretty anticlimactic send-off as we hit the halfway point of the first round of OT, and Hates and Deimos are in the ground.
Nice kill from Diffuser, vaults his 2 teammates to get most kills now in the lobby, but it's not over just yet. NIP looking for one of these picks. Vending Hall not being contested so heavily this time, Parker. That was a boon for NIP the last time that they won this bomb site. And Cons on the Blackbeard finally gets his first kill on attack.
Pino has been deceptively good. The highest rated player for Ninjas in Pajamas through these 12 rounds, just as he was yesterday, the highest rated player too. Again, you typically don't want Pino to be the guy who's getting all the kills, especially the high value ones, but hey, if you're Nip, you'll take all the help you can get, and boy oh boy, has Pino's presence been welcomed. Khan 6 kills through the last 7 rounds. That is a pretty terrific metric, and he can do more on this Blackbeard. As you said, his struggles were on attack, though. Down goes Gavin to Fantasy, who exchanged an awful lot of his HP, as did Pino, to take up a bit more map control. Final 30 seconds, Diffuser finds his second. Down goes Pino to Diffuser. Everybody dying at the hands of the player who clutched out in this exact same position all the way back in round number 1. But Diffuser is making it a little bit easier. With 10 seconds left now, M80 just needs to be ever so patient. Razor Bloom's going off, giving position away. Cons at the halfway point of the defuse kit. Gunner and Hot and Cold are there to finish the job. M80 regain the lead. Nip must win this round to stay in. They are almost out of runway. And again, no team able to win back-to-back rounds here on Consulate.
Another close one coming through from Nip as well. Saw them rotate their east push over to the north side, over towards Bathroom and top spiral, and it almost worked, but M80's positioning was too good, Parker. Gunner retreats to the east. We see Hot and Cold retreats towards yellow. Diffuser kind of sticks inside a meeting tucked close in the meeting window. They really spread apart their defenders, but they did so to allow NIP to walk into the site. Time was low. They're in a man advantage, and as long as NIP are planting, that's a 3v1. M80 played that so well in the micro. They knew exactly how they had to win that round. Didn't get over aggressive, didn't overextend, and did get that 7th round to take the lead in overtime.
Nipper looking in mighty fine form. Go all the way back to the Munich Major. Yes, we've mentioned that M80 won that event. You will hear the terms defending major champs used a lot when M80 are playing, and you just have to get over that, whether it's Jesse and I or any of the other talented folks here that are working on our broadcast team. But Ninjas in Pajamas were a team that were deceptively good. They took out a lot of heavy hitters in North America. They were the North American Reapers on the way to that main stage performance that they had. And if you talk to a lot of the teams that were present in Munich, they told you people are sleeping on this Nip squad. When Nip are on, they can very easily be a top 5 team at that event. I don't see any reason why they couldn't be here as well. Yes, yesterday was maybe a bit of a frustrating game, but there are teams that have had those first day jitters and gone on to win the whole thing. So, small sample size, Nip showing up really, really well. And again, even if they lose, this is M80's map. Nip have been able to keep M80 on the ropes, and that is a point of pride. Who knows what will happen when we move off of Consulate?
I really like this castle setup coming through from NIP. They've put it on the closet door so that M80 can't do that quick rush in that they've liked to do on this bomb site. It's going to force some adaptations to come through from the North Americans, and we see that in their positions. A lot of east side players from these guys. We see Gunner, Gavin, Kino all working the admin/Visa side of the map. Gunner inside of servers for the basement as well. So a lot of pressure going to be focused on, I think, clearing through the other side of the map before they get towards the bomb site. Does that mean full clearing the players up above? That's what we're going to find out.
I mean, if you think that they're going in too quickly, Castle's a terrific operator to slow it down. Denari's available, Legion's available, Ella is available. We've seen all those operators get brought a few times. Hot and Cold, the first casualty for M80. That is not ideal. You have lost your IGL. You've lost your hard breach.
Yeah.
He's not on shields, though. They have shuffled that around. Now, Kino is on a very familiar role.
I believe it was just a meeting window where Hates was able to take down Hot and Cold on the balcony, so his team now left alone to clear somewhat one-dimensionally through the vending hall.
Ella finding an awful lot with a single Guzmat mine. Gunner taking down Cons again. Cons has been one of the best players for Nip over the last 20 to 30 minutes. Without him, things might be a little bit trickier. You draw even in terms of player count, 4v4 with a little over a minute to go. This is sent from M80 now, looking at Projector over towards Long Desk. Wizard holding this spot just in case somebody pushes over towards Lobby. Now it's Gunner taking some damage from Fantasy. The ump being buffed as well. Added to the list of things that got a little bit better just a couple weeks ago with the mid-season changes.
Yep.
Castle Barricades, though, Still really annoying if you don't have any hard breach or a sledge.
Yeah, don't forget, top floor is not the bomb site, so despite this clear coming through from M80, they've still got a lot. They don't have much time to rotate this now down to the mid floor. Kino has made his way into lobby. He's just outside the bomb site, but there's a lot of defenders holding this, and they've got the mirror windows.
And he's completely fearless. He'll just charge on in. They were seeing him in the black mirror. He walks in, but you have to have some faith in your teammates. Diffuser is there to hold it together. Kino now taking some damage. Fantasy struggling his own way through. It's Calamity. Pino with 3 kills. Gavin as the last man standing. 10 seconds left to pull off a 1v2. If not, we go all the way, all 15 rounds. Gavin against Hayes. You gotta be kidding me! An incredible flick by Gavin, and we are all dumbfounded. His teammates dumbfounded. The look of surprise on all of their faces. It seemed certain that we would go to round 15, but Gavin pulls it off with a second left.
Nah, indeed. That was one of the nastiest shots I've ever seen. That might be the nastiest clip of Gavin's career. Jesus, the flick up to the roof, knows where he's gonna be. He's got the game sense to expect that angle, and then he doesn't even see him, Parker. That is all just reflex. What a ridiculous shot from one of the star players on M80.
To borrow a phrase from one of the legendary casters of another esport, inhuman reactions. I am just astounded with that one.
You can't counter that.
There's nothing you can do. You can't teach that. You can't prep for that. Ridiculous stuff. And it will break the hearts of Nip and their fans. But again, win or lose, winning the goal, Nip need to be happy ultimately with that performance. Still coming up a little bit empty-handed. M80 finally winning back-to-back rounds. Nip spent the entirety of that game tied or trailing. It was a tough one. They will look towards Bank, which is map 2, hoping to draw even in this series. But what more is there to say about this match?
Parker, I think the numbers speak for themselves. 15, 16, 17. The trident of M80 really came alive today. All 3 of those players have fantastic performances. People might talk about Kino 2 and 12, but I thought he was playing his role. I didn't see any massive mistakes coming out from the Brazilian on M80, so I don't want to flame him too hard for that. NIP played a good game too. Maybe took him a bit more time to get locked in with things, but end of the day, they really did find some good spots.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, everybody really seemed to show up. I don't think there was really any weak links there. Yeah, we'll point fingers at cons for that first half.
Sure.
But the first half still ended 3-3.
Yeah.
But if the cons that showed up in the second half, who was clearly a little bit more confident and a little bit more mechanically talented, had showed up, even in 1 or 2 rounds in that first half, who knows what would have happened. We probably wouldn't have needed overtime. We probably would have seen a Nip victory. But for Ninjas in Pajamas, they've got their own map choice up next. Bank will either decide the fate of this series or propel us to a third map. What will we see? We'll find out in a couple minutes.
När du har lite tid och behöver maximal diskkraft, använd Yes Max Power. Yes tuffaste diskmedel mot fett. 5 gånger snabbare rengöring i kallt vatten. Yes bästa diskmedel.
Lyssna här.
Yes Max Power. Maximal diskkraft, maximalt snabb. Nu även svanenmärkt.
Yay! För 4:e året i rad har Vimla Sveriges nöjdaste mobilkunder. Skaffa Vimla, mobiloperatören med bra vibrationer.
Well, a sensational end to an incredible map that honestly, if it had gone 14 rounds, 15 rounds, doesn't matter. Still would have been a thrilling affair, but my, what a highlight reel clip from Gavin to break the spirits of Ninjas in Pajamas. Now, Jesse, Bank is a good map for both of these teams, but it is Nip's pick.
Yeah.
What are your expectations when we cue into this second map? Do you think it's going to be a 2-0 for M80, or do you think we go to Chalet for map 3?
I think we're going to see one of two different NIPs this map, Parker. We're either going to see the NIP that came into today confident picking Bank because they know how M80 like to play on it. M80 3-game winning streak on this map, but there is a lot of footage going back to the major, going back through stage 2. We kind of know how M80 like to play this Bank, even though it's been a while. They've probably made some new strats. Of course, you're never going to know fully what a team's been working on in the background. The other reality is that their minds are so shaken from that pistol clip from Gaveni that they frankly forget how to play Rainbow Six Siege, and they show up and the mental is just not there. It's something that I remember talking with, I think it was Fox in the green room about just yesterday, where NIP are a very mental team. You know, they can get in their own heads. We've seen that from them all season long in the SAL League, and it really has kind of been a story of this NIP team who are great when they're great and almost losing to Los when they're not. So we hope to see the best version of NIP in this game. If we do, I think this goes to a third. I think they can take a map off M80 and bring this one close, but given the stakes, given the situation where they're at, there's no guarantee that that's what we get out of NIP.
This is a situation where we will have such great benefit of hindsight once we move past this series. We go, well,
sure.
yeah, of course. Gavin broke their spirits. No wonder it was a 2-0. Or, oh my, did you see how close map 1 was? No wonder we went to map 3. This is why our job is sometimes easy. But certainly easy for us when we can pretend to be these experts. In all reality, the experts are going to be the coaches. The experts are going to be these players. You saw the prep work that NIP did for this series. They played significantly better against M80 in map 1 than they did at any point during Weibo yesterday. So maybe it was just a little bit of the first day jitters. Again, teams struggle. Sometimes teams are a bit jet lagged. Sometimes teams don't boot camp in Europe. M80 flew to Fabian's home country of Sweden. It's not just that he lives in Sweden. He lives in the northern remote part. Basically, as he puts it, in the middle of bum blank nowhere. A word that I choose not to say on the broadcast. But they went up there, they boot camped, they spent some time in the sauna, they didn't get to really see the sun, and would you believe it, now here they are in gloomy, rainy Paris, and they were ready right away. Some teams don't get to boot camp, some teams aren't ready, maybe NIP just needed to shrug it off. They looked really good against the defending major champs in map 1. I expect that will carry over to map 2.
Yeah, not exactly sure what the boot camp situation was for NIP, but I know historically, I mean, NIP, a Swedish organization, so they have done boot camps in Sweden as well. Wouldn't surprise me if they were in the same country as M80 during that boot camp, but now they're in France. Now it's time to put the real pedal to the metal. Make sure that you can get everything going on this second map, and make sure you're not in your head too much. We saw it from Hates. He had a really good start to that game and then fell off a little bit on the defense. I'm really going to be looking to him and his entry duo of Fantasy to start things strong on Bank and give the team the best chance that they can have.
Now, I'm actually very glad that you mentioned that, because even though they are a Brazilian organization, in Counter-Strike, another esport, one that a lot of us are fans of, you've got some legendary Swedish players that have played for the Ninjas in Pajamas, Freiburg, Get Right Forest, etc. They might have a Brazilian team right now, but their roots run through Sweden, and they'll have to deal with the Swedish coach on the other side of M80. Ninjas in Pajamas hoping for a better result on Bank than they had on Consulate. If they don't get a better results, it's a 2-0 for the defending major champs, and NIP stays at the bottom of Group A in serious jeopardy of going home with 0 points. So you're not in the danger zone just yet, but NIP can see it, and it's coming pretty quick.
Yeah, and we didn't see any shield bans on Consulate, Parker. I think we will on Bank. That's my general prediction, and it will be Monty immediately removed. So hot and cold, not going to have that liberty afforded to him. Of course, we know how good these teams can both be on shields. Kaid, the first ban, very common on this map. Mira would be the standard second defender to get banned out on Bank. But they go Echo instead. A bit of a curveball being tossed by M80. Echo is one of those operators that we definitely can see getting a lot of play, both on the bottom floor, but also on the top floor to give some of that information. really easy to hide yokais around this map. It can be so big. The ceiling's so hard to scan for some of that utility. So I definitely like the Echo Band coming through. They just need to make sure
I'm
they have
back.
answers to the Mira if it
Talking
does
to
come
my
out on the side of
mom.
NIP. Not being rotten round one, but you talk about that
I'm
janitor
not
position,
getting
it
this
can
week
so
to be
annoying to clear
taking
that
it
operator
easy.
out.
Literally this week, I'm so
I don't know
annoyed.
if anybody here watches.
So
the
on
former major
Thursday, I
winning
will be
used to
very late.
be with DZ, and then very briefly was actually
So
with a
I
great deal
will
of this MAB
be driving
roster
my
on
mom
an
to a
unwanted
hospital
team
that
competed
is about
and
40
finished in
minutes
the top
drive away.
4
So she's
with
going to be
FSI
seeing
in
someone,
Boston
and
last
apparently
year.
it's kind of
But Mint did an excellent
semi-serious
video
because they
on
didn't want to tell
Thorn's
us what it was
application as
all
an
about.
operator. And this particular bomb
So
site was one that he highlighted for both
so I
Thorn
need to go
and
there.
Echo. Echo also received a buff. Now he has 3 yokai drones. Thorn
So
obviously
this
can
is
be
like the
used for plant
worst
denial on the very
week so
common
far
A-bomb bombs or A-bomb
But
plant sites.
yeah.
Now there's 2 default spots.
Yeah, a lot of things to do. But we're focusing on this
But
stream,
typically,
and we
you've
have
got the one right next to
my
the bomb
birthday
chassis, and then you've got
day
the
as
one
well.
up
Don't forget that
by
we
the
do
hole
have
in the
some
wall that you can
talents
see
if
towards
you're
the top
interested
of
in
your screen. So
utilizing them.
usually they'll open that up, they'll get in, they'll plant, or they'll plant right next to that
let's see
A-bomb
here.
site. That you could throw a razor bloom there, and it
Just
will
gonna
kill you
check if my husband is home because he sent me a text.
if it's
text
thrown
message.
well enough. So do we see her for this map? I want to say no, just because I don't think teams have figured out strats with Thorn yet, but we did see one round of her where her razor bloom did actually have quite a bit of impact on Consulate, so you never know.
I don't think it's a surprise that Gunnar brought out Thorn for the first time in overtime as well. Once you get to the later parts of the game, when probably your mind isn't thinking about all the stuff your coach was telling you before the match, like maybe watch out for Thorn traps, that can sometimes be where those trap operators find the most amount of success. So not going to see it starting in round 1, but wouldn't be surprised if we do see it later on in this game. It is basically a full anchor setup. We see a little bit of aggression coming out with Hates playing on this elevator hatch. Still, we see Pino on the server stairs, but broadly, this is a full 5-man anchor, and M80 have brought the proper tools to deal with that. You've got a crazy execute combo coming out from M80 with Ying and Grim and Capitao and Deimos. I mean, other than the Hibana, every single one of these operators is built to push the sites, and they're going to use some of that util now to push the stairs as well. I can't imagine Pino was long for this world.
I want to say thanks to Nova as well for observing and just showing off where exactly that razor bloom can go. Just past the halfway point of this round. And the assault from M80 over in server. Are they aware of Pino's position over on these blue stairs? Pino and Kino in a collision course. This happened a few times on Consulate. Pino will win the duel, but Hot and Cold immediately refrags. Not exactly the best to lose your Ying with all those Candelas going in pocket, but so it goes sometimes.
Cons has been downed as well. He was actually all the way back in around gold. Not 100% sure how he did get downed, but picked back up by his teammate now. So you're happy to see the Tachanka back on the board. Losing both him and the Mute would have been brutal for this defense, but 40 seconds to go, so here comes the util.
They're just trying to deal with the clash. Fantasy tried to put it away, but you can't bikini body your way out of that position these days. Khan's taking quite a bit of damage as well. That's a minute eclipsed from the clock. So M80 steadily chipping away at this NIP defense. Shamika Launcher will fire out those Molotovs, denying safe passage for M80 to walk in. What a shot from Wizard. I mean, after that Gavin shot, everything looks very pedestrian at this point in time. Gavin's still very much alive with Diffuse Kit in hand, felled by Wizard, who himself is having a great round, and my goodness, he does just about everything himself. Nip winning round number 1, and for the first time in this entire series, Ninjas in Pajamas have a lead.
Nice to see them finally get up on the board with an advantage, but it really does feel like M80 had the tools to win that round, Parker. The time was low, but not brutally low. They had server control. They had, again, so much utility with all the operators that they brought. Losing Kino is unfortunate. And, you know, I said after he went 2 and something on map 1 that I didn't think he made any brutal mistakes. Round 1 here, that's one that you expect to win. You're the Ying on server stairs. He goes with the shotgun. It's a little bit too far on the range. Maybe he did the secondary out for there. Loses this opening duel. Dies with a bit of utility in the pocket as well. And then in the end, it gets a little messy. I'm not exactly sure what Fantasy was doing there in the Clash. He doesn't play Clash on this site historically. I don't think he's ever played Clash on this bomb site, at least not with my data. So bit strange to see, but Wizard locks things down from the long angle inside a garage. Great play coming through from him. Maybe if there is a Monty there to help with the plant, you can avoid that. But in the end, they just don't have the bodies. They go deep. And NIP, as you said, take their first lead of the series.
I know that he's not one of the two star fraggers on the side of Nip, but Pino has really been putting in an immense amount of work and providing terrific value. He did so in the Weibo match. He did so in map number 1, and I expect him to hold on here. Honestly, we focused a lot on fantasy and a little bit hates, especially that fantasy stat that was touted a few times in Munich, which is that if fantasy is able to draw first blood, or if he goes positive, the likelihood that Nip wins rises exponentially. Ignore all the other 4 players, just focus on one. If fantasy dies, Nip's chances usually go with him. But what both of these teams really have in common is incredibly deep support. Yes, both Kino and Hot and Cold did not rack up a ton of kills in the previous map. Same with Wizard and Cons. But if these support players can do well, provide value, provide calls, that allows players like Hates, that allows players like Diffuser and Gavin to pull off the unthinkable. Best player of the previous round for Nip is their support player, a Wizard, and he's unfortunately the first one to die here in round 2.
And I'm going to have to file that one in under a caster curse, Parker, because as you hype up Wizards.
No credits.
Great support play in round 1. He is the first to die, just droned out. Really nice util play with the nade. There's not a whole lot that he could have done from that position. Great push to come through onto the top floor, but now you've got to look even farther. This bomb site is up above. There's one roamer you've got to worry about downstairs. That's Hates, and if you caught it earlier in the round, he did manage to hack one of those drones on Mozzie, another operator that got buffed. And maybe with that info, they're getting confident to go for swings. Cons catches Hot and Cold on a drone and equalizes the numbers to 4.
I'm a little surprised that Houghton nor anybody else on M80 had the wherewithal to protect that double door at Square Stairs. It is not uncommon for a defender, if nobody is holding the rappel outside or the skylight, to swing somebody on drone. You can swing them through the double doors. You can swing them through both of the windows inside of that stock trading portion of the map as well. Houghton was very exposed there, and unfortunately, he's gone. Good news for M80, you've still got some secondary hard breach, as you've got the ace with 1 Selma remaining. But you're running out of time if you're M80. Down goes Fantasy. I don't know if that was an ego swing. I don't know what he was trying to accomplish there, but a relatively free pick for Kino.
Not sure if he didn't hear the castle being blown up or what, but the nades have done great work for M80 in this round. Effectively resulted in 2 kills for them so far, and we start to repel in. It's immediately nitro by Kino, but the Fuser still has the kit.
And just trading back and forth and back and forth. M80 coming out ahead with all of these blows. It's Hates and Cons now as the 2 last standing for Nip, outnumbered by M80 as Gavin just runs in, heads for the hills. He didn't expect Cons to be playing in this connector position.
This is going to be hard for M80
Where is
to
the
win.
intel? Nobody from M80 seems to be working with what info they have. Cons now just biding time as Gunner walks up, 1 second left. And Cons will hit the deck and win. Back-to-back rounds for Nip to start their own map, and things look a little bit out of sync with this M80 team.
And immediately, one thing you're seeing from NIP is they've done a great job of disrupting some of these pushes from M80 before they can get to the execute phase. We talk about M80's playstyle, Parker. They love the shields. They love the plants. They're going to be focused on the objectives every single time. So if you can disrupt their plans, if you can get a pick early on round 1, kill Hot and Cold on the Habana early on round 2, it starts to force M80 to adapt. It forces them to go to these backup plans. And I think they're a great team when it comes to adapting, but so far through these first 2 rounds, they haven't been able to turn them into round wins. Lost a lot of time with that diffuse kit getting dropped by Hot and Cold. Diffuser had to recover the diffuser, and in the end, Cons' position just wasn't one that they had utility to clear on out. Mentioned how good the nades were. Another one would have been great to put pressure on him, but they'd used all their nades at that point. So ultimately, they just don't have a great way into the bomb site. Gunner not enough time to clutch out the 1v1. And NIP looking strong on their own map pick.
10 seconds to insertion.
This is where we can talk about hindsight, right?
Yeah.
This is where I can be like, well, of course they're up 2-0. Did you see map 1? They were so good.
Safe to say they're not choking after Gavin's little pistol clip to end out map 1.
And Nip picking this map and starting as defenders suggests that this should be the weaker side. They don't get to pick their own side, right? M80 would have chosen to attack first. Nip, therefore, should be struggling with this, but there really hasn't been, I guess, that much of a struggle. Both rounds were quite close, but something's just a little off with M80 coordination, and Nip did an excellent job through both rounds of punishing those mistakes.
Yeah.
A lot of times, the success that you find, especially in the final moments of a round, are a combination of missteps from one side and capitalization from the other. So if you're going to wag your finger at one of the teams, which we're doing at M80, you've got to tip your cap at the other, which is what we're doing with NIP. Now the assault from M80 is coming on the windows of this top floor where the bomb site was previously, but is no longer. Both Diffuser and Kino posted up on this position.
3
Problem
people
with
playing
Bank Jesse,
above,
you're exposed
2
from an
on
awful lot of
site, I'm
angles,
guessing.
So usually you need somebody watching main lobby, and that's exactly what Gunner is doing. Logic Bomb will go out, and the advance will continue from M80, but Kino has been cut down from that rappel at the hands of Fantasy, and there goes Gavin DePino. Intel has been such a problem for this M80 team. It will not get better in round number 3. Fantasy finds his second, and M80 within the span of 10 seconds has been reduced to rubble.
Diffuser and Hot and Cold have so much to do at this point, Parker, with so much time still on the clock. But look at this. Back-to-back kills, and we're all even on the scoreboard. Now, I'm worried about Hates. He is top floor inside of stock. I don't think M80 know this. Look at Diffuser staring through the floorboards. If Hates times this correctly, there should be no hope for Diffuser to win this out, but it's a really big if. Diffuser with no information, assuming 2 are in the bomb sites. That's a bit of info for Hates. His Ella mine will trigger, and he'll go for the push.
And immediately read by Hates. This has happened in all 3 rounds now where somebody on M80 has tried to take up map control either because of bad intel or bad clock management, and they have been very swiftly punished. Now Hates and Cons get to compete for who gets the trophy that is the IGL of M80. Hot and Cold working his way towards the A site, and Hates is prepped and ready for it. A quick pop-up. Down goes the captain of M80.
This
and
is
Nip
not good.
have won 3 in a row. That is a perfect bomb site rotation. Do you start to sound the alarm bells at this point? If you're
by the way, just want to show you quickly this picture that they posted on Rainbow Six Siege Twitter
first, but we
goes so freaking hard. Like, does that not like the coolest
hopefully we can
picture
see adapt
ever
a little bit. These opening picks have been very strong
at all.
They've
like
won
that
2
is
of the 3
so
far,
cool.
But it always feels like they're winning the early engagements. I think that has
like,
to be the focus
such a
for
cool,
M80 in this TAC timeout.
Cool picture.
They can't hear him.
Yes, we can't hear him, but Fabian said they can't hear me. So it seems like the headphone issues that were all the way back in map number 1 persist. Just like the horrors, they persist.
Thankfully, this will not waste the TAC timeout.
That's correct. The timer might continue to run in-game, but there will be opportunities for that to be reset. Fabian's still trying to work through this problem. We had a brief tech pause all the way back in map number 1 to address this issue. The thing is, while M80 is unable to talk to their players, the headset is working on the side of NIP, so they can talk to each other.
Yep.
So what will happen is once the tech issues are resolved on the side of Fabian and M80, there will be another tech pause, but this one will allow for open comms for just M80. So Dan has already done his job talking to the rest of NIP. There will be a slightly longer delay as that headset gets fixed, and then Fabian is given an opportunity to talk to them once again.
And again, I hope the focus from Fabian here will be how do we stop M80 from, or stop NIP, I should say, from getting aggressive on us early, from breaking up our push before we get to do what we want to do. It feels like NIP had a great conversation between maps 1 and 2 where they got to say, hey, listen, maybe we haven't been as disruptive as we need to be. NIP are known to be kind of a slow and methodical team. But up against a squad like M80, you really do have to bring it to them when you're on the defense. You have to be able to play aggressive, and I think that's what they've done a great job of so far on the side of NIP. So for Fabian, finding an answer to that will be the focus. I'm sure he's got an answer prepped and ready, and as soon as he can communicate that to his players, then they should be ready to go for the second quarter of this game.
Crank it.
No, I don't want to hear that.
I don't have the answers. So figure them out in your own individual position. Key points there if you didn't get to hear it. Maybe you just simply can't get your volume up high enough. Basically, Fabian said, we are too slow. We are not working well together. We are allowing them to rotate and pick us off one by one. And then said something that I don't think Fabian has ever said once in his life before, which is, I don't have the answers.
So figure it out.
So figure it out. You guys have to figure it out yourself in the server. And boy, oh boy, when a coach is saying that, that is not an ideal thing to hear. But when a guy named Fabian is saying that, you know he means it, and you are maybe in a little bit of trouble.
I think it's also, though, a lot of trust in his players, right? I mean, M80, despite being one of the younger teams at this event, are a very smart team. Hot and Cold, in particular, deserves all the credit in the world for being able to view the game in a specific way where he can break down exactly kind of what is going wrong on a micro, or on a macro, I should say, and how he needs to fix it with his team. Hot and Cold has been playing this game since year one. He failed to make SI 3 years in a row before finally qualifying with Dark Zero in 2020. Since then, he has cemented himself as one of the best players and one of the best IGLs in all of North America. This is kind of his time to shine, Parker, where he needs to step up and start to deliver solutions for M80, because it's not going to come easy when NIP are playing this well.
No, this is a
not a camp where I want to put Wizard. I don't think he's showing back enough love.
When you see a team do really, really well on the opponent's map pick, there's usually a couple things.
Yeah, M80 needs to like really fix this. So they're quickly like securing top floor, pushing the Romans down back to site. The question is going to be if they are going to be staying in the first floor.
But NIP again has been one of the top teams in what might be the most competitive region in Siege in Brazil.
Yeah,
and at their best, they're regional counterparts, teams like FaZe and Furia, who know a thing or two about winning and success, will then turn around and say, oh, NIP could be one of the best teams. But you do have to wonder what is going on with this M80 squad. M80 are on a 3-game win streak on this map, so they know Bank decently well, too.
Damn.
They just haven't been able to show it
Nicely
through these
done.
first 3 rounds. Gavin starts things off well, taking down Hates, who was on the roam, as his first floor push is coming in the bomb site, all the way in the basement. So M80 has to go
Would
for
it fall back now?
they can translate that to the actual
perhaps?
And again, this is the early round that I've been talking about, where it needs to be better for M80. So far it is. There are still defenders inside a cafeteria. Don't be confused. Bomb site's going to be down below, but they've got a lot to still clear for on the side of M80. They're looking for these attackers. Fantasy in a very difficult
They're holding
position.
really
He is
well.
known, but that doesn't mean he's easy to clear.
And down goes Houghton at the hands of Wizard, who now has the shield turned yet again so many times. M80 confused by where NIP will strike from. Goes back to what Fabian said, Jesse. They're able to make rotates and catch us off guard. M80 will have to workshop this problem. They will have to do it live. They succeeded a little bit more here in round number 4, but ultimately success is something that will take a little bit longer to materialize. Wizard now on the run, taking down Gavin. A beautiful shot. And he's got Gunner in his sights, pulling out the deagle to get the job done.
What are they doing, M80? You're just throwing away the round.
A competitive map 1 and a blowout so far here on map 2. NIP is in full control of their own map choice.
And Parker, I gotta praise the versatility coming out from the youngest player on NIP. Wizard has been so good on that bomb site, but played completely different styles in round 1 versus round 4. First round, he's playing inside the garage, hard anchor position, long angle with a TCSG.
He's a good flex player.
Wins the round for his
Wizard.
team. This time, he's roaming top floor. He's flanking up square. He's playing a lot closer range operator in terms of the Valkyrie. He's staying mobile, and he's still getting a multi-kill to win the round for his team. That shot onto Gavin playing on the Deimos was incredible. This
I would say this Wizard is the first operator, first person that's shown back this amount of love. This is what you get
21-year-old flex
when you're playing
NIP has just been really
Valk.
lighting up the server on Bank.
Wizard and Cons are the 2 top frags on this team. The support players.
Yes.
What did I say at the onset of this match? Sometimes if your supports are the ones getting the kills, good things will happen. Hates has found himself in a very fragile state as he continues to get hunted down, allowing M80 to strike first on 2 separate occasions, one of which was for Hates. The other, admittedly, was on to Wizard.
Yeah.
Both times that M80 has drawn First Blood, well, obviously they have not been able to translate that to a successful round victory. First Bloods were not very important if you go back to Consulate either. So a lot of early action where you might have an isolated pick, but it's not really impacting the overall ebb and flow of a round.
And I think one very
M8 is
example how
losing
their pick is how many different strats they brought out.
Their
like round 5. They've repeated 2 bomb sites
movements. They're like just it's taking them so.
Lineup. They've changed things up dramatically. We saw it on round 4.
It seems like they're focusing on the wrong thing at the moment.
Nothing
M80.
like that in round 1. Now they switch things
they're
up a little
doing
bit
it
more,
too.
notably with the clash being brought out by a wizard. We didn't see.
Would I say that they are playing way too linearly?
And this janitor position with
because
the clash is such a
they do one thing, they focus on that thing, and then they're stuck.
The other players on NIP
type
and
of thing.
keep your janitor player safe.
Well, Diffuser having some competition for the first player on M80 to get a kill as Gunner breaks the ice here in round number 5. All these conversions have fallen short on the side of M80. Can they finally break that streak now as M80 still searches for their very first round victory? What a turnaround from map number 1. M80 was in control through basically the entire map.
Yeah.
They were leading or they were tied. Nip had to wait until round 1 of
By the
this
way,
map
these
to find
chips
their
are
first
so
lead
good.
of
It's
the
like
series,
garlic and
man,
sour cream.
They've taken that lead and they have absolutely ran with it.
White
a
garlic
second pick
and
now for M80 is just a little bit over a minute.
is that
remains
sour
here in round
cream?
number
It's
5, and
something
Cons and
else.
Hates have been removed from action, yet Wizard still remains.
This should be the most winnable round so far for M80, but I warn you, we're less than 60 seconds and only one player is actually in the building. This is a big map. It's going to take some time to get to the bomb sites, and if you're just relying on rappelling in through these windows, could be dangerous. That didn't work for them the last time they attacked this site, and Wizards in a great spot to stop them too.
And I mean, they just keep picking apart this defense, though. They're not allowing to rotate.
Doing
It's much
way
more
better
static
now.
hold from Ninjas in Pajamas. Down goes
And
Kino at
when
the
I
hands
said
of
that,
Pino.
they
So
are
finally,
losing.
with 35 seconds left in this round, Nip will get on the board, blindly firing towards the door. Diffuser collapses. Gunner killing everybody, including Hot and Cold. But blood for the blood god is M80. Get
Blood
on
for
the
the
board.
blood
It took
god.
about
Okay.
10 minutes.
Let's go. Yeah,
Better
way
late-
better
almost
attack.
15 minutes,
Like
actually, but
it
better
looks
late
like they
than never.
knew
Still
their
4-1
defense
the
hold,
scoreline with one more round to go. Nip
and
will
they
assuredly win
didn't
the first
seem
half. The only question
too
we have to
hesitant
answer
anymore. Like they
for the next 3 minutes is
were
will it
not
be a
scared
4-2
of taking
scoreline, or will
the
it
taking
be
the fight.
5-1. 5-1 with Nip starting on potentially the worst side of their own map.
Yeah.
They might just run away with it in the
Really,
second
really
half.
good.
Yeah, that difference in the scoreline could be critical in how the second half does play out. NIP getting picked apart there from M80. They used the long angles that
So
they
it is the last round on the attacker side for M80. Then they will move on to defense, which is going to be
and will continue to be played. That should
like
keep the
it's
defenders in theory.
you're
safe
supposed
on
to
the
be
top
winning
floor,
on the
safe from
defense
those long
round
angles, but it just
more
felt like
on
M80
that.
was doing a great job of finding some
So
of
they
those
really
gaps.
need to
The
win
drones
this
were really
last
nice for them as
attacking
well. You see that
round
hard ping onto Cons playing down
for them to
below.
have some
This could
form
been
of
kill from Pino. I
a
really think that
chance
2v4
to
was
win
somewhat
this map.
winnable for them,
Because
especially
for
if
them to
Pino
go
can get that shot
5-1
inside of Janitor,
on
but in the end, the UMP it gives
in
a little
attack
bit, but mostly
is
it takes away, and that
really
time
bad.
takes away the life from
And that's
the
going to
NIP,
put them
so
in a very tight
one more
spot.
opportunity to get a dominating round.
M80 at this
4-5-1
point.
will be it, and open area will be the bomb site, cafeteria.
The question is how they're going to be pushing it. Since I have Blackbeard, they have
I feel a bit
obviously
foolish referencing stats at this
Gavani
point because
here,
basically all
so
of them are pro Nip. Oh, this bomb site's only been played one time and it was won by Nip. Well, no doubt. Take a look
take
at the
top
scoreline.
floor and then move down. I'm guessing.
But
then you have.
We can pick apart the operator choices.
I'm guessing
This
how
is
the
the very
cold is
first
going to be
Denari
on
that we are gonna
electrical
see
again.
on
I'm
this
guessing.
particular side of the map. Castles being brought to slow things down. Wamai and Azami will also work to slow things. So if they're a little bit worried about
Gunner
the
is
pacing
on that
of
side
M80,
with
you've got some great
Gavani.
operators to get
It
your
seems like
opponent
they're
stuck in the
increasing
mud.
their
The benefit is that whatever destruction is being brought on the
pace
side of
a
M80,
lot. They're being a
will
little
need
bit
to now
more
be used
fast paced, but
sparingly because the
and
goal will
there's
be
hot and cold died.
use these defender gadgets to eat that up. Fantasy takes down Hot and Cold. Hot and Cold having a bit of a rough map so far. He has found himself in danger very early on, maybe too often
cheeky C4.
for
Cheeky.
M80's liking.
Yeah, it feels like the defuse kit is getting dropped early every single round, and it hasn't been every round, but it's been a lot. And something that maybe M80 needs to clean up when they get to the next map, or maybe even overtime, is this is their last attack through the first
Looks
half.
like we are going
Just
to
the man advantage,
Chalet
taking
is
top
the
floor becomes a
decider
lot more
map,
awkward.
guys. So
Eventually, NIP will give it up, but
and
you'd like to take it
I
before they choose
would
to do so. The
not
flashes can come in from
like
lobby
to
side. The
see.
aggressive move from Fantasy. He's hungry for blood.
Wizard will pick up one, but Diffuser trades him right back. They've got an idea of Gunner's position down by ATMs. Diffuser is on the ground. Pino losing a bit of HP. There goes Gunner to Fantasy. Gavin is last man standing. Not until he gets
I don't know
Diffuser
what they
back
were
up.
trying to do.
He was down but not out. So now two guns from M80 will turn their sights towards the bomb chassis inside of open area. That big double door patrolled by Pino. Long range with the TCSG and ACOG in hand. If Diffuser's the first one through, you basically hit any part of his body and he is as good as dead. Gavin softened up as Pino gives his position away. 3 other players on the side of Nip unaccounted for. And one of those players is Cons, who will strike onto Diffuser. Now it's Gavin still remaining. Instrumental in the previous map, but ineffective here in the very final round of the first half. Pino gets the job done.
Yeah, that's going to be hard for
5-1
M80 to win now.
Jesse. We were a little worried that it would have broken the spirits of Nip with the way that
Spoiler
map
alert
one
on
ended,
A
but it
stream.
looks to be quite the
Wildcard versus
opposite.
Daystar on the
Nip
second
showing
map.
up more prepared
Wildcard
and more
won
steady
the
for Bank
first map,
than at
of
any
course.
point
Now won the
back
second
in
one.
map one.
Yeah,
On
and for me,
Cafe,
Parker, that first half was
Wildcard
really a
is in the
difference
lead
support
to
players. We saw Wizards
5-0.
single-handedly winning multiple rounds on the bottom
So
floor
I'm
for NIP. At the
guessing
same time,
that
Cons,
unless
hard
something
support
big
IGL,
happens,
an
Wildcard
immovable
is going to be
object
winning this one.
inside the bomb site. That anchor position was something that M80 could not root him out of. At the
Ying
same
and
time,
Mira,
Hot and
okay.
Cold falling a lot early with that defuse kit. Kino playing a lot of shields for that first half. Doesn't really find a lot of success. Part of the problem with Conflict playing shields, it's difficult to get into the map, but it felt like that was a struggle here, even on Bank.
Maybe a Grim.
For M80. I gotta give credit to NIP strats as well. 6 different rounds.
Kind of feels like it's going to be like something like that.
Sites they played. They came in with a really
Blast,
strong game
okay.
plan. It's just something that M80 were not able to prepare for because we haven't seen so many maps still here in this tournament so early at the 6 Invitational. It's a tall task. Winning 5, if not 6 rounds on this defensive side to stay alive and potentially close this one out 2-0. But it's one that M80, I think, are capable of. Keep in mind, 3-game win streak on Bank and a ridiculous 21-4 win rate or record since September on match series overall. So you really expect them to be able to bounce back, but how does that look? What is that going to require? Only they can tell us.
Yeah, I mean, you just look at the history of these teams, right? You've got M80, a team that has a great track record on Bank, especially recently. You've got Nip, a team that very recently wins this game.
Oh, damn.
But usually has to go to OT to do it. So you just look at those two things and you think, okay, well, M80 should have, pretty good odds.
Hi, Sacco.
And
How you
yet it's been Nip
doing? Hope
dominating
everything is
them
good with you.
all over this
Do
map
hope that you enjoy
so far.
the tournament
I
so
feel a bit
far.
vindicated though now as we turn our sights towards round number 7.
I'm really investing in like how M8 is playing. They're playing bad on the second map right now.
Our good friend Mint talked about this operator on
They
this
need to
site,
win
and we'll
like
get to see it
4.
in action.
They need to win
Maybe
every
not in the
single
way that we
defensive
hope.
round
Maybe
right now.
This will be an extended
That
roam
is
upstairs.
not that good.
But those Razor Blooms will function in a couple ways. Yes, they might do some damage, but they will certainly act as intel devices. So if you don't have any cams and you don't know where exactly the assault from Nip is going to emerge, those Razor Blooms will be mighty
There is a
handy. And
heavy
Gunnar will
roam
keep one in
presence.
back pocket for added measure.
Aw, thank
Really
you.
interesting hold from M80. This is one that would be nice to break down from a top-down POV.
Thank
if we
you
get
so
some
much.
YouTubers or analysts in after the game because they've got a really big extension top floor. They had players
Damn,
all
they
over
are
kinda
extending
tellers and even lobby
way.
side to
I
start
think they
things
might
off.
be
They've reined things back
overextending.
in to just
There's
open
4
area
people
where
above.
they'll have that hatch that they can use to drop down. I think
Like-
providing a lot of early pressure, showing a lot of map control to
Here's the
NIP,
thing.
but not committing
Couldn't
to a lot of it.
couldn't
This might
like
force NIP
Nip
to take
just
things
go
slowly.
into
It might
site
give them
and
a bit
plant
of
at this
pause
point
on their
because
clear
like
without
the
actually
site is bottom
risking
floor.
as much as they maybe would if they had actually played players
If
up on the
they're
top floor or
overextending-
committed to guys sticking around inside of archives.
I think you just saw a read there from Nip as well. They might be able to capitalize on one of these M80 players that isn't staring in that right direction. Yep, there we go.
Yeah.
And the Fenrir hot and cold is picked off yet again. It's the team captain dying early now. You were hoping that with the side swap, he would maybe stay alive a little bit longer. Not going to happen
Yeah.
in the very first round of the second half.
Yeah, they're overextending M80. They are way overextending.
Parker. Now we'll start to
I
see
don't
some
know
players
what
run
they were
down
trying to do
staircases.
with
You've still got
this.
a couple guys up here on the mid floor, but with that, everybody will drop. So
Hiya, Berto.
75 seconds on the clock.
Thank you.
NIP have a man advantage, and they've got full top floor control. This is about as good as it gets for an attacking team
That's
on
one
this
way of
site.
using the
There's a lot
boogie drone.
of plant focus util, right? You've talked about those thorns, even though they were used top floor, that there's going to be
Yeah, it
Goyos,
feels like they're
Toxic Fade,
overextending
even the,
way too much.
The Zoto canisters, right, from Diffuser. There's a lot to go through if you're NIP, so working through this utility is going to be the name of the game, and then getting a plant down as quickly as possible.
And this is pretty good timing,
Why do
right?
pro,
Like, there's this juggle, there's this
program
rhythm
the
to the bottom
floor
floor
to
bomb
force above
site.
the object?
You got 20 seconds on the Goyo canisters.
If
You
they
gotta
know
bring
there
out
is
the
a
smokes, there's
hold
nitro cells
on
the board.
the first
So the
floor,
good
you
timing
need
from
to
Nip
push
is gonna
them
end up
off
with
the
about
first floor.
1,000 things thrown at you. Gunner will take matters into his own hands, but he'll do so with a gun. No utility being used here. Khan surveying the wreckage of this bomb site, looking for a golden opportunity to get the diffuser on the ground. But he's just biding his time as Wizard takes down Gunner. There goes
Are you
Diffuser
kidding
as
me,
well.
M80?
Nip has full control of this site. Out go the gas canisters. Khan surviving.
Oh my
Kino fed at
God,
the
are
hands
you
of
kidding
Fantasy.
me?
Gavin now swinging his way in. Down goes the Monty. Kino taking him out from the grave. Gavin will ascend upstairs with the sidearm in hand. He had one of the best shots we've ever seen in pro play in the previous map. What can he pull off now? Dancing around the fire, Gavin. Beheading Wizard. In a 1v1 against Pino, doing some serious damage. Can Gavin do it again? Dancing around the bomb chassis. Pino
You need to go, you
biding
need to go,
time.
you need to go.
Gavin running against the clock.
No,
Turning
wait,
his
you
tail, and
had
Pino
the
gets him.
opportunity. Oh my God.
Map point for Nip.
The 25-year-old veteran wins it in the 1v1. So smart inside a server, Parker. All the opportunity for Gavin to make that clutch happen, to break the hearts of NIP one more time, but it's not to be a really good push coming through, and I think you got to give a lot of credit to the
That
captain.
was close.
Cons on
But yeah,
that
so
Monty,
like the
a
reason
lot
why
of
they decide
captains,
to
a lot of
ram
shield
top floor
players in
is
that
because they
position were
know
button
that
in,
there is 4
immediately
players
hold
playing on the
F, do your
first
best to
floor.
get the kick down as fast
So
as
they
possible,
want them
because
to
there's a lot
push
of
them
anti-play
off
util.
on the
You're
first
scared
floor
of that,
down
but
back
that's not
site.
the approach that
If
Cons
you
takes.
leave
He
that
goes deep, and he
the
spends a
defenders
lot
to
of time
play on the
just
first
gathering
floor,
info
it's
for his
impossible to
team.
go in for the
He tells
plant
them where those defenders are. He
in
allows his
that
teammates to
position.
work those
So you're
picks, and
not
only
safe
once he
anywhere
feels
for the
confident
plant
in
if
the
they have
space that
top
his team
floor
has taken,
control.
does he start to put
The
that diffuse kit
defenders.
on the ground.
So
I think
what they
Cons
needed
has
to do
really
is use the
played this
ram
map
to open up vertical
fantastic,
play
despite,
and see if
maybe
they can
some
get a free
struggles in
peek
map one
or
on the
force them to
shields.
go down.
He's really been reading the game correctly, I think, through this second map, and M80
So
don't
that's
seem
the
to have
reason why
any answers at the moment.
they used it. It's kind of same
At this
principle
point in
when you
time,
use
I think
fuse,
what's
for
most
example.
likely
I
is
used
we
to
just move on to
more or less force
Obviously, crazier
people
things have
off
happened.
a certain
Comebacks have been mounted from
point
this exact same scoreline.
where they are like
Sometimes even
holding.
worse.
So
We've seen
we
teams claw
can
back
take
from
an
a
example
6-0.
for Coastline.
But
You
there's
have
usually some
kitchen.
kind
I do
of
want to force them off the
underlying issue that gets addressed.
Yeah.
I just don't really see that here on
choice,
M80. They've come close in a
choke
couple of
hold
these rounds. Round one,
that is on the
decently
kitchen
close. Round
towards
two,
the service
decently
entrance.
close.
I
Now
do
what
like
we
the
just
fuse
saw,
there to push them
decently
off.
close.
Same with
But
bathroom as well in
decently
Coastline.
close
If you
is
fuse
not
there,
enough.
you're forcing them
It
out to
doesn't
lobby,
matter
for
how many
example,
times
which can
you
give a
lose a
free pick
1v1.
for your teammate to get
Yeah,
because
you can huff some
obviously you're going
copium.
to be
Yeah, and I'm sure
in
some fans of
lobby
M80 are doing
as
that
an
right now.
attacker.
But Nip has been in full control.
So
of this
it's
map.
not
Let's kid
necessarily
ourselves. This
only
has been a very
for
dominant
clear
performance.
utility or
This
trying
is
to
showing
get
us
a free
exactly
pick.
why Nip chose
It's
to go here.
also good to use
And now you
as
just gotta recenter yourself
a way
and
to
think,
move people.
what do we do in this round?
And that goes
how
for
do
a
we prep
Ram
this
as well.
Yeah, as well as they played on map 1. M80
Same with
are not a
Capital,
team
you
to
have
win
same
2-0.
with
They played 5 series in the
Flores
Mutavated
as well
playoffs, and
works.
They didn't get a single 2-0 win despite winning that
Oh.
entire event. So we maybe should have known that a third map was coming if M80 were going to walk away with the victory at least. But
is he
still
aware?
in this game, and we saw a rat spot being played by Gunner that I believe has not been cleared out. He's
That is
inside of
not
lobby in
clear
the
out.
far northwest corner, hiding behind this little tipped over chair so that he can avoid the drones, do his best to stay silent, and maybe go for a play later on in this round. He's in a great spot to clear off the window.
wait, what had,
players,
like, a
Wizard is
first?
one of them.
I totally forgot. I'm sorry.
Stayed hidden down here, and it will pay off. Almost getting a second now as Fantasy gets cut down from his rappel.
Damn.
3 separate players remain on rappel for Nip, so a dangerous position for them to be in. And one of them will almost certainly need to keep a set of eyes on that main lobby, either through an operator or through a drone. With Fantasy see dead, throw a drone down there. You've got the great guy to sit on it, and he'll just be able to watch. But either way, you need to be a little concerned. And Pino might actually get caught off guard by Gunner here.
No, they're hunting Gunner. They know where he's at. No, they don't.
Do you want to retract your
They
statement there,
They know
or?
he's here.
They knew he's here as he almost kills Pino, but actually does an absurdly low amount of damage with that P90. And guess what Gunner's going to try to do again?
No way.
Are they still out there? Survey says...
Wizard is.
Yes, but he's got an idea. Again, maybe there's a drone waiting for him. How many times are we going to see clips of Gunner just running away?
Surely this is the last one. They've committed all their resources just to killing Gunner. It's basically the entire round at this point.
There are still 4 more players on M80 that we have not even said the names of in this round. And there is under 30 seconds to go.
Damn, they do
9
good to
players alive
M80
in
now.
the server. 20 seconds to go. Cons holds Diffuse Kit, and the entire focus is on the soulless of Gunner, who
Don't
has
move,
frozen
Gunner.
and immobilized this NIP team. You have to get going if you're the Brazilians, and you will do just that. Running into the bomb site and picked
Nicely
off
done.
one
Way
by
better
one
play.
by one.
Way better.
An excellent round from Gunner. The rest of the team on M80 does their job.
Okay, so we got a sub, by the way, guys. So we have to tell. So I have to tell you a story from the past. So a story from the past is when I was playing football. When I was year before I started to play on the bigger football scene. We were playing 7 against 7. I did score 6 goals in one single game, and we won 11 to 1 on that game. So I basically got 6 goals, and I ran basically from my teammate side over to other side and just scored. At that point, the enemy team got so mad where they tried to foul me out. So they was trying to like make sure that I like to tackle me and stuff like that. And I just gave it back twice as much because I got so mad at that. So I ran after a girl who was like tackling me to the ground, and I got so pissed. I went up and ran after her because she got the ball from me. And I got so mad that I tackled her as well. It was a fight for the ball, but I gave her a little bit more push. Whereas she accidentally ran into the section where there was audience sitting on a bench. And she accidentally flew into the bench against the people that was watching the game. And basically crashed into them. So to speak. I didn't get a yellow card for that, but like maybe I should, because that actually looked like it hurt. So I was like 12 at the time. I kind of did the same thing again when I was 18 and 19. Sorry, 19. And that was like a school event for that. So I was playing against the guys. It was mixed. And one of the guys was in the football school together with me, and he's like super tall, and he's always like been pestering me about like, oh, you shouldn't be here, you're female and stuff like that. So I gave him a push over, and bear in mind there is like hip side like covers. So it was indoors, so a cover so the ball doesn't go out towards the audience. I sent him flying over there as well, and since this was a school event, so we had one side that was cheering for me or my school, the other side was like cheering for the other school. I literally had over 500 people yelling boo and yay, and I ended up in the school paper as a special person for like pushing one guy that is like 180 over the siren like stuff. So so that was kind of like it. So I am kind of known for being on the harsh side when it comes to like challenging me. And bear in mind, I'm just 163 centimeters tall, so I'm short as hell, but I can still push you off if I want to. So. And I do also hold the record of for having the most goals in one season at the age of 12. I have 26 goals in one season as well. So, and so far no one has broken that record in over 20 years. So, yeah, that's one of the stories. I have a lot more. I do have a story where I actually brought in a horse to my parents' house. So, that's another story. If you want to hear more about that, then just all you need to do is sub again.
Clock is almost always on your side. 3 rounds now for M80. The gap between these two teams shrinking minute by minute. When I was just about to ask, when do you potentially start to worry if you're NIP? And immediately we hear in our ears, timeout NIP after operator bans. So I guess now is when you start to worry.
Yeah, and I think this is the right time to call it. We'll see what the bans come through. You could go for some of those plant denial operators. We've seen a lot of good smoke play, Tachanka play. It'll be Goyo instead, so that is kind of the line of thinking for
By the way, spoiler alert, wildcard win against Daystar with 2-0.
Had all the steps there, but ended up losing a couple of crucial gunfights. Had a lot of players gold side, actually.
Second game out of 3 that I'm guessing correct today, so we are on a roll right now.
Alone with Pino on that server side of the map, and as soon as Pino went down, it was a great push by Kino.
And we will see if I'm correct on this one, because I said MAD would win this one.
They can play a little bit more together. If they can kind of be all in on one strategy rather than bouncing around the map, they might have a little bit more success. This M80 team are a very good defensive squad. They can be really tricky to pin down, just as NIP were on their own defensive side. It's going to be on the coach of Dan to find some way around this, because M80 have been looking red hot on defense.
Very defender-sided map. After you spent multiple times tripping over yourself to talk about how defender-sided Consulate was, and now Bank is saying, hold my beer. The defenders are just having a terrific show of it. I mean, Bank is a big map. It can be friendly territory for either. There's lots of opportunity for successful attacks, especially if defenders are not well coordinated. And yet there have only been 2 successful attacks through the 9 rounds played. That is quite dominant for the defenders. M80 won round number 5, attacking the top floor. NIP won round 7, attacking the basement. And would you believe it? The first open area to be defended by M80. Now, because of the way the bomb site rotation works, M80 won upstairs, they won downstairs. Now you have to go to one of these middle floor bomb sites. Keller's Archives is the redheaded stepchild of this map. It sees some play. It is generally poorly regarded by most teams on defense. So you're going to go to staff and open area, which was won back in round number 3 by NIP defending, and then won a second time by NIP in round 6, also defending. So defenders, 2-0 on this site. If you're a fan of M80, you're hoping they go 3-0.
Really interesting to see Diffuser on the Scopos. Historically, it would be Gunner running Scopos and Diffuser on the Valkyrie. It seems like they've made a bit of a role swap between the Major and the 6 Invitationals. So we see Diffuser on the Robotic Operator, already taking a bit of early damage playing on that top floor, but of course, the main ability of this op to teleport back to the main floor to the second shell, where it's likely seated inside the site, should be a big opportunity for Diffuser to escape with his life. NIP know the game plan. They know how important clearing top is going to be. They've got a lot of drones up there at the moment. There's not a lot of util that they need to clear out. Maybe looking for an Electroclaw right now on the main Kanto wall, if they can find one there. I'm not sure if it even is electrified. I don't believe it is. So
yeah, it's not.
Just for information, they've got plenty of that, but that doesn't mean M80 are leaving. No, they actually have left. They're all gone. You know what? They did leave.
They did leave.
Down goes Wizard to a Nitro Cell by Gunner. So
nicely. That's a good kill. That's a good kill. Because that's Grim off the board, so that is a good one.
Sees that explosion below him.
Scopus
Down
went
goes one of the
back
offsite
safely.
Scopus, the only offsite Scopus, so Diffuser is just a single robot at this point in time. On the run will be Gunner as he works his way through the bomb site.
Gunner
No surprise that the Valkyrie is in the site. Not a lot of information gained there from NIP, but they know where Hates is, which is quite beneficial on the side of M80.
Diffuser may be the main
Yeah, here's the thing with the Damus. It works both ways. You're giving the information where you are versus what
hitting that flank, and it's going to be something
you
that
getting
will
information
have
on
to
them.
watch out for. could be really awkward with that Scopos down there, so they need to be ready. At the moment, this push does look like it's coming more through Archives, though. If they can just focus on open area, ignore Cafeteria, then that could open things up for them. 45 seconds, they find the claw, and the open wall will start to breach, so plenty of options for the attackers.
He means open area wall, for those that were wondering when he says open. I know it can be a little confusing.
Open wall is open.
I was giving you some credit.
Thank you.
I don't do that all that often. Down goes Gunner with the hands of
that's
Khan.
not good.
So Nip,
You did not show back enough blood.
This one close. There goes Gavin.
Are you
Hold
kidding
on.
me?
Nip finally firing it up themselves. Hot and Cold and Diffuser will need to save the day. You talked about Diffuser aplenty. He gets spotted, and Hot and Cold manages to survive to the very bitter moments. Fantasy does not have the wherewithal to get the Diffuser down. He'll attempt now with a few seconds left. Hot and over by Printer.
No.
Spotted and swatted.
No, overtime.
Nip
Gosh dang
allowed
it.
M80 to get their hopes up
Gosh
only before
dang it.
dashing them. Both teams
I don't want an
winning
overtime.
their maps. It took M80 a little bit longer to put Consulate in the win column. Nip, a brisker affair. We've got Chalet as our third map. But that's a bit of a statement from Ninjas in Pajamas, isn't it?
Yeah.
To walk into a map after losing to Gavin the way that they did and say, you know what? We're going to take the first 4 rounds. Our mental is fine.
Yeah, it really does not get easy for the North Americans. Never is it so simple. And I think a lot of credit got to go to Dan. Really good strats coming out on the defensive side. Gets them that 5-1 half. So much variety on how they were playing. And then when things fall apart on the attack, it's his tactical timeout, which gets the team back in the game, gets their head on straight, and wins them their immediate first round after.
Yeah, I mean, when you have one of the greatest...
Why does it look like Thatcher right now with the entire with the hat and clothes? He's trying to mimic Thatcher.
What do we do?
Definitely.
You guys have to sort it out. That usually means that there's some trouble in the water. Just a little bit of trouble in the water. And it
just
took
a little
some
bit.
time for M80
Just a little.
fraggers to start fragging and start working together. And they definitely looked like a better team towards the end of this map.
Sure.
But when you go to your opponent's map, you get to
Yeah,
choose
like
you
Gunnar
think
was the one that
A
had
will
the
do
best
on, and B your opponents will
cost.
do worse on.
What's it called? Just
M80 did not get that memo. They
did not
really
even
look that
show.
much better on either side, though the numbers show they did better on attack.
Yeah, and I
Damn.
think this is a really interesting stat line from NIP because
Looks
despite
kind of
being the
deceiving.
bottom
Don't
of
mess
the
with
EPS
run
leaderboard,
or
I think
you.
Wizard was probably the single best
Like,
player
what
on
the
this team. He had the most
Seriously,
impact
Alberto?
individually in a
Like, I'm
few
not doing
specific
anything.
rounds, single-handedly winning a certain bomb
I'm
site
just
for this
telling
team
it
over and
as
over
it
again.
is.
So
They are
you
not
gotta give credit to
playing
all
good.
5 members on NIP. It's very clear that they're playing as a unit. They're not relying on just one guy to step up and make big plays. All
Like,
5 of them
I gotta
are
give
able
it to
have
Nip.
their
They're playing
moments,
way better
and, I
today
think
than I
it's
did
really impressive to
yesterday.
see that stat line.
But
Yeah, I mean,
to be honest,
the
it
two guys
should
they
it
want
should
to
have
top
won
flag,
against
Hates
Black
and
Dragons
Fantasy,
yesterday. That was
did
like
just that. But
it
Wizard
is
has
kind of
so
stupid
many
that they
high value,
lost
high
yesterday.
impact kills while also
I
leading
guess
a team
Weibo,
that
I
he's
mean.
gotta be, in my heart, the MVP, even if the numbers don't back it up. One more map awaits us. Chalet, a clean best of 1. Do the defending major champions win their first match here at SI?
Yeah, that is
or
going
does
to be.
Nip bounce back after a rough first day? We'll find out in a couple minutes.
Yeah, so Wildcard won their 2 maps very easily. First map was Nighthaven 7-3. And then the last one, Cafe with 7-2 against Daystar. So right now, Daystar is in a rocky position. Right now. Let's see here. So Daystar have lost 1 and won 1, so they're in the middle. I'm not allowed to have that. And Elevate is in the bottom right now with 0 wins. And Elevate lost against Falcon as well. So, like, Elevate have lost 2 games right now. So that is not good for them. Let me just do this for you guys. Turn down the volume. Do this. Nip remembers what the M80 did to them in the Munich. Yeah, definitely. So we do have this right now. So in this map right now, these two. So in the first group, if M80 wins against Nip, Nip is going to be in a really tough spot because Fearx actually has 1 point. That's the thing. Because of their, let's see here, let me duplicate so I don't have to go back and forth. Scheduling, and yesterday, so they got 2-1 against Heretics, but Nip lost 2-0. So like, here's the risk. If you don't understand why Ferox got 1 point, it's because they won one map. So that's the thing. So you get 1 point for winning. Like, if you're losing a map, losing a game 2-1, for example, you get 1 point. So yeah. So if M80 wins, this means that Nip will get 1 point here. So let's see here. So I say it correctly. It should be, if M80 win this, Nip is going to go past Fearx, and Fearx is going to be the bottom team because of the round difference. So that puts them, and they're going to have 3 points, 4 points, I mean. So they're going to be on second place. So everything comes down to what Heretics is going to be playing, but they are not playing today. And then we have the B group. Falcons is in the lead. The loss yesterday 2-1 against Furia, so they got 1 point, and then the 1-2-0, which gives them 4 points. Wildcard won there first, so they got 4 points. Daystar, they lost against Wildcard 2-0, so they did not get any points, so they are second, but the round difference, as you can see, puts Wildcard above. Furia is going to be playing tomorrow, so it's their rest day, so they are not getting anything. Elevate is on 0 points. And they are going to be eliminated at this point, because if they are not winning the last games, which is like Elevate winning against Furia, which it's not going to happen, and then you have Wildcard versus Elevate, like that's not going to happen anyway. So what is more important in the break between matches? Going over strategy or bathroom break? It depends if you've been stupid enough to drink a lot and you need to go to the bathroom. That would be a difference. In general. Hey! Stevensack, how you doing, honey? How you doing? How was the stream? Hope you had fun playing games. I'm dying to go in and play some games as well. But there is not going to be any games this week. Of course, for everyone that don't know who I am, my name is Run Out of Name. I'm a Swedish gamer mom who loves Rainbow Six Siege. I'm currently working together with Ubisoft and co-streaming the 6 Invitational matches. So we are talking a little bit of stats, strats, and dumb gameplay. Why am I getting all of the commercials? That is not good. Stupid thing. But yeah. How was everything, Seba? Did you win any games? But yes, Elevate, they if they lose tomorrow, they are out. There's no recovery for them. They haven't got a single point. If they would have got a single point against Furia tomorrow, then maybe there's hope for them. Or like they're playing against yeah. Then there is hope. Otherwise they're screwed, so to speak. C group, that is going to be playing later, so I don't know. I was looking, but Shopify did win yesterday 2-0, so they got full points. Kia won as well, which is kind of surprising. If anything, today should show that Shopify Rebellion should win against Kia with 2-0 because they have really kicked their asses in the last two matches they've been facing each other recently, which was April and February. A lot can change, but like 7-2 to Shopify and 2-0 in the best of 3 kind of shows that they are a little bit better. So if anything, so if they win there, now FaZe Clan needs to win. G2 is having a rest day, so they're playing tomorrow.
Both teams you expect to win their maps, and they have done that. So now we go to Chalet as the ultimate tiebreaker. And this is a bit of an odd map for both of these teams.
Yeah, that's right, Parker. Chalet has not been one that either team have been incredibly comfortable on in recent moments. M80 going 0-2 on Chalet through the North American Regional Finals. That was obviously not a hugely important event for them, and it's not one where they finished very highly, but still, Chalet was...
But yeah, when it comes to bathroom break, there, Alberta, I'm not sure. Like, if you're drinking a lot, you kind of need to time your bathroom breaks a little bit better.
Americana, where they played some Tier 2 teams and some less than important games.
So that is...
Chalet a single time since the season
if it's tied, do they look at
like
head-to-head first or round different?
So a lot of mysteries for NIP.
If it's tied, it's round different that will do it.
Because M80 didn't have a lot of footage on what NIP.
So
they brought out a lot of new strats.
the less minus you have, the higher. Like, let's say M80 has 7 in round differential, and you have G2 that's sitting on 2 round differential. That means that M80 is better than G2. It comes down to how many rounds they have won in total. Or lost, I mean, in total, I think. I need to look up how this counts.
Over on the other stream, we had a bona fide APAC team play. Southeast Asian representative of Daystar played up against the North American team of Wildcard. And, well, it's not exactly a good day for the APAC teams. Daystar getting...
By the way, guys, don't forget we still have some subs going on here. So we have gone into 1. I need to, like, put out, like, a number. I can't do that again. We can see how many subs we got today.
The most competitive event of the year, but they are bound to happen at some point.
That's always going to happen when you get regions
I do that.
that maybe don't always match up, but hey, that's the beauty of the 6th Invitational. Chalet is a map where I say you have to ban the Asami if you're an attacking team. They do so. We sometimes see
Can I do this, perhaps?
Get a lot of ban action on Chalet so far through this event. It's going to be the Mira, bit
Not
more of a traditional ban
alert.
choice from NIP coming through for their first decision, and then M80 banning out that Monty and that Ying. We know how good Cons is on that Monty. It was huge for him to be able to win some of those rounds on Bank, and even I think on Consulate he had some great plays despite early struggles. His overtime shield plays were excellent. So interesting ops to come through from both teams, and top floor is going to be our first one.
Here.
Yeah, I mean, Cons obviously doesn't have very good underlying numbers at the moment, but he probably should on his role. Like, if Cons and Razor aren't the 2 lowest performing players on NIP, something is usually quite wrong. We also said this about Shopify Rebellion, the team that we referenced who will be up in action.
We have 5.
Playing up against D+ Kia.
Let me turn up the volume for you guys.
Had a terrific day on Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, Mady needs to win, definitely.
On his team, it was instrumental in pushing SR forward in their victory against G2, but he's also not the type of person you want to see doing the best. Hot and cold on M80. Similarly, usually a player that can compete against the best of the best, but you want guys like Gavin, Diffuser, Gunner to be at the very top, and those happen to be the 3 players that are.
And we expected a crazy first round from NIP, some unexpected strats. While I'm looking at a Finka, I'm looking at a Mara, I'm looking at a Glass Parker. This is going to be a crazy start to the game. How prepped are M80 going to be for it? They have most of their players here on the top floor. It's not been an instant 30-second rush, but with the tools that are being held by NIP, there's no doubt that they're going to go for an explosive execute at some point in this round. Most of their players still over towards Solar side, still outside the building. Bathroom window could be a big focus for them as well. They take a moment. It's not necessarily a rush, but a delayed rush that can do a really large amount of damage if M80 aren't ready for it.
I am loving the amount of Denari that we are playing as well in this level of gameplay. Having a Denari show up frequently is also great for the casual side of the community. A lot of people who play this game at a Tier 2, Tier 3, T4, T500 level, which is about where I play it, can take notes from these pros. Denari's a great operator to slow you down. His traps are quite effective, gain intel. There's a lot that Denari brings. The only real knock against Denari is usually the loadout, but the teams here at SI have been really liking the Scorpion. A lot of Ella and a lot of Denari running that gun.
Comes the push from Fantasy. Smoke comes through, knows one's close on the wall, and he does find the angle. A sliver of Diffuser's head peeks out. He will get the opening pick on map 3. This opens the door now for NIP, but they got to be careful of who might be lurking below.
And they've got control of Chimney. They've got control of this top portion of the map. Wizard is in the basement, which for an Amaru is a very peculiar place to be. He knows one's tucked into the corner, and with the shotgun out, will very easily collapse on Gavin. A great start from Nip here, as now they can double up on these library stairs. A very quick run.
There we have it. We have this see the sub goal that we have.
That a clash
so I included what we already have.
Clash wander outside as well, and with 45 seconds left, Nip have not had a single point of damage done.
Did you get to diamond yet, Sebe, or are you still in emerald? I think I saw you last time you were like emerald free.
Positions that they want to. The Amaru can't do the jump in with the repel being played, but here comes the push.
Why would you jump in?
With the Scorpion, Fantasy on the board.
Now, why would you jump in like that?
Nip still leading at this point in time. Fantasy gun down. How do you lose that engagement? Gunner feasting on them.
Getting an ace, Gunner.
One ace in this series.
Is getting an ace. Let's go.
Let's go. Oh my god. That's my first ace in 3 years.
No way. First ace in 3 years.
3 years. Hates with one ace. Gunner with the other. And M80 looked like they were on their back heels in that first round. They were able to put their foot down and find themselves with a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, you talk about the Denari play, and Gunner shows exactly why it can be such a strong operator, not only with the Scorpion singing from that top floor position, but also just making it awkward to get in through those windows. The Blackbeard bathroom window, probably the most obvious example, where you just don't have a great way in without taking some damage. Gunner's able to find an angle onto him. Looks a little bit awkward on the man count, but I always loved M80's positioning in that NIP did not have a great way to get in and get a plant down. They had to flood. They had to go for kills. I loved this play from Wizard down to the basement. He plays it perfectly, but in the end, Gunner is even more perfect than his teammates. Good coordination coming through from Hot and Cold on the clash. Not sure if he could have done it without his captain, but in the end, this moment is all Gunner's.
Just see, it's an interesting thing to cast the very first ace of SI. And then how about the second ace of SI? Unless an ace occurred in the wildcard Daystar game.
That is the second ace for today or in the entire tournament so far. It's not often that you get an ace during such a tournament. What the fuck?
It happens.
It tried.
Yeah.
It tried.
Way she goes.
That was just...
That is just
why.
Like, you know that's coming. Somebody will try to spawn peek big window at some point. It's bound to happen.
Yeah, Chalet, probably the most prone to spawn
yeah,
peeks
no, don't do that, please.
In the competitive pool. Action not stopping yet.
What the
Gunner
fuck?
is hungry for more, but he does get stopped at 5 as Pino inside of Mudroom does get that frag. Another shield
okay,
hit from
Amanda, what the
Collins
fuck
too.
are you
They're
doing?
flooding through this map and it very quickly brought this down to a 2v5.
It was a 3v2 for Nip just a couple seconds before this round began. It was obviously torn apart by Gunner's great play, though he did get a sizable leg up from Hot and Cold playing on that clash.
Yep.
The clash not wanting to be a part of the active engagements, just instead staying a little farther back and using the shield and information to his disposal. He's the IGL on the team. If there's anybody on the side of M80 you want giving you calls and info, it's going to be Hot, and Gunner capitalized off of said calls. Now it's Houghton and Kino to take matters into their own hands. They will need to be more than just pylons.
So they could just go inside the plant. That's the funny thing. Like they could just go.
The round to play with.
Whoa, no,
Kino. He couldn't hit
Kano.
water if he falls out of a boat. An ace by Gunnar to start round number 1, and a flawless round by Nip to cap off round number 2.
Damn.
Both of these teams showing that they can play ball.
It's not Kino's day today, Parker. Hasn't had a huge impact in any of our 3 maps just yet. Not able to work with Hot and Cold to clutch up that 2vx in the late round either, but it really comes down to the early aggression. NIP, they don't let how round 1 ended affect them. Just like how they didn't let map 1 end
I think it's going to be Secret versus SSG. I feel like that is going to be the top game for today.
Fantasy had a really good ping onto Gavin, which fed some information.
I'm kind of looking forward to that game.
Third pick, giving them that 3-man advantage. So a lot of this really fast intel that's being gathered by NIP and relayed very quickly, which can make the difference. Great shot by Pino in the midst of that as well and through the spawn peak. It's interesting, we did actually have a
I think
ping
that
onto
would
the
be
player
my
that killed,
preferred
that killed
match
the
of
window,
the day, and
but
of course it's the last match of the day.
Are we gonna see the same thing we saw all the way back in map number 1, where we go into the grittiness of overtime, just round after round after round, trading back and forth and back and forth and back and forth?
I kind of hope so. I mean, that was one of the best maps of Siege that we've cast in a long time, Parker, so I wouldn't be mad at that.
It's been a couple months since you and I were able to cast in person together, and we honestly don't have a lot of game day reps if you think about it.
That's true.
We had, what was the Montreal Major was our first live cast together with an audience. Technically, we got a couple games in at DreamHack years and years and years ago.
2019?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Good old Corn Pop 16 in Intero Bang. I was using Intero at the time, but I just wanted to bring myself down to that level, so.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
But yeah, it's a heck of a matchup for you and I to make our debut, and this is a heck of a match for M80 to make their debut as well. The North American team had their day off yesterday. We also had the day off, so we spent most of it sitting with the rest of the broadcasters, watching the match on the screens, talking shop. M80 do not disappoint.
Oh, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead.
Entertaining bouts.
You're dead.
How are 2 players struggling here? What was going on? Cons unsuccessful on attack on the Blackbeard through much of map number 1, and he's already doing significantly better here on Chalet. A 3v2 for M80 with a round and a minute and a half to go. This is exactly the opposite scoreline, or we saw of M80 and Nip back in round number 1. Now it was Nip who had the numbers advantage, and they fell short.
Yeah, M80, they run the same bomb site back park. We're back to kitchen, but this time a couple different operators have been changed. Most notably, the Clash was not being brought, and so it allowed them to get a little bit more aggressive. We still see Diffuser taking the brunt of the focus, and while he's not having a good time, opens the door for his teammates to get a couple of kills. Nice play from Kino to get out of that solar position after getting a frag. In the basement at the moment, can play those west main stairs when he needs to, and it's really up to Pino and Cons to find a solution. Could mean clearing out Kino from the basement, but I think they're just going to go trophy window side. With these Sens walls, they could have an opportunity to do something sneaky with that. Not sure where they've been thrown out. He can still activate them, assuming the time hasn't run out at this point.
Cons is now able to conceal himself as he falls
Damn, this is going to be hard for M80
there to
if
get
they...
their attention.
Well, that's
Cons
a lot.
face checking just about every other angle and has actually found some safety. The only question is there somebody above? We know there is, but that question is about to be answered by Nip. Hot and Cold still playing that position. Gunner is not too far off.
Nicely done.
And just like map number 1, back and forth they go. M80 taking
They got it.
Odd numbers. That leaves Nip for the even numbers. That's not good if you're Nip.
Nope.
You don't want to be tied or trailing like you were on map number 1. You want to be more competitive and fighting for that lead. Nip still have plenty of time to pull that off.
Yeah, I really like that round from Hot and Cold. Obviously, he got the main kill onto the Fuser planter just at the end of that, but he actually started the round in an anchor position. He started inside the site and was likely feeding information on drones and player positions to his roamers up above him. Then once those roamers evacuated the top floor, once they go back towards the bomb site, Hot and Cold moves over towards games.
Just
he goes up
checking,
the library stairs, and
getting
only once
a couple of
NIP
messages
can see
here,
the top
so
floor, they go for that execute. That's when Hot and Cold retakes the space, always avoiding the positions being held by NIP. So I really like that movement from Matt. Gonna play that Solus one more time, so can do similar things where he tries to avoid the enemy team, but this time they go right back up to the top floor to try to play that bomb site.
Hi, Toxic. How you doing? So M80 really
Solid
need
plays
to
and
be
coordination
playing
from M80
really
that were
good
absent
on defense,
on
otherwise
Bank,
they're going to
right,
be having
Jesse?
a
That
lot
was
harder time on
not the
attack
same team that we saw
on this
back
map.
on console at Bank was groups of individuals, and they are much better practiced. I did get a second or two to listen in to M80's conversation after that second map concluded, and boy, oh boy, it was not exactly a friendly affair.
It's Swapian talking
But they
about.
did seem to identify some issues, just some coordination that plagued them, and they weren't able to fix it in the midst of the match.
Yeah.
Plenty of teams have found themselves in that exact same circumstance.
Doing good
So
building
M80
a
would
farm
be
in
a good
Minecraft
company.
and then use it for
Not
like
exactly the company
5-6
you wanna
hours
be
in a
if you
row.
wanna win the
Lol.
hammer. I think irrespective of what happens here,
I will never
most
understand
people had
Minecraft. I'm
these two
sorry, I
teams
will
at the
never
top of this
understand
group.
Minecraft at
so
all.
if anybody is going to give M80 a run
That-
for
that's
their
the
money,
thing.
it'd be
I
Nip.
would never
You
understand
even
it.
said that. If there is a loss for M80 here to be had, it will likely be at the hands of the Ninjas.
Yeah, I call this the most losable game in group stage for M80, and I think we are seeing exactly what that looks like. One round goes differently back on map 1, and this would have been a 2-0 for the Ninjas. So still plenty to play for M80. I do like their position, but they can't rest on their laurels. Blitz got banned out, so Cons is forced back over to the Blackbeard. A couple of roamers down here inside of
Did you
Game Fence
really
just
miss
being
that
droned out
drone?
by Wizard. It's going to be a full assault on these roamers to try to root them out and get a man advantage before they look to sight.
Grenades go out.
Are you
They
really
got a
not
good
seeing
read
that?
on the Ella of Gavin sitting inside a bar.
Oh, that they did
Now
not
it's
go.
Gunner's turn to be determined or found as they determine he's the one that the death mark will go for. Cons is in a dangerous spot. They're trying to bait Gavin
Why
into a
isn't
more
that-
favorable engagement. He's not taking the bait yet. Kino dies at the hands of Pino. Nip has been very good at drawing first blood on this map. That's something we haven't been able to say through the previous two. An advantage now for Nip. This fantasy sidearm shreds through one. Fenrir of Gunner. Countered yet again by this death mark. And they will hunt him down. He'll hit the deck. My, this is a tricky spot to be in. They've got some coverage. This bomb site is above. What a good shot from Gunner as he manages to outduel Fantasy, but Hates is there for the assist. Nip now doubling up on numbers and have a minute left to find the two remaining players. Hot and cold through that
Just
wall.
drop
takes
that.
down Hates. Fantasy will trade him right out.
No.
And Diffuser, who uncharacteristically is without a kill, will find one. But
No.
that's all she wrote. Fantasy tying things up at the tail end of the fourth round.
Nice little push coming through. Every time we saw NIP get into a gunfight, they always had the numbers advantage, whether that was fighting the roamers over towards game, working their way over towards kitchen. It's always like a 2v1, a 3v2. The numbers were always favoring NIP. They're able to get that because they're setting themselves up really nicely with strong drones to give information and the Deimos tracker from Fantasy as well. Really nice information coming the way of the Ninjas, gets them that advantage early, allows them to isolate those solo players. And they do tie us up at 2.
What the hell's going on over there?
Was that SSG I just saw in the booth? It was quick. I could be wrong.
I mean, maybe.
Maybe?
Sounded Portuguese, though.
Yeah, it was. It's Fluxo and
Fluxo,
Enterprise
okay.
on the A stream. Enterprise, our Australian friends, will be doing battle against.
Yeah, I know they say Fluxo, but it is
7M,
W7M. They mean
W7M.
they got bought up
Not
or
really
something
sure
like merge or
because they
whatever.
use
So
different
Fluxo,
tags.
W7M,
I've seen
but
FX
let's go with
7M
just
used
W7M
before. They use
on
FX
this
in
one.
their names.
It's going
They
to be
go by
easier.
Fluxo W7M, I believe, on the jersey.
Yeah.
You love Fluxo.
I'm a big Fluxer.
You're
personally.
a Fluxer.
I'm a big Fluxer, and I'm a big fan of the players that are on that team. Formerly the players of W7M, who won the Montreal Major last year in a big upset win over BDS, now known as Falcons. Didn't really have the Munich Major that they wanted, so hoping for a better SI at this tournament. Also making their debut today, along with M80, Wildcard, and FaZe Clan.
This defensive lineup, by the way, for M80 has remained so static. They ran the exact same set of operators in rounds 1 and 2 and have now done almost the same through the last 3 rounds. 3 rounds in a row, for Gunnar, Gavin, Houghton, and Kino on their respective operators. Diffuser ran a Malusi back in round number 3 and have now swapped on over.
Yeah, they want to get rid of Hotacon really fast there.
It's just the bomb
Nicely
sites,
done.
Parker. They're playing Kitchen and Master over and over and over, which is kind of the same site when you think about it. They play very similar, so they can maintain the same operators.
But would it have jumped down there?
Not sure what the game plan was from Gunnar there, but he gets hard punished by Wizard as he jumps to his death.
Nip are looking to gain the upper hand in
I don't understand why he jumped down there, but...
In map number 1, Nip never had the lead. They had the lead for all of map number 2. They are hopeful
Damus
that
off the
map
board,
number 3
good
looks
pick.
a little bit more like
And you
Bank
still
than it
have
does
the hard
Consulate.
breacher to open up the
The
walls.
lead
You
there
have
that was
Capitao
grabbed by
for the
Nip
support
has
with the
evaporated at this
firebolts
point,
and one
as we
smoke
see a
in the
3v3
hand.
now
So they still
unfold
have a
with
lot of
not as much
utility
time
and
as you'd
additional
think,
2
just a
smokes
little
from
bit over a minute left. Nip
Hertz
need to get
here
their
as
way
well.
into the bomb
So
site. Many of them on rappel now. Hates
it's
heading
very
to the roof.
possible.
So Nip
I
will
mean,
very likely.
you had diffuser on Warden, which is going to make it a lot harder
How have they not seen that
for them to go and.
Man, that's brutal. It's just sitting on the desk, but sometimes it's not what you're focused on, Parker, and that can be a big mistake that could lead to the doom of M80. It was Diffuser who just walked right past it. Ace wall being opened up, nothing you can do about this now. The repel in comes through. The Toxic Babe hurts him, but he does get deep.
Managed to eat a bunch of damage from that Toxic Babe. One remains in pocket for Kino. Down goes Wizard. The advance now seems to be stuck outside of the building, but on those windows, you can still see your opponents. Hates.
Yeah, the Warden is still on board, so that smoke is going to be useless at this point.
Hates is across as well as now Cons will join him.
This is going to be a hard spot for them to plant, because Diffuse has a C4 in the pocket as well, so depending on how we will be able to push that. So if Capitao will get the kill onto Gavani, that is going to be...
Crossfire established. Gavin and Hates in a 1v1 now as Diffuser is on the ground. Hates rushing up and he gets it done with the side shotgun. Oh my goodness, back-to-back rounds for Nip, and they gain the lead for the first time on Chalet.
Unbelievable that Hates clutches that one up. You know, that was a really tough read from NIP. A lot of worse teams would have gone for the plant there, but I think Cons realizes I cannot plant. The cover is not good enough in the 2v2. They could move into bathroom and punish me. So he says, I'm going to go for kills. They manage to down Diffuser, and then Gavin is prone inside a bathroom, Parker. Hates looks the wrong way at first. He looks to the right. He has no idea where Gavin
like
is in the dying
sold
seconds of that round, but with the shotgun in hand, it doesn't matter.
Gosh dang
He's
it.
able to flick to it in time, and I gotta say, Parker, there have been more mistakes from M80 in, I think, the first 5 rounds of this game than we saw all through map 1. This has been very, very rocky, I think, from the North American squad. That vault from Gunnar, one that I'm going to be going back to question a little bit. It just feels like the window angles on the top floor have been really catching them off guard, and NIP, they look like masters of the late round decision making.
I mean, through all 3 of these maps, there hasn't been anybody on NIP who's noticeably performed poorly. Cons was really the only one that jumps to mind, and that was how he did in the first half of map number 1. Fantasy and Hates maybe took their foot off the gas pedal a little bit in the second half of map 1, but all things considered, the numbers across the board for NIP are pretty good. The only thing that they were behind on before Chalet began was they were consistently running behind on opening picks, but even that has changed now. With 4 of the 5 rounds being an opening pick for NIP. They are looking mighty confident. They are attacking on Chalet. Typically, attackers on Chalet have a better time than most maps. So you're in an advantageous position. I think for NIP at this point, your win con, break M80's back. Get 4 rounds, win 3 in a row, force M80 to do some reflection, maybe tilt them inside the server, and make it harder for them in the second half of this game.
I can tell you as well, Parker, M80 got side choice for this map, so they chose to start on defense, so a 3-3 scoreline would be the bare minimum that they're hoping to escape.
Yeah, they need to have 3-3 on this one.
Just at the top of these library stairs for the first time, we go to the south side of the map. Despite the good angles being held by NIP, it is Gunnar who strikes first, running out of Big Garage to take down Pino, but Fantasy for the trade. Loses the fight!
Oh, my goodness. He had the shadows helping him. You could see that one of them was approaching, and yet he just could not get the shots that he needed. Devastating. And now
that is huge pick. Now they have both the Heartbeat and Damus off the board. That is really good pick. So they can just fall back to side and hold a little bit and maybe be a little bit aggressive
This is
in general, but they
NIP.
can just
I like
hold.
M80's position better, but
They can
my
just
worry is
hold
that
it right
NIP
now.
in these spots tend to stall out, Parker. I've seen it over and over again in this game and in previous NIP
And
matches.
in the worst
Sometimes
case,
they just get a
you
little
can
bit too
have
comfortable with the clock and it runs
you
short
can
on
have
them.
Gunner go
No pick
back
still
and
with
rotate
just
to be a
65
roamer
seconds to go. They've
and
got
flank
one player
them.
top floor in Hates. The
That
rest
would
of
be a
them are still
good
outside the
position to
building,
be
looking to find some
for
kind
him
of
to do
impact on
that.
the main floor. Gavin's still in the library spot. They don't have the tools to clear him out. I just don't
Because
know
if
what
they have the
game plan needs to
information
be
that
for the
two
Ninjas.
guys are up on the board, he could
Cons
just
is in a collision
change.
course. These defenders playing over by Library. Hates looking for the follow-up as they will double swing Gavin's position.
Yeah.
Gavin finds one, Kino finds another, and how about a flawless round for M80? All they need to do is make sure that Wizard disappears. Gavin sustaining some serious damage. That DMR is a mighty thing in the hands of Brava. A follow-up from Hot and Cold, pick your poison. Do you go for the Malusi Banshee that's now opened up, or do you go for the player? Either way, you're giving yourself away. I guess the right call is to go for the
Yeah,
player.
bare minimum
I don't know if
3-3.
we
They should not
saw
have
the
this.
leg of Hot and Cold
They should not
in
have
that particular
having this
position.
issue.
We did, but keep in mind some players also play with stretched res, so they might not have 3-3 through the first half. Neither team closer to victory.
Sometimes there just is no right call, Parker. Sometimes you're just screwed. And I think in the 1v4, 30 seconds to go, that's kind of where we were at. Good from M80 to battle back. Despite some of the mistakes that have been made on that defensive side, they escape with a 3-3 split, and they can move over to their own attacks. Now, keep in mind, NIP have not played Chalet since all the way back in Stage 1, at least in the official circuit. A couple of Copa Sul Americana games, but otherwise not a whole lot of VODs to watch back for NIP. So M80 aren't going to really know what they're walking into. Chalet is one of those maps where all 4 bomb sites are viable. The basement definitely the least favored in today's meta, but certainly does still see play from time to time. So M80 are going to be going a little bit blind, and they end up banning double Scorpion. Denari and Ella being taken off the board. Both incredibly strong ops on this map, so I don't hate it.
A Denari ban is very odd. We don't typically see Denari bans.
I agree, but, you know.
Odd is in the sense that it's unusual, but not odd is in the sense that it's suboptimal.
Yeah.
I think on a map like Chalet, Denari is a perfectly fine ban. You can do some serious redecorating, especially on that top floor, that allows
Going
those
with a
trip mines
frost,
to gain
interesting.
insane value.
Yeah.
Denari is a powerful operator even in limited situations, but when you've got the opportunity to tailor it to where you think your opponents are going to come from, guarding multiple windows and doorways with those long lines, Denari is a pain. Just get rid of them. The glass ban is the one that's been really interesting to me, but I mean, you said it really early on in this series. Kino is a good sniper player.
No, I said Kino is the best sniper player.
I think that makes him a good sniper player.
Okay. Just want to make it clear where my position on his sniping play is.
For the
He's
record,
like, he's just looking at him like,
Jesse thinks that
are
Kino
you
is
really?
the best sniper player.
Thank you.
There you go. Either way,
Just
Kali and
looking at
Glass
him. Are you
are
stupid?
The 2 primary sniper ops. So if you don't have those at your disposal, makes your job a little bit harder. Kino has been rocking a lot of shields, though. Maybe that's because of the glass bans.
Yeah.
It's also freed Hot and Cold up from that role. He did.
It's
seem a
going to
little
be interesting to
uncomfortable
see
putting
how
his
they
shield up
are
through
going
much
to
of the
be
series.
handling
putting
this.
Kino on that role does allow Houghton to frag a little bit better, though even Houghton has struggled on that hard breach to frag.
I think it's one of the strengths of M80. They have multiple shield players. Already we're seeing some of these ace charges getting blown off. That's excellent util work coming out from NIP. They keep their mez position very safe and sound with that little play right there. So gonna make it more awkward for M80 to take this library position. You know, a lot of early damage as well. I think he got hit by a thorn trap as he hopped inside of games.
Oh, a nice play with pistol in hand. And shield versus shield as he's tucked it away. And
Davis is gone now. That's a good pick for Nip. But
able to repel those remaining M80 players. Hates gets traded out immediately. He drags Diffuser down with him, not before M80 can.
yeah, so M8 is really good at like
3v3.
trading and like refragging immediately. If one dies, there's someone refragging immediately. That's how you should be playing. You should be playing close enough so you can refrag with your teammate.
This library control, it's relatively free at this point. The most aggressive defenders that we'll have on NIP are going to be Pino and Cons inside Piano. You know, droning this out now, but they don't have a ton of information, so they're going to spend some time clearing this through. Likely you'll see an office plant at some point in the midst of this, but how do we clear out Wizard? That's got to be the next thing that you're concerned about. You can work a couple different angles, especially if Gunnar can get
this
in
is going to be
behind him
hard.
through that office door, but otherwise, they don't have any specific anti-clash utility. There's no Nomad, there's no Capitao, there's no answers.
I think Gunnar got a good read of 3 players there on his drone. Very valuable information. A swing and a miss onto Pino, but that was mostly just because Pino moved out of the way.
Yeah.
Gunnar thought he had the read on him, and that really could have done some serious damage to this NIP defense. Final 30 seconds now, and NIP getting a bit more aggressive, taking more engagements than what we saw before. Gunnar being softened up by multiple players. Nitro Cell goes out, does not find anything. Hot and Cold taking down Pino, a 2v2. This is for the lead, by the way. NIP had tied things up. M80 sits on 3 kills as well. Which team will persevere, the attackers or the defenders? Not much happening. Only Wizard remains now for NIP. Shield still very much on the board. And Kino and Wizard will be battle.
The phone trap went off in the
And at
background, it
the
looked
end
like.
of the round, M80 takes the lead.
That was nicely. That's a nice turnaround.
Baffling round. Crazy is the right word. I'll accept crazy. It was an extremely heavy
really
trap
good.
lineup coming through from NIP. There was the Thorn, of course. There was the Frost being brought by them as well. And then once they got to the late rounds, there was still the Clash they had to deal with. And I thought Wizard on the Clash was going to make it impossible. I thought that was going to be the final nail in the coffin that slowed things down. But honestly, M80 did a really good job of finding those players in behind
Yeah,
the
they
Clash.
found like the
Pino to get
weakness
taken out
and
early by
how
Hot and Cold,
to
and then right
push
afterwards, they downed Cons as well.
Clash
Some
to
great
back
shots
off
being
and
hit
not
by
be
Matt
able to
in the midst
support
of that push.
Pino in
Enough
that
of an advantage,
moment.
and Hot and Cold wisely at the end there starts to go for a
Or
plant, realizes that killing the
Condos,
Clash shouldn't be
so
that
to
easy,
speak.
but Kino, even under the threat of the Thorn, bashes and hits the head. That's a good reason why he plays so many shields, Parker. That's a good reason.
Damn.
Kino picking up some kills on these shield ops. A tale as old as time. We will see another Thorn yet again. Steadily, the pick rate rising on this Irish operator. If you did not hear us talk about Thorn on the first 2 maps, will allow us to take some time here on Chalet to repeat ourselves. Thorn receiving the most substantial buffs in the mid-season update that was published by the devs just a couple weeks ago. Basically, every part of Thorn was improved. Razor blooms go off faster, the radius is a little bit smaller, and the damage radius is a little bit different. So if you're on the edges, the fringes of it, it doesn't do the same amount, but it is almost an insta-kill in most situations.
Well, mostly,
now, obviously, there are rare exceptions.
he did
and
have
outliers,
an
and we will
impests
potentially
left.
see that the more Thorn gets played. But the big change to Thorn is how quickly those traps activate. You can now throw a Razor Bloom at an attacker who is putting down the diffuser, and it will arm and then explode before they can get off of the plant, or rather stick it and hope that it goes off afterwards. It can be fatal, and it can also work for plant denial.
Absolutely, and listen, I don't have the stat on me, but it would not surprise me if after the second day of SI, we've seen more Thorn picks at this event than every other international event combined. It's Wizard to open things up onto Gavin. That's the Grim to take down, but Kino is inside the site and fighting the Warden.
Damage being done now from NIP as they find 2 kills. Kino, the only one of M80 that's been able to strike some blood. He's now going to try to play at that diffuser with all 9 kills.
Oh, you lost it?
Gambled on this. Kino hopping off. 7 kills, 8 kills.
Oh my god.
But Wizard takes care of him.
Damn.
Tie game yet again.
Seriously?
We have an answer. Chalet shaping up to be very similar to Consulate.
Yeah, I like the idea to go for the rush there on M80. There were a lot of players kind of off-site. You saw Wizard all the way over towards Master. You saw Cons and Fantasy up on the top floor, while it really just left kind of Pino and Hates inside the bomb site. But in the end, it just didn't seem to matter. The anchor play was really good, specifically from Hates. And then once the roamers came back to site, I thought Wizard and Fantasy were excellent in managing to find those picks.
No timeouts have been used by my count, correct?
No timeouts yet.
They are saving it for the depths of this series. 8 rounds played so far, 4-1 by both of these teams, so dead even. And with both teams having their timeouts, the question will be who blinks first. Both teams get to talk when a
Blings
timeout is
first,
called. If
okay.
Fabian decides to call it on the side of M80, that means Nip gets to talk. If Dan chooses to call it on the side of Nip, that means Fabian gets to talk. So 2 opportunities to settle things down and get some decent strategizing going. Honestly, kudos to both of these teams for their ability to bounce back after rough matches.
Yeah.
Match number 1, or map number 1, rather, very easily could have broken the spirits of Nip. Did not. Nip showed up, firing on all cylinders in map number 2, immediately putting M80 at a sizable 4-0 deficit. After that,
that is interesting, actually, putting a shield there.
Nip implode on map 2 and gone, yeah, that's pretty normal.
Yeah.
M80 had quite a dreadful second map. Things did get a bit more promising towards the end, but too little too late. And yet they immediately started off on good footing here on Chalet and have been in contention or leading for the whole map.
Very exciting strategy coming over from M80. You've got Hot and Cold on the Amaru in the basement. He's going to jump up the dining hatch and try to get a plant down as quickly as possible under the chaos of a million flashes. At the same time, Diffuser can push up West Main. The calls can come out from Gavin, and this is the plant. Here's the flashes. Gavin opening pick onto Hates, and here comes Hot and Cold. Doesn't go for a plant, though. He's hunting for kills, Parker. The whole site is free. There's nobody here to deny him.
There's no Dogoby on the board. Or there's a Dogoby on the board, but not quite the phone call that we were expecting. Still one Logic Bomb recharging as Diffuser's taking down Fantasy. Now Pino, a flick of his own. Trying to be Gavin, but not quite doing what needs to be done. Now it's Wizard in a 1v5, though.
That was, I'm kind of confused why Hot and Cold did the plant. It was clear.
Round. Is that our 3rd flawless round?
I was like, what?
Map?
Yeah, it might be really nice.
Timeout for Nip now. It
and
should
we know
definitely
who
be
just blinked first. It's Nip. They've called their timeout.
Yeah, 5-4. We're starting to get
the
towards
match between
the end game.
Enterprise
There will be
versus
an operator band to come
W7M
through
or
first. Not sure
Luxo.
what we might see. M80 played a
On
wide
console,
variety of
it's
strats. We did hear the North
2-0
Americans
to
complaining about the trap
W7M
operators.
at the
I wouldn't
moment.
hate a Thorn ban. I think it'd be the first Thorn ban of the event. But it's the Clash.
And is Enterprise
staying boring.
pick on that map, by
Don't
the way.
say that. Shield bans are intriguing here, and now the Nip timeout will occur, obviously right after the bans came in. We can't speak Portuguese, so there's no point in us listening to Nip. All we can do is, study body language, which we're also not experts at.
No. He's also not in our camera frame, so we couldn't even do that if we were.
You can listen real.
He is
Where is he gone?
He's behind the players on the far left. That's his head. You saw him for a second.
Oh, I can see him.
He's
Yes,
behind
right,
Pino.
Right, of course.
See this a lot from Norris, the coach of Fluxo W7M, where he likes to kneel, get down behind his teammates, kind of get on their level as he talks to them, rather than lording above. Part of me wonders if this might be maybe a bit of an early blown tack timeout. I know we're already 9 rounds deep entering into our 10th, but the fact that you might be headed to overtime where M80 have the tack timeouts and you do not could be the disadvantage that tilts this game in the favor of M80.
Oh, it was M80 that took
It's always
it,
a
okay.
gamble, though. You need to ensure you get to overtime, and I think that's where Dan's head is at. Just make sure that you can lock down these next couple defenses, and if you're flawless, you won't even have to worry about an OT.
Now, here's something interesting. Clash was played one time by Ninjas in Pajamas so far. It was played on round number 7. M80 won that round. If you remember the Blitz in the Clash, doing battle as Hot and Cold got the diffuser planted.
Yes.
That was the only Clash that appeared. Clash was not brought in the next 2 rounds.
10 seconds to insertion.
An intriguing choice because maybe M80 is gambling on the Clash appearing more or being more concerned with a Clash disrupting this Master Office tape.
Yeah.
There are other operators that have shown more prominence and had more power. Thorn being a great example of that, and you even referenced it. This will be the 4th round in a row that Fantasy is playing this operator. Now, it's possible that M80 just don't see Thorn as being such a hindrance, not quite a thorn in their side.
Yeah, I do think it's an operator that with proper droning you can counter, and it shouldn't be a problem, but sometimes it is just a lot to get that proper droning done. M80 certainly feel like they have the tools to deal with the Thorn. Wizard, he was the one that played the Clash last time they went top floor. He's going to grab the Malusi instead, an operator that was banned by Nip all the way back on map number 1 of this series. We'll get to see it come out and hopefully give a little bit of information to Nip as to where these M80 players want to push. It's not so much of a surprise that it's looking like a solar take to begin things here. you're sometimes a little bit worried about a run out, but I believe
They
that
have
they'll
really
some
good
drones watching
information
for
and
that. And we do see
M80 on the
Wizard down in
drones.
the basement playing
Really,
this new
really
operator,
good.
Malusi, so always a
I'm
bit of
hoping
a
that I
threat
can
to watch out
capitalize
for.
on this right now. Oh, you're dead, you're dead, you're dead!
For those of you that can't see what's happening, Hates is being carpet bombed by grenades at this point in time, surviving explosions all around him as Wizard makes Gunner disappear. Nip striking first. It's something we've said a few times on this map.
How does he even survive that shit?
It's hot and cold, absorbing some damage as Fantasy stands pat inside a Solarium. Not just covering that position, also covering the window down below. Goodbye to Diffuser. Fantasy doing double duty here, now worried about the trophy stairs. Monty standing menacingly.
Are you like
inside a
seriously kidding me?
Now Gavin will try to push him out of position. Death mark used, and immediately Gavin will march his way upstairs. Houghton is given the all clear. Oh! A gamble!
Dude.
I can't believe they let Cons get away with this. And down goes Houghton to Fantasy. Another flawless round.
Jeez.
My goodness!
I think that timeout might have been in Nip's defense.
Every inch they can get. All 12 rounds needed for the second time in this contest, as it's 5-5 match point, series point for the team that takes the next round.
M80 seem like they've got the information. They know what they want to do, but that doesn't mean they can execute on it. That round, pushing through Solar, an impossible task. They knew where Cons was. They tried to bash him with the Monty. They tried to get a free pick on him, yet somehow he still manages to peek out.
Yeah,
and
that
get the
is
kill in the midst of
that is not
Starts
good.
things off really nicely in the brunt of that push. Fantasy, of course, playing from the bathroom position, gets this first kill through the floorboards beautifully, and then capitalizes on the distraction that Cons is making here to swing back out through the bathroom and take down the Monty. We also saw a couple of aggressive plays from Wizard. That was the last one caught on the camera, but got a flank from the basement up the library stairs to get the opening pick onto Gunner earlier in that round too. So some great moves from Wizard after they ban out his Clash. They go back to that operator ban. Is it exactly what they needed at this moment? Certainly didn't help them for round 10.
7 of those 10 rounds have been in which Nip have struck first. This is in stark contrast to the previous 2 maps where it was Nip trailing in the first kill department. Though it is a bit odd that Nip struggled to draw blood first and bang, yet the dominance that they have.
Yeah.
Again, it was that mid to late round for Nip where they were so successful. This time around, they're successful all across the board, but mostly in the earlier rounds. Conversions have actually mattered an awful lot in this map. Converting that first kill, really not that important in maps 1 and 2 statistically. Here, all but 2 of the first bloods have determined who wins the rounds. And would you believe it, but those two examples were Nip striking first and then losing the round.
So Pino was decided to hide in the prep phase on this Kaid, so it's likely not something that M80 will be aware of. He's used those claws on the south-facing walls, one inside of dining, one top floor as well, I do believe, on the office wall. It can be really annoying to clear these out. They do have some nades. They've got some answers for how to open up these walls, but no EMPs have been brought by M80, so it's going to be a bit of a tricky task as Wizards starts things off.
Goodbye to Kino. Hot and cold, very swiftly looking for the Azami. It looked like he might bottle it, but he makes it work. Fantasy on the board this round as well. Houghton will have a crossfire in front of him if he goes any farther, and he does, but he takes down Fantasy, and immediately Nip heads for the hills.
Already, we're seeing the captain thriving on this Dokkaebi. It's not a common operator from him, but he's done quite well with the SMG and DMR combo. 3v3 and lots of time for M80 to work with. This is a great position for the North American team.
Plenty of time.
Ooh. Yeah, they still
One
have
in the pocket for Cons, grenades for Diffuser as he brings Striker, who has multiple of those secondary gadgets that can be used wherever. Still a logic bomb.
How are they going to do this
Looks
now?
like we will see it get used. That's an
nicely.
ego peek from Pino, maybe challenging for info. In a 3v3, you got to raise your eyebrow at those sorts of decisions. Down goes Khan's Wizard now.
Yeah,
in a
they should
1v3.
win this unless
Oh, boy, it was so
Wizard is
promising
like a
for Nip,
wizard right
but
now.
it looks like time has run out on this round. Which of the three lads from M80 will find this final kill? Will Wizard be able to stand against them? No,
Nice.
Gavin gets the kill.
Much better,
And
come
it's
on.
series point for the defending major champs.
Oh, it
Come
feels
on,
like
M80.
map 1 again, Parker. We go back and forth,
Hello,
but
DIT.
M80
How you
continue
doing?
to be in charge. I think they played those last
Yeah, come on,
60
M80.
seconds
Stop playing around.
fantastically. They took their time, picked up the defuse kit after it had been dropped, I believe, by Kino outside the solar window. And then I think, you know, if there were some interesting swings there. We saw Pino go for the swing of the trophy window. I think that's NIP recognizing that with 60 seconds, they don't have a great chance of winning, so they've got to take some risks. They've got to go for some plays. They've got to try to catch M80 off guard if they have a chance of winning that round. Ultimately, though, M80 were ready. The major champions don't make mistakes like that often. Good entry through the top floor as well, which is what we saw from Hot and Cold in that early round. Some of the information may be missing a bit from NIP is they didn't necessarily know how deep Hot and Cold had gotten pushing in through Piano. It's not something they can linger on, though. This has to be a successful defensive round win, Parker. Their entire match depends on it.
M80 has only won consecutive rounds with the side swap, so technically they have yet to win back-to-back in the same side.
Fair.
It does seem like a lot of the parallels from Consulate are present here on Chalet. Wizard is
4
spawn
p.m.
This
It was close,
is an
though.
interesting
It was close.
decision.
Nobody spawns north. Won't get anybody.
At least he tried. I mean, it wasn't as unsuccessful as when Diffuser did it.
That's true. It's true. I actually think Diffuser might have spawned north, but didn't walk the right path.
Yeah. All told, if Nip does fall here, it is a massive step up from their matchup yesterday.
So
Going
Gavanis gave
into
you the call
overtime
that it's
in
clear
that
except
number
for
one
like
your
on
opponent's pick,
top of
demolishing
Messany
your opponent
stairs.
on your own map choice.
Question
and
is
then
going
on
to
the
be where
tiebreaker,
he
going
wants to
all
go
12
up
rounds. This is, of
Diffuser.
course, if they lose this round. Naturally, that isn't going to be reflected very well on the scoreboard. And Nip will still be fighting for that very final spot in the group, which is in elimination territory.
For sure.
But there will still be 2 more matches to go. And Nip still has to play Fear X, who right now look like they might be one of the weakest teams as well in the group. So major improvements here from a Brazilian team that other Brazilians say don't sleep on. And well,
That's
if you
an
watch
interesting
today's
Hibana.
matchup, maybe you're sleeping, depending on the time zone. It's worth going back and seeing maps 1 and 2. There were some serious fireworks in there, particularly map 1.
No one can deny it's been a great game, but it's not going to feel good if you do lose it at this point. NIP, desperate to hold on, defending inside of the top
Nice.
floor library. Bard Games is the site.
Yeah,
all the
you should
utility
see
being
it,
tossed out by M80 now. The Capitao, the Ace. They're
in
just trying to
your
break
chat.
into
You should be
Mez,
saying
force that player
something.
back. I believe they've been successful, but Fantasy is actually still up there. M80 don't care, though. They're in the site.
And this is for the match. Nip reduced to just
Wait,
4.
what?
Hot and Cold looking like he is the all clear, but hold on a second. The cavalry riding in from Ninjas in Pajamas, firing away Hot and Cold off of the defuse kit, waiting for the call. Cons dies, it's all Wizard again. He'll have to clutch out. He was unsuccessful before. Can he pull it off this time? Gunner on a single point of HP. Kino, full HP. Gunner gets it done. 1 foot in the grave.
M81
but
husband is
1
calling.
foot out of the series, and M80 takes it 2-1 despite a scare from Ninjas in Pajamas.
And that's a bold call to make it happen right at the end. They say, we know there's guys above. We know there's a lot of players still alive on the defenders, but screw it. Let's go into the site. Let's figure out how to win this game. And Kino, the guy that I've been saying has maybe been a bit quiet this series, steps up to steal the top frag from his teammates, ends with 11 kills, and looks very good to end out Chalet.
Kino was kind of the player on the outside through most of this series, but again, when it matters most, he steps up. You know how good he can be in a clutch, even if it is clutching on a relatively small operator pool, but he knows them quite well. It takes an entire team to win a major. They did it in Munich a couple months ago. Nobody should doubt the abilities of this M80 squad. And despite their loss, a massive improvement for Ninjas in Pajamas today as they took the defending major champs to the brink, not once, but twice.
Yeah, I mean, for all intents and purposes, NIP, you look at the aggregate, arguably played a better game. Their win was dominant. Their 2 losses were close, but that's not what's going to matter. M80 better on 2 out of the 3 maps, and so they'll take the series here. NIP, I really do think, will be a huge threat. Despite where they're going to be on the standings after this, they're a dangerous team in playoffs, and I think even through this group stage. Watch out for them going forward, but there's just no beating the major champions today.
No, and I mean, it's the first game for the major champions. If they had some jitters and they were a bit rusty, I think you could kind of write that off,
For
right?
sure.
Yes, they did boot camp in Europe, but they're on unfamiliar soil. They still need to work their way into a new meta. You know, when they played in the NA League Finals about a month ago, they openly said, we are not trying. Our focus is on the new patch.
Yeah.
Our focus is on the 6 Invitational. And maybe they got to save a few strats. If anybody knows anything about saving strats, it's going to be Fabian, their coach. Gunnar, the MVP of this series. He was sensational. He got an ace. Hates also getting an ace. And again, despite the numbers, Wizard had some really good moments, despite the fact that he was the 3rd lowest rated player in the lobby. Again, there are thankless roles. There are sexy roles where you get all the kills.
Yeah.
You have to be comfortable doing what you do. Nip looked a lot more comfortable today than they did against Weibo. M80 looked a little uncomfortable at times. And you could hear that frustration from the players, especially Fabian when he talked to them. They will have to sort that out moving forward.
M80 have never been a team where things come easy. It took them 3 maps every single series in Munich. And I think this group stage might be more of the same if match 1 is anything to go by. But a win is a win, and they'll take their 3 points today.
We've still got 2 more matches here on the B stream. D plus Kia going up against Shopify Rebellion next, and then rounding out with FaZe Clan versus Black Dragons. We'll see you in a couple minutes for match 3.
4:e året i rad har Vimla Sveriges nöjdaste mobilkunder. Skaffa Vimla, mobiloperatören med bra vibrationer.
There, I'm back. Oh. Sorry. Sorry. Jesus Christ. I was talking to the family, so... Let's see here. So we have... 18 minutes, then it's Shopify versus Kia. Let's check out a game. Because right now...
To relay,
we have W7M.
Get that blitz, it changes things, but he's watching the flank.
Oh, nice shot on the player. Deletes him. Logan's come to life with a 5-5-2, and Fisher guy's fallen as well. It was an ace last round from Bap, and he'll need a 4K here to clutch up.
Whew, gosh dang it. I was talking to my family. It was my husband calling, so I was talking about the food and stuff, so...
Will get confirmed.
Oh, he almost has info. He almost has a position.
No time.
He might even get the kill, but the plant will not be denied. 1v2. This is winnable, Nick. Especially if he can find that 1v1 upstairs onto Loban. He'll leave him alone for now. Is the hatch open? Yeah, he can rotate back. He might even be able to threaten to position. But Loban can always come to the vert to deny the plant. Palu can quickly sprint over from Yellow. It's a difficult spot for Bappen, and he's only got about 13 seconds before he has to get on that diffuser.
So far away. He's in the basement. He's looking for him.
Nah, there's no time. Even if he finds this last kill, there just isn't any time to get on that diffuser. He would have to stick it right now. He sees Loban, but Loban gets the better of him. And Fluxo W7M will not let that round slip away.
Oh, right there you see them actually playing with some constraint, right? The second the plan goes down, they're just playing hideaway. Top spiral, all the way in basement saying we're not going to lose the 2v1 post, and we should never lose this one.
But they're starting to respect the gun skill.
Exactly.
Bappen still got 3 of those kills.
He almost got the last one too, on the vert. So this could be a bit of a wake-up call for Fluxo, saying, okay, these guys, they're not as bad as yesterday. And that's going to make all the difference. We need to respect them in the server and not give them any openings because they will punish us.
One thing we haven't talked much about is, I heard a lot of people say EP have been pretty deathly sick. I think they're a little bit better now.
Really overreact. We have like default outside the admin, and then Harry now they jumped in, fucking close it. But we're doing really overreact. We don't need to do that shit.
Yeah,
They're
real quick, you guys
really...
for that, we win that round from Vert. We know that.
Yeah.
Like I don't know why you're all dropping down and you guys don't even have Vert.
Okay, I want to say something. Their middle round execute is bugger shit. We don't need to like a lot of spawn kill or really silly dumb ass stuff on early round. Just try to drone hunt really well and then make them to execute.
So
Our aim litigation is so perfect today. Just let them fucking execute and then just react that shit. Let's fucking go, fellas.
Oliver Scobell.
Let's go with you, Chris.
There's some energy right there.
I like that. Also, I gotta say, just to be a bit blunt for a second, I've always thought Enterprise's tactical timeouts are like the worst in the game. I've always thought their timeouts are so bad, but I really like that.
No, I gotta say, I agree with you. That was definitely the best one I've heard so far, from like a serious standpoint. And I do think that there's only truth and ever spoken there.
Yeah.
They are not good at executing. We're doing silly spawn picks where we're taking the 50-50 silly dumb risks.
And Tuhan had the read.
Yeah.
Tuhan said, guys, we win that round from
time.
Vert every time. And Tuhan was the first one to die. He killed the Blitz, right?
Yeah.
And then they knew what the play was. They knew that it was going to be a rush from
And they
Fluxo.
overreacted, over-rotated.
Exactly.
Because it's like, we didn't see the big spree of deaths that happened off camera. It all happened off camera. They all jumped the hatch apparently and just gave up top floor control. So that's been a bummer.
Yeah, I think Loban snuck into the top floor as well and maybe stabbed them in the back while they were worried. But yes.
So, scene has been set. And I mean, what's been a bummer side then where things started off hot for EP, right? They go back to top floor CEO meeting. They get fish onto the Shanka.
And this was a pretty convincing win the first time they played it. I mean,
Only
even though they lost the opening kill, they got every kill after that.
Yeah. Last time, of course, it was Relays actively on the roam, getting a good bit of value, and that might be hard this time because with the Blitz, if you see a sole roamer in the basement, you're gonna run that guy down. So Relays has to be careful if you choose to go for a roam flank right now. Currently, he's by side, so I guess even that singular roam has been surrendered. They want to play much closer together. All 5 defenders on top floor, they will literally just let them execute and then punish them then.
Tell you, it's been scary today, Loban. Especially on this Grim.
And Volps.
Yeah, Volps as well. Oh, he's got 10 kills. I didn't even notice that. Still, Bappin's top fragging thanks to that ace and the failed clutch attempt earlier. He's actually quite extended deep into admin, and he might be caught by Palu on his retreat. Hasn't as of yet. Looks like he's not going to try and overcommit to admin. He'll just retreat and play the vending machine position. Now, no Roteros this time to clear a lot of this utility. So I wonder what the plan is from Fluxo if they eventually look to try and take down that Jaeger's power position.
In a perfect world, right, you get the meeting breach like you do here, leave one player but don't risk any gunfights. Then you can sense wall off the top spiral area and solo out the guy on the vending machine. Or you can rush into the breach maybe.
Rush?
Surely not.
This one hasn't worked.
It looked like it.
Can't be a rush because of the Goyo fire. Or is this the Tachanka's fire?
The
Perhaps
fire
a bit
is
of
good.
both. I like this. A lot of damage done onto Palu. Doss decides it's his moment. He goes straight inside. The nade actually covers him for a brief moment. This is so strange. He's the only one in the building.
They have no idea.
Enterprise have no idea. The Fluxo have just snuck inside, but they might be able to retake. You heard them in the tac timeout. Enterprise want to play to let Fluxo execute. So how do they get around it? 2 players relays together, but Dota shuts them both down. Player in the 1v3. And I don't think he knows that Dots is still in that plant position on the Blitz. He's got 2 Ella mines. He could use the Grismots to his advantage to take the fight against the Blitz. Sees him, but gets flung by Volps. And that's the Fluxo that we expect to show up
done,
on their side.
W7M. Nicely
I
done.
can sense the issue there for EP, right? You just take a tag timeout. The call is let them execute. The issue is that means doing nothing for the better part of 2 minutes. And when you're doing a bunch of nothing, you're kind of zoning out a little bit, maybe not thinking of every single step, because the only step you have, let them get close, then play the game. They didn't even think about the possibility of a fast attack, because that's not what they were playing for. They're playing for a slow execute in their mind. There are 2 elements in pocket when the round ended. If either of those are in the meeting breach or in the default plant door, they will know that Blitz or somebody else is in there. That can then tell, hey, Tashanka, you gotta chalk a fire in there. And if that happens, they just win the round in a 5v3 because Blitz is dead. But the Elements were in position, Fisher Guy wasn't ready, and they had no expectations on that meeting breach rush, because to be honest, what the hell was that? Blitz rushing from meeting all the way through side, turning his back to all the enemies to go into the default plant corner. It's a ridiculous way for Fluxo to win. It's impressive as well. High risk has been the name of the game for these Brazilians.
High risk, high
I don't think it's
reward.
gonna change anytime soon.
Yeah. It works for them. And look, now they've got map point. That was a very important round, very pivotal. It feels like that kind of was a turning point. And Enterprise now.
So
it's up to
far,
them
like
to push
by the looks of
overtime.
it,
Otherwise, would've
W7M
been
looks to be
5-5,
in
and
good
EP
shape.
would be on the verge of their own map point. Got it to Fluxo. They've been a terrifying team to come up
I don't like
against.
the
They've
nine
always
Fluxo,
had that
but
aggression. They've always had that pressure.
it sounds
Spawn
so
peak on defense, execute
quirky.
fast on attack. Lot of blitz. Now the
No shade to the
Blackbeard makes his
organization,
appearance.
just the name sounds so quirky.
Enterprise have been playing catch-up pretty much from the get-go. And while they've had some good moments, it hasn't
Extended
quite been
barrel
good enough. They'll
on
need to match
Blackbeard?
this aggression. They'll need to keep the
Now,
pressure on Fluxo.
that's an interesting take on that gun.
It's a Loban special. Find an entry path somewhere where there's unlikely gonna be a Roman. Just walk in, no drone. Just again, play the sound, play the feeling in the server. To big surprise, Fluxo don't play Dokkaebi like ever.
No.
Like, and I feel like it fits this kind of playstyle really well, but also means they don't want to over-invest into lobing. It's a 4+1 strat. He's doing his own thing. He'll listen to the comms and see what he can do. And if you play the Dokkaebi, maybe you're also giving your enemy a sign that something's happening.
It gives a little hint. They might be going for a lurk.
C4 could
Very
be.
well could be.
Wow, perfect from Tuhan. He might get traded as he tries to retreat, and Loban on his lurk has found relays. Ah, Tuhan caught on the off angle. He's now down. It won't be long before they finish him off. The Grim Bees are perfect from Volks. He's had a phenomenal game so far. Well, it is going to take a minute for them to finish off this kill. There's no question who's in the advantage right now. Can Bappen at least find one to try and trade back Tuhan?
He has to look.
Why can't it
Down
work?
in numbers,
I just don't
pressure is
get it.
mounting
Why won't
towards
you
him.
work?
He's gonna keep fighting back for a little bit before falling back towards the side, but then again, looks for copy player. I mean, he's stalling for time, but Paolo finds Fisher Guy.
Oh yeah, and he's been scared off now, surely. So much aggression here from Fluxo. They pick apart Enterprise one by one. With Fisher going down, all hope rests on Bappen and player to clutch up. And the Grimm's Bees continue to harass Bappen, forcing him back deeper towards the site.
There's so much respect being paid here. They're droning, they're checking, there's Sophia stunning. Like, Fluxo, they've lost one too many rounds off the silliness of their own actions.
Oh, and now Bappen's finally fallen. It's player up against the world. Enterprise, they gave it a good shot, but Fluxo have finally found their rhythm, and they're beating that drum with ferocity. 4v1. The plant starts to go down. Player has to make the first move. Loban immediately gets off the plant, but he gets downed. Player looks for a second one. Fluxo got a little bit too ahead of themselves. The players are separated. Finds Volks as well. Surely this isn't possible. A glorified 1v2 we find ourselves in as player looks for his 10th and finds it.
7 seconds.
Loban's back up on his feet, but he's low HP and has to cover, with Palu forcing that plant down. The player will
Nicely
not
done.
suffice.
Nicely done.
It takes them a few goes, but Fluxo W7M assert their dominance.
Yeah,
It's
they
a
were really
7-4
good
on
at
the
that
first
map.
It's so close. I could see it, James. I saw the clutch happen. Just one straight bullet through that wall. That's an injure. Last guy stuck in the plant. The clutch is so possible. But the fact that EP made it so far and got 4 rounds, and the individual performances means there is life to this best-of-3 series.
There's certainly a lot more hope than we thought from Enterprise, but if we have any chance of seeing Fortress first, they'll have to make a comeback on Border. Coming to you after this.
Doesn't want to react. I'm trying to fix my, I can't like clip it, it's so weird. That is supposed to be. Hello, Jerks. How you doing? Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate that. Okay, so I don't know what's happening. But yeah, W7M winning the first map is not surprising at all, to be honest. I'm not surprised. Like, they are a really good team, and they're playing against Enterprise, who has not been playing very well. I wonder if Shopify has gone into play yet? No. 5 minutes? Okay. Let's talk about a little bit of stats, a little bit of prediction gameplay. Where can you find a cookie? So if you go into the official broadcast, Rainbow Six Siege, and you just scroll down, you go to see the cookie sitting right there as a picture of the cookie, and you can just press it, and it will send you directly to the link to the web page where you can buy the cookie. So I might buy the cookie at some point. I'm thinking like maybe I have a sub goal for that so I can buy the cookie, because I don't think it's like available in Sweden to get. It says here delivery 12 days, 24 days, 36 days. So $32 for that one-time purchase. Okay, you get like a lot of cookies then. You get 12 cookies. So $39 for 12 cookies. You get a batch of it, so so they have meal replacement shakes, protein cookies, protein bars, shaker cups, bundle. Wait, do they have like Rainbow Six Siege inspired cups? No, they don't. No, that is kind of stupid. But yeah, so it's going to be on their website. Check general chats. I don't know why my drops is not showing, because I'm supposed to have drops, by the way. You mean general chat in my Discord, or? Oh damn, that's not a good breakfast. That is not a good breakfast. That is not a breakfast. What are you doing? That is not good for your stomach. Why aren't they like, hello? Seriously? Does anyone of you guys see the drops working, or am I the only one that is not seeing it? You don't see it? I'm trying to see if Ubisoft can fix that. Here guys, I don't understand why it was working yesterday, so... That is weird indeed. But yeah. So if we talk about how it's going to be looking, so we have Shopify Rebellion versus Kia that's going to be playing in the next 5 minutes. And my prediction is that Shopify Rebellion is going to be winning this because in the last 2 matches they have faced off, Shopify have won like one game that won 7-2 in a best of 1, and then they played best of 3 and they won with 2-0. So, but that was like a year ago, so it could change a lot, but at this point Kia has not been like really convincing in their wins. So, and versus Shopify Rebellion that has played in a little bit higher level because they faced G2 and they showed really high level of gameplay, but who knows, they might be like having some issues depending on which map they are going to be playing, of course. That can be one of them. So
Fluxo W7M slowing there. SI in style as the first map goes their way. And the big difference that we're seeing here, once again, when it comes down to getting these rounds on the board, may come down to the experience that we have on the side of Fluxo.
Yeah, definitely.
Once again, when it comes down to getting these rounds on the board, may come down to the experience that we have on the side of Fluxo.
Yeah, definitely. I think we also touched up on it early, 17 times in terms of appearance here versus the 1 time, and you could really see it in the play throughout this on consulate. I mean, in the beginning half, you would really see a lot of Enterprise just look very disjointed on their attacks.
Yeah.
But then once you would immediately transition to their defense, that's where we start to see then things start to tighten up a little bit. We start to see that comeback arise. But then on the side from Fluxo, we would see them play a very default.
yeah, I
game. They
really
didn't
don't
need to do
know
anything extra,
why.
and then they let those 2 rounds slip away on their attacking half. But it was really them trying to understand how Enterprise was playing their defense, and then immediately after that, they just sealed the deal.
Yeah, I think when you're a favorite team coming in, when you're a bigger team coming in, basically what you need to do is go through your processes, trust your quality, trust your team, and basically whenever your opponent, the challenger to you, leaves those gaps, leaves those opportunities.
I see the link your account thing. Yeah, you need to do that in order to get the drops.
Dominant on the map for I was wanting to see Enterprise.
If you have, I told this to you yesterday, JT. You need to do that in order to be able to get the drops on your account. You need to link that to your Ubisoft account, otherwise you will not be able to get it.
We saw big moments that happened, and that was really where they were only finding success.
We have some examples of that as well. Those big moments that you talk about in the highlights that we're seeing here. Flinks, for example.
Yeah, exactly. Relays comes out here. Would have got a double kill, but I think Fisher already found one in the end. And Player ended up getting a big double kill in this round as well. But again, that's not necessarily team play. It's individual moments. And then, of course, we saw Bappen picked up an ace on this round. This was a round that was in full control.
Another ace?
W7M. But for Bappen,
we have 3 at 8. We have 3 games today that one of the players have gone and played gotten an ace today. 3 players. That is not something that happens a lot.
Yeah, and it's only going to get you so far. And again, when you're in these situations, when you're losing these rounds, you're not playing these teams, you're not familiar in certain areas or certain maps,
so okay, if you get
what they're trying to achieve, and
you will get the message here if you see on here. Now my image is away. You should be seeing my mouse here, so like on the top right. You will get the message, and this will come. You just press on that, and you will see like claim your reward type of thing. If you press on your profile pic that you have on the top right, and you go down to drops and rewards, you will be able like to see all the charms and everything. I'm already done with mine, so that's why I can't see anything more.
What was your best placement, Jack, at SI, huh? When you on the team? Analyst D2 when we got completely shafted. By what team? An Australian team.
That's
not
right.
Okay, that's not the second. No. You lost to Fnatic back then. EP are back.
I was
carrying the torch.
I'm hurting. No,
I'm sorry, bro.
Let's not go there.
Hey, you were scrim partners. You taught Fnatic everything they knew.
That was us. We did that. We beat them.
Maybe EP need a scrim G2, and we'll see if that helps them out. Maybe not in the current state of G2.
Like,
They've
I'm
got
getting
anything or two
pissed that
about
they
netting
are
themselves and
so...
dying to exothermic charges. They still need to learn something because right now, EP are 3 maps down in the tournament, 1 map
They're not
down in
even
the
reacting
series.
to
It's time
my
see, can they hang it
issue.
on border against Flux
Guys,
W7M?
if you don't see that it says like you can get the drops by watching, refresh the page and see if it works. If you can do that. So on Shopify Rebellion, they're going to be playing Lair, Chalet, and Border
You know what?
is the
Not entirely
decider.
wrong. But the thing is,
The Shopify
every
picked
great
Lair
team,
and
they have
Chalet was
good
Kia.
individual moments.
I will not have Europeans come
And
to me
Kia
and
chose
say that
Border.
my team is only good because of individual play when their best team is Falcons. I mean, come on.
Like Prime Empire just joystick 1v5ing rounds. Oh, I can't believe these bad teams only have individual players.
Come on, you got Shaka, I got Tuhan.
No, it's funny
Damn.
because if you guys didn't know this, Tuhan was on your screen right now. He actually has a tattoo that says 444, and I was like, "Hey, you're like the biggest Shago fan, but what happens?" Like, no, it's like an angel number tattoo of my girlfriend, and I was like, "Okay," but it just seems so fitting that he was like a big Shago fan because he's a cracked player himself.
He is. Something about it. Maybe just the 444 carries this energy that persists through the generation, regardless of nationality. Enterprise certainly got their work cut out for them. Look, map 1, great moments, some really great moments, and they started to look a little bit more like a team. They started to look a little bit better individually, but there you go.
There it is.
442.
I wasn't lying.
Number for Tuhan. But of course, they're going up against a very hard opponent, Fluxo W7M. Man, they've got aggression, they've got confidence, they've got the keyboard warriors in-game and in the chat.
Oh, yeah. I mean, yeah, Holtz and Loben, I feel like they came into this thinking, we'll beat them.
Yeah.
Like, the gameplay that they were putting up on Kongslip was, like, zero respect until the end, but they're like, okay, they can beat us if we don't be a little bit careful here.
We'll see. Borders
It's about 2-4 years you will see me up there winning.
And it's funny because Border in so many ways is about
You have to go into PC if that's going to be possible, though. That's the negative thing.
Because Border is so small, you usually have a friend nearby that you can communicate to help you out in that 1v1 gunfight, to make it a 2v1 gunfight. So I want to see Enterprise if they can play close enough together and then clearly.
But you would definitely get up there, JT.
Those numbers
Definitely.
into their own favor. Nice pair of shoes you got there.
Yeah, unfortunately there is no console for that in general, but there is tournaments, big tournaments where you can win big money in console tournaments, but unfortunately not in SI.
Timing though might just be on for relays. He didn't go for a knife quick enough though. He actually might have been able to find that if he'd gone for the melee right at the start. But
Damn.
no. Wow, the drop of the hat. Fluxo have dominated, found 3
Damn.
Loben
Oh.
with the shotty no less. Bappen. Well, we saw a lot of
Stupid.
from him in the first.
Oh my
3 big
god.
kills from Bappen. He aced up on Conceal. He's got to do the same here. 2 more to find. He knows where Loben is. And Loben's got the shotgun. So it's all about this measly little Reaper to fight up against the Scorpion. Bappen can do this. But Loben's hunting him. Gets in.
Why are they giving him the 1v1 situation?
One more, but Dotas shuts him down.
Why are they giving him the 1v1 engagement? I don't understand that. That is stupid.
Wolves are smiling, but we all know, guys, it's way too close for comfort.
Way too close.
But you know, if you have to target one person trolling more than the rest, it's gotta be Dots. He's playing Blitz and goes, I'm just gonna watch this guy and ADS him, and I'm gonna win the gunfight.
Ego. This is a battle of ego from Fluxo.
And the thing is, I feel like the ego is the biggest strength, right? Because it's how they got the first 4 kills. It's how they got in the building with so much dominance and so much conviction. But it's the same ego that gets from a 5v1 or 4v2 into a 1v1.
Exactly right. I mean, you keep swinging this guy, and he's just gonna keep on peeking you back with the Scorpion. I'll tell you what, Bappen's having a good day on the scoreboard, even if his team is struggling. And look, credit to Fluxo, it's not just about playing cocky and rushing. They did line that up.
It was well
good
done.
drone work.
They smoked off the Easters player, fired the hallway, and completely singled out security in break room. I mean, it was phenomenal.
A lot of good set plays followed up by a lot of confidence in delivering the strike. They're really loving these shields, you know. We saw a lot of Blitz and a little bit of Blackbeard from Fluxo on the first map. Enterprise only banned out the Monty. I think I would rather get rid of one of the more aggressive shield operators, because that seems to lean more into the Fluxo W7M playstyle.
Also just Border, I mean, Border is, by most people's metric, a Blitz map, because you're gonna be going fast.
I'm not that scared of Monty on Border. Like, really, the biggest threat from a Monty is like an Archives plan, but you got plenty of ways to counter that vertically or with C4s.
I mean, that is, also, I like that Fluxo, obviously they banned the smoke, another fast one, smoke.
But it's gonna destroy Deepos here? Yeah, definitely.
Alright, there we go.
Oh, damn.
Gets targeted by the
Wants to go down.
The C4 gets Loading goes deep for 2. And Fluxo are just
messy round.
On
Messy.
Enterprise. Tuhan had verticality, but he wasn't able to find that planter and take
Level
him
421
down.
right now.
Too late for
I think you said that
last
last stream or
map,
something.
their tactical timeout, Mingo said, let them execute. Well, you certainly don't want to be letting them execute when they look like this. Logan's found 3, hungry for a 4th. Volks steals it, and Logan will close.
Damn, this is comfortable win right now for W7M. They are
I'm not sure
murdering
if there
them.
wasn't a rotate between the bomb sides or if both C4s clipped the wall, because 2 C4s went out. But either way, Enterprise right now are just being caught off guard. No one is nearby to shut down the plan. The thing is, when your opponent bends the smoke, I was about to say it before the rush happened, you need to be wary of the fast takes. We said on Consulate, if you play top 1 and play Tashanka, they can never plant CEO window because you got infinite plant denial. Well, on Border, Tashanka is kind of too slow paced to play. Way too slow, right? You gotta get your secondary, get your weapon out and shoot and weapon swap back before you can fight back and whatnot. It's awful. The smoke is gonna be your primary fast plant denier. When he gets target banned in the very beginning, you need to make that conscious decision, guys. They can now go for direct attacks. They can now go for direct attacks. They missed that message.
And now you need to start thinking about, okay, do we bring a Goyo?
Yeah.
Do we even bring a Frost? Like for that window?
Legion windows, etc. Like there's so many things. Like Echo has been buffed, could be decent.
But Echo may be a little bit too slow paced for Border because you have to sit there on your cams.
Don't get piece open, can call him, they gotta play mute all of a sudden.
So
it's ugly.
It looks like the response from Enterprise is traps, traps, traps. We've got Ella, we've got Legion, and we've got now the Thorn as well. There's a lot of questions about will we see a lot of Thorn coming into SI after the recent buffs? But the thing is, she just doesn't fit into a clear position on a squad like a lot of the other trap operators do.
And no shotgun either.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. And the other big counter here is the Twitch, right? Like, I would be considering banning out the Twitch here for Enterprise if you want to lean into things like the Goyo and the Legion and the Ella, because the Twitch hard counters a lot of that.
That's a good shout. But then, Blitz is open, and if you ban the Twitch, right? So there's always a downside to what you choose, of course. Grim is also left open up.
Got Brava
Is
as
that
well,
a free?
man.
It's a freebie, so that's not good, Bappen.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the mobility from Fluxo. They're happy to go deep into Passport and then immediately back out again. Enterprise are starting to get ants in their pants, and they're exposing themselves because of it.
Volps from the tower. Oh, okay, that's a little bit. Okay, for a second I thought it was CC window kill.
No, I thought the same, but it's actually from here, outside of
Archives.
Archives. Oh my god,
I got you. I know that you know what it's called
for this one. This
Oh, he was ready for that.
Okay, see, they're expecting it.
I rate that play from Relays, but yeah,
the right
it was
play.
just well read by Fluxo. Enterprise have no choice but to get aggressive now when you're down this much of a deficit.
I mean, Fluxo they're everywhere. They're in the balcony, they're not.
Yeah, they're reading Enterprise really well on this map.
Enterprise don't have any interrupts, just the traps. There's no Valkyrie, no Echo to speak of, barely any BPs on the board.
Yeah.
The player has started the round in this location. And
They're just using, for me in general, they are using the wrong defense operators in my opinion.
Like it's so intense, but
like they're having like the Ella, the Legion.
The Vigil might be a bit of a troll.
Vigil is like they're frag up more or less in my opinion than necessarily like
so much info. There's a lot of the Thorn traps
necessarily like
Fisher guys got a 1v4.
something more than something else.
Finding a few frags, he will fall.
You need something more.
W7M have really settled into a rhythm now.
So like Penga said, like maybe go Frost Trap, maybe go a Fenrir.
On Border, each one looking more convincing than the last.
To help it. Maybe
Very
a
much. I mean,
Rooney
like
could be more helpful. Like you
Fluxo
really
Ocean,
need to
they're
do
in
something
business. Like, this
different
seems
to
like
slow them
much
down,
more
or
control, much
you
more
have
respect
control
in the
of
server
certain
and just saying,
areas.
you know what? We're going to do pocket strats.
Yeah.
I am curious because we spoke about this, the operator bans. You know, we spoke about the Twitch, spoke about the Blitz, spoke about the pace being set. Brava Kaid. I mean, Brava is kind of Twitch, low-key, kind of. But the Kaid ban.
Oh.
What have
I don't know
Enterprise got
what
to say?
happened now, like past 2 rounds. We missing like Armory Rio and then like triple Rio. Maybe we have to a bit more focus for this game, more login. Okay?
Yeah.
I can understand you guys have a mistake. Like, it's really small mistake, but it's too panic after we got a mistake. Okay?
Yeah.
Please calm down. And then we been Brava. They just been K. We still have a lot of trap. They rushing 2 rounds. A lot of trap still alive. Using trap, aim relegation, react. Only that fucking 3 really important after this 3 round. Okay, fellas?
Yeah.
Keep calm.
Closed office with mirror here.
Oh. So apparently they forgot to reinforce 2 separate rounds.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
That's not good.
I'm also, I'm not sure about what you said about the bans. So we know that Fluxo have banned Kaid and Enterprise banned Brava. You know, I thought Twitch was already a bit of an edgy take, but the Brava is even edgier.
Brava doesn't deal with half the gadgets.
No,
Well,
I mean,
kind of, but...
Well, Brava's good against Malusi, which they like running. It's also good against Fenrir, which I'm again surprised we haven't seen much of. But Brava doesn't do anything against Goyo.
No.
I guess if they want to lean into the Aruni here, it's a good idea to ban the Brava because the Twitch can't counter that.
I'm always of the mind that if you're gonna ban the Brava, you gotta play at least 1 round of Maestro to justify it. That's just
Honestly,
my personal
I wouldn't mind a Maestro here because you can put down all your bubbles and then just sit there as a turret. You don't even have to actively use them. At worst, it's a good bulletproof camera that's wasting time and util. And you get 3 of them. You can extend them pretty far out. As soon as you, if you have a player running around aggressively and dies early.
Wait, he put the BP outside the building.
Yeah, of course.
But
so they can run out. What do you mean?
But it disappears after 10 seconds outside.
Oh, does it?
Yeah, like all cams. You can't put cameras outside.
Oh, well.
Unless that's
deactivated?
Unless that's changed in like the last 2 weeks.
I mean, it seems to still be active. It seems to still be active.
What? Does that count as the... because what you can do...
I know that works for Valkyrie cameras.
You can reinforce the wall of armory from the inside, and then you can shoot the soft wall on the outside, and then put a BP on it, and it's inside the building.
Really?
But this is blatantly outside, so maybe land build is different, or patch I missed.
I don't know. That's new to me.
I gotta test that. Wait, hold on.
That's
a claymore.
That is not a hard reach, my friend. In fact, the only hard breach we've got is on Palu, so that could be a little bit of a mistake.
It's not too far off, though, outside east stairs. There's a possibility for it.
That means he's got a claymore, but Fisher guys just heard that in place. So I like this. Look, the Kaid ban tells us that Fluxo want to breach walls, and Enterprise have said, okay, well, let's play far more into reinforcements. Fisher guy, what are you doing?
Fighting.
Why is he fighting in front of a mirror window? No, it's Fisher guy as well. It's not like it's one of their fraggers.
Damn.
This is unusual. This is very strange.
Low key. Do you jump out? You're 1 HP. Do you send this?
Oh, 100%. Oh.
But it's Fisher guy. He's too smart. That's the issue. You know, 2-1 would have jumped out.
He has a Rio. He could Rio the Brazilian wall. Or like the split wall. I don't know. A lot of people call that Brazilian.
Ninja.
Ninja.
Where I'm from.
Okay.
Yeah.
We call that Brazilian.
Guys, Weibo Gaming, as of now, has officially been confirmed to go off to the playoff in 6 Invitational. So they are, no matter what happens, they are off to the playoffs.
Really slowed down this round compared to previously, and I like that. Enterprise have created a lot of more power positions. They're using the mirror. They've got the Aruni, they've got the Wamai. This is all about protecting areas. They've got the Malusi and Goyo. That's all about late round. Oh, perfect from relays as well.
All right. Yeah, this round is kind of cooked if you're Fluxo.
Fluxo are very lost now. Fish guy, you can chill. You don't need to play too aggro. That said, that is the diffuser, and Dodas is now in a 1v5. He's likely to get a freebie onto Fish. It's not free. Half his HP goes down. This is going to be the round done, and a confidence booster for Enterprise. Much needed after their tactical timeout.
You know, I kind of like when Fisher guy is the guy in the deep roam on the first line of attack or defense
That is
technically. Because if he dies, when he dies, he can call the shots.
Yeah.
This is a classic Troy Canadian on Dark Zero, especially playing like injury and attack and like post roaming on defense. If he dies, he can call the shots. Bopping gets the final kill. Dodas in the grave. Round on the board for EP.
Finally,
come back, JT.
A round under their belt and a chance to build that confidence into a slew of rounds. It's very much possible here they could make a comeback. They looked a lot better just then than they did at the start of this game, because, man, those first 3 rounds were pitiful. And historically, I mean, Border is a pretty good team for Enterprise. They did lose it at the regional finals in a 15-round game to Chiefs, and they played it at the Munich Major to both Furia and W7M. It's actually a rematch of that 12-round game we had between these two teams. It was a hot contest. And if Enterprise lock in, they could maybe give Fluxo a run for their money.
So Mira's going to be the big kind of focus here from EP, it seems like.
I think that's a good move.
I like it as well. I mean, again, we could go back and be like, well, if you ban the Twitch, Mira seems stronger, but...
The thing is, like, Twitch counters everything here from Enterprise, so I think you really need to be playing it for Fluxo, and even if you don't get the mirrors, but you get a Dread Mine, that's great.
I actually went off the Ash.
I'm kind of scared for Fluxo at Enterprise at the moment.
No Ash, no Twitch.
No hard breach.
Only one set of grenade. Yeah, no hard breach either, actually. At all.
Damn.
Like, can openers.
Yeah, wow.
Only one set of grenades. This feels like it might be a tricky round unless Enterprise just give them the gunfights.
They're looking to try and contain Enterprise a lot more. I mean, you look at the fact that there's a Nomad pick.
Well, that's some side information right there.
Lion Blitz Thatcher.
This could be a plan again, honestly.
Absolutely, with Lion Blitz Thatcher.
Yep, they're going for it.
Here comes the plan.
Not again, guys.
Surely this isn't going to work 2 times.
Are you kidding me? Again?
Denial from Enterprise! Tuhan finally gets it, but it was by the skin of his teeth. We needed that Solus to be active, and it was. A little bit too close for comfort, but 2-player advantage as Volps takes a hell of a lot of damage to Fish Show Guy. Fluxo, they need to go hunting, they need to go fishing, they need to find a few
they
picks,
lost a round.
Volps is about to meet relays here in Customs. Not a lot of damage dealt by the Roni, but it does take Volps very low.
Just gotta hold your ground now, boys. If you're Enterprise, you don't gotta take any of the fights and let them come to you.
Oh, he's using the pure Roni, actually. Mossy, that's interesting.
This kill guaranteed. Because
I thought they would use the other gun,
on the
actually.
defender side. It's like that 6th player in the server. Timer will tick away, play the sound. Don't start getting nervous, don't panic.
There's no universe where this should be a Fluxo round win. You look at the setup, I mean, Tuhan, he can single-handedly dominate the diffuser from above. Any plant that could go down.
I can make the world's best eggs.
He's got a mirror window to protect him. He is very much alone, though.
You mean you can cook it, like make eggs? It is a different thing when you're saying that. I was like, you can't lay eggs.
Volps need to regroup, but they're on opposite corners of the map at the moment. Both of them just fishing for a few picks to bring this back into the realm of possibility. It's not likely.
Well, tries they might, but
yeah, that's how I read it, but might be like reading it too literally, since English is not like my first language.
Fenrir comes in, the mirror window, the swing from the hallway. Volps, you are baiting. That's what he's doing. He's baiting.
He is a beta.
You know what? He might as well go. He get his one. No, he's not gonna get his one.
Flawless round. Mingo said it's time to lock in, and that they have.
That was scary, though. I mean, so yes, Tuan denied the plant. He was playing Solus, but again, he's shooting a blitz shield through a smoke, not knowing which way the head is facing. And he gets it with like a second left, maybe a second and a half.
Yeah.
It is very risky, but you know what? It worked.
It's a danger of not panning out.
Look at the time, a half? 75?
90? Oh.
Maybe a second half, 2 seconds at most.
Yeah.
The drop campaign is only
80,
for the
90%
real live days.
And the other thing is that Tuhan wasn't really well supported on that top floor. I mean, there were, what, flashbangs and other util getting thrown in from Armory window. I don't think there was someone dedicated to just covering Tuhan while he went for the vert denial.
I don't believe so either.
Chat, if you could do me
Solus doesn't have impact.
a favor, if you know another streamer that is live that has dropped, can you jump in and look if it's active there for me?
I think that is kind of what you need to be running.
Because I can't see it because I already have all the drops, so I can't see if I can have the drops.
Yeah, but I mean, when there's smoke and a blitz, like, just having vert isn't always enough.
It's not going to give you a whole lot of difference, at least. You use the gadget, and
he was running shotgun, though, because he had the SMG-11 out.
As one should. If you're playing Solus, by the way, guys, right? Don't play the P90.
P90 is great.
No damage. Okay?
Right. It's like the Scorpion.
Fun fact, the P90 does 4 damage back with the limb change to a limb at max range. 4 damage. They reverted that change.
Doesn't matter if you hit heads, bro. Like, look, if people are playing the Roni, then people are playing the P90.
Okay. Well, Mozzie's pick rate has been abysmal for the last couple of years, but fair enough.
I'm surprised that everyone who's running Mozzie has been running the Roni. I haven't seen a lot of Commando at all.
That's always been the thing. Like, the Commando...
But they've nerfed the Roni into oblivion.
Yeah. They nerfed it to 1.5x scope, took away the scope, but never buffed the gun.
And they took away 5 bullets as well.
Yep.
Relay is actually making a very risky decision not to shoot.
Yeah, they barricade the door behind him, right? So he is in here. Well, I guess the crouch hole maybe. But he's pretty much stuck in here.
So yeah, there's a crouch hole.
Crouch hole.
He was looking to play an off angle. He almost got wallbang.
I like this though. I don't like this. The thing is, Flux of those they're good at doing this. They're called phantom pressure. You go in a passport.
It's working on my stream, or
open up the wall. The defenders are not gonna know if you're there or not unless you retake the position. So Relay's being in there says, guys, it's fake pressure.
I like this.
It might come back later, but it's fake.
I really like this.
There is a bandit though.
Okay.
Yeah, but I don't think Bandit is in position to double.
Run! He's not running.
No.
Nope.
Ooh, and the problem here is that it's... Oh, the Tubarão actually might save one of those walls, which does allow a little bit more mobility inside of Fountain. The angle, you can't get quite as deep into that corner where that mirror window is.
That's awkward. I mean, they spent a lot of resources here fortifying Fountain with the mirror windows, the bandit batteries, the reinforcements.
I think the mirror's popped now.
Come on.
Big gunfight there.
1v1 again.
Oh, wow. And the wall bang onto Tuhan. Problem, we're not reinforcing that wall. Bappen will trade, but man advantage squarely in favor of Foxo. Relays
what
has
the
never
fuck?
abandoned the position.
What are they
The bait
doing?
finally works against Palu. Back to an even Steven.
But yes, you seen the message that's saying like watch the stream turn drops and stuff like that.
Down the ground floor, but Dodes has snuck into the bomb site and ripped them apart.
That's one that's gonna hurt. You know, they actually made the right play for Enterprise. They're trying to escort Bappin down the east stairs together, but in doing so, they left the back door open, the flank happens, and Dodes gets 2 kills. They were trying not to sell their teammate, but in doing so, they sold their teammate and themselves.
The bomb side, dude.
Yep. And again, kudos to Fluxo W7M. They're doing such a good job at applying pressure everywhere that Enterprise don't know exactly where the threats are and what's happening, and that's where that kind of flank can appear. 2-4 half starting defense border. Again, statistically not the end of the world, but you gotta have some mighty fine attacks right now of your EP, and that has been their weakness.
Oh, Fluxo certainly had a fire lit beneath them after a lackluster performance at the Munich Major. They didn't get a map after they won their first 2 BO1s. They played 3 BO3s against Falcons, Wildcard, and Furia. Didn't win a map in any of them. Actually haven't won a BO3 at an international LAN event for a hell of a long time. Would have been EWC, maybe? I'm not even sure they didn't get to the BO3s in EWC.
But JT, you see the text that is like on the right side, like here? You like see it when you're like having the chat? It should be like right here for you.
They've been very quiet for the last 12 months. And I think it's about time that they get back onto the world stage. And if there's any way to warm up into SI, playing a team like Enterprise is certainly going to help out. They've shown that in the first map and even the first half of the second. Now they go into defense. And this is where Enterprise really get tested. It's a last-ditch effort for the Aussies.
Do you have anything else opened? Like the main R6 stream? Or is it only my stream that is open?
5 different trap operators. Wow, that's a small pig.
They've been doing this all series long. And again, it buys you that 10-15 seconds of extra time because the attackers are going to be slowly exiting the spawn rather, instead of sprinting straight towards the building.
There's got to be the most like aggressive team I've seen so far this SI.
It has been.
Oh, that grenade just destroyed the air jab.
Not ideal. Not ideal. There's 3 Thorn Razor Blooms in the pocket of Dots and 2 Crystal Mines in the pocket of Lobin. They have half their stock. 1 Goya canister as well. They have not put down 3 Denari lasers.
It did reduce the activation time of the Thorns, so like between when you deploy it and when it activates, but it's still pretty long. So I don't think you can realistically use it as a grenade. But exactly. Very low. Nice. Good shot and well supported by the Capitão's fire. Dotas will go down. That's the most deadly player on Fluxo in terms of his arsenal with that DMR. But Loben is still in position. He's good in close range with the Scorpion. Dots is forced back by the fire, but he's got a good angle. Fishhook Guy takes him down. Enterprise, 2 picks, but there's still one more at large inside a break as Loben is forced back. The flash will maybe just push him back even deeper as Palu's found Fish. Maybe Enterprise will have to slow down, try and consolidate their advantage.
Damn,
the player going down.
Wolf is like hunting for
Doesn't feel like
kills.
they skipped a step for this one, right? No one took East stairs control. They didn't even shoot the default cam from outside, so that means Open was right here.
Player on East.
He's just creeping.
Player on East. Loben doesn't even need to backstab because Volps has got him from elsewhere.
Damn, he's on a roll.
Still got the debuff from the Thorn. Finally, that subsides. But Bappen's low HP. This was a 5v3, and Enterprise have not found a kill since.
Yeah, they are just dominating at this moment.
So far, top left corner. And a really difficult way into the bomb site with those Gory canisters. One is still in pocket from Paolo, by the way.
Who needs you two?
Here they come. Oh, they almost get the freebie.
Oh, this is not a safe position to plant. It's going to have to be a bait. Tuhan looking to cover from behind, gets flanked. Is that Volps? It's Loben. And Palu as well joins the fray.
Done.
A very good round from W7M. One that they certainly weren't booked to beat after that 3v5, but they stayed composed. And frag by frag, they clawed their way back into it.
It kind of goes back to Fresh's point at desk, right? Where they win off individual performances. I mean, Fisher finds one, Bappen finds one, all is good, but there's a lack of oversight. Everybody knows the backbone of pretty much every attack on this map. It starts on East Stairs, because when you get that, you cut off 2 different hallways, get access to triple wall, the break room balcony, and it's a great spot to kind of reset the round from. And it's why people started playing Asami Smoke there and started hand-holding it, because it matters so much. They get security, they get break room. Oh my god, that's phenomenal. They forgot East Stairs. And then Loben just retakes it, gets away unscathed, and then gets a kill. His teammate gets a kill. The round is lost in that position. It was looking so good until that very moment. And this is kind of the downside of having we call it the old school style IGL system. Fisher Guy and EP, they kind of do that, right? Fisher Guy calls, as far as we know, all the shots. Yeah. He does all the thinking and most of the talking. When you have one person covering 90% of what's happening, you're gonna miss the small things because that's not where you are. Fisher was the entry on the armory balcony. He's not gonna know what's happening East Stairs. With the newer system, everyone's much more vocal.
Oh, damn.
I'm not East. You're not East. Who's East Stairs?
Yeah.
It was missed.
Oh,
this is an angle.
So close. He sees the hammer. A hammer that Volps himself has not raised. Tuhan will take down Dodos, but still the spawn peaks from Fluxo W7M are incessant. A little bit more early awareness of East Stairs, at least, from EP.
Look, they're hard-holding East Stairs, like I said. They play with shields and lasers.
Swapping mags!
Yeah, I like the way that Fluxo uses the Denari. It's very awkward for Enterprise to deal with. Good nade, though, will quickly take down that shield. Bye to the camera, bye to the pipe as well. Keen to go for a peek as Dots here. Careful not to expose himself. Fisher Guy was just on the verge of holding that. Bappen watching from the window. Bappen's been hot on his shot all day.
Reload. UMP buff, by the way, right, with the extended barrel.
It's
does
like rolling.
Damage, I believe.
That's insane. It's basically an AR at this point.
It 3 taps people on land. It's very mighty good. One of the only guns in the game that's statistically worth to an extended barrel on, because that number increase actually changes the time to kill.
Yeah.
Fun fact.
Still Fluxo have got their tendrils.
Okay, so I'm guessing like it's going to be an archives.
I like this though.
Push.
Enterprise a little bit more focused
but it
on
looks
the
a
hard
bit, but
they take control of the
the
balconies.
fuse is not on that size. There might be an armory push.
Problem is, the more walls you
so
open,
like
the more this becomes
baiting
about
on the
angle fights.
archives,
have a lot of confidence to fight
or they
back.
pinching to hold.
They just saw the rotate.
Through
Tuhan
there.
actually going to take the ground.
That's
on
the only thing I think.
Well played. Wow.
Two is crit.
2 for 3. Quad kill on the round. It's just Palu left. The ace. He's been hunted down. Tuhan, look for the ace. It's stolen by Relays,
it got
but
stolen.
the round is Enterprises nonetheless.
criminal of an injury right there. I'm watching the player to his left. He's right next to Tuhan. Takes down a 90 player. Quick sharp flick. Takes down the CC guy as well. Good distraction by Fisher guy. He was in CC with the BB, just being in that guy's face, distracting him from the play happening right next door. It's that kind of conviction and decisiveness that when you see more of, especially in a small map like Border, where you say, guys, 3, 2, 1, this is the play.
Yeah. This is a big moment now for EP. They've just staved off what was going to be a map point if Fluxo had won that round. And it was all about the gap finding. Tuhan literally just saw someone cross from in CC into the 90 hallway, and he says, okay, this is my moment. He goes in, finds that kill, flicks to the second one in CC. And that's
information about the other stream, A stream, B stream, I mean, and between Shopify Rebellion versus D plus Kia on Lair, it's 4-2 to Kia. Shopify is down with 2 rounds only, and D plus Kia has 4 rounds. But Shopify Rebellion is on defense right now, so it might turn around since it's the map layer. So that is going to be interesting.
We've seen Sami ban the majority of the games that we cast. Same with Clash, very high ban rate this event so far. It's funny how Clash was once non-existent Tier 1 pro play, and then right before the rework, everyone starts playing her. She gets reworked, and more people start playing her. There it is.
Those storm traps are literally scary now, like properly. Even if you sprint right past it, often you're probably going to take a little bit of damage. And it's big enough. There's Dodez. They spot his position. Another flash. He's still not blinded though, and he is supported by both Loban and Volps behind.
They're doing a lot of hold in
very far away extension.
No one's
Volps will find one though. There was one player near the bomb site before. I'm not sure if he still is. It's just dots. As Fisho guy gets caught out in the crossfire. Enterprise had an idea, but they have been completely
where you go for that, Loban?
Bappen will fall as well. They still can't even find Loban, who's tucked away inside a break room. You can see the frustration from Tuhan's perspective.
5 versus 2, that is not good for them.
Cannot find that angle.
This is why the phantom pressure that Fluxo is so good at applying is
the
so
Aussies
important.
don't have a better team than
window.
this.
No one's applying any pressure. They have 5 people roaming. No one's even like remotely close to the bomb site. Dots has been in workshop for half time, but that's really it. Great shot from Dodes and Palu, and again, when you don't have any pressure by the bomb site, you can have 5 roamers, you can have 4 roamers, it doesn't matter.
Flawless round by the end of it, last kill claimed by
Yeah,
Palu.
this is going to be a W7M win if they keep it up right now and don't lose
got a slightly
too
different
much.
spelling of his name. Palu?
The A in there, and an I.
Is it a little I? A-I? So, I don't know how to pronounce it, but Pale apparently means father in Portuguese. And Palu has announced that his partner is pregnant, so he will be a father. And so he's decided to celebrate that by having a slightly different name for this event.
It's Daddy Palu now.
Daddy Palu. That's a good one.
Oh my god.
It's iconic. I mean, one of the most storied histories of any player in the game. Palu, I mean, he's played so many 6 Invitationals. He was so close to winning and raising that hammer back in 2021, the last time the 6 Invitational was in Paris. It was a devastating event, a devastating loss for him, and also a really tragic moment in his personal life because during that event, his own father passed away.
Yeah, I remember that.
Now,
like
5
6
years later, he
like,
returns to
that's
Paris,
how much R6
soon to
means to
become
him,
a
and that's
father
why
himself.
he's playing still for so
That's
many
beautiful.
years.
Very close to finding a first win here at the 6 Invitational as well. It's been a fantastic day for the Brazilian roster. From the get-go, they have oozed confidence. Enterprise have been seething with the number of spawn peaks and aggressive plays. And it's often players like Dodez and Volps and Loban that we're talking about on the front line, but Palu stands at the back. Daddy Palu, the patriarchal figure on this team, leading them to hopefully a better result.
I just laughed at that. I just laughed at that. I thought it was fun as hell.
Is possible if they can keep up their aggressive
I knew
style.
they were going to boo me when I did that.
You know, every good front line needs a good backbone, that foundation of the team.
But
and
it
that
was
has been
worth
Dots and
it.
Paolo often not sitting more closer to the bomb site. The other three players just going wildly around the map as roamers. Relays on Sledge Shotgun, of course, has to do Reaper secondary, likely in pocket as well. Looking to make a play maybe up the main stairs. Thing is, Enterprise, when they want to go really deep, they actually full commit to it. We've seen that time and time again with mixed results. But this lineup, these positions, I feel like they're cooking something, which is
Extended barrel on the castle? Really? That's
cooking?
interesting.
That's the thing that's hard to figure out. Bappins in an awkward spot. Dodos can easily swing him from outside. Loban joins the fray. Tuhan needs to be the hero again, and he finds a double.
Tua is a beast.
Opens up an avenue for Enterprise to mount an attack. Player needs to find this kill. The Nitro Cell obliterates him. But meanwhile, the daddy from Enterprise springs into action. Fisho for two.
Like, Tua is doing a lot of work. What the fuck?
Don't count them out just yet.
And again, it's a push that starts off kind of poor, people falling apart, no crossfires established, and then the individual players really start to shine. Tuhan is not missing a shot, not losing a gunfight right now.
This is
and
crazy.
Fisher, when he is needed, he will be there to get just that one important kill, that one important entry. I mean, he was deep in the side, while Tuhan was deep in security. They were so far apart.
Still a 5v3 advantage for Fluxa. I mean, that is... Well, we've seen a few 3v5s from them, but very rarely are Enterprise the ones winning from such a significant man deficit. And it's thanks to Tuhan and Fisho Guy, the master and the apprentice, as we say. You've talked a lot about how Enterprise are, in a way, it's the four guns and then Fisher Guy on the back line. We've also praised Fisher Guy when he gets a little bit more active and aggressive. But you know, from what I've heard talking to this roster, in terms of the vocal side of things in the team, yes, Fisher Guy, he's the main brain, the operation, but he's in the process of handing that baton down to Tuhan.
To their top fragger.
Yeah. Tuhan is destined to be an IGL one day. That's what I've heard, okay? Which is crazy to think because he is also their star fragger. So that puts even more weight on his shoulders to perform. Not just in the numbers, but also as a leadership figure for the roster.
Certainly. There's always going to be a
If
question about
Shopify
how
wins
much is
this
too
against
much for
Kia,
one
do
player
you
to
see
do,
them
and
going
some
far?
players can
Yeah.
quite literally do it all.
His
But
pick,
very
they
funny
should
about
win
it was
against
they
Kia.
can't talented players. We
Because
have
if you
Shango.
compare them
I
to
spoke
a
to
team as
Constantine,
G2,
right? I said, "You've been better than
Kia is
Lance, Link,
not
in fact,
in the
you've been
same
some good
level
IGLs.
as
How much do you shot call?" He says, "None."
as
Never. So
G2
he's an
or
example
like
of
Furia,
he's the fragger,
W7M,
let's keep it simple and
Falcons,
just
like
make
they
the
are not
fragger.
up there
Forgetting, I want to
in
make the same
terms of
story. Fabian,
gameplay
myself, does not
level.
heal.
I'm not saying they
So
are
some
bad,
players are destined to do it,
but
some players it's going to be a limitation.
in the moment they are
Curious to
not
follow
like up to
Tuhan's
that
career long term and
level.
see what kind of player he'll become.
I have no doubt he's got a long career ahead of him, no matter what happens this event with Enterprise.
Hope so. He's a great guy.
For now, though, EP have their work cut out for them, dealing with a very difficult hard hold on the east stairs. Dots could go for a swing now. They know where he is. C75 in hand. But if he swings Fisher Guy, well, Fisher Guy's facing the other way, then that'll be a freebie for him. Loban's still aggressive on the mezzanine. He's been peeking this window back
don't
and
be
forth,
too
but
aggressive
hasn't
now.
been taken down as of yet. Retreats back in the break room. As his
They're
team
being
starts
way
to
too
fall
aggressive.
around him, Enterprise have clawed their way into east stairs.
Okay, so it's very winnable. They lost the shield, yes, but they got man advantage and good guns up and alive. The thing is, the Foxholes that we see them, they keep lashing out to try and even back the numbers. That can, of course, work for them, but also very much against them. Bit of a reset.
Ooh, I like this
Enterprise
one.
are
This could
standing
actually
still.
be
They're
a good
droning
thing
steps
to
in the
do.
flank zone for Fisher. He's watching it right now. It sees both the flank below and the balcony. What a swing! The Ferrari peak from Dodes.
Oh, and he's got Fappen as well.
No!
Hammer gives him away. Relays
Why you
will
being
eventually
there?
trade down to the 2v2 as Relays breaches the wall open. Tuhan looking for his 10th kill of the game. Needs to have a big impact. Him and Relays together look to keep this oceanic dream alive.
Not gonna lie to you, a plant is possible. They've broken the archives wall. They have office founts in control, and they still have that flank drone by break room. So this is still anybody's round, and the defenders quite spread apart. One in deep CC, one in armory box. Again, a plant is definitely possible, but the cover has to be perfect.
Good flash from Relays. Good cover from Tuhan as he pops the fire. The smoke
has to vault it.
That's the problem. The vault will expose him, but Volbs Takes a hell of a lot of damage. Logan elsewhere in security, though. He's been spotted too. Relays and Tuhan have to decide, do they go for one of these kills or they flood for side? They're looking to go deep inside of Armory as Tuhan starts to plant in Archives, but Relays has been spotted, he's exposed, and now Volb's taking him down. Puts it all on the shoulders of young Tuhan,
nicely
who will
done.
not stand up to the task.
W7M won. Told
they
you.
worked it hard, but they dominate.
Check
And they stand up tall here over Enterprise. It's a stellar start for the Brazilian roster here at Six Invitational. Once again, with Fortress on the line for a third map, we will be...
Yeah! Let's go into the... Damn.
Oh, they're up for it. Oh, they are. Huge clutch out there at the end. Obviously, they really didn't have a lot to work with. Baited and waited on that clash play, but pushed themselves on towards map point.
I have to say,
Damn.
Canadian, you need to get in there. You cannot just sit back while your clash is walking at them. He was sat so
far, guys,
back.
I have out of
Usually
1,
whenever we see
2,
a clash,
3, 4,
in a 2v2
5.
scenario with a clash, it's always the clash walks up and then the teammates behind. You know, just
in
look how
5 games,
far away
I
he was.
have
He didn't
guessed
even enter in towards
1,
the
2,
office.
3,
just little things like
4.
that.
5,
Needs to get in there,
4
needs
out
to
of
help
5
them.
I
mean,
have
fair play
predicted
to
correctly.
D+ for even attempting that stick and then to come off it with 3 seconds left and then get the kill and go back on it. Wow.
Well, map 1, and this could really shake up this group a little bit, right? Obviously, we've, you know, had some sort of.
But the thing is,
upsets
this
results.
map
We've had
pick
some positions.
for
G2 would be
Shopify
very
Rebellion
happy
and
with how this is
Kia
going right now,
on
sort of
Lair.
on the
It was
day off,
Shopify Rebellion that
waiting, and
chose
a bit of revenge
Lair
for
against
D+
Kia. So
We did say, oh, we think a Brazilian team's going to do really well in
No,
this
it
group.
was
We
Kia
didn't
that
specify which one.
chose
There's,
this one.
you know, there's 3 of them.
Sorry.
But, well, no. APAC.
Then Chalet was Shopify's.
The August. Okay. 6-3 though. Doesn't matter where they're from. We know where they're going, and that seems like the first map is a victory, and that will guarantee themselves at least a portion of the pie in the prize. Which, to be honest, I think that I'm not going to say it confirms them. I think this group is still very sort of scrappy and
still half the game later on as well. Don't forget.
Yep.
After this, we have Black Dragons versus FaZe, I believe. So
I do think, actually, funnily enough, there is at least one team across the games in the tournament so far that has already been confirmed for the next stage. And it's, I think, Weibo, who have taken full points on both their games. And heck yeah, but we're not quite there. And we're not quite there. Obviously, Shopify Rebellion, there's always the chance they can try and pull this together. We know how well they can work as a team, and the coordination is going to start here. Straight onto a Blackbeard. Goodbye, Falls.
Nice.
Good
pick, good pick.
Can he turn them into a little big victory
Now
here?
capitalize on it.
Try
If
and
you're just
retake that
down,
kip.
you
He's
have the
abandoned spot, he's
opportunity.
abandoned the position, but losing your shield is always that sort of mantra of, okay, do we have a plan B? We're about to get a taste of it. The ankle hold in towards lockers, meaning they can't quite set up there as comfortably as they like, especially without that Blackbeard. So instead, we'll see if they can try and run on towards the top of the stairs. Swing down, get some control on those flankers, and put pressure in towards sites that, well, all the players are inside the site. Everybody comfortable down, holding a back line, and sort of waiting for this approach now, Demo.
But again, just think
That's
for
interesting.
Last
He's
Kia,
opening on that side. Mostly people would
nice and
open it up
controlled as much as they can. It's not flashy
in the
siege,
armory
it's pretty
side
structured.
instead, but he's actually open up
But
on
they
the
need to try
other
and back
side.
up with some kills. I mean, losing that Blackbeard early on, it's going to just stop them getting
Spoit is holding armory at
in
the
towards the
moment,
bottom
and
side.
no
A
one
lot
is
easier.
coming.
You have that shield to utilize as that kind of battering ram, but maybe
If
even
I'm
try and
yawning
challenge
too
runners
much, it's
upstairs. I mean,
because
that
I'm
could
not bored.
also
It's
be a way
that
to get
I'm
themselves back
hungry
into it,
at
and that
the moment.
really falls down, I think, to Mighty to try and get up there and
I
have a
need,
go at
to
Spoit,
eat.
which may be a bit difficult because it is Spoit, but still, you have to try and make a move.
At this point, here's that engagement. Is tracked as well, but actually just drifts away. Pulls himself back. The flash is over the top. He's buying himself time, but with 30 seconds, you've got to focus on the site. Bullet's trying to creep his way in deeper and deeper as Levy's on the door with the kit itself. And Bullet finds that cross peek on towards Canadian. Levy
What the
finds
fuck?
Rexton as well. They've suddenly flipped the balance. They're going for the plant, but they lose the cover back and forth. Nias finds it, and it's now a post-plant situation. If he can get there in time, he can't, but he does get the follow-through. A 1 versus 2. They have verticality, though. The
come
buck
on.
is inside the site, and not for
Nicely
much
done,
longer
Shopify.
afterwards. Shopify
Nicely
Rebellion.
Oh, he's not happy.
Would you be?
Well, from what I seen, it looked as though they had no idea that Bullet was in. They were
Looks
shocked
like there
that a
is
guy
a
just slipped
tactical
in through the
timeout.
doorway and picked up the smoke in the middle of the site. And I
Am
think
I
it caused
right?
a little bit of panic. You know, that's a gap that is being exposed.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised that
It kinda
he
shows
came in freely as he
Shopify
did.
under pressure. You know, if that's the way that Super's getting, they know it needs to be better.
I mean, this is what I think getting...
Like, this kill, this was...
Yeah.
They were so shocked at that.
Getting the kit, getting themselves locked in towards the end
That
of it. You
was
can see obviously how close the
surprising.
margins are, but now we're sort of getting into the site idea, right? Where do they sort of follow through? They've obviously lost Office twice. They've won this site before. They won it pretty standardly. D plus Kia get a second attempt, but say Shopify win this, where do you go next? You're probably going to have to go back upstairs.
Yeah, either which way you look at it, D plus K is going to get a bomb site that they're favored on. That's just the way it works out with the rotation. I mean, also don't get it wrong. They could also win this round. They could win this attack.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
we know how you have to defend this bomb site. We know how you have to attack this bomb site. It is fairly simple, you know, on the grand scheme of things. Take a bit of map control, use operators like Sense, walk in and plant. You know, and there's not a whole lot that defenders can do apart from bring a Solus, for example, which sometimes deals with a backstab them coming in through art. So there's even more pieces to the puzzle for this defense. So it is very difficult. You have to try and keep track of a lot of moving pieces.
Well, the early break on towards the wall.
dear.
And Emby, unfortunately, only loosed that at himself. But I think the mirror window did get popped open,
Yeah.
which stopped the exothermic going anyway. Luckily, he has 3 now. They use the smoke to cover the distraction. They're trying to bait out more utility there. That's the play with it. This, though, another smoke, another ping. They know exactly where the player is. Just going to tuck it in
That was a weird
close.
smoke.
And there's that
it.
impact, but it doesn't quite go for it. Went for the exothermic first, then runs across and lives.
What the heck?
Nias gets to stay another day, and they've got the breach open.
Could say nearly. Didn't.
Like,
Didn't.
Sorry, chat.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I don't
I'll see
apologize.
myself out.
I apologize for nothing. Now, this is more of the sort of hole that we talked about
I
before.
d-
The
I
single player
don't
inside the site,
know
and then a lot above, right?
how we
You've
survived
got
that. That
Ambi
is
doing
crazy.
almost a dead man's job. He's going to try and delay. He's going to try and get a kill or two, but it's a tricky position to play because steadily, you know, there's not a lot between you and an angle where you're being caught from. Oh, Levy gets the head of Spoik twice in a row. He has been the first body removed on that position. Well, maybe that's the more dangerous place top green.
Yeah, difficult place. You have that window right
Yeah.
side staircase, then you have the window at the bottom of the stairs holding your runoff. If you play in that position, you're probably going to die, and it's all about how many kills you can get.
yeah,
how much utility
Rexton
you
is
can
in
waste, how
a
much time you can
very
waste.
no Ambi.
Spoik didn't
or
really do any of that.
we should.
This is the position that
Yeah,
I'm talking
Ambi's
about
in a
with Ambi, right? He's got
very
3 angles he needs to watch. They're all
dumb spot.
quite quick, quite swingy, quite hopping, and they know exactly where he is. So he has to keep checking him, and he checks the first and ticks Midi off of his list. Is he going to look for a second here? He's waiting to see if the Capital puts the pressure on a little bit too late. You could say. Well, definitely there.
Nicely done.
Falls, gets revenge, gets Ambi, 40 less.
And that is the player in the bomb site dead. So it all comes down to the players upstairs. Losing that site player, it means that it's not going to be safe to drop back into the bomb site. So they just have to try and firm upstairs and try and hold it as long as they can.
This is the thing. Now it's all verticality. Now, with the pressure on green, they're watching the rotate with an upside-down rappel. They're going to try and bait out some smokes, but it needs to be a plant inside the site. 24 seconds, and the coverage is smoke bolts. The coverage is those vertical angles. There's 2. They know roughly where he's going to be planting, and it's a Solus doing that important job. There's the pressure, the swing, there's the watch, and he sprang too high, but they're still going to confirm the plant somehow. Double down. They know it's an important kill to win, and he can't quite get it. Bullet! I said we wanted a bit more from him. How about one more? It's a long-range shotgun. Get around the corner, but Nias has gone down. In the meantime, the second is found. Technically, a 2 versus 2 still standing. Canadian inside the site. He knows where the players are. He's going on the ping. Canadian proves he's still got it. Last locked in the chamber. That is that engagement. That's that verticality. That is the Solus holding on, but he can't quite make it connect. D plus Kia take their map, the first map in this best of 3, and prove why they wanted to come here.
That was not good.
Shopify Rebellion, just too many gaps.
That was not
I think
good.
that they were offering up to D+. You think about that little jump in through.
Let me just check quickly on this one.
Get to the bomb site. I mean, D+ has played that perfectly. How you kind of operate that round comes down to the 1v1, but he was always going to win that. He had the verticality. Canadian, all he could do was hope and pray that he could stick that, but it was never going to happen.
It was tough, right? It was tough. There was a couple of teething issues, as we sort of saw. They had these big knowledge rounds, but at the same time, as you sort of said, when you're doubling down, when you're bringing yourself back into a map where you've had previous experience, you got to make sure your game is locked. You got to make sure it's solid, and fair enough, they sure did.
Could be.
From this point onwards, though, it's obviously a best of 3, and that's going to be the mentality. You know, it's going to be heated discussions. We know what these players are capable of, where they're going to sort of want to go next, and you start to question, okay, what do you think Shopify Rebellion need to sort of bring in towards our next setup?
I think you have to try and clear your head. Obviously, the performance wasn't good enough for their standards. It's not over yet.
Yeah, it was really,
You've
really
still
bad.
got your map coming up. That is D+'s preferred map, you know, and obviously going to a preferred map for a team is always going to be difficult.
That was not a good
a little bit of a
map.
slow start, obviously, on their attacking half didn't help. A 4-2 split went against them, and they just couldn't get themselves back into a position where they could lead the game. So, need to go and give their heads a wobble, wake up a little bit, and jump into the next map.
On the other sort of split of it, and on the other kind of divide of it, you know, talking about them wanting to bring in Nighthaven Labs, we can see the stats here. You have to give credit towards D+ for getting 1-7 on it yesterday, and then coming back. This form, having a sort of loss, even that was Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah.
I guess that means, you know what that means when I'm this wrong? Oh, it's time for the break! Let's go to a break before we're back with the real map.
Yeah, that is a little bit of a tough loss for the on the layer, but yeah, like the caster said, they need to like reset and get into the mind where it was like kind of similar to like the game with G2 yesterday. Like they won fairly easy, like 2-0, but still they resetted every single time. So it kind of works in their favor if they can do that. I feel like they're doing a lot of easy mistakes, Shopify, at the moment. So they need to really fix that. Stats-wise, in general, when it comes to Kia versus Shopify, like they haven't faced each other since a year. So obviously, like I said, Kia might have gotten better since the last time they played against each other. Two different playstyle as well. So we see here they've been facing mostly. I was going to say they face mostly NA team, but they are NA. So we have, if you go a little bit further down, we have on the majors. So they faced like NIP, Weibo Gaming, for example, which is APAC team as well, so they would be closest. Then you had Furia, Falcons, M80. Like, they're facing higher level type of gameplay, so maybe they're overthinking their strat or like their gameplay in general. And maybe like Kia is just keeping it more simple, where Shopify is not used to that simple gameplay that they have. They did win against Black Dragons. Lost to G2. This is where it gets contradicting, because G2 won against Kia and now Shopify won against G2. So this is what I'm saying, it should be a little bit higher. Wait, why am I getting... I hear like double. I was like, what? But yeah, so you have kinda, it doesn't like compute. Obviously Kia is not a bad team because they won against Fury, for example. But you have the contrast, like either they're going to be good or they're going to be having a really bad game day. Because you have 7-2 here, 7-2 here, and then they like win against Furia. Fury was not at the best during the Munich Major, in my opinion, but still, to beat Furia is like a very boost of confidence that you still have something that you can like put together and face the bigger teams. So it's going to be interesting. So the next game that is going to be playing on the A stream is, I think it's going to be SSG versus versus Secret, I think. I don't know. FaZe Clan and Black Dragons that played against each other a lot, by the way. So you have 7-4, 7-2, 7-1, 8-7. So far the statistics shows that FaZe Clan is better than Black Dragons in direct rounds, attacking wins. Overall a little bit sharper than Black Dragons, but it depends on how well synced FaZe Clan is going to be, because this is going to be their first game of the day, whereas this is going to be the second match for them. So it could be working in the favor of the Black Dragons because they are already warmed up. They don't have as much nerves to get into. Secret and Space Gaming, as you can see, there is no historical information, so I don't know when they last faced each other. It's more than a year ago at least, we can say that. But in general of how the game has been, it should be SSG that should be winning. They played really solid on the first game day, SSG. So did Secret as well. I feel like those Secret made a little bit more mistake in their match versus SSG in their respective games. SSG won easily against Enterprise. Secret won fairly easy against Oxygen as well. Like, fairly. They had a little bit more issue. It was a little bit more closer. I think it was 7-3. No, it was not. And then you have yeah, you see her like they won easily, so it's going to be an even game. This is going to be interesting to see. Let's switch back to this. Yeah, gonna be interesting to see how everything goes. Let's see what
those who carry a title and expect another. But legends are not written by comfort. They're written by those who rise from the shadows. Stage 2, Munich, the EML final. Falcons answered, but not with words, with authority. At the heart of this rivalry, a name already whispered in prophecy. Shaiko. A legend forged in raw aim and relentless precision. And across from him, king, not yet crowned. Stomping, supported by role, ruler by presence. This is his first invitational. No past trophies to defend, only a future waiting to be claimed. But wars are not won by fire alone. They're shaped by minds. Like Alamau, a commander who fights on the front line.
Yeah, what is this?
Already crowned.
What is this movie? Give me a movie of this.
And Bleakafak, a strategist, strong, structured, a builder of systems where others shine. G2 Falcons, different philosophies, but the same ambition. Proof that neither stands above the other. Yet. At the Six Invitational, there are no rematches of the past, only chapters waiting to be written. And this year, you don't play to win, you play to make history.
Ah, that is such a beautiful thing. I love that. So nicely done. Back to Fluffy. Congratulations.
Many mistakes. Let's talk about instead of this.
Okay,
Mistakes that can be
I'm
built
going to grab
upon.
food and I
Yes,
will
our
be
second
right
lap of the show.
back.
Yeah, and we do
Enjoy the
head
show.
in towards
There's
Chalet.
Niers.
There's Niers, who, again, good, solid performance. I mean, 12 and 8 is strong. I think the whole team played well. I mean, obviously Niers is going to get the highlight there because he was the best rated, but I thought it was a great team performance through and through for D+.
I think it was one of the things where they just worked really well, right? And it's not just in the sort of trade game. It's not just in the sort of back and forth game, but it was how they made issues. They made problems. And as I sort of said at the time, they made Shopify have to work for things. They made them have to come up with new plans, new strategies, new ideas, and they're a great team at doing it, but the way D+ Kia did it in an unfamiliar way just sort of pressed them a little bit too far.
I think overall for Shopify Rebellion, it is just getting yourself woken up, get into that mindset, ready to go again into your map pick. Don't forget, we're headed into Chalet. This is where Shopify Rebellion had went into. This is what they chose. Obviously, going into Lair, I think, against D+ was a bit of a bold move. Obviously, I know that Shopify Rebellion, they also like this map. They also like Lair. They're happy with that. But, you know, whenever you know that D+ are just so good at it, it is a massive risk, and it could backfire, and sadly it has. And that's put them in the predicament where they have to win if they want to get even a point. I mean, don't forget, with the point system, the way it works here at Invite, if you don't win a map, you get 0 points.
Nothing, nada. Something they sort of distinctly handed G2 yesterday was that 2-0, was that setup. And, you know, nobody really wants pity points. Nobody wants a pity place in the party. And you are doing a pity point.
Canadian.
That is him.
Is he locking in? He looks very... I don't know.
Does he look Canadian?
No, because I know what 2 Canadians look like. One has glasses, and he's very small, and he carries around a laptop a lot. And then this other one, he looks like, where's Wally?
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Where's Wally?
Yeah,
what
I have.
do you mean?
He was in the green room.
The
just walking around.
similarities is that they wear a hat. That is it.
And he had the round glasses, and he had the jumper
Okay.
on.
Yeah, but...
You know, I just... Yeah.
Listen, I think I'm going to buy you a book at one point. It's going to be a Where's Wally book. Anyway, there is one team, especially very happy about this, outside of the team that's playing to see this result, is G2. And to be fair, in some regard, Black Dragons, right? They have that team at the top. Shopify Rebellion came into the series top dogs because they had the clean 2-0 win yesterday. Now they won't get that. They are at best going to get slightly less points. They're at best going to get themselves a little bit more that they can work with, but it's the difference of one. It's narrow sort of margins. It's narrow divides. Well, they're still having a great time in that. But at the same time, if you look at D+ Kia, if they get themselves the full fat, if they get themselves locked in on the points, they'll skyrocket up towards first place. Means they keep themselves well clear of potentially Black Dragons, who are still yet to play. FaZe Clan.
Yeah, big game.
So, if that goes the way we expect, you can assume that they're probably kind of clear. So, okay, I'm just going to take a moment here before we do this. You know how I sprinted back in? I didn't have to do that because, gang, we're going to take a 15-minute break. The admins need a little bit of time to sort stuff out. And I guess I'm going to just sprint back in again in about 15 minutes. And I will see you all then. Please be with us. 15.
I'm back. Sorry. My mom called again. So we are going to be starting... That's a very long pause, actually. That's interesting. Why is there so long pause? Did I miss anything, guys? Okay, so I'm going to have so this is my dinner today, my birthday dinner. It's rice, plain white rice, and some fried shrimp. Look at that. So good. Why is it so long of a pause? Did something happen to stream? Like, this is 40 seconds. Why is this pause so long? Okay, we'll have to go with this for now.
What's up, it's Ambi, and I'm gonna test if I know the difference between Handy and Nade. This is... looks like Copenhagen from the monitors, so that is Nade. That's Handy. Alright, don't know that. Alright, not off to a good start. This is...
I have some soy sauce.
This is Nade. Yep, that is Nade from W7M when they won Invite. Yep, got that one. Oh, brother, this is where it gets tough. I have no idea. I'm Handy. Handy. Nade. I mean, like, I don't even, like, they look like they're identical. It's just shocked. This is Handy from the, this is Handy, 100%. Yeah, that's Handy from Phase and the one SI in Boston. Got that one. I think this is...
By the way, I got the Vobe as well,
this is
so...
Nade. Furia. Nope, it's freaking Handy from Boston again. This is just shocked. This is just impossible, I'm gonna be honest. I think I did pretty bad, I'm gonna be honest. They look literally identical. I have no idea.
Okay, let me move my mic back.
Because that was not an easy task when it comes to the twins in Siege. And we have one more, right? I mean, I felt the same way when they let me interview Dove and Gartz at the Montreal Major, the other twins that we have inside the scene. Certainly doesn't make things easier for you, but they have accomplished a lot of things.
I mean, we'll come to Penguin in a second, but me and Alfama in Reload when we was over in Brazil at the start of last year, we actually had a conversation with who we thought was Handy.
Oh, no. Nice.
Around the pool, and we saw the other one the next day and was like, why is he not saying anything? Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. Indeed. Well, the good thing is we're back here for the last game on the A stream.
Nicely,
game
DT.
4 as it is, and we're joined. I'm your host still, Anne, and we're joined by Fresh and Pengu as well. And Pengu, I'm glad you got the memo on the dress code for today.
That's the thing. I saw the whole laxing thing earlier and I thought I can do better than that. And then I heard a little whisper about who can wear it better. You know, you got a little jacket over you. Yeah, you look great with it tucked in. I thought I'll bring like a little tie situation.
And the chain as well.
And it's a chain.
I really like the accessory.
Because I can't tie my own tie despite casting for a few years, so I got a chain tie. Don't hate me, please.
It looks great, and I mean, we're dressed to the occasion of talking about two good teams taking it up against each other here on the stage. We're
14 minutes now?
SSG, and there's a funny storyline between that because these two players on the rosters have been together or on the same team back in 2022. We're talking about Juma and Benja back when they were on the same team of Heroic.
I see that Kia is sitting in the background, not doing anything.
Jum went to win EWC, and now I guess maybe another hammer is loading in.
Feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it, Nick? That we saw these two guys competing inside of Europe. They were both at the time up-and-coming players, I would say, you know.
Now they've made it.
And now they've made it. They've both won an S tier event
Best food.
respectively. And of course, going
I
up
love
against
Asian
Shiver in the
food.
biggest tournament
Give
of
me
all.
Asian food
It's
every
funny, I
day.
was going through my old box of jerseys,
Fried
and I actually have that exact heroic jersey
fried
with Benji's
shrimp.
name on it from
Really?
Charlotte
Chicken.
Major? Charlotte Major?
Sounds about right.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I'll go with that.
Let's say Charlotte Major, and I was like, oh my god, this was a thing, but it's so ancient now, it feels like.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 3 years ago, which feels like a lifetime, but still, of course, big accomplishments for these two gentlemen. Competing on either side of these two teams, we'll start talking about Secret Foes with that most recent victory on the international stage. And when we talk about their Munich major, I think they can be pretty happy with how far they went, making it all the way into playoffs, but then going into the email finals, I guess. Even though they finished third, we could still say that was probably a bit of a disappointment for them.
Yeah, I think Secret are a team that's really matured over the last 18 months,
sure.
I would say. And I think their appetite for success, obviously they won Esports World Cup, they wanted to then kick on from there. So I think, yes, Munich for them, good experience. They got to the main stage, they experienced that. But I think they would have wanted to go further. I certainly feel like they felt they could have gone further in Munich.
Yeah.
Obviously, ultimately, they fell to Amate. And the same with EML finals. I know, at that point, SI was already locked in, but they didn't feel like they showed themselves well, particularly at that event either. That being said, they came out of the blocks yesterday, 2-0, they were looking good.
You speak about maturity, and I think it's a very important note here for this roster, because when you see
but
young
they
gunners across the
didn't.
board, we're thinking, where's that one veteran? As you see, they got Fultz, for example, right? It feels like all these kind of star rosters, they have that one old guard, that IGLs. This is more like young people making it work together, and therefore
this
maturing
is so
together.
good.
Yeah,
I
Savage
love
actually,
this.
I did some content with Savage, and he was actually talking to, who was he talking to? Hot and Cold. And he was like, I was a Finker main back in the day. And Hot and Cold was like, I was on support before you was a Finker.
Oh, boy.
That's how old I am.
Exactly.
But yeah, no, Secret, and actually, it's a fun fact about Secret, is the last couple of Invitationals, they haven't actually managed to get a win.
Yeah.
In neither of them. They obviously qualified as a team very unexpected 2 years ago in Montreal. That was the team with Kendrew and Grubby and Newport. Didn't manage to get the win. Last year was when it went horrendous for Team Secret inside of Boston. They only got one map. They ended up losing, I think it was 0-2 against Kargan. Really falling short on expectations. They finally got that win yesterday, which I know for those guys, it starts building up that mental pressure, but that's off their back now.
Yeah.
There was actually a fun stat in the very first play day when Project Zero, aka Team Heretics, Grubby's team, when they won, Grubby had won more games at SI than Secret had in years because of that stat. So because Grubby won first.
That's rough. That is very difficult. But I guess we saw what it did with the confidence of the players as well yesterday. And then we're talking about their opponents. Their run in the last few events has been on the contrary side, right? Munich was horrible for them. We already talked about it. Getting grouped, but what a way of coming back, though, for the NAL finals, making sure they win that championship there. Of course, we see the apology tweet from Khaled as well, realizing that they made some mistakes, but what a way of coming back there.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about SSGs, I think for the longest time, I've used the term scaling for them. I know scaling isn't the Siege term, we use it in the mobile game, for example, but it's like they've been slowly working the same fundamentals time and time and time again, and I'm always thinking this is going to be the one where they get back to that hammer lifting potential, but they don't quite get all the way.
Yeah.
But they're still scaling, it feels like.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think, that's part, in a way, it's part of the journey. When you're down there, when you're down in the dumps and you're in the rubble and you're struggling after the Munich major loss, I think it's important when you're a team. That's a real defining moment, right? And I think the ethos and the work culture at SSG grinds them. It inspires them. That failure, they turn into motivation, and they came back. Callout said, we're going to come back better than ever. They come straight back out the blocks. NAL finals champions. They come, up to the 6th Invitational yesterday. Dominant display again inside of their group. And I think that's what they'll be looking for, is that reaction after suffering.
Yeah, and what we see from this team, you talk about the fundamentals all the time. Well, they do too, right? They care so much about the whole rhythm, the passion for going to the gym, being so committed to the cause, being so confident as well in a way. And we see that from these players as well when they post on social media.
I'm not gonna lie, if you're an
posting
esport
about
player,
suffering the
go
pain
to the
of
gym
discipline
and
or
work
the
out
pain
is
of
the
regret.
best thing you can
It's a
do for your
powerful
body,
quote that's
because
been
it
on
will
his
keep
mind.
your
And I was reading that. It's
muscles
quite an inspiring quote, I guess we
active
can say,
all
but
the time.
these players breathe that through and through.
Yeah, I mean, there are many players who will play for, let's say, 3, 4, 5 years, never lift any sort of trophy at a Tier 1 international event. Majority of teams and players, they're losers. Like, said very bluntly, so many people, the majority will go their entire careers and never lift a trophy. He speaks of the pain of discipline or the pain of regrets. He will regret if he didn't try 110%. That's the kind of team that they are.
I've been such an admirer of this team. I
100%.
really have. The scaling is a great, it feels like they're building on foundations. Yeah. And that long-term success. And I feel like at some point this roster will win an S-tier event.
It's inevitable.
Yeah. It's inevitable because they're setting themselves up so well for that process. And, they're putting the right systems in place. And I've actually been able to speak to Callout and Fultz, privately in quite intimate settings where they've spoken about, actually, this isn't just about the esport itself. it's about setting all of these guys up that are on our roster for success in life.
Yeah.
You know, and that comes long after Rainbow Six as well. And, you know, they're putting the right habits and disciplines in place for that.
That's an important thing to think about too, right? Because many players, when they get into this esports, are maybe, what, 18, 19,
I just love the
at best, so
mentality
you're
that
at a
they
very
have
early
as a
stage
G,
in your life, where
like
you're still trying to
just
find out who you really are as a person.
their
So getting that
lineup
guidance, I guess,
on
in help
how to take
in
care of
becoming the best
the
version of yourself
players.
could be so important for them.
Definitely. And the thing is, I also have so much respect for them, right? And I feel like it's almost like the Liquid story where I need to see these guys succeed at some point. It feels kind of like that. And they keep, it sounds rough, but they keep disappointing, right? That's the thing. Like, they need to go further. And I think this SI is going to be that moment for them where they got to make it a deep run. Like, we're talking top 4 or bust.
And that's what makes this game crucial as well, by the way. The fact that, you know, they're up against such a formidable opponent.
They are.
Secret right out of the blocks. Obviously, both teams got the win yesterday. Both teams got it done in 2-0 fashion. In the context of this group as well, they've just seen one of their other rivals for, you know, the top place in the group, Fluxo W7M, get it done 2-0. So all of the favorites inside of this group are now progressing and now winning games, and it's now about getting past your opponent that's of equal, if not better nature, with the fact that Secret have recently won a tournament.
Top 4 was the case for SSG, though, at the EWC. I mean, they could have made it to the finals if it wasn't for Secret knocking them out of that tournament. They denied on that S-tier final inside of EWC, which Secret eventually went on to win there. So this is a rematch and another best of 3 between these two. So we'll have a look at the map feature to see where this series will be taking us to, because there's been some changes in the map pool, of course, since EWC, and SSG's pick coming in first with a Fortress. We're finally going to see a Fortress on the A stream right here in this matchup. It's a guarantee.
Yes,
how are we feeling about that?
We're going to see it for the very, very first time, and I mean, Nick, I'm curious on your thoughts. Certainly when I've looked at Fortress, I really, really like the map, and I think the general feedback from the pros is that the map's really good. The top floor feels to be the strongest 2 sites. I know some people are saying it's a little bit like Oregon with the 2 really, really good sites and then some weaker defensive sites below.
Interesting. I have a different thought, actually. First of all, I love the map. I think the map flow playing the first time, I was like, this makes sense. I know where I'm going. I'm not supposed to be. But I think it's actually the bottom floor, kitchen, that's the strongest one by far.
Really?
And then the top 2 one, and then hammam.
Okay.
Because when you play that bottom floor, you can play the entire map. Play above, play the vert, play the fallback, play a proper SSG roam game, if you know what I mean. Whereas the top floor bomb side, you're a bit more limited just playing on that floor.
I mean, either way, we're going to find out, and I'm so happy that we're going to find out. Speaking through the rest of the map, Vito, Secret are going to pick into the lair. And I think the big thing there for me is that Secret picking lair. Either way, it's going to be a lair. I think it's a strong map for both teams. I know that Secret absolutely love it. They face, we often see inside of Europe, we see Falcons, G2, Secret just go head to head in all of the big games. Lair is always in it, and they are very, very strong team. And then we get to Clubhouse, which
now we're
feels
talking like a
a
pure birthday
overall, this
celebration.
video feels very
Fortress,
high level, right? We got
good
the brand
dinner,
newest team that no one's shown yet at this
good
event.
company.
It's been decided, but we
Let's
haven't gotten
go.
there in the 3rd map series. Then we have Lair, the second most recent map that still hasn't been fully figured out. We could see Innovation still. And then Clubhouse that is going to test your very basic fundamentals, executing, setting up, and breaching. This is a great map draft for both teams.
Yeah, so often we say best of 3 will really show which 2 team is the strongest, and now on many different levels as well with this map feature, the way that it has turned out. I want to talk about Fortress, though, and the way that we have been talking about it off-screen when it comes to teams willing to show it or keep it in the back of their pocket for this event. Showing it so early, I guess, on day 2 and making a statement on it by winning it could really make some teams be afraid to face you on Fortress.
You know this as good as I, back when we worked together, right? When you start playing map for the first time, you're on thin ice because you think you have it figured out. But by showing it first, other people can go, they don't have it figured out, and we're not going to show them how to do it. They're going to fail and learn on their own. It's risky, but it's a risk worth taking.
But it's also one of them, you come out the block, you know, say one of these 2 teams puts in a really dominant performance.
Yes. We're banning it.
The map is getting banned against them, probably for the rest of the event, realistically, until a team fancies taking them on it. So you're in this kind of smoke and mirrors where nobody.
It's a high risk, high reward.
Nobody knows what's going to happen on the map. Nobody really has an established meta on the map. So both for these 2 teams, by allowing it through the veto, and certainly for SSG, picking it is actually a calculated risk, realistically, because they shouldn't, at least, know too much about what Secret have got cooking on it. And the same for Secret. They shouldn't know what SSG have got cooking on it. And we certainly don't know what either of them have got cooking on it.
Now imagine the casters, right? They know less than us. It's like, they're going to be doomed.
They're in that room, who knows?
The call-out sheets being grabbed as we speak. But yeah, no, that is a scary thing, though, right? Because you can't really counter-prep on that one. It's really going to show which of these 2 teams is the best, I guess, flow of adaptation.
And it's just about trusting fundamentals and trusting yourself, which is certainly things that both of these 2 teams focus on. They focus on themselves. How do we play with our disciplines? How do we play with our styles? You know, for Secret, and the guys that you see on your screen there, Jume's vibing. I saw him dancing there. They focus very much on, you know, Savage micromanaging the team around the shields, the executes, the things that you've come to kind of know and love. And I think for the side of SSG, it's a lot about the team play, the communication, as one unit as well. And I think when you're on that map, it's not too much about reading into your opponent of what they're doing when you don't know what they're going to do on a new map. It's about trusting yourself.
I think this goes beyond just this episode of the series. Like, my kind of footnotes I had for this BO3 was
Logitech G Pro he's using, Ashen is using, and Logitech G Pro, guys, if you want to take anything from that.
They have utility when they play
There's a reason why it's a good mouse.
They're gonna test your problem-solving skills, and then they have the good old
I'm using a Logitech G Hero.
Particular small portion of the bomb site.
That's because I have small hands.
On layer all the way to clubhouse, secret rather, will have to be tested truly on the adaptation on the fly and their problems on skills throughout this entire BO3.
See the players behind us still getting set up, getting their setup ready for this matchup. That means we can have a look at the results so far on the second day here at the 6th Invitational. We'll pull up our schedule. Of course, the ongoing game still on the B stream between D+ and Shopify Rebellion. And without any spoiler alerts, if you still want to watch it, just mute the stream for a few seconds because D+ has actually won the first map there. That is a bit of an upset, I guess we can say.
I've put the cat amongst pigeons inside of that group, especially after Shopify beat G2 2-0. I think that group is definitely going to be up for grabs, especially if D+ can get it done. And I think today, so far, looking at the rest of the results, it's been pretty quick.
Yeah.
It's been pretty decisive, I would say, towards the favorites in all of those games. I think the one standout really is our old friend Fabian and M80. Nip really ran them close. Cavani had to get a sensational clutch to get M80 over the line in the first map. I didn't get to see the third map, but
yeah, Cavani getting that freaking kill in Consulate.
Could be the NIP 81 you should go back and watch again.
Especially given that was the closest one we've had so far today. I hope we get a third map for this one. I was thinking as well, given that we were speaking about the new things, right, at SI, we talked about the map pool changes. On the first day, the studio also talked about the changes that were being made to the operators, right? We've got the first time of an S-tier tournament where we see Thatcher in play. We have had big changes to Thorn recently, changes to Maestro, changes to Echo. I will say though, so far, I don't feel like I've seen so much Thorn or crazy adjustments or changes with an Echo or a Maestro.
Not in an impactful way, at least. We just saw a fair bit of Thorn in the EP matchup that we had, but not a single Thorn trap kill, not really any big like substance happening, but it has been picked around. My big surprise was the lack of Echo, honestly, so far.
I think the good thing for Thorn is she comes into that pool of trap operators that's now viable. Previously, there was always a better option. You can now bring a viable, obviously, the secondary utility as well that she brings in. The gun's not bad, so she is definitely playable. Like you say, maybe not effective. The Echo one, I agree with you, Nick. It's surprising. Echo getting 3 drones we thought was maybe going to be a little bit more impactful than it currently is, because it means you can play an aggressive Echo drone out for your roamers to get aggressive. We think back to some of the bigger moments where I'm going back to 2022 where you're seeing Echo drones out of drone holes for people to jump out and coordination together. The benefit of doing that is you still have your Echo drones on site now, and you can play Echo both ways. So we thought Echo was maybe going to be a little bit more impactful. I think the one change that's maybe a little bit more subtle that we're seeing now is Grim and Vigil in that interaction. I think because Grim is becoming very, very common in the ban phase, but when not, teams are starting to pick Vigil a lot more because he's not effective. So I think, there are some subtle changes coming in, but I thought maybe some would be maybe a little bit more impactful than they have been.
I think that's entirely fair. Also, just small antidote here, like Echo, great shield counter, right? You can fully guard break animate a shield with the Echo Yokai stun, but we don't see it.
Well, we're going to hopefully see some of these in action, but just to make sure that the players have some extra time to set up, we're going to go to a break, but you want to stick around because the first Fortress of the 6th Invitational 2026 is coming up, and you do not want to miss it.
I'm going to say this. We are going to be watching that. Like, I'm not even joking. It's the first Fortress. We can't miss that. Really, we can't miss that.
Welcome, and thank you for bearing with us during those moments. But we are frozen no more. We have a chalet on the cards. Now, if you missed the first map, D+ Kia actually took it. Doesn't change your ideas, so let's get ourselves in.
We can watch the first 5 minutes, and then we are going to go over.
And I was on time this time. Do you know what? Okay, I'm going to take a moment here. Demo, I'm going to take a moment. Demo. I'm taking a moment. About 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, we're about to go into this map. I thought I was late. And I ran in. And you know what? Technically, I wasn't.
Well.
Okay, no.
You were.
No.
You just got lucky.
All right. Do you know what they have another word for that? Do you know what that word is?
I'm sure you're going to tell me.
It's fluke, baby. Woo! I'm not the reason there was delays. I promise you that, actually. That's bad. That was a longer delay. No. But we are back. Thank you so much for bearing with us. And as we tick on through these bans, the attackers definitely not surprising the defenders. Not really either, Demo.
Yeah, into Chalet. Seen Chalet already inside this group earlier on today in the... sorry, not this group, but on Group A, we've seen it.
So, Fluke was the reason they got delayed?
And, well, we did see a little bit of Castle being played, but it's just going to be shut down here and now. I mean, I do think that's a bit of a weird ban. I think there are a lot better options in terms of what you can ban for the defense. Straight away, I'm thinking Mira is a pretty good operator. You think of any of the electrifications are pretty good.
They're great.
But they've opted for the castle. So they just want to kind of disable any potential off-site holds. Not going to be able to fortify those areas using the castles, using the Azamis being the big one too. Still think we'll see a little bit of an extension, but nowhere near as much utility that you maybe need to bring.
10 seconds remaining.
Quickly just flicking through and getting a bit of an idea of how often a castle ban shows up. And I think of maps, this is a prominent one. It's kind of this and border, right? You're looking at the limitations of how you can put things together. And
surely Cafe has to be up there too.
Cafe is up there as well.
Gotta be.
And the idea is you're limiting what are those crossfire spaces. Think about the maps where you can get people from outside the windows, outside the buildings, and, well, you can put that pressure on here. We saw it earlier today.
The
castle was
so
utilised on, say,
good.
bathroom window, on the crosswalk doors, on the places you transition through the map itself. No, don't have to deal with that. Aren't forced into, say, a Flores pick. Talking of angles where you can get people quickly, there's 3 big ones ready across the dining room table to see if there's a feast if anybody tries to enter up. But that's exactly that position there, is where you could have a castle. No, not this time around. Shopify do not get to play with safe spaces.
So on the attack, D plus Kia should be in a pretty good spot, I think, to have a good go at this. It is a favoured side. 4-2s are pretty typical of what we expect to see. First thing they have to come up against is going to be this lone roam coming in from Spoit. Nobody is with him, by the way. I mean, Ambi's over towards Fireplace, and he's actually been able to kill the player creeping up through Snowmobile Stairs, but still for Spoit, if somebody enters in through games, it's just down to him. Ambi isn't going to be there for support, so Spoit, a lot of pressure on him to make this roam successful.
Well, here's the first bout of pressure, and boy, as he said, he's already got himself in a good position.
Did you hear him?
Oh,
Seriously?
they definitely don't know. Slipped his way round. Graces was saved by Nias. Spoit almost took a freebie there, but hey, sometimes Siege swings both ways. There is pressure that almost came from bottom of the hatch as well.
Yeah, just was
Tied up and
unlucky.
leveled up body count, but they can try and peel away. It depends how much wants to be handed over. And Ambi, he's trying the same thing. He's going low. The drone spots that, and instead of swinging out, he knows if he just tries to back out, he'll probably get in a bit of danger. There's the fight, though. Nias gets himself too, and he's suddenly got this man advantage in towards their favor. They have the player on towards Ego. Balk ready to go out and go for the swing itself, and pressure on Piano.
And don't forget as well, they have an option for half wall. They have the Capital that they can utilize to flame out the Cade and force them away from the aggro position on Office Door. Still also got the Piano Shield. I mean, there's little bits of utility that Shopify Rebellion can still utilize.
Well, here comes a bit of the first burn, but not quite a narrow enough angle. Nias gets himself on for 3, and he's about to swing into the shield for 4. He misses the feet. He's covered. Look down, look left. No, he's behind you. Oh, he doesn't get the ace because he couldn't quite see the man's feet. But Midi will push the last one over the end. And
how did he not see him?
Well, I think he'll still be happy with the 4. But that would have been, I think, our 4th ace of the day after getting none yesterday.
Yeah, it's been a lot. It's been a lot of aces today, and I think overall, with the way that attack went through, they dealt with the roam game pretty well, and I suppose that was probably the worry with how Shopify Rebellion had set themselves up. Spoit and Ambi were so separated. There was no possibility that each other could ever trade one another. You know, you looked at Spoit, died, no kill came in. Ambi, again, died, no trade came in. And from there, you have that advantage immediately in the 4v3. And they still had a lot of util. We've seen the Cade get burned alive by the Capital.
Yeah.
They had all of the answers ready for the questions that Shopify Rebellion were putting to them.
What a way for them to open up. They lost that opener and then took everything else. Now, Niers was obviously the point man and the man with most points after that, getting 4 kills himself. But the position that he took on the first one was sort of that timing of grace. If he wasn't at least in that position to work with his team, if they weren't operating as a team, chances are Spoit would have been able to get around the back and get that first kill. It was very well placed and played, and Shopify off to a bit of a false start, but it is Chalet. It is a map that enjoys attack. It's obviously Shopify Rebellion's map as well. And that's when you're looking at, okay, how much of this do they think will slip away from them? D plus Kia on their preferred side of attack. And currently just, well, hiding in wait. Will Mitty on the Nook. Did he just miss that player? Oh, there is a big chance he did. He'll probably still swing and, yeah, now he knows. And now he's off immediately on towards the red trench wall. He's got the chance at a swing. He's getting some support coming through, and it's a 2 versus 2, but nobody's quite fully aware of where each other is. There's the swing on the door. There's a shield coming in as well. Monty's round, and they just kind of have to evac right now. No! Niers is playing a very dangerous game, and he wins it! Canadian! Called out by Niers! And at this point, Amber, you've just got to get out of there. You know the space is going to get thinner and thinner, but not a great opener.
Yeah, Troy, he got to hit those. He's in an elevated position. He can see over the top of the shield and could have killed the Monty, but he just couldn't land his shots. And that forces Ambi away. You know, we've seen a lot of bit of cover there. You know, Canadian actually coming to the aid of a roamer. That's what I wanted to see.
Something that the caster did not mention is the reason why Canadian missed his shot was because Monty never stood still. He moved his head so he couldn't get the headshot onto him. That's why Canadian did not kill him.
They don't really have the verticality.
So if you play as Monty and you need someone that is elevated position, make sure that you move your head.
Are they going to try and plant and bait it? Well, not like that. The shield is on the back. He's going to see if it can turtle himself away. They do get Spoit in the meantime. Niers just secures the plant. There's the catch! No! Oh, that couldn't have been closer. Ambi, saving grace, saves the day and slips away. A minute on, now the kid is isolated, and now without that shield, without that Nook, you cannot try and sneak in again, Demo.
Yeah, and they have no top floor control. I think they have to maybe rotate up Solar here and try and fight against these defenders upstairs. They've still got a player in big window, so they can add some form of crossfire, cutting off the rotations, but still, it's going to be a really difficult challenge for them. They've got a few flashbangs, but that's really it. They've lost the shield. They don't have the pushing power. Going for the plant is going to be so dangerous now because we know that somebody's going to be sat watching that diffuser like a hawk.
They've decided to try and put the pressure onto this fight, but Ambi can play this with a bit of space. They're hoping the cover will be enough, but they cannot really plant in the same place. The only real bit of security might be the bomb chassis inside the kitchen, but even then, they're not sure which vertical angle is getting them because they have no watch on it.
What the fuck?
So that's the swing player on the back, but with 9 seconds, finding a safe place is going to be very tricky. Here's the plant. They're watching the verticality. He sees the man and he goes for the engagement. Can't quite secure it. There's the coverage. There's the play back. And Rexon does. Pop and lock on towards one. It's a 2 versus 1. He's fishing, but unfortunately the fish have left the barrel and pulled themselves back to sea. What is otherwise around the taxi
really bad by
step by step. He's got to go for the clear.
That was really, really bad.
At some point, he's got to drop down, and the hatch is probably going to be the quickest way. And look at the watch that they have, right? The 2 remaining players, they've pulled themselves back, they've waited for this drop, and now they can just try and close in, put the pressure. They've got 1 on the left-hand side, they've widened the angles, and D plus Kia convert that round.
I want to highlight the rotate that Gridlock went for. It was on the big window, we've seen that, was trying to just cut off the rotations, put a bit of pressure onto those players upstairs. And like I mentioned, the diffuser's cold. They know where they got killed from. It was Ambi, who was over towards the kind of main lobby bar area, the corridor towards kitchen. You know, that going for that play, going for that rotate is so crucial because then you eliminate the man who's basically stopping you picking up that diffuser. And once you're able to pick off that man, yes, you've got players upstairs in the vert, But we know those players were ready to plant anyway. There was no vert holes for it. Nobody was holding on to those angles. It wasn't for Ambi. That diffuser would have went down. You take out the man holding the diffuser, all of a sudden, all the issues you had went away.
D plus Kia. Again, that problem solving, right? When I sort of looked at that setup in the situation, no pressure on the verticality. The kid is cold, they know exactly where it is, and they don't have the shields of the two operators that can sneak their way in. Bullet is still somehow able to get himself into a position where, as you said, they can then go for the pinch on towards Ambi, they can put the pressure there, and, you know, it's great little problem
Damn,
solving.
JT.
How much of it is slipping past Shopify
Just so
Rebellion?
you're aware, if you have
Shopify
multiple
Rebellion
accounts,
missing these moments? It's
it will
impossible
still
for us
count
to
as
know.
one if you have it
You have to
on,
give credit for D plus Kia
in the
for
same time.
finding possibility and what can often be already decided on towards games. And this is a site that we actually saw as one of the only ones won in the game that you and I covered earlier on today. When things came together, FearX could only really get their defensive operating here on this site, and we know how the rest of that series went for them. So Shopify Rebellion, they're going to have to start here, but you need to build beyond that.
Look, it's not all doom and gloom yet. I think 4-2 halves.
Okay, JT,
Still
thank you
time
so
for them
much
to
for
come
being
back
here.
into this. So
I
think
really,
in
really
terms of
appreciate that.
attacker-sided, yes, we're going that way as expected. And they really love this nuke play, don't they? I mean, pretty common in Chalet. A big old roaming map, and you've got plenty of staircases and... Well, you're not invisible to the clash, though, sadly. You know, you're naked to everything but the human eye.
She can see you, so instead you kind of move away, and, well, they've got some extra support here, and they've got a Capital that can just go for the coverage.
Nice.
Very quick, very decisive, and what sounds like a bit of utility.
Did they impact that?
Yes.
Yeah, I think they did, yeah.
Yes, they did.
Good heads-up play from Sploit. Well done. And that just wastes more utility. That's all the smoke's gone. That's another Selma gone. Oh, dear. Oh, he missed it.
Dear. Well.
What a series of events.
Okay.
That is definitely open.
Yeah, there it is. They have the hole, they have the angle, and
that's
all right.
Strange.
Canadian is just going to use the Clash Shield to replace that angle.
Patch it up, patch it up.
Yeah, patch it up with the man that can replace. I mean, it's great operator for this exact scenario. They have it, and they have it in the right place. They're not going to get caught out this time round. But think about how much time has gone as well here, Demo. They've not really entered the building anywhere outside of immediately leaving it. They're all external right now. They need to try and hop in, put the pressure in.
Going to be right back. I'm just going to be putting back my plate.
Just getting an
I'm
easy
so
drive-by,
full
but
and it was
picked up
so
and traded out for the second Nias.
Oh, what the fuck?
Filthy angle there. On towards 7 and 2, but with Ambi not quite sure which way he needs to watch. He's worried there's going to be the pressure down from the stairs. He'll get isolated. 50 seconds, and they just strong-armed the top floor. But look at the hatch. Somebody's watching up through it. It's Surf, waiting, hoping to get a lucky bite. But he got bit himself. Oh, falls, had the awareness. Ambi's on the rotate, going for the flank, Demo.
They're so separated. Nobody from Shopify in positions to trade each other. And it's such a shame, and you're giving this over the D plus Kia. Shopify Rebellion, they need to work as a team. And it's down to Canadian, it's down to Ambi, it's the father and son duo.
Well, there's one of them gone. Now it's just the... Oh. I mean...
Yeah, I agree. That is a weird one.
It was very, very well played there from D plus Kia.
Yeah, but... not trying to take away from D+, I just think this is not the same Shopify Rebellion we seen yesterday.
Not at all.
And this is what makes it weird. Because it shouldn't be happening. And there's got to be the timeout. Has to be the timeout coming in. It's got to be.
Well, we'll see if we can hear anything about that conversation. But, I mean, look at his stats so
He's
far
on one today.
This map. Nias has been unstoppable, and it is a timeout. Shopify Rebellion.
Flipping here, so for the master, this time maybe they look to go solo with the people walking up, or Kitchen for them to rush. For Bar, they did exactly what we knew they would do, which is go under and look for the direct.
Oh my gosh.
And think about playing together, situations around, right? Don't get caught by yourself. It's too many solos.
Yeah, exactly what I was after. I think Super's nailed it right in the head. They need to communicate and play together.
Yeah,
that is the main thing he's trying to get through. He also mentioned what D+ are going to do for their next attacks. He's read into that. He's expecting rushes to be coming out here from D+, so he's gave them the heads up and gave them that warning signal. But yeah, I just think it's the team play. They're not playing together as a team. It feels like individuals off by themselves, running around, no real intention of helping each other. Come on, guys, you've done it well yesterday. What's happened today?
You know, it's sort of one of those moments, but as I said, at the start of this, if D+ Key are able to pull off the full fat win here, this group is anybody's to take, right? Suddenly those teams that you had strong wins against strong teams suddenly lose against the teams that were looking a little bit slower yesterday, and you know, you get the impact of what is unexpected.
And then gives the Black Dragons win against FaZe, and where do you go from there?
Oh.
FaZe and G2 scrapping to see who's on the plane home.
I mean, to be fair, with the upsets that happened in Munich not too long ago, anybody can take anything. The meta's in a really fun spot for it. However, one of the things that we did sort of pick up there from the team chat was we got to win these next 3.
Yeah.
We got to make sure that we can sort of get this. They don't want the map space flipped, fine. They don't want, you know, these engagements to be lost, fine. But the focus is on these rounds. A scrappy win is still a win, and how does that start? The removals come through, the dock will be cool so they can play maybe a bit more of the map itself.
Soon we're going to be playing Fortress, guys,
soon. A little
soon.
bit less. They don't get those visual extensions that you would love to be able to stretch some of this play space on. It seems like they're, threading this information game. It's felt super sharp.
I don't know. I really don't know. They're playing worse.
To go for an engagement for a second, but he's
I
about to
think
find
like
a Monty.
yesterday they had
And at
fun
what point do
with
you
the
go,
match.
well, I
They
need a
knew
bit of help
it's
here.
G2.
He's
They
being
know it's
surrounded.
going to be a
There's the
fun
body
match.
and a body.
They
Monty's going to face check reveal. Remember,
like
he was in this position before
I
when he
think
did get
that's
caught
one of
out,
the
so he's
reasons
being
they
a
like the
little bit more coy
mentality wise.
than he was
They
last
felt
time,
like,
but
oh,
he's
this
drawing a
game
lot
is
of
going to be
attention
so
in the
much
Grizz
fun.
mod. Will
in a
stop. The
different
spray
manner.
through is the attempt on it. They use the impact EMP, but there's Mighty getting Surf in the meantime. He's going for the 1 versus 1. There's more support coming, though, from either side. The Solace, Ambi's the saving grace, but he's all there is left now. It's an Ambi against the shield, and he gets hit down. Try to save the lone exploit, but unfortunately, it was a little bit insurmountable.
I will say, nice effort. Better from Shopify Rebellion. Even did you see Rexon and Canadian were on their way to support as well in towards Blue there, but sadly, their team's been picked off, and they were able to get 2, but they lost 3-4, and the Monty is still up. That was the real issue. As you expect to see, Monty is great for making those roamers panic.
Oh, that was a nice little attempted 1-2 punch there from Canadian. Did a bit of damage to Nears and will force him a bit
Yeah,
further
it kind of
back,
felt like that, but I think that they had a different
really gonna have to
mentality.
play
Like
this
they knew
smart,
they were going to have more
against
fun,
them.
and
Well,
that
they've got this, the track,
kind
and
of
a lot of soft
increases
to try and
like
put
the
the pressure on,
chances of winning
and
if you know that
those
you're
crossbow bolts in
playing
Capital's
against a
pocket,
team that
either
you
to
know
force the
is going to
space or
be
just force a
worth
little bit of room to
and
go
fun.
for the plant itself. The breach is open. We've seen a lot of objective play between these two teams so far, and we might be able to get another. Falls does find Rexon, though. Isolates the Monty. At this point, Monty's just going to keep trying to cook on the pressure. They forced him away. They can get this secured if they really want to, but it seems like they'd rather have the kill itself. Sprays through either side. Can't quite see where they need to go, and Canadian has to drop back, which is now a post-plant.
Yeah.
Nia's bullying, but Levy is the
I
bullet.
don't understand this.
Nia's is doing everything.
I really don't.
Topped on the shield, and look what he's been able to do.
Kia can't win 2 games.
Like, what a star-studded performance from this guy today.
Yep.
Can do no wrong. Like I said, it was better from Shopify Rebellion. We've seen them come to aid each other. But it still wasn't enough. That just shows how LD Plus are
Kia
playing.
won against
That
Black
Monty,
Dragons. If they
a
win
massive
today,
issue. You look at what Shopify went in terms of their bans. Ying, a Grim, and a Dokkaebi. No shields at all.
That
and
is
again,
not
this is
a
the issue
good
I feel with the attackers at the moment. There's so many good operators, and you just don't have enough bans. And this is the issue. If you are against a team who have competent shield players, I feel as though you're just going to have to try and firm a Ying or a Grim and ban the shields. You know, that's just maybe what you have to do.
There is the element,
that
that
is going to be
know
hard.
Shopify Rebellion, brilliant guns on that team, right? Brilliant sort of instigators. They can get themselves into these engagements. They're happy to take them. We saw Ambi obviously almost stave Spoit. We know what Spoit can do. We obviously know what Rexon and Surf can do, and Canadian sort of brings the team together. the limitation right now is with
Yeah,
how
so,
great Nia's
so
is being
they
on
need
that
to
shield,
make
but
sure that
how
Black
they've operated
Dragons
themselves as a team
eliminate
before,
in
they're making
that
sure
case,
that Shopify
or
Rebellion
FaZe
can't
Clan.
get into that game. They're isolating them. They're in some
That
ways sort of
is,
bullying them. The intel game has been
what they
impeccable
need to do.
from D plus Kia. Whatever they're seemingly learning, well, it's very well learnt. Now they've got at
D2 is
least
playing
one engagement from
against
Spoit potentially gonna happen
Kia
here, but
tomorrow.
I'm curious to see
so.
how long he sticks around.
D2 needs to
I
win
don't
that
think
game.
Spoit has had really any impact in these roams. He hasn't been getting enough kills to warrant it. Hasn't really
It feels
wasted
like
the time either. I mean,
like,
D
yeah,
plus
or
once
like
they
Kia's
are able to
reading
find
them
those
out
kills,
really
they
well.
very quickly move on to the next stage and they're ready to go for an execute. So yeah, I think Spoit is really struggling
Here's
here at
the
the
thing.
moment.
It's
See if he
very
can maybe turn
bad
around. He's
for
changed his
Shopify to
an idea
lose
of where he was
4
playing
rounds
again.
in a
Typically
row
on this kind of roam over
when
towards
they are
bar, he was
playing
inside
defense.
connector. I think he's realised if the shield's being
That
played,
is
that's
really,
a coffin
really
essentially
bad.
I'm getting myself into.
Bit of a spray, bit of damage, and Nia's just face checking the corners. He's also playing this very smart
That's
as well.
what I'm
He knows
worried
he's
about.
about to
That
go
is
on
really,
what
really
is
bad.
the higher territory, what is the place where he can get popped, so he waits, he lets some support come through. Now remember what they did last time. Tried to just drive the shield in with the Nook and go for the plant, didn't work. So instead, well, let's just take them on top. Well, another lesson learned. He knows how that went last time with the smoke, and he's not going to sit around and see what happens next. They've just shown this sort of education.
Look at the information he's gaining. He's able to check to see what util they have. He's having a little look at half wall. He's spotted the player on half wall. That's great information to pass over to the team, especially fouls in the Capitão.
Well, now they also know about the player behind the piano, and they're worried about how he's going to sort of drop the shield and go for the kill itself. The pings are coming through, but
nicely done.
has the cover, and
They can
now
keep up
Monty is
the
being pushed and
momentum
rebuffed
that-
back. There's going to be a bounce of a grenade. Falls does find Rexit, and the grenade will go around the corner, but he's worried about the hop out and catches
Oh my
Spoit
god.
because he couldn't get away
Spoit.
from the Monty, who's so fearless. Nia's just keeps going, instigating, driving step
That
by
is not
step,
good.
and it's so loud. The cacophony of metal is terrifying Shopify Rebellion, who have to slip away. There's nobody going for the catch itself. They're back in the site, and there's 40 seconds. Are they going to double drop, or, well,
Oh, what
go
the
no
fuck?
Oh, this is where they want you to D+. They've been able to
Surf.
tear away from that top floor hold and gain control of it. And now they just take their time. They still got that Monty who Kinnears, the information he's gaining is phenomenal. Look at this. Spots everyone. He is letting nothing slip. He's just doing it himself. He does everything himself. Wow, wow, wow.
What the
Brilliant
fuck?
from D+.
Seriously?
Brilliant from Nears.
Yeah, what are they doing?
It's just a masterclass. These are the videos.
I hate this match. It kind of pisses me off, to be honest.
And get back out, and they can do nothing about it.
Okay,
So,
let's go
very keen
over to
see
play
how things develop from
the
there.
first match in Fortress. I know that we have watched the Shopify game, but this is the first map that we have a Fortress, and I'm not missing that one.
I think for those top floor sites, we're going to see extended holds. We're going to see roamers
I
out
ain't
there
missing
across
that.
the top floor, kind of trying to hold a good portion of that. And I think what that's going to
So we have a
lead to
Ying,
is a similar
Mira,
sort of pattern
Glass,
to Villa,
and
where
Clash.
you kind of get this push coming from the opposite side of the map.
So
to the site,
SSG
and
wants to
trying
play a
sweep
little
across,
bit
clear
more
out the roam,
freely
clear out the extension,
on the
and then
attacking
work
side
onto
without
site
having to
itself,
worry
and then
about
you'll kind of
shield and
reverse
Mira,
that when we
which
go
is
to the other
understandable
side of the
on
map.
this map.
We'll see how that plays out. But for now, let's get into it. Round one, Fortress. SSG versus Secret. Des, I bounced out of bed thinking about this game. I knew that it was coming up at the end of Group D today, and I've been looking forward to this one. Both teams with a good 2-0 win yesterday. Very, very convincing, and I cannot wait to see them face off against each other.
The exciting story for both teams, I think, throughout all of SI is going to be that these are the two almost teams that you can see them winning a big event like SI, but they just fall short when it matters. And for SSG, that's never been more true about them than over the last 5 years. Every year, they have either equaled or improved their SI standing. Numbers that I had down was like 5 years ago, back in 2021, they found themselves finishing pretty low in 13th to 16th. The next 2 years, 9th to 12th. 2024, 7th to 8th. Last year, 5th
Hi,
to 6th.
fuck's sake!
Surely this is the year we find them finishing inside that top 4.
Yeah,
See what
my
happens as we get throughout the tournament.
birthday has
Secret, I
been
really
a
wanna see the
little
press
bit
off the back of the WC and show that this is a team worth
so.
being threatened by. However, let's start things out here inside of Mamas. You just saw a player roaming around looking for a little bit of
Been
context
a lot of
onto
calls
one of the others pushing forward. It is Benja
with my
running
mom
around
and
on the
stuff,
dock.
so
I think very, very
probably
good.
I
This
need to
absolutely
drive her
mad top
to
stairs.
Can't quite find him, but at least scared.
To the hospital on first day, which is going to fuck up my streams. Something wrong with whatever.
It was something Pengu picked up on the desk generally.
And then I need to go on Friday to leave a lot of blood samples for my health.
It's difficult to play uphill in Siege, as it were.
Yeah.
And so quite often you'll see a reduced roam.
I'm really tired of
taking
those
advantage
things.
of that fact by working in underneath, by getting in underneath there with the book to utilise that space that they're being offered. We can see on the side of Secret, there's nobody down there to challenge them.
We got the first map on Fortress,
SSG taking immediate
and you just came in the right time.
Very, very common that you'll see attackers generally start on the southwest side of this top floor too. Look to get some
That
control
is a
around bending
rotation.
and then push
That's
their way through in towards bumps and in towards games. Otherwise, you're looking in towards things like Horse, which is where Noah has been sat. But so far for SSG, where they found their 2 opening kills, has been on members of Secret.
Yeah, I'm just really tired. I just feel, in general, like my birthday feels like shit.
Trying to be aggressive
A little bit
SSG
at the
and
moment.
punishing them for it.
But yeah, otherwise I'm happy.
Ooh. A beautiful challenge onto Noah.
Are you kidding me?
Out of Horse. Doom looks for the fight back, takes one onto Fultz, but 2 versus 4 are going to be extremely difficult here. Adrian misses his opportunity, taken down by Avenger on the reverse angle. That leaves us now in a 1 versus 3 for
I need to
Doom.
double check on this game later on, because I saw a rotation that was so interesting.
SSG. Doom choosing not to stay on top of it, has moved his way up towards bedroom, just playing in this courtyard corridor, but being chased down behind him, keeps himself alive for now. Expecting something in the rotate, and sure enough, a player is going to push around here. You don't know where to find him, the right sort of idea. Gets the down on 1, looking for the second, but can't quite find him. Has to be careful up towards his right. Is J90 who gets the finish. SSG taking round 1.
Yeah, good start for SSG there. I like that from them on the attack. Like I said, there was no extension to that site hold down to the bottom floor. It's not unusual if we look to other sites like Top Floor Cafe, Top Floor Nighthaven Labs, generally those top floor sites, Top Floor Bank as well. You know, very rarely will you play too heavily underneath, and SSG have just taken full advantage of that, so love that from the North American side. We saw Ashen as well moving up the red stairs, getting a beautiful kill in towards Horse. We see it now on the reverse angle, absolute beauty. And yeah, SSG very dominant that round. Secret got a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, they were trying to play aggressive on towards the southwest side of that top floor, like I mentioned, because attacking teams want to get inside bending, push through from there, like I mentioned, in towards dorms and in towards games, because that then gives you the exposure in towards briefing, and right next to that is the site itself. So it's a great position to get into. And this is why you saw quite a bit of attention from both teams on that part of the map. There was a lot of scrapping itself, though, as you referenced around Horse. Lots, again, shooting outside, trying to contest players that were coming in immediately. But for SSG, it was that work from below, making use of the Dockerby up white stairs that really got them going in that round.
Going to be seeing games as our site this time around, I think. And it looks like there's a little bit more of a presence downstairs. We've got Mowgli playing underneath. So
how was the stream and the games today? Didn't have time to come and watch. It was crazy. G2 was trolling, almost like accidentally trolling. So you had one accidentally kill himself with a nade that bounced back, and at the same time, Alibu got team killed by Blaze by a thermite charge because he got like stuck on the rappel.
And there where they try and build out from there, right? This one's a little bit easier.
And Doki was laughing his ass off.
So this main wall being opened up is no doubt going to be number 1.
That was really funny.
Speaking about it, back in the green room, it will be that topside push down that we'll look for here. So very much a flip of what you saw in the previous round is going to be the main focus.
Yeah, we can see that Secret have got that extension.
It was good games. It was a lot of offside games that I did not expect.
Up on this top floor, just with kind of a lighter presence in the other one.
Okay, so reinforcing, opening up like that.
If you're in the one site, you tend to have a presence in the other top floor site. So Secret have lost one Doom underneath, which again gives SSG that full vertical control. Ashen currently inside of kitchen.
Yeah, there should be a clip there.
Open up with that skeleton key, and what is that going to do? Why is he doing that with the book? Well, he's trying
today
to
there's been 3 aces today
on
the matches.
It's not so much about finding kills
as well,
if he gets one, great, but what it is about is removing those spots that they can sit in, removing those extended roams, forcing them back to site, so that when the push comes across top floor from his team, they've got the space.
No, everyone is going to be playing a against each other, so everything will be done on Monday.
But if nothing else, they can then claim that ground.
And Saturday is going to be a rest day.
Utility and going on to sort of step 2, which is preparing access to your plant site.
It looks like Secret are trying to kind of power. I spoke about this earlier on, the call for a team to move to one and go for it, show power basically. They've gone really hard towards Courtyard, and I think realizing that Fultz is pushing in from that northwest side of the map down across the top floor. He has the diffuser. If he dies here, they can plant the bombs on that and just sit on it for a good while. But
G2 is having a rest day today, so they're playing tomorrow. So there's no G2 game.
They're trying to pinch in now onto these Secret players. They've got the man advantage. It's just looking good.
Just had a little bit of a standoff there on the red stairs. It
I
continues.
heard him.
Noah swings around. He's the one who gets it. The barbed wire, I think, gave Ashen away. But Benja picks up Mowgli elsewhere. 4 versus 2 now. And SSG starting to put a little bit more pressure on towards side. As it is, Noah, Savage, neither of them are.
And Shopify Rebellion is going to be losing against Kia soon. It's 5-1 right now to Kia.
I was going to say there, they had 3 players all
That
ready
is
to
so
hit site
stupid.
once they got
I
control
don't
of that
understand that.
Courtyard highway, which is where Benja was. And off the back of it, all it took was a couple more kills to come their way, playing off the trades. A very comfortable close. You know, one thing I'll jump on here and just talk about player-wise, Mowgli has been deleted out on the extension both times across these 2 rounds. It's like he barely existed.
Doom as
it's
well
been
last round.
Very easy for SSG to get that initial entry and start to establish some map control. But so far, it's been very slow.
Kia won against Black Dragons yesterday.
Really good
so,
doing it. It's
and Weeba Gaming have won 2 games, so they are through to the qualifying games.
That tempo can be really hard to match.
Yeah, Spoit is on that team.
Here will be waiting and Cafe, which is one of our downstairs sites. So
Shopify won against G2 yesterday, so I don't understand why they're having issue with Kia. I really don't.
Invest in the top floor. We've seen previously just the 1 man underneath. June was taken out down there. So are they going to go a little bit heavier now that we're going back to more sort of a traditional defensive layout, which is on that ground floor and then you can hold above? We'll see whether they do that or not, or whether all the utility is invested downstairs. But look, so far so good for SSG.
I did have a good birthday dinner. I had fried rice with fried shrimp with rice, and I got some good boba as well. It's lychee.
As we expect
Japanese
in the long
fruit,
term to be attacker favoured, but you know, we are really in the kind of early phases of this and working it all out. Secret, they need to start getting themselves.
Well, in general, they have been playing really bad Shopify. It's not even a joke. They've been playing really bad.
As Nick was saying, like, you're probably going to see this being the favourite site or the most defender-sided for a number of teams because you get to play the entirety of the map. You get to play the vertical hold upstairs. You get to spread out across that ground floor. My only worry is then you spread a bit too far out as a whole team, and it's too easy to pick you off one at a time.
Well, the thing is, Secret aren't using the top floor. If we look at the bottom left of your screen, you can see the locations of all the players. There's only one that's on second floor, and I can tell you now, Savage is barely on second floor. He's on the white stairs, which is
he's challenging. He's not trying down to lobby.
It would be up towards the top left of your screen if you look at it as a top down, but we can see him here. He's just up and down these white stairs, and he's not really challenging across yet. He's looking for that flank later on, but if SSG are attacking top floor, you're going to expect them to have that locked down. They should have a drone there. They should have knowledge. And they should be aware if he tries to push across. So Savage back downstairs. Secret are giving
oh my god, you need to refrag that shit.
To keep his life, not getting traded out by the other side. Good success for Savage. Currently sat in the middle of all of these Grim Bees, knows that he's being trapped the entire time, and out comes the Dockerby call off the back of it. SSG smelling blood, but not wanting to go too aggressive for it.
No, absolutely not. We can see Benja just holding that line. We've got the ping onto the Fenrir. Savage has taken some damage, but at the minute, all he's doing is wasting time. Seconds are ticking by while they're unable to get the kill here. He's just
and the diffuser. It's in front of him.
He can just sit pretty here for the time being and just hold them at bay. This is really well played, smart play.
No, they are not.
Thing is, they're trying to make moves like a stalemate in chess
they're
play.
Playing really, they're trying, but it's not working for Shopify.
Both Dockerby calls you, trying to deal with him really in a way. He's kind of single-handedly won this round for his team, regardless of what happens next, unless we see a bit of a clutch coming out. Benja around the corner. Savage a little bit better in the moment. J not know with it all to do. And sure enough, Secret will hold on in the third round.
Yeah, they needed that one, I think. Gets themselves on the board, just settles things down, and they can take the opportunity now to maybe grab a couple more
Spoit
defenses
is,
whilst
so
they're
many kills,
dictating
yeah,
the
Spoit
play
3
on
and
defense,
6
you know,
right now,
how
so
they're
it's not
setting up,
playing good
how
at all,
things are going
Spoit.
to shape up. We're going to have a ban coming in as well.
By the way, guys, as a
honestly, the way
reminder, I
things
do
went in
have
last
like the
round in
sub
those
goals
two losses,
above
I'd
here,
like to
so
see a
if you
book
want
ban
to
here,
do
which I know is a little bit
some
unusual, but
of
given
the,
the
if you want me to do some of the
underneath a little bit,
challenge,
maybe,
then
you know, value in a
you
hard
know what to
breacher
do.
as well. Dorkabay always valuable.
All the
but they need
proceeds
to
will
do
go
something
into
to deal
save
with
up
that
for
play from
a
SSG.
new
You know,
chair.
they've suffered to it
By the way,
twice now.
so you
They
know
know that
where
Benja and
it's
Ashen are going to
going.
go in underneath. That's what's going to happen. They're going to
Because
work
my
in
chair is
underneath, and they're going to
busted.
try to use some verticality there to cause problems for them. You know, maybe they'll switch it up. I don't know. Ashen's going to move on to the knock, at least for now. We might see that switch out. But yeah, I'd like to see Secret do something about that. Don't give them that run of the bottom floor.
Dockerby's been kind of more of the, like, as we keep saying, it feels like the game, well, the map will go to be attacker-sided over time. Dockerby really band-aids over a lot of those weaknesses that the attackers have early on. When you don't know how teams are going to play the map, the kind of spots they're going to sit in, where they'll be ratting, for example, the Dockerby really helps you move through the map a little bit more fluidly. We spoke about this in our series earlier on today, and how we hoped and saw at some point that a ban would come in against it, but it never quite happened by Daystar. At least here it's been acknowledged early on as something that is giving SSG the ability to move through the map. So taking it offline, things should get that little bit easier. However, look at the changes coming in for the SSG team in the bottom right corner. We're seeing that blitz being brought along. Time to brush their pants off with a shield, Tim.
Why not?
Why not?
Why?
Yeah,
They've
why
got
not?
the,
On this map.
Thinker on side as well. To juice Fultz up, maybe give him a little bit of extra burst of speed if they want to go even faster. SSG all shaping up to push from the north side together for the time being. And just going to be using that Thatcher EMP cannon, can we call it?
We saw someone using it yesterday just to disable default cams on Clubhouse, and I was a little bit like, that's probably not the intended use case, mate.
Yeah, probably not getting the most value
But
out
for
of
the
that.
actual gadgets around the map, they're the main ones you've got to worry about. Here we go.
I thought it was the enemy.
4 players all stacked up on one doorway here. They're going in, hailing smoke, and Adrian is up.
What the fuck are they doing?
Half range, I should say, more than mid-level. Brings down 2. A flanking from Moby. A C4 over the top as well. They've found 4 players.
That was a stupid attack.
This rush.
Yeah,
That was a
attempted push in
stupid.
through courtyard has just, well, it's crumbled.
Yes.
Is the only way to put it there. Just dropping
I
in, just
got
trying
it
to
done
get
today.
aggressive straight in. Final
You
kill
still
comes
have a
from
good
Horses,
amount
we
of
see
time,
there, but
Fox,
yeah,
to
ultimately
get it.
Secret
So
very,
you have
very
until
ready
the
for that.
8th
And
to
look,
get
Alex
a
Secret are very happy with what we've seen
15
so far now.
watch
Yeah,
hours,
first 2 rounds are a
so you
little
could
bit
just
difficult.
leave
SSG, I think,
and
played
have
them a
stream
lot better than they just
going
played
on
that
in the
attack there.
background.
You know, sometimes, yeah, you take the risk with a rush like that. You kind of roll the dice. Do you catch them out?
If I
This
got
time they didn't.
WC4
Secret were ready for it. And I think
or
leveling things up 2-2, they now need to grab themselves at least 1 more of these defenses. 2 would
Yeah,
be
Kia
perfect.
won
Give
against
themselves that
Shopify.
advantage going into the
Fuck.
attack. Good stuff from both sides. It's been a good
Yeah.
game so far.
It is one thing I want to stress at this point as well, is that you will see a lot of attacks like that you just go, well, what the hell were they trying to do there? That looks awful. And it's the difference
That
between
was
the plan.
bad.
A plan always looks good. Execution is where things can fall very, very wrong. You don't expect a player to be here, or maybe they hit 2 brilliant headshots, as was the case from Adrian to shut down that attack in the first place. Just because it doesn't work out, it doesn't mean it wasn't a good idea. And I think especially on Fortress, where teams are going to be trying new things all the time, new ideas they've been cooking up and workshopping. No doubt loads more will spawn off the back of teams looking back over this game's VOD. You are going to see things that look messy. That's okay. That's part of the development of a map, I think. And admittedly, SSG already having found 2 attacks, I think they're in a good spot here to find a third and give themselves at least a 3-3 half.
Game and Dorms will be our site for round 5, so it's going to be the other top floor site that we saw from Secret defending in the last round. And we can see a lot of Secret, again, very, very spread across that top floor. It does offer opportunity, of course, for SSG to try and play in and isolate them a little bit. But you have a look. Very fluid, very, you know, very mobile, but Doom, Savage kind of working together. Noah looking to hold down the top red stairs, and Mowgli, Adrian on site together, so they are kind of paired up and looking to be able to impact on each other as well. For the time being, SSG just looking to shape up the coming in towards this south side this time, kind of towards that old tower position, and try and get themselves into that corner.
Adrian was on the smoke here last time, but that now has gone over to Savage, who's playing at the other end of the map entirely. So he's really looking to waste time. When
I'm glad you got the drops from you. I got it from watching the stream, so.
Very merrily up towards the northwest
Yeah, I
side
got
of the map.
it. I got it, sis. I will call you tomorrow. There's some stuff with Mom that I need to talk to you about. I just don't have the energy right now to do that.
Track coming into a player on site though.
Like, it's been a lot of calls and everything, so I'm really tired.
To do anything about it, Ashen does just give them that little bit of intel, I guess. But for the time being, again,
no,
SSG
Glass is very good for a pyre
They've
position in like going a plant. Oh,
They're
you're like
working across there, but
sniffing him
without
there,
having brought the
Adrian.
book
You're
along
really
this time,
sniffing him.
I literally commented previously saying, well, the book might not be a terrible ban because Ashen's been doing some work with it. But this time they've chosen not to bring it along. I think the plan all along there has been don't draw the Deimos ban and then use the Deimos in the second half. But not having too much joy with it from below so far.
So it's very, very sorry about it. I don't think that's a bad thing. Again, SSG have played this slower style throughout this half, and it's worked pretty effectively.
He's hiding in the bathtub.
Also go a certain way. Faults, unfortunately, careering.
I don't know. This is the first time there's been. Oof. How do you lose that? I'm rooting for SSG. Plus, this map is the first time it is played in a pro game. So this is a new map.
Disrupting that bottom floor hold this time as June got taken out underneath by J9.
You got it to die.
Versus 3 though, still not a bad position as Savage manages to find another onto Benja. 30 seconds left to go.
Yeah, they lost this round.
This is not looking good for SSG.
They don't even know how to do.
Third round in a row. We know they're on the stairs. Adrian hits him with the headshot. Mowgli with the shotgun, and that is going to close things out. Secret 3-2.
Very comfortable because they knew where their bottlenecks existed there on blue stairs and on the briefing door that faced off towards that courtyard hallway. From there, it was death trap, right? They didn't have anything to open up the walls going through bathroom in towards briefing. With that, it would have forced the defenders back into site itself and maybe would have given the attackers a bit more room. But I think once they realized that the only hard breach in Faults was down on the other side, they could afford to hold angles really aggressively. That's exactly what you see.
They are really, really good. I love them. I love them so much.
To keep the team in it and make it a
it was definitely worth getting them. I don't have any headaches anymore, so that is really, really good.
Definitely putting up a performance as we thought coming into this one. It is definitely going to be a case of who can come away and win it, who can take it away from the other team. Now, obviously, SSG coming in with the Fortress pick is leaving Secret in a position. If they get the win here, they move on to their own map choice. And
layer.
Yeah, that's not necessarily.
Did you say layer?
Layer.
It's not saying layer.
Layer.
Like layers of a cake, not lair.
Lair.
5 seconds remaining.
I'll try.
I can see how hard your mouth's working to try and make that sound.
I'll try my best. A little bit of utility just being put out in the courtyard there again.
Second time they've done that, by the way.
Yeah, conscious, they did face the rush earlier. SSG aren't going to go for that again. But, they did suffer the attempt from there, so it's a case of making sure they don't.
My fucking god.
A real game so far today. 7 and 2. I've seen him hit some beautiful headshots and just add that one to the bill. Fantastic stuff from him.
It's also the second time I've seen a Denari set up actually around Old Tower Stairs here. Mowgli's got this little triangle that he sets up here just to make it a bit harder to push into him, I think, if nothing else. And especially when he falls down, it's the extra information that you get.
I think my Denari setup is better on this map, to be honest.
It's a really good way of at least being given information when someone's pushing in. They either run into it or they shoot it out and destroy it in some way. Either way, you know what's coming and you've got a shield watching it. Really cool little setup.
Yeah, there's 3 above for Secret this time, whereas last time SSG attacked onto this ground floor site, they didn't actually really try to take above. It was mostly a lateral push. They didn't expend too much time or effort, didn't really lose any bodies up there on the top floor, and it all came down to trying to push Savage, who'd managed to get the diffuser at his feet. So we're seeing maybe something, or we're going to need to see something different from SSG this time. I think, it is going to be essential for them to get up. Mowgli on the Denari, of course, has, the shotgun secondary. He is able to open up those holes if they want them. 4 lines of sight into sight itself. Assuming he's brought it along, that is.
A big assumption on that one, absolutely. Now everyone's self-standing except for the Benja trade or exchange that we saw earlier with Adrian, which he says having a wonderful game so far. Benja did start out really well across those first couple of rounds, and has been relatively silent since, definitely kept suppressed by the other side. The Secret have done well to recover the momentum throughout this half, as you might well expect. For a new map, the defenders to be doing pretty well. Tees him up through the hatch, but unfortunately can't quite get the shot. Steps across for it now, but no! Savage finding J90 first, even with the smoke coming on through from the Capitals.
What is he, like...
That 4-2 half they were after. Actually, hang on a minute! Ashen Getting two out of seemingly nowhere, even with a few shots coming back his way, but he eats two of those goo mines, Tim. This round is definitely done. He's got a single bullet of HP to his name, and Savage is going to find it to give Secret that 4-2 half.
All smiles on the side of Secret now. We can see the energy rising, and it is no surprise. 4 rounds in a row. Perfect momentum to carry forward into the second half. Good stuff from Secret, but now the challenge comes. If you remember at the beginning of this game, I said often with new maps, not always the case, but often with new maps, we will see that defenders have a little bit of an advantage until the attackers get up to speed and figure everything out, and that can usually take a couple of months sometimes in competitive Siege. So let's see how Secret can do now that they are on the attack.
I was looking at the numbers for this, and over the last 6 months, Secret are the best attacking team in the world. Bar none.
What?
Highest attacking win percentage. They actually have a lower defensive win percentage than attack, which is arguably where their game struggles on the defense. We spoke about it a bit during that Juma Mowgli being chewed off in those first couple of rounds. They have recovered, they've done well now, but that's where their kind of area to work on or area to improve is. For SSG, I'm really curious to know what they're bringing along to the table on their defensive side to put challenge to Secret here and not just let them roll on through with that attacking prowess that they're very, very well renowned for at this point.
Ashen, the double there at the end. I think a little bit of luck thrown in on that one. It just goes to show you're not short of bullets in Siege, so always keep firing. You never know who's going to strafe across in front of you and offer up an opportunity, but it was the last thing he was able to do in that round before Savage pounced and closed it out. So, 4-2, SSG move on to their first defense. And they too are going to be taking us up to the top floor. We will see whether they look to do any work underneath. Mowgli is coming in with the Deimos, so we would expect to see him maybe work into that ground floor, try much the same as SSG did to create a little bit of verticality with that Vendetta, use the tracks, see if he can dislodge anybody that is playing up above. Will SSG lean into that and play somebody downstairs to challenge him or not?
Bans that are so interesting as well. A smoke taken out off the rip, but the clash being available, that was what was banned away by SSG during the other half. It being available to them now means they get to play it. So what effect we're going to find out, because there's no way you pick a map if you haven't got some what you consider to be rock solid defensive strategies to bring along. That's why, again, I think this game is so interesting, knowing, as I've already said, Secret's prowess on the attack. It's certainly going to make some interesting moments. The Dokkaebi and the Ying, and of course the shield, no doubt going to be a big part of the game plan here. About getting themselves in position, and probably even more importantly is dealing with this clash. When we were casting yesterday, we were speaking about Clash herself not really being the most threatening. It's more the fact that the information she can feed to her teammates and slow you down, that is what makes her very, very deadly. So it's more a case of being cautious of the members around the Clash rather than the Clash herself.
Not too much of a kind of extension on this hold from SSG. There's only Ashen that's playing down towards Game and Bunks, so there could possibly be a little bit of room for Secret to get inside of the map and take a bit of space over there. But as it is at the minute, they're choosing a fairly direct route, looking to just kind of come in through that museum and White Stairs area straight in, directly towards site and put pressure on there. We heard Candelas going off. Fultz ultimately is going to be able to punish Savage, takes down the Blackbeard. Could be a big loss for Secret.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, the clash wasn't very deadly.
I was reading, so the game creator, Joshua Mills, he who has like the mole, he is leaving as the game creator, and now
it simply doesn't exist. And
now
see a couple of players looking a little bit unsure on where to go next.
Not Joshua, Kapapis is going to be leaving. Alexander Kapapis is going to be leaving as game creator.
Himself a kill, 5v2, and Noah and Mowgli are up against it now. Not only up against it, but they've got low HP as well. See Mowgli just sort of scrabbling around, trying to take a fight. He's
about to get pushed.
He's wedged. It's a real problem coming up for Mowgli now.
Oh, like there's no way you can go because you can't get back up either. So it's a bit like once you're in here, you are very well and truly stuck. He'll have a go, Fultz, but loses his life for it.
I want to have the honor of meeting him.
Not going to build into that. Drops down through. Of course, the new way down the ladder.
So Joshua Mills is going to be
yeah, really good from SSG. Like I said, after that first half, it's been great play from everybody. You know, I think there are some kind of new map things going on here. Like their
Joshua Mills is going to be taking over.
It was very one-dimensional was the push. There was no attempt towards the other side of the map. There was no presence, you know, kind of out towards getting possession of games, getting possession of dorms. They weren't able to move in there and take that ground. There was only Ashen holding it. There were opportunities there, you know, nothing pushing through courtyard. It was pretty one-dimensional, and they lost bodies quickly. And I think that's, again, kind of a symptom of a new map sometimes while attackers are figuring it out. I'd like to see Secret just splitting up a little bit, you know, maybe a couple of teams, you know, 2 on one side, 3 on the other. Just try and push and create a little bit of pressure from multiple angles this time.
Attackers have
located a bomb. Of course, we never really like talking about Hovers, Tim, though. You did do it earlier on, and it relatively stayed the same. I was going to talk about the Amaro coming in from Savage, but he's changed away to the Nomad, playing nice and sensibly, and instead what we've got here is a combo that we've spoken about to the absolute death during League play, Tim. It's going to be the Dokkaebi and, of course, the Deimos coming along as a
unit. Okay, then make it the same rotation as I am on that side. So I usually make that, and that rotation I know, but that rotation is a new one, though.
Acknowledgement from Secret that there are large parts of the map they're going to have to take here. It's going to be a full clear to get to the sides itself, but they've then got to make sure someone can't come pushing up behind them. And once again, they've got to face off against the Clash. You already know the third band coming out of Secret is going to be Clash.
You would expect so, yeah, you would expect so after seeing it brought again. I think, what do I want to see from Secret? Different to last time. I want to see some map control. I want to see them get in there, take a few of these rooms over, and start making some progress towards site. They didn't really get too close last time around, so that's the big difference that I'm looking for. I think an entry kill would really help them to do that, because obviously that creates that space for you. You move in, you take the ground that was occupied and is no longer, and then push forward from there.
Probably one thing both teams have done a lot throughout the game. I know you guys can't strictly see it because you haven't got the benefit of the top down like we have, but there has been so much focus on the windows and external facing doorways or rotates or anything out on towards this southwest balcony that I mentioned earlier on. Like at the back end of last round, you had Ashen spraying as the bandit through towards the secondary door that goes in towards Horse. They just really wanted to make it uncomfortable to play outside the map. That's largely for Secret now up towards the north side, pushing in through the tower, pushing up White Stairs, for example. They have got a bit of control here, but again, it is going to be a full map clear they need to work through.
And they are starting to try and do that. We can see now that Noah has got himself up to the top of White Stairs. He's got, there we go, brilliant kill. He's got himself up to the top of White Stairs. He's got Savage in support. And what he's been able to do is open up that wall that goes through and just gives that space to find the kill onto J9O. Savage can now move in from that location, and they start in this sweep across the top floor that we expected to see Secret, and gaining map control quickly here. Savage has got himself an awful long way forward into bathroom.
The flank watch here, and more importantly, I guess the air jabs being down is really going to be tested because Benja is below. I imagine he's looking to try and find himself a C4 kill. But of course, with either staircase available to him, can also look to work his way up above.
Why am I
player looking to challenge him on the downstairs?
On my ear,
that's really, really careful. I think he might even know there's a bit of pressure coming in. Knocks that death mark off. Of course, with the two-brow gadget coming out, does disable that so he can get away quite safely. And here should be able to rejoin his team.
Yeah, that's it. He knows that it's time to Scarpa, but look, he's done a good job. There's 30 seconds left to go, and there's still work for Secret to be done here. They are in control of large amounts of this top floor, though I said that I wanted to see some map control for them.
No!
You, there, but a couple
you don't need to, like, see them. Oh, come on.
2 versus 1, 15 seconds left to go. Joom, he's putting the kit down. Mowgli is on the cover. Can he find the kill? No. Benja, he manages to get himself back after that long time.
Oh.
Double on the Tubarão. He will go in and disable the diffuser. A great.
Why did he check the window? Why was he going towards the window?
As well. Savage to have
that was kind of weird.
Downstairs, had the C4 at the ready, managed to deal with the Dokkaebi call as well as the Deimos track coming in, and manages to be the player that is huge for them at the close of the round. Now things are all even, Tim. That's 2 defenses in a row, won by SSG. It's 4-4. This is where Secret start to feel a bit worried, I expect.
Yeah, Secret had a real opportunity there when Noah gets the kill.
By the way, the games today has been fast because funny thing is, this game with Secret SSG, it was supposed to start at 9:30, so it started like around, so almost 3 hours early the game started. That's how fast the games has been today.
To get back up and have that kind of impact. Great stuff from him. 4-4, and these two are going toe-to-toe just like we wanted.
I do think you're going to see it keep swinging SSG's way, though. Like I said, they've looked pretty convincing overall on the defense, I'd say. Secret have got a bit of work to do to really sharpen up these attacks. What I will say so far as well is we've seen a number of rounds, probably at least 3 or 4 now, where we've had 2 or 3 players having to stack on a single doorway to try and brute force their way through. And it reminds me to a level of some other maps that we've seen in the pool previously. Concert reminds me of one where it does feel quite bottlenecky because there are a lot of single doorways that you have to work through. And the consequence of that is it just becomes an absolute scrap over the smallest part of the map that might look inconsequential, but whoever wins that fight on the single doorway opens up so much more for that side to be able to get in and start doing work off the back of it. So we'll keep on, I imagine, seeing those trades coming out. A lot of shotgun play being shown so far. Not surprising to anyone given what I've just said about our bottlenecks.
Windows being opened up immediately. As you said, they will continue. It's too easy. It's too easy.
Yeah.
Passion manages to pick up Doom, who just strays
Good
across
patience
into his
on
line of
waiting
sight.
there.
DMR again, being put to great use on this map. It's going to be 5 versus 4 now. SSG picking themselves up.
And that was Stoke to be aboard. That is a good pick as well.
Always knowing the exact angles that someone is going to hold, what kind of cheeky things are looking to get away with, and Ashen really has grabbed a freebie there off Doom, and most importantly, it's the Docker Be Gone, Tim. The operator that we're relying on to help them move through the map, as I've said a few times, is no longer available. Not a single call was used.
Benja's the one to watch again here. So Secret have got themselves up into the
Did
top
he just
floor, and they're starting to
drive the
work
drone
with that verticality.
into
You've got Savage, you've
the
got
hatch?
Oakley up there working inside of games, around dorms, trying to open hatches, trying to open vertical angles. Benja has been playing around the white stairs up on the far side. I thought he might go for the flank, but he's actually called it a day. So he's going to move back through the bottom floor to site. So right now, SSG need to hold on against these vertical angles. Ashen's doing the work with the Tubarao. The Zoto canisters are keeping the hatch closed, but Secret are in full control of that top floor.
Really need this hatch to be opened up, and that's all of our Zotos now gone. No extra electro claws that Fultz can just throw in here to make a difference. It will get opened up, but we're down to about 70 seconds or so. Lots of time to work with, but naturally you have to ask the question, where else are Secret looking to come from? They're also focused on this upstairs piece at the minute that Savage is the one I'm looking at on the blitz and saying, well, aggression from you is crucial here, but he's going to be the one to drop. He's got the diffuser in back pocket. This is looking pretty risky, Tim.
Certainly is, just looking at the vertical angle
Ashen,
up the hatch
like,
here. Ashen,
use your C4.
You don't expect it. You don't expect it until you get hurt by it. Capito will send the fire in. The smoke goes as well. Ashen has got Nitro at the ready. We can see those silhouettes. He can't.
Go, 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 go! Throw it! Throw it!
I think you do get a little bit of audio of the shield there. Nitro goes out successfully. Ashen managing to take down Savage, but the fight back comes from Secret. Not enough though. Triple kill for Ashen before he's taken down. 1 versus 3, and it is all up to Adrian. 20 seconds left to go.
No.
He's flashed himself. He's moving with speed to try and get something going, but very unlikely, I think, that SSG give this away now.
No, there's a player right down in front of him as well that he had no idea about. It's an easy close out for SSG, and again,
Nicely
you can see
done.
in the gameplay, they just know what they're expecting other teams to do against, and they're prepped. They prepped the hell out of it, Tim. They know what to expect. They've got an answer for everything. Looking really good so far.
Yeah, they are. I've been, like I said, I've been impressed with both sides in different passages of play. I think Secret did a good job in that last round of moving in quickly. They were offered the ground upstairs. They took it. They used the Rotero drones to get the verticals from dorms and games down into sight. Really good stuff from them. But ultimately, they just didn't have sort of enough pressure and control elsewhere, I think, to then... What you kind of need to do if you're going to take the verticals is get people moving.
Take this time to reset a little bit. Guys, I want you guys to pay attention a little bit more to this earlier round, because right now as the game is cooked, they are trying to go a little bit more cheesy into these spawn picks or whatever. Let's watch out onto that, but for the takes of the map as well, if we are going for it, the idea of killing the clashes, right now it won't happen, but for the takes of the map it would be good, because it's step by step is then falling back to the site. Let's just pay attention to this Bandit, Kate and Tubarao combo, that they will be relying on that, because if we are able to open and have strong operators for the execution, we'll be good already, you know? Let's cook them inside of the game and they will be fucked anyways, because they don't know how to play the map, they're just playing by the rule set there. Yeah. And we know better than them.
And they want to play fall off like on the other side of the map as well, guys, so like we can take it for free with the Docker and stuff.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, what is it that actually makes sense?
It's the same from Twister saying, oh, they don't have to play the map. They picked it, my man.
I think
There'll be a lot of that. A lot of teams say, I think I've got to play this, and that team will be winning on a map, and it's like, can you really back that up? They look very ready, like I say, for anything that has been thrown at them, though, to Twister's point, as I said at the start, these little cheeky spawn peaks and early round moments of aggression, that does reward the team that has better map knowledge, and right now, that looks like SSG.
Getting into round 10, then we're back up to the top floor. Going to be the bathroom site. Last time around when Secret were attacking this, we saw them all coming from kind of white stairs, that top left corner as you're looking at your screen there. This time, I think I get that reverse sweep across. Like I say, last time SSG didn't really hold this too hard. They've got Ashen down there. That was it last time as well. Ashen was on the Bandit. He's on the Ella this time. You know, put a few numbers in from Old Tower side, I think. Move across, get dorms, get into, you know, a little bit of pressure onto bathroom from that side as well. And then play your other players from that top left side from White Stairs and make a bit of a challenge on both sides. We'll see whether that's what Secret go for or not.
What I will say, there's been a lot less focus on the south side of the top floor than I thought we'd see.
Yeah,
I thought we'd see a lot more in towards vending, opening up the wall that goes in towards dorms, but that's not really been a thing. If nothing else, the defenders have opened up that wall to be able to step out of it and be able to aggress on towards this balcony area. So a bit of a surprise there. In fact, all the action, I'd say, or at least the vast majority of it, 60% of it, has been around White Stairs and around New Tower. That's where you've got to put the focus on initially. And of course, with this site being there, I think you'll see a bit more going on towards the south. But of course, it's all going to accumulate around the top floor, inside Commander's office, inside bathroom, inside bedroom, because that'll be the verticals they need to make this attack work.
Got a little bit of a standoff here. I think they are well aware of J9O's position. Nade puts in. That was really well played. You know, just showing the perfect use of those nades. When you throw a nade, it won't detonate until it's bounced off a surface. Once it does that, the fuse begins. And so just putting it into a little corner like that is a brilliant way of forcing somebody out of position. You have your second gun there ready to fire and cut them off as they do. Brilliant stuff. Not only have they lost J9O, they've lost the Warden as well. They've got smokes, they've got flashes. They can take advantage of that.
This is that wall I was talking about being opened up as well. Savage can now see straight through in towards dorms. Of course, gets a bit of an angle in towards games at the same time, so they can put a lot of pressure down, but it's Ashen finding Mowgli. Again, a player that I've remarked on a few times throughout the game has been found out quite early. Naturally, as the entry expects it, that's been chewed up and spat out now. 4v4 ensues.
Just look at who he sees, the man. He's Ashen thinking about taking the fight, but he's keeping himself alive for now. He knows that Doom is out there, and he just wants that view. Doom hops out of the window. The shield gets turned toward him. Ashen is just suffering from timing a little bit here. Noah does take him down, but Fultz was able to grab the Blackbeard along the way. But they are pushing now Secret from that south side a little bit more aggressively.
Yeah, you have Benja jumping into the courtyard hallway and looking to provide support from that door. Nooses in the rotating towards bathroom. 3 players all focused on trying to hold on to briefing. They've gone 1-for-1 inside of there, and now they're stepping in. News had no idea what was coming. Plant going down in what you may now refer to as default. Benja, though, wins 1 and wins 2 again! 2 rounds on this map. He's pulled out the impossible, it feels, and has wrestled rounds away from Secret. SSG carry on in commanding position, 6-4, and not dropping a single round in this second half.
Yeah, I think there's going to be a bit of frustration for Team Secret there, because like you say, those 2 rounds that Benja has won, the 1v2s, it's basically coming down to a 50-50 gunfight. It's the man on cover versus Benja, and when he wins that kill, then the next one onto the planter is easy. So it's all about that 1v1 that you're giving him when you try to put the diffuser down. You don't have a choice, but what they do need to do is start winning those fights against Benja in that position, but it's easier said than done.
He's kind of exposed his whole body there inside the doorway. I don't think they were 100% clear on where Benja was, but either way, he's hit
It's giving me a lot of ideas on angles and stuff that I do want to try out. Not sure if it's people are going to be happy about it in ranked, but I see a lot of things that definitely works in the ranked situation.
I don't think Secret have got the attacks here. It's like we said, look, new maps, we often see this, that defenders have, you know, that little bit of a grace period.
Yeah, so they make the rotate on that side. They're making a long angle for worse.
It does come down to, you know, who can
make a rotation on that side, and not the other side, which I kind of don't agree, but...
6-4, they need 1 more round, and look at this. A little bit of aggression possibly. Benja just waiting by that door. The shots come in. Unlucky for him. Fortunately for Secret, it was the shield player of Savage. Otherwise, they are dead to rights.
Absolutely, and Logeno is getting a bit of pressure building around him, so has to be careful. Again, all the focus is going to start off towards this northwest part.
And I kind of noticed a different path to go in as well, so might want to check
towards site
that.
for example, because they'll know about it coming in.
Not worried there, and instead it's about the roam and trying to contest on towards these players that are playing out on the balcony.
So this is what I'm talking about, that rotate.
Just going to be looking to get themselves on inside. We can see there's nobody from Secret yet. 50 seconds in, nobody inside of the map. Again, it's been another bit of a symptom, really.
This way in
this
is what I want to try out more.
Control too quickly, too aggressively, or too confidently. And they've got the glass that they're going to try to work in behind, I think, but just see themselves stunned out. Adrian manages to take as little ground as possible, really.
What are you doing?
The plant saw the opportunity was there, captures SSG by surprise, I think, but doesn't really matter. 3 kills come in, 5v2, and Secret just scrabbling to hold on now.
Really cool execute there for sure. And now Ash is going aggressive on the outside. June, does he know about what's going on off towards his side? I don't know. It's the bending window they've got to worry about, because if Ashen steps across, he could get a freebie. I think the Ash is watching him, so really all eyes on Doom here to be able to hold it down. Looks for one, can't quite find his man. Looks for the second, misses that one too. There's traps going off from the thorn behind him as now we start getting the defuse going down. 2 players down at this point, trying to knife his way through. I don't think he'll get there in time. Unfortunately, no, he will not. SSG not dropping a single defensive round. They take the first win on Fortress here at SI26.
It was their pick, and they knew what they were doing.
On Fortress, Secret certainly
definitely
deserve a mention too, but ultimately SSG the ones that were looking more comfortable on defense. Very little Secret could do, and a nice play at the end there. Always love to see the use of utility like that with that Kiba barricade to block off and create the space they needed to disable that diffuser. Great stuff from the North American side, and they take the advantage in this EU-NA matchup.
Yep, still potentially 2 more maps to come. We'll find out how they go after a short break.
Let's see. That's actually quite loud. So we have... Hi, Foxake! Sorry. Are these teams T1? No. No one is. Except for Heretics, they are a T2 team. But they are the only ones. Otherwise, every one of them are Pro League teams. So FaZe Clan is going to be playing against BDS. So it's going to be Chalet, Clubhouse, and Night Labs. So Chalet is FaZe Clan's pick. I think. Yeah. No, it is Black Dragon's pick. And Clubhouse is FaZe Clan's pick. That is going to be interesting. Wow, he's looking... Yeah, it's the best of 3. So there is another match coming up. Wondering if Black Dragon has not started playing yet, so I'm just reading up.
Som är här för det verkligt långa loppet. Att hålla jorden bördig och ställa mat på ditt bord.
Let's see here. Let's see. Nothing here. They have not started playing yet either. Yeah, don't know. So, when it comes to the groups here, to be honest, I feel like Shopify just made their standing way worse. I actually thought that they would win their match against Kia, but that is an upset. So, Kia is top of the group, so let's see here. Was it Weibo? Yeah, so they have 8. Yeah, so Kia has not technically gone through yet. They have 7 points, so they can still get past. So if FaZe Clan wins both of their games, it will also secure, like, it depends on the next following game. If G2 wins against Kia, for example, yeah, this is going to be a very... Everyone can go through at the moment on this group. W7 is past secret at the moment here. You have here.
Yeah, the last half is phenomenal. I feel like it's really started off with Twister from Secret going, you know what, guys, I got the game plan. He calls a technical timeout and says, guys, they're just playing their fundamentals, they're playing their layers and systems. They're gonna fall back and give you map space. Just play good, execute-oriented operators. You will see the bomb site, you can pick it apart. Literally, then we see the following round. SSG, they're not falling back. They're fighting for their lives on the roam.
and while they're not fully successful, it comes down to Benji being last alive, and he, Jack, what does he do?
Yeah, he was incredible, the little Danish guy. I think, yeah, he clutched up twice. Not just once, but twice, both in very, very similar scenarios. And that is just the quality of Benja, isn't it? You know, and this is where he gets brought into this roster. You know that he's got this quality. He is unflappable in these situations. This pistol shot, by the way, absolutely incredible. Not just the first time that he did it against Doom, but also the second time, the composure. And that's what's happening, you know. No team was really putting the screw to one another. It was mainly the defense that was coming out on top. But when the strategy isn't quite working, you want the main player, you want the big game player to step up and win you those rounds, because that was only a 7-4 victory. Those rounds in theory go to Secret on the balanced probabilities that they're 2 versus 1s. We currently could be playing in overtime, so Ben just stepping up, getting the job done for his team on that map.
Yeah, so woulda, coulda, shoulda, I guess, in that case. But yeah, Benja against June, we talked about it, right? The former teammates going up against each other now, and we see them in the head-to-head, which Benja is clearly winning on this side right now. A great PD in that matchup. Yeah, but it can turn, right? We're going to Secrets mapping now. We're going to layer after this, and surely that's going to play a little bit different because teams will actually have information on each other for this map.
Yeah, they're both going to know each other, themselves, their opponents. Everything's going to be much more in the know, in the clear.
Yeah.
But there's going to be that slight mental boost of things, right? SSG now, their things are working, their comms are flowing, they're feeling good, they got good prep work. It's a dangerous spot to be in if you're Secret.
Yeah, I think so. I think, and just to quickly pull back on a point that you said, you talked about the timeout that Twister had and how he was talking about the game, and he'd analyzed the game quite right. But I think Callout at the same time, when he was talking to his boys in that timeout, made them change that playstyle. And that depth of strategy pool for SSG is what's currently impressing us so far in this tournament. They pulled on that, they used that. They're going to need the same thing on Lair, because Lair's a map where you can really bunker down. But it's also a map that you can be expansive, and you can attack different ways, you can defend different ways. It's a good map for different strategies, and that's SSG's key strength right now.
Exactly, that's it. I was going to say the exact same thing. Secret, like I said in the very beginning, they're being tested on their adaptation on the fly, because Twister can't save his boys every single stop here. He has one tag timeout, that's it.
Yeah.
Well, the question is, can Secret turn the tide? The map is ready, so we're going to send it to Ace and Des to find out.
Thank you very much, Anne. Indeed, we are. Do they bounce back, or do SSG take that 2-0 and get what could be a very, very good SO campaign truly underway?
Yeah, it's looking good for them so far, isn't it? I think, you know, as the desk have said there, just that depth of strategy they've got, the options available to them, but also the technical ability is great. And we've got another bit of technical ability come as we head into map 2. It's Secret versus SSG.
Let's go. How come there are two charms of drop? Doka has operation operator card would have been better. I think the last one that is coming on the last day, so the bandit skin and the charm on that day is limited. So it's not going. Not everyone is going to be getting it. It's first cam gets it, so to speak. While as the charm that is on right now is for everyone to get that has been watching. So that's the difference.
Identify where players are to all push in at once and overwhelm and flood, as Grim often enables you to do. Bandit going along with the mirror, and then Deimos to close things out too. Not a bad one, as SSG did run that quite a bit through Ashen in the first map.
Yep, as you say, Lair certainly more established now. No room for any excuses anymore. Everybody should know what they're doing now. And as you say, we'll see how this one goes. I'm a little bit concerned for Secret.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm like starting to feel a little bit tired, but I think it's mostly because of the food. Yeah, literally the food is killing me.
Middle of the road for them at this point. You feel like
to be a little bit
maybe a little bit more success, although not to spoil anything, if you're gonna watch the game later, maybe just mute for a couple of seconds. But a Shopify Rebellion did lose earlier on the B stream to D+ Gear, so every region kind of seeming to have that roller coaster at the minute. And I love it because it just creates so much chaos.
It does, and may chaos reign. Let's see how round one goes. Of course, as you might expect by now, we ought to get things up on this top floor. Already seen it 1,000,001 times. Classically see a bit of focus in towards Ox, towards the southwest. The player with the backstab later on out towards the eastern display. And normally a bit of pressure coming in from the north as well, down Zulu. So lots to look forward to. And Rocket, of course, Tim, Can't ignore that being quite a centerpiece for the action at the same time, but it does sort of work in layers or stages. One of my favorite things about this site is when we're attacking in from the upside, when you've got all the attackers with mezzanine control, they're trying to get inside a site. Again, it's bottlenecky. It's a single doorway, and it's like when you can use keepers inside of there to lock up behind the desk. We've had clashes in there before. We've had things like we've got in this round. In fact, the Chanka coming out as well to rain down fire on that doorway. There's so many interesting ways to defend it, I think. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the late round plays out, especially.
Yeah, Noah's going to be moving towards Skybridge, and Adrian's on the opposite side looking to support. Fultz does take out Doom. I want to talk about that kill in a second. Interestingly, I think we'll have time now, actually. Interestingly, Fultz is playing the Tachanka in that position around the back of the desk. We know it so well. You know, you've just got to think about hot and cold on Clash, and that's where he's going to be playing. So that spot in behind the desk is usually something that you'll send like a book in to try and open, or a Deimos to try and challenge from below.
Yeah, I kind of feel it a little bit. But like I said, today has been a lot. Even though it is my birthday, it doesn't feel like it, to be honest, at the moment, because of everything that's happening.
Beautifully for them.
Less pressure from below, not gonna complain too much, that's for sure.
Kind of feels like a regular day at the moment, to be honest.
Being pinned in by Fultz with that fire from below, and Adrian currently hovering off towards display and bathroom in a little bit of support, but for now at least, Secret penned in and waiting to figure out what that next move is. The crucial part being they've still got half the round to work with.
Yeah, the one problem that SSG face at the minute is Noah. He's got himself inside of Ox, and he's just got that line through the side door that enables him to kind of cut things in half and reduces the movement. Had an opportunity to take down the Blackbeard, didn't manage it. Mowgli manages to find the kill, but the trade is there. Savage low health as well. 3 versus 3 it stands at the minute. Utility flying everywhere with the smoke canister activated.
This is going to be interesting.
What Mowgli was trying to do there and going for his fight with his teammates, but has gone down with the 2 Harbridge gadgets in back pocket. They've still got Noah available, and thank God they do, because that now gives them the ability to get inside and make a plan happen. They can even use the Keeper barrier on mask against the opposition here. It has now been destroyed, and we've still got fire coming out from Fultz. Like I said earlier on, this can go on forever. However, he is only down to 6 canisters left, Tim.
Yeah, that's it. It's a time factor now. 30 seconds left to go, so Secret can wait this out, but Fultz does get the kill with that fire. Not often that we see it from the Tachanka, but because time's running down, Secret were having to be a little bit more aggressive. Damage is done though. Noah manages to find J90. 2 and there is an opportunity to put this diffuser down.
Not really. Also, here's the thing, like, my birthday usually don't get celebrated because there's so many, like, there's so many people in my life that has the birthday close to me, so I'm kind of last one that has the birthday, so that don't get necessarily my own. When it comes to my family, yeah, we haven't done anything too much. I'm talking like my husband, my son, and my daughters. We haven't done anything really special in a couple of years, but that is due to my health and money situation. We don't have like money to go away and do stuff on birthdays. We have been focusing mainly on the kids, so they will have a special birthday. So me and my husband, like, we feel like ours don't matter as much. But I do get family and friends and stuff that say like happy birthday. So that is good. But just having like a celebration, I haven't had it really in a couple of years. I do have like the birthday stream in general here, but usually nothing happens during my birthday stream, so sounds like very bad, but yeah. But like I said, today it's been like just heavy because I have so much call from my mom and her sickness and everything. It kind of drags down a little bit on the feeling. So I've been like feeling more stressed than necessary right now and kind of mad at the moment.
Storm, by the way, like obviously had I don't want to say a minor rework. It was quite major, I guess, in terms of how the traps work. But we've seen quite a lot of Thorn over the last couple of days across various.
Yeah, I know. Every birthday can't be perfect, but like I said, I haven't had any real one in a couple of years. So it's the same. Like I was supposed to get married like 8 years ago, But that didn't happen because of my health, and then we didn't have the money either for that. I do have the wedding dress, but unfortunately the wedding dress does not fit me anymore because I lost a lot of weight, so I can't use the dress. And what the fuck are you doing? Damn.
A free kill onto just working his way up the stairs. That's kind of unforgivable. At least they get the trade onto Ashen and can recover the
but yeah, so I can't get the dress so up because it's not like around my waist that is the problem. It's like my cup size that is not the same, so you can't fix that really.
Make sure that they keep him alive because he's going to be the one to create a little bit of space. They do have that mid-floor control.
So that is also one of the things that is really annoying with life. Me and my husband have been together for like, I say husband, but we are technically not married. We've been together for like 21 years now, so.
It's a problem for Secret because it's allowing SSG to just play in the power spots inside a site. That's exactly what Fools has just done and picked himself up a kill. I'm a little bit surprised that Secret aren't opening anything up vertically here.
You saw then the damage and the debuff that comes off the back of those razor blooms. Not always lethal anymore, much smaller radius to them, but does.
Yeah, we met when we were 19.
A little bit annoying for Adrian, at least for a short time until that expires. The C4 comes on towards the window, but finds nobody.
I think 19.
Onto the doorway, sorry, not the window.
2004.
SSG, though, as we enter the final 60 seconds.
It's now Adrian's heading back upstairs. He's got those 3 boogie drones. Better late than never. He's going to start opening
20. I think we were 20.
SSG now. Look, straight away,
yeah, 20. I'm like 19. I mean 20. We were 20 when we met.
They haven't done this, so they haven't forced them away, and I think it's a lot of wasted time from SSG, from Secret, realistically, because SSG have just been allowed to stay here for far too long. They've no idea about Vengeance.
Oh, you missed that. So yeah, we've been together for a long time, even though we're not being married. Our goal is to get married, but sure, we couldn't go like do a quick marriage thing, but I want ours to mean something because we have fought so much to keep our relationship alive during these years, like literally in sickness and health, and I want to have that special one because it is really like our relationship has been based through that. So
that first kill on towards Savage on the Monty, I think we're just about how the rest of this round will go, and you saw it in the gameplay from Secret. It was very slow. It was
you showing back some love.
To figure out, okay, what do we do in absence of having a shield to be that tip of the spear that steps in towards site and gets the diffuser down? They paid for it, and now these are up one apiece. So both teams getting on the board nice and early in this game. Where do we go from here, Tim? Well, we go, of course, to the first floor. First floor.
The first floor.
Counting systems.
It's the first floor.
Nuance is going on my wife here. Have you shown her enough love?
We've spoken about this an awful lot. This defense and the attack as well. We will expect to see that external wall opened up. The thermite gets chosen onto now by June, and then it'll be usually a push towards taking some top floor control. Some teams will decide to just launch the utility in and try and go for it. If that's going to be the case, we'd usually see a Sense on side as well. This time just the Ying. We've got the smokes on the Capito, maybe not enough to do that. So I would expect to see a little bit of pressure towards top floor. But if we look across the side of SSG, we can see there's only 2 of them up there, Ashen and Fultz at the minute. So there is possibly an opportunity for Secret to go and get that control.
It's kind of the same as what we saw back on Fortress, and we heard the frustration from Twister about it, I guess, to a level, was just how ratty they were being, how aggressive they were being in the early round, SSG were, and how it was then causing problems for the side of Secret. This being a more known map, they shouldn't get stung by anywhere near as much, but Ashen has still managed to get rid of Adrian and get away with his life, taken no damage, all 3 smokes in back pocket. Perfect, because look again at who has been removed, arguably the most important operator in the round in the Ying. That's 2 rounds in a row. They've lost crucial operators very early on.
Yeah, you don't always get to choose who you get when you find those early kills, but it is down to the other side to make sure that those important players are not being put in risky situations.
Damn.
Done there. Noah is down as well. Fighting continues. SSG just looking to get aggressive here. They get backed up as well so they can get the kill on Noah. Very nice.
Unlucky. What is this round?
2v2 after a bit of chaos.
Damn, that's pure chaos. Okay, Newers, you have 0 kills. If you showed... You did not show her love, did you? Because if you did, you would have gotten a kill.
J90 with it all to do against the shield and against
Guys,
Mowgli, who's on a
it's
tear.
very simple. You need to show Valkyrie love, because if you do, she will give you the kills. It's simple as that.
Performances out of him to carry them towards map 3. 1 versus 2, but an absolute age on the clock. So Secret thinking about putting the diffuser down, but as they hear the footsteps, they think, nah, we're going to go for the challenge, but they need to be careful there. I like what they did though. Mowgli just rotated himself around that rear side and took the kill from behind, and that's going to be another round to Secret.
That was all she wrote.
Pressure being created by the Blackbeard, and then almost from Twister being told stop. Calm down. Which is rare normally against SSG. It'd be SSG, imagine getting the warning for being a bit quieter than Ashen can be.
Spoiler alert from the B stream between FaZe Clan and Black Dragons, and they're playing on Chalet in the first map. The score is 3-0 and in favor. Okay, scratch that. 3-1 in favor of FaZe Clan at the moment. So FaZe is in the lead by 3-1.
If he's not, basically anybody other than a Blackbeard, they've got themselves a double kill there. But unfortunately, it wasn't for them at least. It was a Blackbeard, and he stayed alive. So round 4 will see us back up to the top floor. Secret very confident in attacking this time, last time around. They got themselves into ops. No one moved in there so quickly. I'd like to see SSG maybe try and just hold them at bay for a little bit. He went straight up, opened the skybridge door, then back across into ops, into that position, opened up onto the plant spot and was able to just kind of sit there and control, cut off the middle of sight by being on that door.
Apparently, guys, if you don't know, something special is going to be revealed on the last day of SI, and I'm not only talking about the character that is going to be released. We all know it's going to be Solid Snake, but there's something else that is going to be released on Sunday, which I will not tell you because I can't, but you're going to be loving it. I think you will like it.
Will be work for Secret to do here.
I think you will like it.
Too long in the starting parts of the round, but of course the curse of building up for a very, very turtle-style setup is you don't really have loads to go aggressive with early in the round. Maybe a C4 or 2 if you really fancy it, but otherwise it's a case of sort of trying to stem the flow as best you can, but accepting the Secret are going to be executing at some point, and your job is to slow them down. Noah being removed.
Nice.
That's massive because it's the ace offline, one of their only ways to get through what is now
now they can't open up that wall.
Exactly what I was talking
Why is he
about,
going
not
in
allowing him to
first
go in there
as
and just take
ace?
over
That's
ops and move through
very
into that power
questionable.
position. Great stuff from SSG. Savage has recovered the diffuser, but he's scarpered with it.
Solid
He's
Snake
having
is
nothing
a
to do with
game
that. He doesn't
that
want to be
was
getting into
released
ops because there's, as you
over
said,
10, like 20 years ago.
very little that they can do from there. Now
And
gotta go to
it's
plan B.
also
That's
where you
likely a
see
rotation into the
Sam
roof.
Fisher, like
Join the other
Zero.
side and try and
He
push
was
in maybe
also
from that
in the
bathroom
game
angle, and get in towards where Benja
as
is
well.
holding
So
inside the site. So
I could do
SSG
this.
need to recognize this and train some guns over that side, which they are doing at the moment. Mowgli has joined from mezzanine as well, so it's all shaping up for that kind of southeast-sided push.
Again, just a little bit nervous here. The Mowgli's the one looking to take early.
It's from Metal Gear, if you know that game.
One that can get this wall opened up. Either they forsake the wall entirely and make use of the Capitao to
So
drop
this
smokes
is
in and go
what
for a plant behind
this
the
is the
desk, or
character
they
that
bail
is
and
coming
try and
into
rotate
the
over
game.
towards R6 room instead, the
R6.
B side, and
So
make that be their go-to.
Sierra
In fact,
knows
they've
this
evolved
guy.
because Savage with the diffuser on side has moved over towards that side of the
This
map.
is the
Yeah,
guy
it's
that's
definitely
coming
a push
in.
towards where Benja is positioned. You can see on the left of your screen.
I don't know if it's going to be that guy or the old guy
on
here.
that
So
starts creating a little bit of space. He's also looking to just clear out behind desk. Fultz has been forced back.
that's what we have right now.
4 versus 3 SSG now. 50 seconds left to go.
We
as
need
the
to go.
utility starts to fly in, but Secret, they're not moving behind it. They're just sending the flashes
Yeah, he's
in
a good
to
guy.
try and create a little bit of chaos. Savage manages to spray down Benja. Adrian onto Fultz. 2v2, and again, somehow on this top floor, Secret find their way
the game
back
is
into
really,
the
really good. Me and my husband have played every single one of Metal Gear games. It's really, really good.
Making use of that smoke to make it a bit safer, and he manages to get rid of Savage. How many times a day are we going to see Savage try and be aggressive and get down by the other side? It's unfortunate for him, and it's all down to Adrian. Tucks in, on display window. 1 for 3 into a 1v1. Secret have lost so many of these today. Is it their time to shine? It's him versus Newers. And sure enough, Adrian goes big to give Secret a 3-1 lead.
That was a great call on the rotation from Team Secret there. So as soon as they lose Noah, as soon as they lose the ace and that ability to breach the wall easily.
So I don't know if you know this. This is the game.
You're working with a vault breach. You're trying to get in and plant. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. There's a very quick call. Savage, go and get the diffuser, and he rotates over, and he goes over to that B site window.
So this is the Metal Gear game.
Got the clearance, gets in, and then in the 2v2, they take the opportunity. They recognise that they've been able to force the remaining SSG defenders out towards the office side, out towards that desk, and just keeping them at bay over there is easy for Adrian while that diffuser goes down, and then a great clutch at the end in the 1v2. Beautiful stuff from Team Secret to get themselves now 3-1 on the attack, showing just why they're the best in the world when it comes to playing on this side of the game.
Just very, very decisive at thinking what they look to do, but also very, very capable operating as individual players like Savage there. That was his first kill that he's got all game long, and he was the one going in towards display. He was being aggressed from 2 different directions. Baits Ashen, who's more close towards sight, then immediately spins onto the R6 room door, kills the player pushing him from there, and Ashen's sort of left in no man's land. He can't push 1v1 in that spot against the DMR coming out of the Lion, so it was really good stuff. Does eventually get him later, but as we see, he can then turn towards Adrian to do the business for his team. So a really good round from Secret. 3-1, as I mentioned earlier, down to the basement we go once again, where they lost the shield very early on last time. And Monty,
Blab, hi, how you doing? Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that.
At least long enough that he can have an impact in the round.
How are you doing?
Right away, again shaping up behind the shield. Blackbeard has been taken away from them, but Savage is on the blitz instead. It looks like they are sort of shaping up for that build together. They definitely want this Tachanka gone. They're trying to get aggressive. Great quick thinking from Fultz there. Just putting those fire canisters down to prevent the pressure mounting onto him, but Adrian manages to find Newers elsewhere. SSG, they've got big problems here. They're already on the back foot in a major way.
What the fuck?
Noah picks up Fultz. Is starting to fall apart, but a couple of kills might just bring them back into it.
What is happening?
It's too little too late.
Again, it's the power of a shield. They've all had eyes on Savage there, trying to stop his rush forward. And as they've stepped out to try and jump
Good lunch break.
There has been another
nice. What you having?
Benja very much left alone here, cornered in by the blitz and finished off by Zoom.
No, Dark never liked those. He doesn't watch those things.
Good call from Secret.
That's the difference between me and Dark. He doesn't watch those, or intends to learn anything more.
Down in the basement, and Secret this time saying, you know what, let's forget about that mid-floor control. Let's forget about all the other bits that go with it. Let's just go straight to site and see if we can create a little bit of space. And they did that beautifully. So, yeah, Secret looking super powerful on the attack of late.
Quick tech pause coming in here as well. We get that rectified before we get into round 6. For a second, I was like, surely we're not having attack timeout now. That would be crazy talk to use it as you're going into the very last round, but it's been bruising for SSG team. Even if they win this next round,
let's see here.
Down 4-2, they've got to win 4 attacks at their own. And yes, Secret aren't as good on the defense as they are on the attack.
So FaZe Clan is in the lead right now, 5-2-1 against Black Dragons.
Winning everything that God sends your way. So, as it stands, a lot of work for SSG to do. For replays from that last round, you'll see again all the focus comes on towards Savage. It was the one when he was coming in from the east side that really impressed me, because Fultz, of course, was very focused on keeping him away with fire. Newers thought, oh, if Savage is watching Fultz and get a sidestab here, what he
so far on my prediction today, out of 6 games, I have 4 out of 6 games correct today. The games that I did not get correct is Shopify and Weibo. Both are, I'm very surprised at that they lost. Otherwise, I have guessed everything right so far. On the last 2, on FaZe Clan and Black Dragon, I guessed that FaZe Clan is going to win this game, and then on the last game here, I'm guessing SSG will win against Secret. We'll see if I'm right. If I am, yeah, that's going to be good for me.
I personally think this is the fight for the top of the table in this group. and it's not disappointing at this point. I think, you know, I'd like to see SSG get a little bit more competitive here on Lair. At the minute, it is very clear that this is Secret's map pick, and particularly, you know, how strong they are on the attack. Let's not forget, you know, SSG have had the choice of sides here, given that it's Secret's map pick. So, you know, this is the side they thought they could do the best of. It's not going to get any better, likely, in the second half for them, especially Secret defending here on Lair. We know how good they are, so we are kind of eyeing up that clubhouse decider, and it could be one for the ages. Bit of map 3 overtime, anybody?
Yes, SSG really needs to win the last one now, otherwise they're going to have issue on this map, and we are going to go into a third map.
In their game, where it'll really start to count, I think, as we go through these next couple of days, is the fact that one of these teams doesn't get to play on Friday. If you don't play on that last day and other teams are still playing, you're just sat watching. You can't do anything about it. You're relying on other teams to ensure that you get the finish you're after. Because a reminder, you finished in first place, you go to the second round of the upper bracket. Second and third place go to the first round of the upper bracket. Fourth place goes straight to the lower bracket. And fifth, well, I'm afraid you go home early before we even hit playoffs.
Yep, there will be one team that will be disappearing from the tournament, from each group, when we get to the end of this first phase. And of course, everybody wanting to avoid being in that situation. So
it's Secret that don't play on Friday, by the way.
Oh, okay. This is the thing. I guess you can look at it two ways. It's, you know, you're not playing on Friday, so you can't kind of influence anything. But the point is, you've got 4 matches. You've got to get the job done.
I'm excited for the weekend next week. It's next week. It kind of feels like the finals are going to be this weekend, but it's not. This is going to go on for 2 weeks, guys.
Chill out a little bit. Who cares what the others are doing? We're finishing first place. No one cares.
Exactly.
That's why winning this is so important.
Just get the job done ahead of time, and then you don't have to worry about it too much. I'd be surprised if either of these teams have any kind of worries come the end of the week. But like you say, it's just about whether they're in a position that they want to be or not.
Okay, let's see if that attack timeout has had any effect on either team. I imagine for SSG it's a good chance to think some things through, talk about how best you might get the second defensive round on the board. We are up on this top floor. Well, they haven't been, I would say, like ill fortune for the most part. They got Noah out quite early on last time around. Could well be looking for the same again with Benja underneath, I imagine, with a C4 in back pocket. Indeed there is. Just waiting for someone to step across. So if drones haven't found
I am seeing quite a lot of Tachanka plus. Yeah, definitely on Lair, it's very strong, especially on the top floor. You can deny the default plant in so many ways without the need to swing to do that. So you can be sitting like in a good spot.
How many times are they going to punish the important operator, though? Savage died on the Monty. Savage has died on the Ying. Adrian died on the Monty, I think, as a first kill. Sorry, on the Ying as well on an earlier round. You know, they are just being able to pick up these sort of important execution operators before they get to that stage of the round over and over at SSG, and it hasn't really paid dividends too much for them so far. You kind of got a feel for them.
It's a bit of a bugger, but at the end of the day, all that really matters is that score at the top of your screen, and it still heavily leans the way of the blue team in Team Secret. However, they've got the focus going, and now they've got this this breach opened up in towards site, and there's Noah going in for a plant already. Might be looking in for a kill here. Noah's going to want to find Adrian. Noah is going
why are
in
you hanging around there?
They've got a couple off the back of it, Tim. In a spot where they can get a plant down here in a moment, as long as the cover is there. All down to Ashen by himself, who has now got to step on forward. Has one smoke in back pocket. If he places it well, this could be beautiful, but I think he's just about missed it out. Noah going to finish that off, and Ashen has got a lot of work to do to recover this.
Yeah, really well played from Joom on the cover there. We just saw him sending that flash utility across in towards Ashen's position and preventing him being able to push forward.
Why don't you pre-fire? I just don't get it.
Around, gets the kill. 5-1. Good opportunity spotting from Team Secret there. No,
that is not good.
And instead of going in looking for a plant, went straight in, got aggressive onto that desk position, cleared it out, got kills, then went back for the plant. Really nicely done. Phenomenal attacks from Team Secret. Really impressive.
I think it looks almost pedestrian for them. They won all 3 attacks on that top floor, and only in one of them did they have to rotate away from it. And that's because Moki went down, they lost their hard breach potential, and then rotate over to R6 room. Otherwise, it has been the same attack twice. And we've seen SSG try and make the odd change. The C4 from Benja below.
Why am I hurting on my ear right now?
It's no longer a threat.
Like it's sitting, it's like it's sitting wrong.
Defense on that side. So unfortunately,
that hurts.
they find themselves with a bit of a mountain to climb here on Lair. They go on the attack, and we start things, as you may expect, up on the top floor.
Let's see if Secret can do a better job here on the defense then, and whether SSG can break them down. Last time around, as you say, Secret, their attacks have completely focused around mezzanine. A little bit of attention in through ops and getting that wall open. But other than that, we've seen no attention out towards our 6 room, no attention out to that far corridor, to Skybridge, to anything else. There are very, very possible attacks from that side as well. So we'll see which SSG choose to go for. Maybe a combination of the two. If we look at that defensive lineup that we're going to be seeing, no major surprises there. We've got the Denari. I think we'll see that. We'll keep an eye on where those trip connectors go, but I would expect to see them maybe out towards that kind of B-side window. And then we've got the Goyo canisters, which will be in position to prevent, I would expect, to push towards that plant side.
Of course, the display window gives you the little info. Someone does go hopping in. It's all about the info game rather than strictly trying to kill someone or deny them from getting inside the building. It's going to happen. Key one probably here is Moke is the one playing on Mez and looking to contest him towards Ops. They've got a barbed wire down inside of there. Normally, you'd even see an Azami step actually into Ops, kind of like he's doing now, and get a couple of Keeper barriers down so you can play in there slightly more aggressively.
Why would you put Keeper there, to be honest?
That gave so much control over to Secret early in that first half. So at least here, Secret are showing a little bit more desire to push SSG away from Ops.
Yeah, I like that. You know, as I said, when SSG were defending there, they wanted to see more pressure onto that upside. Don't allow them to just come in and take that space and get that breach. It's going to be Ashen on the Blackbeard that looks to push towards there initially. Benja has got in underneath as well to try and support with a little bit of work from the book. Doom is the one tasked with holding off that far side that I spoke about, but looks like he might actually have a little bit of joy. Ashen is kind of in between Ops and Skybridge at the minute. A little bit of indecision, but pushes forward into Skybridge now. So June.
Let's see where they go to do a default from operational and pushing in.
The Vulcan canisters ready to pop, should he feel the need to do so.
Still wasting time at that point, isn't it? They've still got lots of chance to do that with Adrian being sat on the Janker. 20 canisters still in back pocket. Another Lion scan rings out, down to their last one here. Lots of utility for both sides.
Wait, on Secret, 2 people have 0 kills.
Basically every single Secret player is gathered and staring up
Shoot!
Green here. They're expecting that to be where the push comes in from. That we didn't see Secret attack from at all. Have they got the right read on this? Do they keep them at bay through a bottleneck? We'll find out as Jano rotates over towards
that
the
is correct.
window, looking to put some pressure in of his own.
That's what I'm saying. This is crazy how SSG is having this issue in general. They should not be having that issue, but like 50 seconds left and I really have not taken like certain area.
As you say, the rest of SSG are over on this top side, looking to aggress and create pressure from our 6 room.
Okay, back.
Has the diffuser as well. Beautiful.
What the fuck?
To go downstairs and take Benjamaster out now. That's fantastic because he was causing a real nuisance of himself with the book.
Okay.
I know gets a double though as they try to get aggressive. That could be a bad call from Secret. 3 versus 3 and they're in the sight, SSG, and they're starting to do some work, but Secret somehow standing tall.
Might be a 3k for one, but it's a 3k for the other. Doom turning into a bit of a demon in the round himself. News with the ult to recover, was sat downstairs watching out for any C4s that could be used, but now has to sprint upstairs and try and recover this round. And Moog is watching. Enter the trade between players.
Yeah, we're going to map 3, guys.
Secret carry on 6-1 here on Lair.
Basecamp won the first map, by the way.
Causing an absolute nuisance, as I said, he was under there with the skeleton key, and we could see how
with
much of the ceiling ripped out from
7-1.
So many safe spaces have been removed.
On my B2 and stuff. Fine, fellas. I'm just calling down right now to kill the momentum. We're not changing the plan though. That round was perfectly fine. Just detach, listen to the comm, keep fucking cranking. For the bunk side bulker, the only thing I'll say, because I kind of cut out the end there, if it is too much wall, then I'll just say fuck it and just go around it.
Yeah. Right. I agree.
Alright. What do you want me bringing instead? Bunk?
Frankly, just take out your gorilla.
Ying?
I would say.
Gorilla?
Yeah, just take out your gorilla.
Was there you the B2 player?
Yeah, with you. Bunk.
Maybe
And
we
just
need
work.
to flashes because we need to get the guy to move.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah, just read the traps. Either grill or no man. That's fine. Either one.
Alright, let's go. Alright, let's go.
Come on.
I was going to say no rush, lads. We've only got 45 seconds. Probably the fewest words said in tap time I think I've ever heard.
Well, I mean, it did open up with call out saying, I've called it just to break momentum. So,
which I think is fair to say when you're at map point and have got 5 rounds to climb.
I think it's one of them where,
breaking.
you know, if you're SSG, there's an element there, I think you're already looking towards the next map. You know, of course you're playing to win it, of course you're taking it round by round, but I think, you know, kind of, as a coach at least, I'm looking at that and thinking, we need to win Clubhouse. That's what we need. You know, my brain power now is on, let's make sure we win Clubhouse. What am I going to say to these players after we've lost Leia? How do I make sure we're in the best position we can be in to win that third map? Because, we might come back and win this one. It happens. The way that Secret
what did I see?
I'm going to say it's very unlikely, and they probably know that as well. So, yeah, I think, you know, a lot of the concern, a lot of the focus will be towards Clubhouse and just kind of take this a round at a time, which is, you know, why they're saying, well, yeah, maybe change this up, maybe change that up, but well, just do what you can. And we'll see how it goes. But Secret have just looked electric on Lair. I don't think anybody's going to be rushing to play them on Lair anytime soon.
Real challenges, of course, you have to tap time out, and they were speaking about bringing along flashes to unseat one of the players, but they haven't attacked them on the downstairs yet, so it's the first time they're seeing this site, this setup, everything else coming out of Secret, and so it's a chance for SSG to, I guess, reformulate the game plan a bit.
SSG got down on this map. Yeah, definitely.
The attack, not a lot to work with. I don't think you're seeing too much impact. Benja working his way down towards Mowgli, as you can see, he's off towards his right.
Yeah, I don't see SSG coming back from this. It's just, yeah, you see, he just missed a freebie.
But Mowgli lives.
Yeah, that's the sort of opportunities, and again, I know it's the blink of an eye, but it's the sort of opportunities that you've got to take at this level when they present themselves.
Like, it kind of shows that in general, they should just let this map go. Now it's 6-1, they should let it go and move to the third one, instead of, like, fighting an uphill battle.
How aware of that SSG are, because he absolutely annihilates Benja with a shotty.
He must have had no idea he was there. That was one hell of a spin on the shot with the shotgun. Beautiful stuff, and Benja's just thinking, what more can I do? Not a lot on this map.
That was a slap in the face.
Oh, he had such a great time on Fortress. He's 2-8 on this map. He has been kept so quiet by Secret. You can see that comfort on the map building on through. The echo of Adrian will fall to Newers. Still a lot of space and a lot of time to work with.
Adrian gives himself away a little bit there. I'm not sure he needed to challenge that. He was kind of just caught, you know, in no man's land. If you're going to peek, you know, peek, but at least peek around the frame. You know, he was just stood bang in the middle of the doorway. So it was an easy pickup. Fultz manages to find Doom eventually. So now 4 versus 3. A minute left. There's 2 minutes been wasted by Doom on the roam there, and Adrian supporting as well, but losing that. Yorkai and Echo is certainly not the best. He's causing a problem. You gotta go one way or the other, Savage. 3 versus 1 as SSG. The tack timeout certainly seems to have done a bit of something for
I think SSG got overconfident.
Secret have gone really aggressive across the map here, and they've paid the price for it ultimately. This is where things have gone wrong, and sure enough, SSG will get on the board. Now,
okay, fuck's sake.
Get up in their face, try and contest them around the map. Whatever game plan they're formulating to try and get back on the board, it's a good way to upset it, but it just didn't stick because SSG a bit too ready on the gunfights there. Good round for them. Still a 4-round deficit to climb. We'll see if they can do it on bunks and briefing.
Yeah, I think from Secret's perspective, you've got rounds to spare. You're 6-2 up. They're not going to do that forever, but yeah, let's just have a go. Let's get out in the map. Let's try and get slippy. Let's try and cause them a problem. You know, ultimately, it didn't really work out for them, but never mind. You know, go next and see if you can do it. That was brilliant. You know, you see if you can do it in the next round. But yeah, like I say, when you're on the Echo and you stood in the middle of the doorway like that, I don't think you really need to be doing that. This was brilliant, the indecision from Savage. He was like, no.
And what I love, even them, the Deimos was still pre-firing just in case he did push into him. So it's kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Pay the price to lose the round, onwards we go. What I like about this next site that we're coming into is so commonly on the attacking side, we're used to seeing now, like, Sens being ran, you always roll in a couple of light screens, you try and avoid getting shot from above. If you haven't got control of that, you plant inside, away you go from there, right? Here we're not seeing any of that coming out by the looks of it from SSG. No one's gone in towards the Sens. They have gone for Benja on towards the Buck, so no doubt do want vertical control, but they're going to have to wrestle top floor control away from Secret first before they can even think about looking at the site.
Yeah, there's 4 out of 5 from Team Secret up on that top floor. A big contrast to the way that SSG defended this site. They, you know, only had 1 or 2. I think it was 2 in the end that they had up on that top floor. So Secret certainly wanting to stake a claim up there. We're going to have the external wall opened up fairly quickly, I would imagine, by Fultz. He already is applying those Selmas, so that gives the access point and the pressure to the player inside the site, which will be Doom. But SSG's attention has to turn upwards. It has to turn towards that top flight. They've got Mowgli, they've got Benja, they've got Adrian all up there on the top floor. Savage as well, joining them on and around Mez. He's got the line into bathroom, and it's an awful lot of space that needs to be cleared by SSG.
You just can't really afford to rush into site and make a plant happen, even if you spot everyone off site, because there are just so many vertical angles that are exposed. It's almost impossible to plant unless you can get in and get rid of some players first, and that's what they're going for. Dr. Cool coming on through, but Adrian wins out the 1v1.
What are you looking at?
Looking for another, not quite finding him. It's Fultz to get the reverse. So a trade being secured off the back of that first phone call, a moment of peace. But no doubt when that next call's available, we'll see it kick off all over again.
Yeah, great use of the bathroom windows from Fultz there, just putting sort of peak holes in both of them so you don't know where the challenge is going to come from. Benja manages to pick up nowhere as well. 4 versus 3 now. SSG into the ascendancy again, maybe just building a little bit of momentum, but it's absolutely
What the fuck are you looking at, you two guys?
The double can't make it a triple though. Newers manages to shut him down, and there's kills from SSG elsewhere.
Seriously, where are those two looking at? You can't look at the same fucking guy.
They might be looking towards Clubhouse, forget that. They want to get this done on ladders. They're fighting back, 6-3.
Big question for you, Tim. At what point do you start to get worried?
If you're secret, I think another round yet.
Yeah?
I think
another round,
yeah. Thinking, right, come on.
Then you need to get worried. If it's 6-4, then you get worried, because that's when they have round 3 rounds in a row. That's not good.
I would imagine probably going to go to top floor after this one. I think they've probably played those 2 rounds thinking we'll win it.
Yeah, well, Dokkaebi's makes sense. Warden also makes sense, but I'm surprised.
These 2 rounds, get a little bit aggressive, try and win it.
Like, I might be overthinking, but wouldn't Tachanka be a better ban at this point if you know that they're going to go upstairs and that is the biggest issue?
Very, very good at moving through a map as big as Lair. The other side's ban, though, I really like, because they banned away the Warden, which means now they are absolutely free to run things like the Ying every single round, to spam the living hell out of flashbangs and try and find a push on through what otherwise might be quite a very resistant and dug-in entrenched defense coming out of Secret. So I like actually how SSG have approached the ban here. I think they've kind of come out air quotes on top in that regard. Very keen to see how things play from here. They can also, of course, as you're seeing, run the glass. It isn't just all about flashes. They can run smokes too. Lots of choice to them for them to play with here.
Yeah, key round for me. I think the top floor is kind of like the final boss. You know, getting a team move, choose to play Lair.
Okay, Benji.
Like I said, that's where they're going to expect to pick up rounds. So if you
and Benji is going to Damus and Fultz is on Monty.
You've taken every site off.
Yeah, so they do a default push. They go to take operational, open up there, and go for a straight plant in.
We've lost all 3 of our sides. So yeah, big round coming up. Obviously for SSG, if they lose it, it's over, so it's a big round regardless. But I mean, in terms of, you know, what could be a comeback, this is what could be the real catalyst, the real kind of spark in the powder keg.
This is the first one for the day as well, Tim.
Oh, they've just lost themselves.
Timing as well. So first time focus coming in towards actually opening up the mask wall itself. Normally it's the south double wall on towards Mez.
Did you not know they...
You know, historically, there was all kinds of wars going on.
They don't have any EMPs now that I see it. They have Twitch, so I'm guessing that is for the Goyo, but...
Doom was for a moment looking to try and contest by the looks of it in towards Ops, but Fultz has forced him back on the Monty.
Doom just going to be holding that desk position, trying to protect Mowgli and make sure that he remains safe. I'm just having a look. There's no buck on the side. It's going to be Benja on the Deimos that's looking probably to play underneath and deal with Mowgli there. Just having a look at Benja's position at the minute. He's not inside of the map. He's on the rappel looking to work the windows on the bathroom side. So Mowgli's largely safe for the time being to try and keep himself in position.
I'm watching Newers here because he's only got 1 Salma left and there are no other hard breach gadgets on side. They haven't got mask open. They haven't got the south side of mask wall open either. Those are really critical to open up, and he's going to burn it to get through onto Mez.
No.
Don't know about that one, Chief. That means they've got to go in through a single doorway, and I know that you've got a glass on side and you can spam smokes everywhere. it's just an invitation for throwing impacts or C4s or fire in towards where they've got to push in.
Well, what has happened as well is that Mowgli has switched positions with Doom. You can see it here beautifully. So look at where Secret are now. Rather than being positioned out towards Mask Wall, they've recognised they can't do anything about that position. If they could have done, they would have done by now. So the whole team has shifted back over towards that B bomb chassis. Doom has dropped back towards our 6 room. They've got Noah playing display. The whole team shifts back, and so when SSG do finally rotate to try and move into display, they're now coming up to a defense on that side. This is really, really nice from Secret.
They haven't got time. Ashen can't get through all this fire is the problem. He's going to have to jump in and just take a lot of burn damage. Smokes go down and Fultz stopping in as well to the final 30 or so, but there's 2 kills for Secret. Last time they denied this rotation, it worked out in their favor, and it's going exactly the same way again. Nua's in a 1v4. Diffuser is down. He's on the wrong side of the map, Tim. This only goes one way.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Round 10, and we're going to have to see how Clubhouse goes to pick out a winner.
Absolutely no surprise. Everybody wanted 3 maps. Everybody gets 3 maps. One of the best teams in EU, one of the best teams in NA, facing off against each other and both putting in great performances so far. And we get the treat of a little bit of Clubhouse to decide how things go, Des.
Does mean both teams get to work away with at least 1 point each as well, but who gets all 3? Well, we'll have to find out after a short break. See you in a few.
Of course, of the short break. Okay, let's go into the next game.
Shut for the entire round until Black Dragons can
and
make their way
this
there
Black
through
Dragon
bottom
versus
lane.
FaZe,
Kitchen Hatch
and
is also
FaZe
gonna be a
won
nightmare. Now,
against
just some
Black
Habana
Dragon
tech you could do to
7-1
maybe get the Kitchen Hatch if
on
that's where the second claw is positioned.
on Chalet.
This
So
is a really awkward set of operators being brought by Black Dragon, and it's going to cause a big problem for them getting into the site.
I mean, it is this site specific. If you go upstairs to either of the 2 bomb sites,
Yeah.
Thatcher is, not as important because there are multiple ways to tackle getting through either that jacuzzi wall,
for sure,
the construction wall, or the CCTV wall. But it does beggar a little belief when you know that the bottom floor site is open, that they're going to run a Kaid, and now 2 hatches you're just not going to be able to get.
Yeah, I mean, I think once you're in the prep phase and you discover the bomb site's bottom floor, an EMP should be immediately picked up, but it's not going to happen, and because of that, we're going to see FaZe Clan play fully anchored, not a single roamer, because they know how safe it is, and because they can keep the Moto Hatch closed indefinitely, Handy can just play this position and get free kills on anybody on the main stairs. This is exactly why you need to be able to open Moto Hatch.
In a rough start from the player who was unable to muster a single kill in the previous map. Rare still searching for kill
why,
number 1.
Handy,
Swag
would you
had a
push
great
that?
day yesterday, but struggled alongside
Yeah,
the rest
third
of
map.
BD in the first map. Swag with the very first kill for his team is a bit
A surprise.
confidence-inspiring, and it comes onto the Azami, who at this point in time likely put
SSG
down
had
a few
really
barriers,
rough time on that
but
map.
still
They need to
a
brush
very
it up.
strong
It's
operator,
their
and one that you don't
greatest
necessarily
weakness
wanna
right now.
lose, even
That
ignoring
map.
Handy's abilities just
Like,
as
if they
the
played evenly,
ego
then yeah,
swing,
sure,
in the
but
end, Handy
they
does
did
get
not play
punished.
that
It was a
map
1-for-1
well, and they
trade.
need to
Push
fix
starts to
that,
come
because
through. Lot of
Lair is
pressure
one of the
Kitchen, lot of pressure
more
Dirt.
most
It's just going to
played
be a dry
maps
execute at this point in time. Estrella
at the
punishing
moment,
Souls
so
as he's inside a dirt tunnel. A very powerful position by Ask as FaZe is paralyzed. They cannot rotate out of this position because of the hatch control of Kitchen. Seemingly an answer from Black Dragons as Ask is on the ground. Goodbye Vidaking. Diffuser gets planted. Cyber and KDS walking up now. They had an idea of what they needed to accomplish. Swag with yet another kill. Cyber all on his own in a 1v2. Black Dragons waiting out the timer at this point. Swag gunned down. Cyber now looking for the hatch. Unlikely to be able to long arm it. And unfortunately for him, way too many areas to look at. Nitro Cell goes out. About a 10-second buffer at this point in time. Cyber hopping on the defuse kit, and there goes Miracle. Cyber gets off of it. You've got 2 seconds to find him. Nope. The round will go in favor of Black Dragon. Cyber having no opportunity. And Miracle will just stay alive and get Cyber with 1 second left on that defuse point. But it was still going to go to Black Dragon. It's all the same.
Thatcher, I hardly know her. Good round for Black Dragons. As they just focus on the dirt tunnel. They don't need it, and I think a lot of credit got to go to the young guy, Swag, coming in with some really nice kills in the midst of that. Obviously punishes Handy early in that round with the main stairs aggression. He punishes that bit of an ego swing that comes out from FaZe, and then is able to rotate back to help out his team. That dirt tunnel push that was coming through from Ask as well was really impactful, and they did a great job of stopping that play as it
That was
through.
sitting.
So nice to see that from BD.
They were just sitting there.
FaZe Clan Gonna have to regroup a little bit after a round like that. Don't expect to be losing things so early, despite Cyber bringing it so close and hitting some brilliant shots. Didn't have the time and did not have the HP to clutch that one up. So it's a 1-0 lead for Black Dragons on their map pick.
And the bomb site will now be upstairs here on Gym Bedroom. Now, in contrast to Chalet, you're unlikely to see all 4 bomb sites here. Now, there is a possibility that Bar and Stage is played. There is also a likelihood that one day I am called up to compete at this level. There is a chance. It's not a very good chance.
No.
But the chance exists all the same. With the new information we have regarding the map selection, FaZe Clan are now playing on Black Dragon's map, and FaZe Clan gets to pick the best side. So, in theory, they should be able to run up the score here.
Yeah.
And if the way they played on map 1 is any indication, they should be able to run it up no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, Black Dragon, we've talked about their attacking struggles. It wasn't a very pretty picture on Chalet, but starts a little bit better so far here on Clubhouse. They'll bring out the Maverick to start to work on this Jacuzzi wall, which is another good way to counter the Kaid, although he's not being brought, of course, in this round. You are going to have to get past that 2-brow, of which Maverick is also an excellent counter towards. And with that wall becoming soft, it's only a matter of time before somebody's able to break it open. Probably Miracle's job on the Blackbeard, if I had to guess, but you've got nades and stuff if you really need to as well. Big question for me, Parker, is always, are we going to see that clear of the cash side? KDS is playing inside of security. He's playing on the other side of the map. If they don't clear him out, then he's going to have a really strong position on the main windows. They find Handy elsewhere on the map, but push still looking somewhat linear.
Bad robot.
Bad robot.
Bad robot.
Lol.
Down goes Scopos
Bad
on this
robot.
particular
What
bomb
else?
site. Scopos has so much value. You can tuck that second robot down in strip. You can tuck it down in the basement in a position that you wouldn't think of. And if you can get an early pick, that makes the flank from the second Scopos robot way more impactful. Now, obviously, if you die as the main robot, you get neither of them. The other one will continue to exist as basically a bulletproof cumulatively deployable shield. So there's still some value to be had.
Yeah.
But, I mean, if you're FaZe Clan, you're not happy that this happened.
No.
There's no real silver lining here. You lost a player, and this assault from Black Dragons is going to continue. It's now put Souls in a very uncomfortable position, who through one round of Clubhouse has matched the same amount of deaths he had from the very first map through and through. Vitikin gets on the board. Down goes Mr. Outlaw, and with 45 seconds left, back to even numbers for both teams.
With Souls out of gym, though, you have a plant opportunity if you're Black Dragons. You can jump in and go for a plant there. Cyber's playing along down the hallway, and they are still fighting over towards CC, but
that was
the door
almost
has
a
opened now for
freebie.
Black Dragons. This 1v1 between
Don't lose
KDS
that.
and Ash will go
Oh
the
my
way
God.
of KDS.
Yeah.
Goes with the Goyo canister,
What?
and they're just not aware of Cyber's positioning. That
Yeah,
could be a
they're
total
like-
mistake.
So it looks more and more likely as everybody else falls by the wayside.
Oh
Swag
my
gets the swing with
God.
15 seconds
Seriously,
left.
FaZe?
He's got 2 kills to be found. He won't get either of them. Round goes to FaZe Clan. It looks more and more likely that round number 1 was maybe some missteps from FaZe.
Yeah. In the end, they do bounce back quite nicely there. Gets a little bit scrappy. I did really like the Yuto play around the windows. Again, with those nades, forcing the Azami out of gym is often a really good sign that the attack is relatively going well, but Cyber in that position, close on the Jacuzzi breach, just playing in that corner. Usually that's the main thing you got to worry about, jumping in the gym window, but certainly if you're sprinting in the breach, that's something that we need to be worried about on BD, but sometimes a lot of things will get missed, and that's just the nature of the game. They'll have a few more opportunities now as we head into the third round, and the site switches once again to CCTV Cash.
And then I assume we go to bar stage.
Parker, if we go to bar stage for round 4, I will buy you a delicious box of donuts. No, we're in France. I'll buy you a delicious box of crepes.
I don't think crepes come in boxes.
I don't know. I'm not from France. If you couldn't tell.
Now, Jesse, I know that you're from the backwaters of Edmonton.
I wouldn't say that.
But I imagine you can get a
Damn.
crepe in Edmonton.
You can get one at the West Edmonton Mall, actually.
What a place. I would strongly encourage you to get one at some point so that you understand what a crepe is and how they are usually delivered to people, because they are not packaged in.
By the way, if you did not know,
Well,
the
have to learn
defenders
something, don't we?
don't
They are delicious.
have any end
I'll
tie
gladly
for
take a
the
box
breach.
of Crabes.
They could have used Kaid, but they are
No, I agree.
opting not to use the Kaid on this one, so this is going to be an easy
I like the Mav play
thing
so
to open
far
up.
from Ass. Second round in a row where he's got this
Um,
operator. Third round in a row where they probably should have had this operator, but in the end, I think he's been quite proficient with opening these walls, and again, doesn't really take much time. Another one of those operators that did get buffed in the recent patch now has 2 canisters, but they last a lot longer. Basically just means he doesn't have to reload that gas as much, so it's really nice for Maverick players, good quality of life, and allows them to do their job a little bit faster, so expect to see, I think, a slight uptick in Maverick play across the event.
Yeah, so it kind of shows that you don't always need to have a 9 anti-breach to be playing well.
FaZe Clan, we can see from the top-down point of view, have really extended west. They've controlled a lot of Master. They're inside of inside of Logi as well. But it can get shut down.
That was a free kill.
So they need to start trading.
Flashes will go out, and now it's Souls dancing around this position. He gets one before the drop. What a sweep by FaZe Clan as they found 3 kills. Just himself, and Ask is
they're winning by fragging.
Territory for Black Dragons, both on Chalet, now on Clubhouse. Getting inside.
You really don't need to peek. He has 1 minute and 20 seconds. He has all time of the day, Ask, to like make something of it.
All their hopes on Ask, and
like I said,
picked apart. I mean, hey, if you get impatient, Ask will punish you.
Where is the diffuser? Is my question, Parker.
Oh, he's on M80.
It's across the map.
It's probably in the practice room.
All the way. It's been dropped inside of Logi, as our top-down observer shows me. So it is quite a ways away. FaZe Clan should recognize that and should know they don't have to fight this, but they will eventually take him down as he walks into sight. Souls with the final frag of the round. Nice little 4-man assault over on the west, but it is shut down very cleanly by FaZe. And Ask not a whole lot to do on the main breach, despite some nice shots being hit by the former captain of Black Dragons.
Who do you think will be the next wave of bans here? On this map, I mean,
think you gotta go Kaid. You already banned out Bandit Mira.
Yes, I think the Kaid ban makes sense. I can see an Azami ban.
Yeah, Kaid, Asami, or Maverick.
It's Kaid and Ace. So a hard breacher gets taken out.
Kaid and Ace
gets taken out. Mute doesn't really function that same way anymore. So these walls will.
I was thinking more or less
and the hatches
Maverick
will remain unguarded at this point in time, which will make the job just a little bit easier for Black Dragons.
Still lots of hard breaching options, of course, for BD. You've got the Habana, who also was buffed a little while ago now, having the new DMR that Thatcher brought into the game. Type 89 got a big buff. Her hard breaching gadgets got buffed as well, so you don't need to reload. A lot of little quality of life updates for hard breachers, so you should still see a lot of good ability to get these hatches.
Yeah, the small changes like this in quality of life makes a huge difference.
On the Valkyrie, which can also be one of the best operators in all of Siege. Notice he's hiding in this prep phase, Parker. He does not.
So SSG versus Team Secret is going to be playing on Clubhouse as well. So we are going to be changing towards them.
That's probably the biggest.
So we are going to continue watching this.
To play. The map will get into our bans first. Secret taking Capitao off the board. I think very, very apt for this map. We spoke a lot about Capitao and how powerful he is, especially now that he's got the DMR. And for this map up on Catwalk, a very, very good operator to help clear it away. Right on the other side, I imagine, joined up by a Bandit, indeed. And the Grim, once again, going to get taken away from SSG.
Yeah, good power up as well. You know, we see the Grim used a lot to create space and to help with executes. Looking at the defensive win rates for this one, both teams on a very, very similar standing when it comes to the defenses. 71, 75% are the two numbers between them. But as Fresh kind of alluded to on the desk there, you know, this is a match that could be decided on those attacks. They are both very capable, but Secret have the much better numbers at attacking here on Clubhouse by about, I think, about 25%. Better off when it comes to us. So for me, it's looking, you know, like we're going to be asking questions in the second half of this one particularly.
Sure, let's get our lobby recreated and then we'll get straight back into things. But these days the players have done it a few times. They know how to rifle through into a lobby nice and quick. Tim, so it shouldn't be too long. Obviously worth us kind of taking a quick moment to just kind of look at where we're at. We're basically at the end of day 2 now as well, which is, of course, for some of these teams, half of their games have been played. For others, still got a couple more to come. They're playing all the way up until Friday. The group stages carry on until the end of that day. They have a couple more days to start things off on the Sunday to decide phase 2. And then, of course, we have the one that everyone's really excited about is that live stage next weekend where we get the year roadmap reveal as well. Tim, of course, we get the trophy. We're at the end of 10 years as well, so it's a big time to, of course, decide who's going to be the 10th winner of SI.
You know me, I just love Six Invitational. You know, if we take a few seconds, we can have a little wander down memory lane. I just love Six Invitational. I love being around it. I watch a lot of the games in the crowd. You know, I always try to watch the season reveal in the crowd as well. Because I was there for the Tachanka reveal that year in 2020. You remember the crowd erupted, went absolutely crazy in Laval, Montreal. You know, in those moments, you don't always know when they're going to come, when they're not, and it's nice to be there to experience and when they do. But yeah, I mean, for us, it's our 7th work in it, I think. 7th
now?
So yeah, 2020 onwards, including 2020. So
good point.
Number 7 for us now, which you know we were very excited once upon a day back in December 2019 when we got asked to do the first one. Let alone
you didn't believe me when I told you.
I know, let alone being here for number 7. But even prior to that, I'd travelled to Montreal and watched as a spectator the year before, 2019. I was there with an elite ticket. I was right down there at the front for the memorable game between G2 and Empire, longest map that we've had on Coastline, of course. I was there, so saw that one live, and yeah, I had a phenomenal time at that one. So I've done the whole spectator fan thing as well. So it means a lot to me to be at Invitational. I know it means a lot to a lot of people, and it's just, you know, the way I get to talk to a lot of people, and you know, throughout the week, and you know, you kind of get stopped by people and have little discussions. And the thing that's in common that I think a lot of people say that I always talk to people about is they love the fact, especially when it's people's first events, they're always surprised how good it is being in this kind of shared space where everybody just has the same passion and same love for the same game, and it's like everybody's just immediately got that common interest, and I love it. I love the opportunity to meet everybody.
As we look back into it, I may as well tell that story actually.
Why not?
About how we got given the first SI. We got the email offer probably about 10:30 at night because we're based in the UK, and obviously over in Montreal they're quite some hours behind. So in that case, they were emailing in the afternoon. For us, it was bedtime. And Tim here, he loves a good night's sleep. He was in bed nice and early. The email came through, and the first thing I did was ring him and said, Tim.
Old man hours.
He's like, what you want? And I was just like...
You're lucky I answered, to be honest.
And I was just like, you send your emails? And you're like, no, why? Best impression ever. And I was like, been offered SI. And it's the only time, Tim's not really a big sweary kind of guy. That's the only time I've heard him go F off. Like, at me, I was just like, it was
Okay, they're getting back on. I was about to go and change to the other channel, but they are currently on.
Turning up, obviously to Montreal as well, and you know, the night before we were due to cast, you know, we'd not worked, or I certainly had. I don't think. I know you'd done DreamHack Valencia prior to that.
Yeah,
I'm not sure if Parker and Michael were there for that one.
They weren't,
So I'd not worked with them before, and obviously, you know, I say this to Parker sometimes, you know, he was like my voice of Siege, you know, like sort of my early years of watching Siege as a spectator. Him and Michael, of course, Emzo and Milosh as well, were, you know, the two main pairs that I listened to coming through there. So, like, we turned up and, like, Parker messaged the group chat that we'd set up and was like, you know, do you want to, like, you know, grab a drink for an hour and we can kind of just, you know, meet and have a little prep in the bar. And so we did, and we went and sat down, and that evening was mind-blowing. I remember sitting listening to Michael talk about Siege, and it made me feel like I needed to go back and play the tutorial. And at this point, I've played thousands of hours and watched it and cast it for, you know, 2 years at that point nearly. But listening to, you know, the way Michael spoke about the game and the level that he thought of it on, it was one of them where you just thought, I need to go back to basics here. I don't know anything.
Like you say, we've done 7 SIs now. If I was listening to Kix talk today about the game, I'd still feel like I had to go back and play the tutorial. It was always one thing he was amazing at, was the levels at which he thought on the game was absolutely spectacular, and obviously led a lot of us to where we are today. And led us into this game of Clubhouse. Secret versus SSG. As I've sort of mentioned already, the winner walks away with 3 points. Well, the loser, they only get 1, so it's quite important for both teams to win this one out, and what a classic map to see the showdown settled on after a brilliant fortress and a brilliant lair.
First sight we're going to have is CCTV and Cash now. There's an interesting mirror being played. We don't always see it too often. We do see it occasionally. So Juma's played the mirror on the catwalk wall that's reinforced, that looks in towards sight. It's going to allow Noah an ability to challenge onto the breach should he need to. But I think it also just helps protect that wall from the long-range breach as well, because both sides have been reinforced. So it's just going to give him that vision into sight and a few options. Mowgli manages to take down Fultz, 5 versus 4, and that is the Glaz gone.
An environmental kill as well, of all things, just sprayed down wildly into the smoke. I don't know if he was anticipating to try and hit the pipe, or he was hoping to catch someone as they walked on through, but either way, same outcome. He's got himself a kill onto the one player that can see through smoke. So, 0 complaints here. That initial burst. That initial attempt coming out from SSG has been abated. Bearing in mind, Tim, this isn't even the site. This is the other side of the map. They've got to clear out Mowgli, recover the diffuser, and then look towards the site. But they are bleeding out here. A second player in Ashen goes down. Secret doing great so far, and here comes Benji to try and rescue it. Not going to happen for long as Adrian steps across. Is looking all things up. Secret in round one. They get us going in convincing fashion.
Yeah, really nice there from
Damn,
Secret.
damn,
They
damn.
had set up for that push from SSG. They were ready. They had the utility. They had the extension out into construction, out into master.
That was
Brilliant
unlucky.
stuff from them. I like the mirror window on Garage Catwalk. There was never really any pressure or attention towards that, so Noah was safe and sound. He was able to move through and support the rest of the defense from that CCTV window towards the end of things. But ultimately, yeah, really, really nice from Secret. And to be honest, I feel they're like they've got one of the more difficult sites out of the way. CCTV cache can be one of those that's a little bit more 50-50.
Damn.
Now they head down to Church and Arsenal for
That
their
was
second
like
start.
mean.
He was basically through the doorway and ready to just start shooting and pulling away, but just as the environmental goes off, it keeps Mowgli alive. But yes, down to the basement we go then. Certainly an odd start to go cash DC for round one, but hey, can't knock it. They came away with the win. The full basement start, and I imagine we'll have a couple of players off-roaming upstairs. I can already see Doom on the mute getting busy upstairs, dropping down those jammers. Very, very good on the top floor because, I've said this word loads today, it's quite bottlenecky. There are a lot of single doorways that you can block off with mute jammers. You can make it more frustrating for the attackers to get intel on who's playing upstairs and exactly where they're sat. This one, of course, going through the wall will block off the drones that come through the doorway on the other side. But it will probably allow players like Savage and Mowgli to sit up here that little bit longer. Probably don't want to have all three players on the top floor. Normally you want one sat on the ground
Wait,
floor
was
to be able
that
to back
Sammy?
in towards site in case there is a fast
I was
hit.
almost
Don't
happy
think we'll
to
see
see
a fast hit,
someone
given it's
using
the
that
back
on
end
this
side
map.
rather than something like the Blitz. But there's still a possibility that SSG just say, forget about the roam, let's go direct to site.
Straight away, Benja has got himself in through Strip, going to open up the wall through to Pool, so that cuts off Bar, it cuts off a little bit of that rotate option. Mowgli is up in Gym and does have the hatch open, needs to now be very careful about dropping down there because it could be serious problems. As you say, he's going to have to move himself across really and get a bit of an alternative option, maybe down those main stairs. But
I think
again,
Benjamin
they've got
should
people
watch
in
out
those
because that is
positions, watching the
honestly
window, for
a little bit
example, so
dangerous.
Secret, it's not bad for them, it's still wasting time, but they just need to be aware of it and be cautious.
It's kind of a shame in a way because Benja in that spot catches two hat shots where he can stop any players that are doing it, but you'd think that would then lead the rest of SSG to say, okay, if those players upstairs, all three of them can't pull back down easily, we should just go and hit site. But they're not. They're still trying to full clear this top floor, which I think is really going to hurt them in the long run of things. Like Ashen's got the run of ground floor. They've largely trapped these three upstairs, and I would actually look now for them to say, all right, guys, they're stuck upstairs. Let's just go and smash the site.
Savage needs to be aware of that because he's the one that, of course, can sort of teleport back on the score pass, assuming that his other shell is back in sight. That's too easy, folks. He's just unaware of the fact that that lower wall has been opened up and he gets punished. Ashen is there for the immediate trade, but still, a minute 25 left on the clock. We don't have hatches open. There is no access in towards site.
Yeah, and the future is outside on highway. That is bad.
Back to site as well. Really nice from him, but there is still only two left alive on site. 4 versus 2, though. Looking good for Secret.
To be fair, SSG have done what I thought they might try, which is to try and go direct towards site. They've just lost 2 players to the DMR. And off the back of it, that really removes all the wind in their sails. New as the last one left alive
that was
here.
really badly done.
Work his way down through storage.
Badly played off SSG there. I don't understand why they're having issue with that.
Not a pretty spot to be in, and with the minutes of work with it, isn't exactly like he's short on time. But Secret are not going to make this one easy for him.
In a game where the battle is likely going to be decided over who can attack the best, it is not looking like a great start for SSG. Secret coming out with a really strong defense those first couple of rounds and looking good.
Sounds like might have a timeout coming in here potentially too, because it's been an ugly start for SSG, not able to get themselves involved or even close. Let's listen to what they've got to say.
We're going to ban the mirror third here. They're going to ban the thermite though. That doesn't matter. We're going to get the hard breach charges, open up the breaches. For the top side, Spoker, we're getting con, single jacuzzi, and servo open every single round against these guys. Off what we need to do for our gem side, fellas. Benja, I want you to fucking keep pressuring below off that. You can either float towards red, or you can just decide to play below the actual site itself and look at wallbang up through it. Keep 1 on the jacuzzi side, Volker. This is for gem. It's also for fucking cash. If it's cash side, send 2 for the catalyzation. Keep 1 on the server side, and then, like I said, I want that guy below. So like Benja was saying, we can either work up red if it's cash, if we can get split pressure off that, or if it's fucking gem, same thing. We can decide to work up red off that with the counter pressure being on jacuzzi side. So basically just rip all 3 open, keep 1 post between Logic on side, have the catalyzation option on server, have the catalyzation option on gem side as well. It can work both ways. On the basement.
Away we go. All right, so definitely more tactical advice coming out, because I think as Call Out has seen, both of those attacks really haven't been pretty. They've just been battered around by Secret for the most part. They've dealt with whatever SSG have thrown at them, lacking a little bit of pace, dare I say, in these rounds too. That has just meant Secret, who are quite a pacey team, don't mind just playing around whatever it is that you're throwing at them.
No, absolutely, absolutely. Secret happy to, like you say, just sort of work with what they're given at the minute, and they've taken Cash and CCTV, Church and Arsenal successfully, and they will now move to Gym and Bedroom. I think one thing I'd like to see SSG do, which I don't think they've, you know, if I think back over those first 2 rounds, is they haven't really established themselves in the map very well. You know, at no point have they been sort of in confident control of areas and forced Secret to do anything. Secret have, you know, reacted and just rotated around, like you say, and just continued doing what they want to do. So this time around, we know what to expect, and that is the push across from that Cash side. So I'd like to see Jacuzzi wall opened, construction wall opened, and CCTV wall, and then good, confident control of Cash, of construction, and a real presence, maybe one in logistics as well from SSG to start putting pressure onto site. That's what they need.
It's almost like the third map in the series is the reverse of what we saw back in the first, when it was Ashen, for example, being really aggressive at every window and doorway you could find to catch players outside the building. Well, now it's more that we're seeing Secret do the back onto them. It was nowhere on Garage in the last round. You've just immobily tried at the start of this round on towards Ashen. You've almost caught him as well. Got enough of a nick onto him. Just didn't quite find the head that would have seen that line offline very early on.
Loving this from Newers straight away. I said coming in, there's 3 walls I want opened up quickly. Cash, construction, and Jacuzzi. He's done them in exactly that order, one after the other. With 50 seconds in, all 3 walls are going to be open. Really, really good stuff from SSG. Next move is get some presence inside of the map. Nobody yet, despite that Cash wall being opened, has moved in. Sorry, the construction wall. Nobody's moved in to start
han ser
on
cool
towards
ut
Cash,
också.
top
Det är
red,
det, han ser
construction.
jävligt cool
Everything
ut.
from SSG is stacking up on the Jacuzzi side. They've got a clash over there, and
86
it might
år
just
också
be
han
a little bit one-sided.
The clash is going to be a real nuisance to contend with, but however, they're looking to try and go aggressive quite early
Han
on.
gör ju
Jimmers
fortfarande posen, det är det som är
right into
jävligt
a corner
också.
here as well. Picks up
Om
that
inte
shield,
ändrat
realises it's a
han.
little bit too hot to sit where he did, so he's going to have to rotate away and rejoin his team. Does just that.
Ska vi se.
He's got himself out to safety. So,
Det står ingenting om att han är
SSG
gift
started
eller
quickly getting
någonting.
balls opened up, but now Tim, it's that thing that you said earlier on.
Det skulle inte förvåna mig så mycket så han jagar efter fangirls och allting.
Now you've got to break the extended hold on
Det
towards
förvånar
Noah
mig.
and Bogey who are in the area. And
Nej,
then
jag
also
tänkte
think
du ville
about
kanske
how the
se
hell
den
we
för
hit
du hade
side
inte
later.
sett den tror jag. Det var helt nytt.
Are now moving in to try and increase the pressure on this side. The Nomad is going to make it difficult. Doom taken down. Beautiful teamwork. J9 or the one to pick up that kill. Benja is going to try and aggress. He's going to take a lot of damage.
Det är kolet så ligger i kylen. Det är det som finns. Det finns inga mer kola.
This is looking great from the EU side.
Du har tagit mer än vad jag har gjort, vet du va?
The mark, it's not going to find its way over onto the stairs. Benja still needs to be careful. Got to clear out this barbed wire. It will do damage. Sets up the flashbang in case they're still playing in that position, but they have dropped away and more time is being wasted. There's only 40 seconds. I really don't think that anything is going to happen for SSG here other than what did Mowgli, Noah, a killer piece, and another round for Secret. 3-0 and a complete rotation of those defensive sites.
Look extremely comfortable, don't they?
They really
won the battle on 2 fronts there. At the same time,
Come on,
that was
SSG.
going off, there was also this scrapping towards Cash and CC.
Don't do
where
me
SSG
like that. Come
were
on.
trying to push on forward. They got the clash. That will embolden you. But everything else from there just fell completely flat on its face, unfortunately. Really lacking a bit of wind in their sails, SSG, and they've got to find it here because across these next 3 rounds, it's going to only get even more bruising. We've had the thermite taken away and the mirror banned out by SSG.
Yeah, really good stuff. Really good stuff from Secret. We heard that from Call Out that those were the bans that were likely going to be coming in. They already have a plan for the thermite being taken away. You know, he said, we heard him say, we'll look at the hard breach charges to get the breaches that we need. They can also bring along the ace as well. So this should still be fine. Interestingly, we're going to see a possible pick onto Iana, somebody that we really don't see too much of anymore. If you remember back in the days of cooked names,
yeah, Iana is not played as well anymore because of her gadget dream is making her vulnerable. So FaZe Clan versus Black Dragon right now in the map Clubhouse. Remember FaZe Clan won the first map. They are in the lead with 6-1. So if they win this, it's going to be the first map, the 171, and maybe this 171. So
Beautiful would all work together across the map, and obviously then
that's surprising.
Whereas the reason I think you see it less these days is Mute's efficacy has dropped off quite a lot since the changes have come on through. Now, you do still see the Mute, as you're seeing here on this exact round. Just not quite as effective as he once was, and so it's a little bit like, does it really matter that much? Are drones being blocked away as often as they used to be? The answer is no. We're not really in the Mute Mozzie meta anymore. You see one or the other, but very rarely do you get both together.
Very quick work. We're going to have Cashwall opened up inside of 30 seconds. The mirror being taken away means that the catwalk setup is a little bit different this time. We're going to have pressure over on that master side. And again, it does look largely like it is going to be focused on that master-sided push. It didn't really work out last time for SSG. They are going to keep J9 over on the cash breach for the time being, but the focus is going to have to be on this side as they try to make a little bit of progress.
Oh, he's 1 HP!
I'm going to say the same as I said last time around. We need to see them taking some control.
Oh my fucking god.
He just keeps getting away with it.
It was in this spot, well, slightly across from it. It was actually in Jim where he managed to get away with the play in the previous round, burning through drones, and just anything they're throwing at him, he's handling. He is dangerously low, though. Benja has got the cut inside of construction.
He shouldn't be alive.
Back in that spot. He'll need assist from a teammate to make that retreat work, but to meet him, it looks like he doesn't want to leave.
No,
I'm not leaving.
He's not going anywhere, is he? He wants to keep taking those fights, those scraps. He might just get one onto Fultz in a minute. The Glass manages to take down Doom and actually then dips out. Doesn't want to continue that fight. And it looks like it could be a bit of a rotation coming in here from SSG. 1 minute 20 left on the clock. We've got Benja playing on that construction window, but otherwise it's a bit of a switch over to the construction wall logistics hatch. I'm not really sure what the play is going to be here from SSG, but it looks like it's going to be maybe try and get onto Cash Breach and try and get into Catwalk. It's very late to start doing this.
I'm not sure about this one, Chief. Like construction, they can't even get control because now
The
Mowgli's still
fuck
They're trying
are they doing?
The looks of it to push in through there as Mowgli rejoins his team, but now they're even looking in towards Garage, where Noah's dug in and hasn't got to worry about anything because they're so short on utility now. This has been bizarre. Like, it's a bit of a late rotate away.
Academos scan's not really going to help you here too much because you know where Noah is. He's on Catwalk behind the keepers. He still manages to survive. 30 seconds left to go, and again,
what the fuck are you doing? Seriously.
Nothing is working for them right now. Secret are in the ascendancy.
Like, you have freaking Mowgli on 1 HP.
Jane on the platform repel. You've had of course Benja trying to work through Garage. They really need to solidify down to 2 things at once here. They'll pay the price because there's too many 1v1s or trades coming out for Secret. They take
so stupid.
SSG, I think, just getting a bit lost in themselves in that
FaZe Clan won against Black Dragons, so I have.
Get into master, work your way over.
Right now I have.
So they went on the rotate, tried to clear out Garage Catwalk. It didn't work. So then Benja hopped in through CCTV window in the end in a little bit of desperation, and it didn't work. So SSG back to the drawing board. 4-0 down.
5
starting to
out
really
of
run away
7
with this, and they
rights
are
today.
looking extremely good right now.
All right. Well, I'm struggling to see how SSG fight their way back in, especially now we're going down to the basement. Again, one of our hallmark defender-sided sites in the game.
I don't know what they're doing.
And
Simply,
Secret
I
are going
just
back for
don't
the same
know what
as
they're
last
doing.
time around. Back up to that top floor. We've got the Mute Jammers going upstairs. You've got Noah, of course, on the Skopos. It's going to be more of the same again. SSG have got to figure this one out themselves. No tack timeout available. Could be a real bruising couple of rounds if they don't get this right now.
Okay then, basement last time around saw us with a number of Secret players up on the top floor. 3 at a point with only 2 left inside a site. SSG spent a lot of time kind of lost in the source, going for the clearance, chasing them around, losing bodies along the way, never really able to pin them down. We saw it was, I think it was Savage on the Scorpos last time. He was inside of logistics, just able to shoot off the X-Kairos pellets from the hatching kitchen. There was just nothing really that SSG could get going. They have their opportunity. Unable to take it though. Mowgli escaping damage again. Nothing sticks to him in this game, does it?
It's ridiculous how he's dodged every single one of those bullets and they've managed to get nothing down onto him. It's unlike Benja as well to miss a couple of shots that really could have landed and got them moving in the round. But maybe it speaks again to the confidence deficit that SSG are now having to endure given how this map started.
SSG are a team that are certainly capable of coming back from a deficit. They've certainly got that resilience factor, but they need to get started soon. If you get 5-0, 6-0 down, you start looking at it thinking that there's very little chance. Come on, boys.
I would like. Can you like?
Still in position. It's too easy. He gets himself a double. Beautiful stuff from Savage. Mowgli onto J9. Secret just started to style on them at this point, Des.
It's looking a bit pedestrian, isn't it, Tim? Savage not flashed out at top red. There was the big curse for them that really punished them. They needed to make sure that he could not step across and get the couple of kills that he did. Unfortunately, utility not placed, and again, it's just a little bit pedestrian, a little bit lackluster from SSG. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, they're
really
giving
have
up
lost their bite.
SSG.
They just don't look organised. They don't look organised for me. It seems to be a little bit indecisive. You know, it's kind of go for this plan. Oh, not working. Go over here. I mean, they've got a blitz just running through the middle of cash, putting themselves into the situation of having a player on either side of them. Which, look, you get it. It's exactly where you don't want to be as a blitz. You don't want people on both sides of you because there's no way that you can use your shield to cover both flanks. It's a big, big problem. And SSG just seem to be kind of just grasping at this game, and the harder the grasp, the quicker it slips away from them. Secret, by contrast, looks super organised. They're playing as a team. They're playing off each other, as we saw there. Dealing with the blitz, getting the kill onto Newers, just cutting the numbers down of SSG over and over again. No matter what SSG do, they just meet this brick wall from Secret, and it's brilliant stuff so far. They're going to go to gym and bedroom, 5-0 up, and honestly, it looks like it's going to be 6-0. Who knows? Maybe SSG grab one, but not if it's gone like the other 5 have.
Well, to win the round, Tim, they're going to have to near enough double their kill count so far. They've got 6 kills across 5 rounds.
That's not good.
You ain't got to be a genius to see that averages out about 1.2 kills a round. It is looking ugly.
6 out of a possible 30, Des.
Yes.
No, 25.
Close. Yeah, I was going to say. If you include this round, then
quick maths,
yes,
quick maths, bad maths.
Quick maths is bad maths, apparently, Tim. Absolutely. Same as how this has proven to be a pretty bad half overall for SSG. Let's see if they can do it. Onwards we march then. It's gym and bedroom. Already shot onto Ashen. This is so early on in the aggression, but Mowgli is feeling it.
But again, the fact that he's landed the shots, that was just a bit of a spray through the window. Yeah, they know roughly where the roof is, but he's managed to land the shots, and that's the point. The more that you play with confidence, the more those bullets tend to find their targets. And right now, that is definitely the case for Secret. So, like you said, a little bit of damage done to Ashen. Is it the end of the world? Absolutely not, but it's that chip damage each time. Now, when he goes into a fight, it's going to be 1, maybe 2 bullets that's going to do the job for him. So, he has to back off a little bit. You've mentioned confidence. That is not going to help it. 5 versus 5 still, a minute into the
Yeah,
round.
I don't think SSG is going to win this at all. This is ridiculous how bad they are playing, to be honest. Like, that bad. They should not be playing that bad, to be honest.
Well, they've got the focus already on towards the Cash CC wall, as you probably expect. They want to push through this extended hold that currently only consists of Noah. Dancing around top red, around the shield, in and out of Cash. It is something they've still got to respect. They've got a lot of utility around him here, as you can see on the wall too. The Mind Magnet just making sure that flashes or frags can't come straight in towards him, and Mute Jammer at his feet. But he is quite alone here. Admittedly, June can come across and join him at any time, but Ashen is making sure that it's hard for June to move, given he's sat on that construction window.
Yeah, this is great from Noah. A minute 40 wasted, and he still hasn't been shifted out. They do manage to take his shield away. The utility absolutely raining in around him, but kills come in from elsewhere. 3 kills, and the round again is pretty much over. SSG are now left with the players on the window.
It's so fucking stupid how bad they're playing. I really don't understand how they are not ready for a C4 in that spot.
As he goes in to do it, it leaves Newers all alone. He's got a problem in garage, he's got a problem in construction, and it is the problem in construction that's going to get the kill. Doom swings around, gets the last man, and that is Secret 6-0. This is not how we thought this one was going to go, Des.
I think because they took so long breaking open this extension, Savage had time to move into lounge underneath and get himself a kill from below. That's what really upset the apple cart as they were trying to make this push come on through. Absolutely slaughtered as they stepped into the breach, and that is a ridiculously dominant half of Siege. Probably the most dominant I've seen, I'd say, Tim, so far here at SI. Only 8 kills to SSG across the entirety of it. What more can you say? Just bad half, I'm afraid.
5 entries out of 6, of course, as well, going the way of Secret. They are just dominating from beginning to end of these rounds. Simple as that.
Lol.
Question being asked.
I think it's a very reasonable question.
Why SSG are a little bit quiet?
Ashen more specifically. I think he knows this clearly ain't going the way that they would have liked, and there is work to do. Imagine if they can get 6 defenses in a row and take us to OT.
Against the best attacking team in the world.
Oh, pull the other one, Tim.
Exactly.
It's probably not going to happen, but don't write them off. It can happen.
It certainly can.
No, it's
At
not
the
gonna
minute,
happen.
You've got to look at this one round at
So
a time. That is
I'm
what
getting
SSG are going to be doing.
5
The next
rights
target
out of
is
7
6-1.
because
And after
SSG
that,
is not
you
going to
think
win
about,
this. I
you know,
don't
round
understand how they're
8.
losing
That's
this,
all
to
you
be
can do.
honest.
It's all you can do.
They
You know, if
should
they get
win
up to 6-4,
against.
that's always the threshold for me, where you start looking at it thinking,
Against Secrets.
Okay, maybe we've got something going here. But honestly, I think this is going to be very, very difficult for them. They're starting out in Church and Arsenal. Secret on the attack. Just looking at their lineup as it stands at the minute, it's not going to be pretty to play against. It might be altered, but they've got the Grim, the Blackbeard, and the Ying. It's going to make it very, very difficult. The Blackbeard of Savage, particularly, is going to be useful for chasing down any of these top 4 players. Get in there, use it as a little bit of roam clearance, force them back to side, and I think Secret basically need to do what SSG couldn't, and that is go in there and get that map control, you know, and just take the lead in these rounds. Make sure that they're playing it on their terms.
Definitely going to be a similar sort of setup. You know, speaking about the attacking line, look at the defensive one as well. It's not miles off what we saw.
Where are you
coming
going
out
to
from
throw
Secret in
that?
the first half. Skopos up there, supported by the Mute Jammers. Also got the Izami we've seen a lot of. Anything to waste time on the top floor is what SSG are looking for.
SSG don't
Now,
need to rush
this was the
in
roster
general.
on the
They can
roster.
just
This
take
is
it
the
easy
organisation that came up with the
and let it
famous
play
SSG
out.
Rome, where it plays all 3 floors of this map, using a mix of Mute, Mozzie, Vigil, Castle, then normally a player downstairs in case there is a rush to come through. It did get figured out in the end, and he's managed to adapt, but can they also show us this?
And Mowgli's just having a free range into sight.
Or will Secret just tear them
Yeah,
apart
they're
first
losing
time
this.
back?
They're not even holding the basic shit.
Barbed wire there. Giuliano picks up the entry and Fultz doubles down. Okay, SSG get themselves into the round in a big way. Newers as well. That's going to help them because it's a kill to 3 different people. Start building that confidence. Start feeling like you're getting rolling. Newers picks up Mowgli.
I really
and
don't
in 5,
understand.
6 seconds, Secret find
They
themselves
hold the
from a 5v5
defense
to a 1v5.
really
A
good,
minute
so
45
that is
left on the
something,
clock.
but
Nothing that Adrian can do other than just see if any opportunities present themselves to get a kill, which it does. 1v5 becomes a 1v4. He knows that there's one around this corner, but the problem is he's going to be swung from the other side, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, both swung on the 3-2-1 count there as well. Good stuff from SSG to close it out. And around where we saw, I won't want to call it a rush, but it was a direct-to-sight play coming out of Secret. You had Savage dropping in through that blue hatch, looking to immediately get control of site itself. But there was just a player in blue, clearly they weren't aware of, and they paid the price for it. It took all the wind out their sails. They lose the round. The crucial thing is, Secret have only got to be right once, whereas SSG have to be right every single time. Every gunfight, they've got to come out on top or at least have a trade going into it. The Secret find a gap in the armor even once. Game's over.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to head up to the top floor, of course, given that we've just seen Church and Arsenal. So next one will be CCTV and Cash.
Yeah, I
Just
really don't
looking
get
at
it.
the defensive lineup there. Definitely going to be a catwalk hold. We've got Janano on the Azami. We've got Benja on the Jaeger. Capitao has been banned away, so big question as to how that is dealt with. I'd like to see maybe the Monty brought along. It is an option to try and deal with that catwalk. There's no Legion on side. There is the Denari, but I don't think they'll be played in that position, so it would be an option to try and bully that player up on the catwalk. We don't always see it, but it can definitely have some success. Savage
heavy hitter games tomorrow. Jesus Christ, the games tomorrow is going to be crazy.
Just sort of challenged from the door, but because they don't always see your toes, if you crouch down with the Blackbeard, obviously it covers your shield and you can still kind of have that fight. So that was nice. You know, maybe that's going to be something that Savage can look at to try and dislodge Janano.
See how it goes. Changed away attacking lineup locked in here as well. For a second I thought we might see a Carly out of Mowgli, but very, very rare that we do. Saw a little bit yesterday as a counter to a clash on between one of our games, one of our matches. I remember Maria asking about it on the interview. I don't think you're going to see too much Carly throughout the tournament.
Well, I have
think
seen it
set number one is
before,
breaking through
but
the scenario, so
I
inside of
don't
garage,
think it's
working
going to
out
be
catwalk,
possible
but
because I have not
Janano
played
up at
good.
the top. Crucial thing is they've only got the ADSs on side, no magnets, so they can overwhelm
Plus, they are
this defensive
facing
setup with
Secret,
Churchill to
who
burn him out,
is
hopefully catch him out before he can get back
team
into
that
the
has the
fight,
best
but it's so important
attacking
they do. They
rate
haven't got the Capitao, so
in
it
the
is on
world.
hard
So
mode.
Yeah, really nice play there from the Flores. Doom just sending. Oh no, it's been jammed out. Oh, there we go. I was gonna say. Oh, no.
Oh, here we go.
It's gonna go eventually. It's gonna go eventually.
Move the fucking shield then.
He tried to send
Like
it in one
it's
way, but they were
probably
watching
Denari's
and managed to
shield
take
either
it
way.
out. We're gonna see it just eventually. There will come a point where the bulletproof camera can't catch it, but they are having to sort of sit on that bulletproof cam. There we go. They've at least denied it by about 20 seconds, but it does mean that that protection that J9 Ho had from below has had to dip away a little
Yeah,
bit.
Secret is going to probably win this, or
He's
they
got
are
back
going
up.
to win
He's
this.
on those stairs again. They are aware. He's exposed himself.
Yeah.
Noah picks up the kill. 5 versus 4.
Don't understand why he's staying there.
You know, Nua's, like you say, was sort of forced to move because the shield was taken away into the waiting arms of Noah on the other side.
It's a Blackbeard. Do you want to really peek that?
But Mobley's gone down to Benja. Good assist coming in there from up on the window. I want to say that was Master Window catching him just as he stepped on forward. Savage has gone as well. So now we're down to a 1v1 around Garage. What's going on?
Nicely
Secret
done.
collapsing here at the back of SSG, just showing a lick of aggression. And suddenly it's a 2 versus 4.
Well, it turns out nobody can attack on Clubhouse today, does it? Looks like SSG have come, you know, out of nowhere, really. They've, like I said, they've looked sort of disorganised and a little bit off the pace on the attack. They move on to the defence and all of a sudden they look solid. They're picking up kills from everywhere. The utility's being taken away, but they're thinking around the problem and creating new opportunities, new possibilities for themselves. Adrian goes in and gets one onto Fultz, takes damage as he does.
Nicely
Spectre
done.
closes him out, and that's going to be a second round. Like I said,
If
for the
that
next
miracle
couple,
happens,
SSG can
that
only
is
think
one of
this
the
in terms
lifetime that they
6-1,
would be
get to
doing
6-2,
SSG.
get to 6-3, but they are starting to do it a step at a time here, Des. This could be an all-time comeback if they're able to get to overtime.
Yeah, like if they got that to get back like that. Yeah.
They are against the wall. They won't be letting this go through without a fight. For me, if we go to gym right now, we can even try to bait that we're going to the other side and do the armor play. Remember, Savage? Maybe because if they are contesting too much and being too aggressive, it's better if we 3-2-1 and go for one side and execute. Because in this mid time of the round, they are just playing aggro and trying to punish us. If we are being able to play all at the same time and punish them back, it's great. If not, we just go, we just commit on the step by step. Same thing if it's needed for basement. If you guys want to do the take, the round will be over there. You know, you guys bait it to be something on site, and you guys take the map a little bit easier, even fighting if it's needed. You guys got this, guys. Remember, marathon, okay? Don't try to rush stuff. Enjoy the round.
Physical test, we can do it.
Alright, let's fucking go, guys.
Yeah, that is going to be
Pretty fair to say.
tight for them. That's
You know,
going to
three
be
players gathered on Garage, ready to pressure
like
onto
in
Wall.
general.
Don't know
I
who's
kind of
upset.
have. It's gonna be very hard for for SSG to come back because it's a long way battle. Plus, you have even if Secret is like fumbling on this round, they still feel like they can. And when they have that timeout now, they're going to win this now. Usually when they get the timeout, they usually win the next round. Because their coach is really good and very committed to, like he's very good to bring the team back and to be refocusing on what they were supposed to do.
I would imagine that would be one of two.
So I think this round is going to be a losing round for SSG, unfortunately.
That one plays out, sort of get the sense gadgets in, just create a lot of confusion, get the Lions.
Well, you probably know, but now I want SSG to lose every time. I thought it wasn't it Dark Zero that you didn't like, not SSG.
To this kind of attempt.
Like you kind of hating a lot of teams. Am I like tripping? Oh.
Exactly.
Does he get away with it? I think it's Adrian that he's got running past him at this point, but I think he's just about missed his chance. He'll certainly try again. Here's Adrian got up and over. Yes, he
Why would you do that, fucking Ashen?
That was Ashen's moment. He did it a lot back on Fortress. Won't quite have the same joy here on Clubhouse.
Yeah, he's been unfortunate there. It was a great effort for him, a real opportunity, but that allows Savage now to work in underneath. He is below the hatch.
Lol, Alberto.
He's ready to go. He just needs that utility to start coming in. And
Yeah, oh, you like this?
Is the problem at the minute? Is he aware? No, he's not. Newers. He stands tall.
Okay, now Secret has an issue.
SSG coming out here.
And there's still a player from Garage shooting back up anyway.
Okay, so they fumble it. They usually win after a timeout. That is one of the rare things.
How the hell did we not know about Newers? He was sat right next to the window. We should have seen him on a drone ages ago. And like that, the whole round crumbles off his back. J9 with the
that is crazy.
That's 3 on a bounce, Tim. Now we start to get nervous because we've seen one of each of those 3 sites.
I feel like it's kind of... The message from the timeout's a little bit conflicting, isn't it? This is a marathon. You don't need to
This
rush
is
it.
crazy.
Maybe go for the Amaru play.
How do they...
perhaps, where we just surprise
like, how do
Kuno.
SSG keep going?
One doesn't match with the other because it was because of that speed that they've missed.
Like,
mirrors.
here's the thing: if they get
You've been unaware of
free,
him because you can
like
see
this
you're
is a
unaware because
very
as
long
Savage
uphill
goes up,
battle
catches the
for
Amaru,
SSG.
he doesn't turn round to
They
try and
need to
challenge. If he
win
knows
3
Nunes is there,
rounds
he
to
might
go
even get the kill
overtime,
himself with the
and
shotgun
that
going
is
up there as
not a
Amaru.
small
But he
thing
doesn't
to
even
do.
challenge.
For
Nunes
them to
just
get
says,
3
"Yeah, thank
rounds
you very
in
much."
is
Shoots in,
very
takes him down,
good,
gets a second as he
but
tried to go in through the window. It was just so, it was
winning
either
additional
disjointed
3
or
rounds,
mistimed, or
you
they
need
were unaware of
Secret to be
Nunes' position
fumbling
at that time. We
hard
can see
because
as he goes
now
up,
Secret
he
has
sort of tries to
seen
spin,
every
but there's nothing that he
defense
can do. It's just too
on
little
every
too
site
late. So
that
big
SSG
mistake from
have.
Secret again.
They know what to do now.
Pick
They
themselves
should
back up and
know.
go again, whereas SSG can start building in a bit of confidence here. Yes, we need 3 more rounds from them. Certainly not complaining about how those 3 have gone, even if across 2 of those 3 rounds they lost the entry engagement.
Ashen needs to take a step back. He's a little bit too
about the halfway mark.
confident right now, in my opinion.
Where they're falling apart and crumbling, and that's where the difference needs to be made. Can they do it in time before OT hits? We're going to find out.
That is a little bit too confident,
Yeah,
in my
we
opinion.
are indeed, and I think what we're going to see from Secret now, following Twister's message in the tactical timeout, it was kind of like, look, try that Amaru play. If that doesn't work, when we go back down to Church and Arsenal, he said, we do it more step by step. We make sure that we're going in and they're ticking boxes. So this is now where I would expect to see Secret
So
slow
Benjamin
down
is
a little
aware
bit.
there
I
is a
expect
drone
Secret
in
intel.
garage.
They can't allow themselves to get caught out. They need to be aware of where these top 4 Laromas are and try and put them into difficult lose-lose positions. I like
Okay, here's the issue that SSG is going to
having,
having, and that is the Blackbeard on dirt.
Because what this is going to do
One thing that might hurt a Secret, yeah, is that he didn't have any support.
The last couple of days, it's absolutely crazy. Like, teams just know once that shield starts going down, it's all too easy. You've got a brief moment where you have the advantage. They always seem to win out. It's why with the Blackbeard, typically you need extra pressure alongside the shield. It struggles to win the 1 versus 1 unless the distraction is being created elsewhere. That's what we've seen once again. Good entry for SSG, and they can just be chilling now. Problem probably challenge really to this as well, Tim, is that was Savage alone trying to move on 4s. The rest of the team...
Yeah, I kind of don't understand why Savage went alone. It's kind of an odd thing.
Ashen as well. He's playing up above there, and we can see him kind of moving around. But he's not really giving himself away too much yet either. He's the only one that has now remained up there on the top floor.
Yeah, okay, so only one roaming. That is good.
With the shotgun in
Good
hand,
play.
it's going to be very difficult
Only
to
have one
challenge up
roaming.
here unless they come through garage. They're not really going to get a long angle onto him anymore. And so definitely something that needed to be aware of. Candela goes out, not really going to gain them too much because they're not able to use that Secret to grab any ground.
I might do wanna move now if I was Ashen, maybe, because
haven't dealt with Ashen, and he's going to be a problem.
They have seen him on the drone. They know that he's up here at the very least, but that's not really the issue. They can spend all day chasing him down. They've got to look at the site at some point. That's what Noah's starting to do as we push on down main stairs. They've also got a bit of moto control from Mowgli. So in the right kind of positions, but I tell you what, he has no idea how close he was there to getting a free kill. Doesn't get away with it in the end on towards J9O, who still stays standing and can now carry on with the gun. Focus onto the church wall coming on through, and Moto is an option.
Question is, what is Ashen doing? Like, is he flanking now, or is he moving back?
I always associate with Parley. We used to do it on Liquid a lot with the Hibana and just hold that line all the way through sight. This is actually good from
Ashen, you need to move. Where the fuck is Ashen?
Put the diffuser down. They're going to try to rush through, but no. Benja, he's played that smart. He's kept himself out of the line of sight from main stairs, but still been in position to be able to prevent that rush behind the bar.
Ashen again.
Leaves us now heading for 6-4.
Very late flank, in my opinion.
Absolutely not, I'm afraid. It's all but a flawless round, if not for that kill onto Ashen.
But I feel like Secret is doing way more of the mistakes than
ridiculously on top of this
SSG.
Goes to show Tim, 2 halves to a game of C.
Yeah, this certainly is fighting back now. And the thing is, this starts creeping into the mind of Secret, doesn't it? You start wondering, thinking...
Maybe.
Is it going that way? Are we going to overtime? I mean, at least in the back of the mind, they've kind of got that guarantee that, you know, there is overtime waiting, if nothing else. They've done
it
enough
just
to
means
get
that
there. It's not like we were 5-1.
Secret don't know how to counter SSG. I would say though, that Ying pushed in too early. She should push in a little bit later. She would probably be blind, but it was an easy run-in for her to go around. You don't need to necessarily see where you're running sometimes.
It's not a full-on scream at Savage, but it's more noise. It's building round by round.
If you remember, I said 6-4 is the point where you start looking at that threshold, thinking that's the threshold for me to start saying, this is doable. And I think if you're Secret, this is the threshold where you start thinking, this might happen. And, you know, it becomes two problems. You've got the physical problem in-game of attacking, but you've also got that mental resilience issue.
All right, well, Gladstrat is the call for the round. Savage taking up that.
He hasn't said anything actually, Ashen. He's been very quiet, so I think he's keeping it together. I think Ashen might have matured a little bit, just a tiny smidge. He's not using harsh words anymore. So
a lot of popularity actually over, I'd say, the last year is Striker. Now I think about it, you know, Furia had it as
like back in the day, he would curse like hard.
You of all teams, why do you think this is up there for you? It's a case of like, well, it's just so flexible. The amount of utility you can use often is more valuable than what a primary gadget might be in some cases. And more teams have started to see Sentry and even Striker creeping into their lineups.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, if you're in a position where you think, you know,
we
don't need an additional hard breach.
But it's a mental game as well. You've been playing so many maps. You're bound to get tired. So it comes to like the mental and how you can keep focus on the game in general, because there's only so much you can focus on without getting tired.
Towards the cash and garage side. They've got the main breach open, so that's a good start for them. The next question is, can they deal with Catwalk? The answer last time was no. This time they've taken the Azami away. J9 is in position with the Wamai this time, but will not have the keeper barricades to play behind.
Grabbing up that Grimby. They're not, he's tracked out by this. They know exactly where he is. If they've got any of the nades they can throw up, I don't think they do. Tim, they're out of utility. They've got to push on.
Yeah, that is the letting for Secret. So
back corner, they've cracked it, but they have lost a player in the process.
Yeah. Not the end of the world. It's the Striker with the utility. Newers managing to do a job from down in oil pit.
Don't overpeak, don't overpeak. Please to God, don't
be aware of it. He switched to the pistol. He continues fighting. Surely his days are numbered. Fultz manages to take down Adrian elsewhere. They still don't have Newers done. Eventually, Doom manages to get the job done. Newers straight in the chat. SSG starting to play that mental game. 2 versus 3. Savage and Doom with work to do and only 58 seconds to do it.
They'll come out worse for wear again here, Tim. They're in a
they can still win though, Secret. That is the issue.
All this focus and flurry onto Newers. Just let the rest of his team get a little bit extra and force Savage and Doom into what's looking like a very unlikely scenario. Yeah, you got a couple of these Terros to play with. You got a smoke you can use for the glass, but that really is about it.
Bench is in a great position here. He's got that Nitro pre-pulled. As it is, Doom's going to jump over and look to go for an alternate.
Watch out for the window!
Up there. 25 seconds left to go. It's not the ideal time for a rotation. But Benja being able to play inside a CCTV.
Crosswit!
Behind there is great. Ashen manages to get the kill onto Savage as he comes in.
Ashen saved his ass so bad.
10 seconds left to go. SSG are going to give him nothing. This is going to 12. Who would have thought it?
How? How are they winning 5 rounds in a row on defense? Seriously? What the fuck is happening? Like, this is the pullback of the tournament right now. No one has been pulling back from that 6-0 to like 6-6.
I don't know whether to talk about the great defenses that we've seen or the wobbly attacks that we've seen. You know, the fact that we've had now 11 rounds without a single successful attack.
I kind of don't understand why they're swinging. Why is Mowgli and them swinging onto Newers there? Like, I don't understand that. Just leave that shit alone. Like, if it's in the oil pit, just don't overpeak.
As you said, the big threat in this group, apart from each other, is Fluxo W7M. They're going to want to make sure that they take in the max so they don't necessarily, or as much as they can, so that they need that little bit less from the Brazilian side.
That is crazy.
Oh, Jim Bedroom to close it out as well. It has been the sort of the site that both teams have had as their third preference throughout the game, which is quite surprising. Normally, it's gym and bedroom or Cash EC is always the tertiary. Church Arsenal is always one of the primaries, kind of sharing it, I'd say, with gym and bedroom. But both teams have sort of changed that order up a little bit. One starting out with CCTV and Cash, one starting out with Church and Arsenal. So good to see a little bit of change of fortunes here for both. For the sides themselves, it's more the same in terms of the aggression around the map. Looking at it, Ashen on the Scott Boss, no doubt going to be busy. Imai also making a return once again in the hands of J9O. I'd expect to try and give cover to his teammates around the map, especially out towards.
Like seriously, this is
where I imagine
crazy.
a good few of those magnets have already been set up. Any? No. He's just here to get out. He's here to get out as soon as any kind of pressure.
Exactly that. He's just here to waste time to give them something.
Oh, that is not good.
What could be a critical opener. Newers has had.
Yeah, that is not good.
Some of those kills have been real key moments, real critical kills.
That is not good for SSG. This might be the point where Secret win, actually, because they haven't gotten the opening pick in those 5 rounds that has been. It has been SSG every round, but now they got the first kill now.
Yeah, in a spot where it can cause a bit of trouble, but it's got to be careful. He's seen drones coming up through catwalks. We know 100% the plan for Secret is to take control of that and move forward. And with at least the breach being slightly opened up, you know there'll be some pushing from there as well. The best he can do here is waste a bit of time and then probably get back on towards site. If he gets a kill and gets out, that's even better, but you're asking a lot at that point.
Noah has made his way up onto the catwalk, needs to try and push across into CCTV. Meanwhile, Ashen has now escaped. He's got himself back into sight, so that does leave CCTV and Cash clear. Secret need to recognize that, and they need to get moving. A minute 20 left on the clock. They can take that ground, and they can start to push forward. Ashen
okay,
has
that robot
moved
is
back into
dead then.
Doom, he's playing around those windows, so they need to make that a little bit more difficult for him.
Well, they're trying to drone Noah in here so he can rejoin the rest of his team. He's not 100% clear on what's clear inside of construction, and the answer would have been not a lot because Ashen was sat behind planks there, very close to the window. Nate comes on through, I believe, and just starts setting the fire off from that environmental, pushes Ashen back in towards site. So now we've got Secret all surrounding the site. This is what it comes down to. They've got a fight.
Yeah, it's going to be a frag-heavy last seconds.
To get this done here and now, otherwise, we're overtime abound.
Yep, Savage is going to move in. He's looking to go for the plant. He's trying to push through. He actually goes into bathroom.
Yeah,
this kills. Noah picks up Ashen. Savage is stood in the middle of side.
Told you!
From Noah at the end though to close it out. Secret, get it done in the last.
I told you, when Secret got the first opening pick, they would win it.
To take the lion's share of the points.
That's the difference.
Secret take down SSG.
So close to going to OT, and I almost feel like the
yeah, it was a good try. Like that was the reason why I said that SSG got the opening picks on the 5 rounds that they won. And they did it. And now Secret got the first pick. It was like they got the control. Because they got the kill that they wanted. I kind of think though that maybe they should have gone with a different operator SSG. I don't understand why they went with with Scopers, for example, when they're defending bedroom site. I would maybe have gone with a different operator, like a trap operator or something. Would have been like better choice. Scopers would make more sense if you were defending bottom floor, for example, but like bedroom kind of feels a little bit awkward in my opinion. But otherwise, really good game, nicely try. So right now Secret is in the top, but they need to win another match to move on to the playoffs.
With Ace and Des, but a quality matchup, and as Twister was saying at the end, we needed this, and I feel like that really helps for this team as well, to get over that mental hurdle, to make sure they lock it down and not let it get to overtime.
Do you know what? That was a grind. That was an absolute grind. It was looking so good for Secret, and then SSG nearly pulled a comeback of all comebacks, and you know, I don't know who would stand up here before the game and say both of these teams are great at attacking, and I expected this to be an attacking masterclass on Clubhouse, and then it was only 1 attack round 1 in the whole 12, but you know, Happens from time to time.
It does happen. Honestly, the fun fact was that Twister took a tag timer when they were up like 6-1 or whatever. I said, guys, it's a marathon, not a sprint. Take it step by step. Don't get too fast. Following around, they're rushing, they're losing. We go 6-2, 6-3, 6-4. Super exciting and nerve-wracking at once.
It was, and I feel like in general, these timeouts that we saw being called from both the teams were so different in regards to the vibes. Like with SSG, it was more like everybody had a say, you know, more like a calm down. Twister had a very good game plan written out, and eventually it helped them win that game. Adrian being the MVP, but in general, the scores quite similar all across the board.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna reference there. Obviously, you've got kind of Fultz and Savages, the IGLs, the two team that you'd kind of expect.
That was crazy.
The lowest statistical score lines.
Yeah, really good matches. And like the schedule, we are actually way ahead of the schedule because this match between Secret and SSG was supposed to start at 9:30, and the time is 9 right now, and we played 3 maps, so we started like 2 hours earlier than planned. That's how fast the matches has been today.
Defense, they kept up that same pace.
It was the one where I want to say it was June, maybe it was Noah. They got air jabbed and still managed to set off the siege before they got a kill. It was like the siege lady look just seems to be on the side of the defense, particularly when Secret were on their defensive half. I'm sure both of these teams will watch it back and go, oh,
that is like crazy. That was a huge mistake by Secret there. They should have known that Newers was in the corner there, to be honest. Excited to watch G2. So G2 is going to be playing against the Kia tomorrow, so they need to win this. So tomorrow is going to be a heavy hitter games. So tomorrow is going to be Heretics versus Snip, Fury against Elevate, Weibo against M80, Falcons versus Wildcard, G2 versus Kia, Secret versus Enterprise, Shopify versus FaZe Clan, and the W7M versus Oxygen. So that is going to be a very interesting game. That is going to be very interesting. That is going to be fun. So I'm looking forward to those games tomorrow. Yeah, so much fun. So the games has been so much fun. What else was I thinking? Damn. Let's see here. Like you're just in the dark, you know, you don't really know what's gonna happen. So it takes a lot of balls from them to pick that kind of map when like we could be the best team in the world, you know, as far as they know. So props to them for picking the map, and it was still fun and a good experience for us to play the map for the first time.
Okay, yeah. So we are done for today. Just say hi, bye actually for the camera. Bye guys.
Bye.
Bye. See you tomorrow. Goodbye. What a way to close off the day, and a lot of wise words, I guess, from Savage as well. Also about Fortress, you know, it does take a little bit of balls to pick it against it, but you really don't know what's going to happen on that map. We saw how it played out here, and that concludes the day on the A stream, which means we can have a look at the results of today because it's been a rather fast day. The B stream has already finished than we did with our final game. That was a very fast game. FaZe making quick work of Black Dragons there. Only 2 3 members today. I'm a little bit disappointed in that.
Yes, I think that's going to be it right now. We have watched all the games. You can see the games. It's been really interesting matches today. Yeah, it's been an amazing birthday. Unfortunately, guys, we did not get to use any of the challenge that we had here, so we'll save it for another event, I'm guessing. So we have these here for next time. Yeah. Otherwise, what was your final prediction results? Finals? You can't do the prediction for the finals yet, Alberto. That is for next week. The prediction is for the group stage only. Not really sure why. Am I ahead or is she very late? Yeah. That has been a wild, wild game. To say the least. So, yeah, we are going to be heading off. But of course, for everyone who has been here, every lovely people who has been celebrating my birthday, thank you so much. Also, guys, reminder, I do have social media. Do check it out. Yet again, guys, thank you so much for celebrating my birthday. Thank you for the congratulations. I kind of wish that my birthday was kind of a little bit better, but we still got to celebrate it. What else was I thinking? I will be back tomorrow, same time, starting at 11, and then we move forward with that day. And yeah, I don't think I have anything else. But for everybody YouTube, on the other hand, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for liking and subscribing to the channel. Do hope that you enjoyed today's stream as well. And yeah, I will see you guys tomorrow. And that's going to be 11 a.m. tomorrow. Or yeah, 11 a.m. tomorrow. I will be live again, and we will do another 10-hour special episode tomorrow. And yeah, I wish you guys an amazing day, morning, night, wherever you are. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.